The global apocalypse has arrived. Cultivating at the end of the world with my sister-in-law. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301, Grand Transaction, Plundering Massive Resources. Cao Xing said, I have exhausted all the resources in the territory to make more than 2,000 bottles of life medicine. I think many people should know that this secret medicine is powerful. Taking it can instantly restore 2,000 health points. Carry a bottle with you. It can save your life at a critical moment. Cao Xing deliberately made the process of making the medicine very difficult and also said that his consumption was very high. Anyway, these survivors don't know how the improved version of the life medicine is made, but it's obvious that the production process of such a powerful medicine is definitely not that simple. For a while, countless survivors in the chat channel were moved, including those who thought Cao Xing was a bit nosy. They couldn't help but admire his character. Yinzikan, Boss Cao Xing, you are really the kindest boss I have ever met. Zhaozishan, yes, now I understand why there are so many more survivors in District 174 than in other districts. With such a kind-hearted boss who takes care of others, there will be more survivors. Song Yi, what the above said is right. If we hadn't been sucked blood by those guys several times when we were launched, so many people wouldn't have died. Baiguachio, damn, I just doubted Boss Cao Xing. Now I really want to slap myself. People are afraid of comparison. In this comparison, Cao Xing is like a saint compared to the top masters in other districts. He also sells things and makes profits, but his things are not priced too outrageously. It is within the acceptable range of those survivors. Even after buying Cao Xing's goods, he can still keep some resources to develop his territory. Let them all have a way to survive, which is equivalent to saving more people in disguise. Hushan, I declare that I will be the #1 fanboy of Cao Xing. If anyone slanders Cao Xing again, I will be the first to get angry with him. Zhu Yang, the people above don't deserve to be the #1 fanboy. Our brothers in District 174 are the first group of people who followed Cao Xing. Yuluanayu, Cao Xing, come on. Amid the touching voices of the crowd, Cao Xing knew that the atmosphere had been set. So, he put the improved version of the secret medicine of life on the shelf for trading again. Consignment item, improved secret medicine of life, medium, stock reserve. 2,000 bottles. Required items, dragon blood grass, aurora grass, iceluin flower, advanced alchemy workshop blueprint, hunter mask, mithril, advanced element crystal, magic pattern stone, eternal gold ingot, etc. Consigner, Cao Xing. Seller's note, in addition to the above materials, if you have other advanced blueprints or magic plant seeds, you can chat with me privately. After doing all this, Cao Xing sent another message. Cao Xing, everyone, I have set up the consignment information. You can go to the market to trade. Hearing this, a large number of survivors began to pour into the market. They walked quickly, afraid of being a step behind. They all knew how popular this potion was. If you were late, it would be gone. The survivors who arrived at the market in advance said excitedly, brothers, Cao Xing has added a lot of things this time. 1 bottle of life secret medicine can be exchanged for 1 dragon blood grass or aurora grass, and can also be exchanged for 10 ordinary hunter masks. This advanced alchemy workshop blueprint is even more terrifying. 1 blueprint can be exchanged for 100 bottles of life secret medicine. Whoever has this blueprint will get rich. Haha, there are also magic pattern stones, eternal gold ingots, and ice phoenix flowers that can be traded. I happened to pick up a few ice phoenix flowers in the wild last time, and I got rich this time. In an instant, a large number of survivors took out the good things in their hands and took pictures of Cao Xing's life secret medicine. Cao Xing's side was also madly swiped by various transaction information. The transaction was successful. You lost, improved life potion, medium, right square bracket asterisk 1, and gained, iceluin flower right square bracket asterisk 5. The transaction was successful. You lost. Improved life potion, medium, right square bracket asterisk 2, and gained aurora grass, gold, right square bracket asterisk 2 point. The transaction was successful. You lost. Improved life potion, medium, right square bracket asterisk 30, and gained glowing branch, gold, right square bracket asterisk 1 point. The transaction was successful. You lost. Improved life potion, medium, right square bracket asterisk 100, and gained advanced alchemy workshop construction drawings. The transaction was successful. You lost. Improved life potion, medium, right square bracket asterisk 200, and gained intermediate mage tower construction drawings, gold. The transaction was successful. You lost. Improved life potion, medium, right square bracket asterisk 100, and gained archer shooting range construction drawings, gold. The transaction was successful. This time, Cao Xing only planned to use it to exchange for some things that he urgently needed, so he did not use it to exchange for the ice dragon mark. Hunter mask was naturally prepared to be exchanged for honor points. Cao Xing decided to take time to go to Yangshan main city or the battlefield to exchange the reward. So the more of this stuff, the better. Aurora grass, dragon blood grass, and ice phoenix flower are what he needs at the moment. Cao Xing also checked the private chat information while negotiating the price with the other party. After a full 10 minutes of trading, Cao Xing's 2,000 bottles of life secret medicine were all snatched away. Looking at the large amount of materials that suddenly appeared in his backpack, Cao Xing's eyes showed surprise. In this transaction, he gained a total of ice luin flower, blue, right square bracket asterisk 775, aurora grass, gold, right square bracket asterisk 10, hunter mask, white, right square bracket asterisk 3372, elite hunter mask, green, right square bracket asterisk 217. Mithril right square bracket asterisk 6723, advanced element crystal right square bracket asterisk 874, magic pattern stone, gold, right square bracket asterisk 338, eternal gold ingot, gold, right square bracket asterisk 632, luminous branch, gold, right square bracket asterisk 1, advanced alchemy workshop construction drawing, gold, right square bracket asterisk 1, intermediate mage tower construction drawing, gold, right square bracket asterisk 1, archer shooting range construction drawing, gold, right square bracket asterisk 1. These resources are massive. They can be said to be the most valuable items he has ever traded. If he were to collect them himself, it would take a long time. Especially the two advanced materials, magic pattern stone, and eternal gold ingot. As Cao Xing's territory develops, more and more places need to use them. But there are too few ways to obtain them. But now, through trading, he has easily harvested a lot. Cao Xing's eyes were filled with a strong sense of surprise. Very good. A large number of magic pattern stones and eternal gold ingots have been replenished. The most important thing is that we have received several thousand copies of mithril and high-level element crystals. In this way, we have gathered a lot of sacrifices for the breakthrough of those warriors. Cao Xing was very excited. In addition, I also received 775 ice luin flowers, blue, used to make secret medicines. According to the fact that an ice luin flower has 5 to 6 petals, it is enough for me to make at least more than 4,000 bottles of life secret medicine. And I only paid 155 bottles of secret medicine. If the market is bigger, I can even continuously purchase raw materials through the market and then sell potions to achieve an infinite cycle. Of course, he was just thinking about it. After all, the number of ice luin flowers on the market is limited. This time, Cao Xing collected almost 60% of the ice luin flower reserves in the entire 17th district. In addition, he also collected more than 3,000 masks of ordinary hunters. This is equivalent to more than 3,000 honor points. Cao Xing had killed so many hunters before, pushed down several camps, and even killed a red robe bishop, but the total was only enough for a little over 2,000 honor points. This wave directly exceeded the reserves he had accumulated for so long. Sure enough, it's more efficient to cut leaks. The total honor points have exceeded 5,000. If we get another 5,000, we can exchange them for an orange cannon. Thinking of this, his mood became better. In addition to these props, what Cao Xing didn't expect was that he actually received 10 aurora grasses this time, which was equivalent to the materials for 10 bottles of holy water. And the most important thing was that he also received 3 golden drawings. Among them was the Advanced Alchemy Workshop construction drawing, which was also the drawing he wanted the most. It cost him a full 100 bottles of life secret medicine to exchange for this drawing. Although 100 bottles is a lot, it is insignificant compared to the value of this drawing. After all, with this drawing, he can mass produce holy water and even advanced life secret medicine. In this way, he can make greater profits. Moreover, the survivors who can survive to this day are not fools. They naturally know the value of advanced drawings. If Cao Xing doesn't offer this price, they can't get it at all. In addition, the other 2 golden drawings are also of terrifying value. It cost Cao Xing 300 bottles of life secret medicine. These are also the 2 most expensive drawings he has ever purchased. The survivor who traded the blueprint of the intermediate mage tower with Cao Xing smiled crookedly. 200 bottles of life secret medicine. What does this mean? Even if it is sold to those merchants, it can be sold for millions of crowns. He was so excited in the chat channel that he forgot himself and felt that he had become rich overnight. If he did not develop the territory and chose to lie down, this money would be enough for his family to have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of their lives in this world. He could also buy some servants to serve him and live a life like a landlord from then on. However, as mentioned before, you may make money, but Cao Xing will never lose. This intermediate mage tower blueprint is of great use to him. Although there are not many mages in his territory at present, he has more than 30 Earth Mage Apprentice recruitment scrolls in his backpack. So soon, there will be more mages in his territory. He looked at the properties of these 3 blueprints. Advanced Alchemy Workshop Blueprint, Gold. Blueprint Effect. The intermediate alchemy workshop in the territory can be upgraded to an advanced alchemy workshop where more advanced potions can be made. Armor value: 400 points. Durability: 8800/8800. Area of land: 472 square meters. Materials required for construction: 9,000 wood, 3,000 stone, 1,500 iron, 1,000 copper, 500 mithril, 50 magic stone, 100 eternal gold ingot, 200 advanced element crystals. Upgrade time: 47 hours and 58 minutes. Maximum staff: 4 people. Intermediate mage tower construction drawing, gold. Drawing description: you can upgrade the primary mage tower in the territory to an intermediate mage tower. You can gain more experience points when meditating, and there is a chance to learn more advanced skills, allowing the mage apprentice to advance to a mage armor. 500 durability. 12,000/12,000. Area of land: 364 square meters. Height: 27 meters. Meditation room: 81. Each meditation room can accommodate up to 4 people. Experience gain through meditation: 1 hour/3000 experience points. List of learnable skills: intermediate element control, ice, earth, darkness, light, wind, thunder, elementary magic, ice cone, stone flying, holy light ball, intermediate magic, ice arrow rain, chain spikes, shadow whip, lightning chain. Required for construction: Lord's Mansion level 7, wood asterisk 50,000, stone asterisk 30,000, iron asterisk 10,000, mithril asterisk 1000, eternal gold ingot asterisk 100, magic pattern stone asterisk 100, advanced element crystal asterisk 500. Construction time: 115 hours and 32 minutes. Maximum number of people who can work at the same time: 0 quarters. An intermediate mage tower is a holy place for mages. Mage apprentices can meditate here and advance to elementary mages. If you can upgrade the mage tower to an advanced level, it will greatly increase the probability of attracting mage rangers to join your territory. Wow. It's worthy of being an intermediate mage tower. It's so damn powerful. Not to mention other things, just meditation alone can increase 3000 experience points in 1 hour. A mage meditates in it for a whole day, which is at least 72,000 experience points. If there is no bottleneck restriction, you can directly sit in the mage tower for decades and upgrade to more than 100 levels. In addition, Cao Xing also saw 2 other powerful functions of the intermediate mage tower. One is the addition of 6 new intermediate elemental mage skills that can be learned. The other is that it can make mage apprentices become junior mages, that is, elite creatures. No wonder Mage Tower has an irresistible attraction for those mages. This thing is really too powerful. And the system nodes also prompt that if you can build a high level mage tower, your territory will become a holy place for mages. Cao Xing was excited when he thought that he could upgrade the mage tower to the intermediate level tomorrow. Of course, it's not just the mage tower. The buildings of other professions are also very good. This time, Cao Xing also received a blueprint for the construction of an archer training range. He looked at the properties. Archer shooting range construction blueprint. Gold. Blueprint description. You can build an archer training range in the territory so that archers in the territory can train in it, gain experience points, and learn some additional basic skills. Armor. 120 points durability. 6000/6000 sight. 1372 square meters. Maximum number of people training at the same time. 50 experience points gained from training. 1 hour/1000 points. Learnable skills. Basic archery proficiency. Precision shooting. Weak spot attack. Construction requirements. Lord's Mansion level 6. Wood * 10,000. Stone * 10,000. Iron * 5000. Mithril * 300. Magic pattern stone * 20. Eternal gold ingot * 20. Primary element crystal * 50. A training range with complete facilities where archers can practice archery skills. Increase the probability of archer type rangers joining the territory. This training range is not bad, and I happen to have a lot of archers in my territory. For example, frost archers, centaur archers, etc. They can all be trained in. Though those 2 new skills are only elementary skills, their attributes are also very good and can increase combat effectiveness. After all, there are too few ways for the natives of this world to learn new skills. At present Cao Xing knows only 3 ways. The first is to improve potential and obtain different skills according to the advanced system. The second is to learn the training methods of some strong people, such as the Advanced Assassin Manual in Sarah's hand. The third is to practice in the training camp and learn some new skills. Therefore, these training camps and wizard towers of Cao Xing are irresistible places for these natives. After all, who doesn't want to become stronger? However, he also found a problem. That is, the area occupied by this thing is too large, right? It occupies more than 1000 square meters. This is almost the largest building he has built. It seems that the second expansion of the territory is inevitable. Cao Xing made a decision secretly. In addition, there is one last thing. A green branch suddenly appeared in Cao Xing's hand, but this branch was emitting a holy light. And it was very strong, dispelling the darkness within 20 to 30 meters around him, looking like a large flashlight. He looked at the properties. Luminous branch. Gold. Special item. Effect of the item. A branch with divine power. The holy light it emits can dispel absolute darkness, and it can illuminate your path in any dark environment. Note, during use, the holy light power contained in the branch will continue to be consumed and needs to be replenished regularly. This thing is the same as its appearance. It is a large flashlight. However, it has a special function that it can illuminate in any dark environment. The reason why Cao Xing was willing to pay 30 bottles of life secret medicine for it was because he thought of what the goblin Loke had said. The group of light feathered chickens like areas with strong holy light power, and they will accelerate the hatching and growth speed. Obviously, the holy light power contained in this thing is sufficient. Cao Xing also put it directly into his backpack. Next, take out the other potions and the arrows that Harold made these 2 days, and continue to exchange them for some mithril and high-level element crystals. This is what I need most right now. This transaction has already been a great harvest. However, Cao Xing only sold the bulk of this transaction. He still has a lot of nightmare arrows and nightmare poisons that have not been sold, and these can also be exchanged for a lot of resources. So, Cao Xing directly put all these arrows and potions on the shelves for trading at the previous price. And, only use them to trade mithril and high-level element crystals. Obviously, this batch of things is also extremely precious to the survivors. Especially the group of people who are going to Duelan Lake City to participate in the war next. They are extremely eager for these props. This can give them more chances to survive on the battlefield. So, a large number of survivors began to scramble again. Transaction successful, you lose. Finely forged nightmare arrow, green, right square bracket asterisk 1, you gain. Mithril right square bracket asterisk 5. Transaction successful, you lose. Sabina's nightmare potion, green, right square bracket asterisk 1, you gain. Advanced elemental crystal right square bracket asterisk 5 as. The transaction prompts kept refreshing the screen. More than 1,000 arrows and hundreds of bottles of nightmare potions that he put on the shelf were all sold out in less than 3 minutes. Cumulatively obtained. Mithril right square bracket asterisk 9821. Advanced elemental crystal right square bracket asterisk 723. So far, all the resources produced in the territory in the past few days have been sold out by Cao Xing. He looked at the mithril and elemental crystal reserves in his backpack. He found that the mithril had exceeded 20,000, and the advanced elemental crystals had exceeded 2,500. At this moment, Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of surprise. Ha ha ha. I've almost gathered all the materials for the soldiers to break through from level 3 to level 4. Next, as long as I can solve the problem of food and money, I can have more than 200 level 4 soldiers at once. Cao Xing had thought about digesting the materials on hand first and allowing some soldiers to break through as soon as possible. But as mentioned before, now that there is no ice nest, there are few battles, so the impact of breaking through early or late is not great. Moreover, if you break through together, you can also brush up the loyalty of other people. Thinking of this, Cao Xing was full of emotion. It's really good. I made a lot of money just from the output of 3 days. As long as there are enough materials, Harold, Francesca, and Sabina will earn more resources for me. Besides, I still have a large number of cloudyaks and light feathered chickens. It can be said that, even if Cao Xing does nothing next, he can have a development speed that is many times faster than other survivors. Of course, this is impossible. After all, his goal is not just to stop there. He also has an invisible enemy, the Church of Light. This force is too large, and Cao Xing cannot relax before he has enough power. Next, Cao Xing went to the alchemy workshop again. He handed over all the 10 aurora grass, gold, and more than 700 ice luin flowers, blue, he just obtained to Francesca. The beautiful witch saw that Cao Xing had only been away for less than half an hour. Turning around, she got so many herbs, with a big puzzlement in her blue eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she asked in doubt, "Did you trade these materials with a certain evil god? Those ancient evil gods can bring you what you want, but the price you have to pay is even more severe. It's better not to contact them." There was some worry and concern in her tone. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly shook his head and said, "Of course not. How could I trade with an evil god?" He smiled. "Don't worry, I have my own way to obtain resources." Francesca thought for a moment, looked at Cao Xing with a puzzled look, and didn't ask any more questions. However, she once again had a deeper understanding of the methods of her lord. Cao Xing continued, "Your work will be suspended tomorrow. I will ask the staff to upgrade the alchemy workshop again. Then you make 10 bottles of holy water first. This thing is useful to me. As for those medium-sized life secret medicines, just make 1 or 2,000 bottles. Keep the remaining materials, and make large life secret medicines in the future. An. Chapter 302, Mage's Sanctuary, Summoning an Earth Mage Team. The witch held up her delicate face, sitting at the small wooden table next to her, somewhat bored, listening to Cao Xing's instructions. Although she acted a little careless, she also kept these instructions in mind. After a moment, Cao Xing said, "That's basically it. I will take you with me when I go out later." Hearing the latter sentence, the carelessness on Francesca's face disappeared, and the corners of her mouth instantly raised an arc. After bidding farewell to the witch, Cao Xing returned to the territory again. After doing all this, the time just came to 8 o'clock in the evening. It was still early, and Cao Xing still had a lot of things to do. This time in that mountain range, he obtained more than 30 recruitment scrolls for Earth Mage apprentices, including one at the leader level. It was just right to summon them out, to solve the problem of not having many mages in the territory. Cao Xing thought to himself, I don't know what kind of character and personality these new mages have, so let Ellie and Sylvia lead them first. Cao Xing still trusted these two loyal mages. At this time, Cao Xing noticed that there were 2 golden staffs in his backpack. They were the Dawnlight Staff and the Ice Corruption Staff. Yes, they have also reached level 30, and these 2 staffs can be used. When Cao Xing went straight to their residence and opened the door, he found that the 2 mages didn't seem to be at home. The quilts inside were neatly folded, and it seemed that they had not been home all day. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing knew where they had gone. At this time, they should be studying in the Mage Tower. After all, his own Mage Tower has been built. As a mage, the temptation of the Mage Tower is irresistible. Cao Xing walked on the road paved with brick and stone floors in the territory and soon came to a tall tower. This is the primary Mage Tower, 18 meters high, divided into 3 floors, upper, middle and lower. The tower is made of a large number of stones and wood, with dense patterns carved on it, exuding a mysterious luster. In addition, the Mage Tower is surrounded by a layer of mysterious magic aura, which presents a light blue light, like a mist, and can also absorb the surrounding magic energy, providing the Mage Tower with a constant supply of magic power. Speaking of which, this is his first time here. As a frost mage, he can naturally study in it. However, for Cao Xing, the efficiency of studying in the mage is too slow. It is better to go outside, to brush monsters and upgrade faster. Boom. Pushing open the bronze door below, he entered the interior of the Mage Tower. He felt a strong breath of magic coming towards him. Such abundant magic? No wonder mages like to stay here. Cao Xing thought happily. The Mage Tower is very quiet and the temperature is comfortable. There are bursts of blue lights above my head. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to start meditation? Meditation is also a function of the Mage Tower. In the meditative state, the body will automatically absorb magic power and increase magic affinity, and the speed of mental recovery will also be greatly accelerated. The most important thing is that meditating for a night will make you more energetic than sleeping for a night. Cao Xing did not click meditation. After all, he still had things to do. There are independent meditation rooms in the Mage Tower. Once someone uses it, this meditation room will be closed. Since Cao Xing's primary Mage Tower is not large, there are more than 30 meditation rooms in total, which can accommodate up to hundreds of mages for meditation. Cao Xing saw that only 2 of these meditation rooms were lit, so he pushed open one of the meditation rooms. Inside, a woman dressed in plain gauze, emitting a strong sacred light, was closing her eyes to absorb the element of light. Her beautiful facial features appeared sacred and inviolable under the light. This woman was Isabel. When she sensed that someone else had broken into her meditation room, she suddenly opened her eyes. In a pair of earthy yellow gemstone-like eyes, there was a vigilant look, and even ready for battle. When Isabel noticed the figure at the door, the vigilance in her eyes disappeared instantly, and gradually turned into surprise. Lord, why are you here? The ethereal voice sounded. Cao Xing was also a little embarrassed when he heard this question. He forgot one thing. That is, as a holy light priest, Isabel actually belongs to the mage system. After all, among her skills, Holy Light Ball, Advanced Holy Light Control, etc. are all mage skills. As a light mage, meditating in the mage tower is also a normal thing. Cao Xing said awkwardly, sorry, I found the wrong person. You continue to meditate. The beautiful holy light priest was startled, then chuckled and said, okay, Lord, please. She was not angry, because Cao Xing interrupted her meditation. After all, Isabel's loyalty has reached 95. It's almost full loyalty. It's impossible for her to lose her temper because of this. Of course, if it was Hilda, it would not be certain. The Blood Spider Queen, who had a strange temper, might complain about Cao Xing. Cao Xing closed the black door of the meditation room. Then he walked straight to the door of the meditation room next to it, which was lit. Is there anything wrong this time? Cao Xing pushed the door open. At a glance, he saw two petite mage wives wearing mage apprentice robes, sitting cross-legged on the ground, meditating. The two women suddenly opened their eyes after sensing that the door of the meditation room was opened. Because they are all water mages, their bodies contain the magic of flowing water, so even their pupils are aqua blue. When they saw the intruder outside, surprise appeared in their azure pupils at the same time. Ailey slowly breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, it turned out to be the Lord. I thought it was a bad guy who came in. Sylvia next to her chuckled and said, of course it was the Lord, otherwise no one would have the authority to enter our meditation room. That's right. Sylvia, who was more enthusiastic, quickly stood up and asked, Lord, what do you want to talk to us about? Cao Xing nodded slightly, and then said, well, there are two things. The first thing is to change your weapons. After saying that, he took out the two golden staffs from his backpack. Since the special effect of ice corruption can only take effect once, the best match for the two wizards is to equip a dragon corruption staff. Cao Xing said directly, the difference between these two staffs is not big, you can choose it yourself. Hearing this, Sylvia glanced at Ailey, and then she took the lead in choosing the Dawnlight staff. Ailey chose the dragon corruption staff. After the two girls put on the golden staffs, their aura increased again. They could naturally feel the powerful magic contained in the two staffs, and happy smiles appeared on their faces. They stretched out their fair little hands and stroked them carefully, as if they were protecting their beloved items. Sylvia said happily, thank you, Lord. This passionate and unrestrained mage with a few freckles on her face threw herself directly into Cao Xing's arms. Because of the last exchange, Sylvia and Ailey had completely opened their hearts to Cao Xing. So it was not surprising to have such a move. Ailey was a little afraid to step forward. She held the staff and said timidly on the spot, thank you. Thank you. Cao Xing held Sylvia in one hand and chuckled, nothing. At this moment, the mage in his arms pulled Cao Xing's sleeve and whispered, Lord, do you remember what you promised me last time? Huh? What's the matter? Sylvia raised her head and said softly, you said that, when you are free, you want to exchange magic with us. Hearing this, Cao Xing was also stunned for a moment. Then he chuckled and said, how do you want to communicate? Upon hearing this, a blush appeared on Sylvia's face. Then, she slowly pulled herself out of Cao Xing's arms and stood face to face with him, less than a meter apart. Sylvia threw her hair behind her, stretched out her fair hands, and unbuttoned the buttons on the mage's robe. Rustle. As the mage's robe fell off, her fair shoulders were exposed. There was also a large area of white on her chest, and her movements did not stop. She stretched her hands behind her back and unbuttoned. Soon, Sylvia was naked all over. Cao Xing was also stunned, as if he did not expect her to be so bold. His sight was instantly attracted by the white body. Looking over, he found that this mage's wife usually did not look like this, because she wore a loose apprentice robe. Only now did he realize that her figure was so good. The chest, which was raised to the right degree, was supported by the fair arms, and the shape was very full. Looking down, there was a flat belly. Further down, there is the valley peak that is barren and pure white like snow. Her long legs are tightly pressed together, and her perky buttocks appear very perky because of the tension. At this moment, she has her arms around her chest, and she looks very delicious, making people want to hold her in their arms and taste her hard. Cao Xing took one look, and could not look away. and Ellie next to her did not seem to expect that Sylvia would act so quickly and do such a thing in front of herself and the Lord. In an instant, her whole face turned red. Sylvia looked at her and said softly, "Ellie, it's your turn." I dare not." A voice as soft as a mosquito sounded. Ellie lowered her head, not daring to look into Sylvia's eyes and Cao Xing. Hearing this, Sylvia seemed to understand something. She walked slowly to Ailey's side and then pressed Ailey's shoulders. With a swish, Ailey's collar was also directly unbuttoned, revealing a piece of skin that was whiter and more tender than Sylvia's. In particular, Cao Xing also noticed the cute shape of Ailey's chest, and his eyes were instantly attracted. It was a half bowl shape that was smaller than Sylvia's, but equally perfect in shape, with a full arc and a delicate texture. "Ah, Sister Sylvia." Ailey subconsciously hugged her chest with both hands, looking shy and anxious. Sylvia chuckled and said, "Ailey, what's wrong? Didn't we agree on this when we went to bed the night before? Or don't you want to show it to the Lord?" Ailey quickly shook her head, her brown ponytails shaking continuously. No, I just think I'm too small compared to Sister Sylvia. I feel a little inferior." After hearing this, Sylvia smiled again and said, "Really? Then ask the Lord if he likes it." Hearing this, Ailey suppressed the shame in her heart and looked at Cao Xing tentatively. Cao Xing smiled and nodded. "It's okay, Ailey, yours is more cute. I like it very much." Really? Ailey asked tentatively. Cao Xing nodded again. Hearing this, Ailey tentatively loosened her hands. Then there was no more obstruction. Compared to Sylvia, Ailey's figure is more slender. Especially her waist, it can really be called a small waist. Slender and curvy. Cao Xing also came over and hugged the two wizards in his arms. The next moment, Ailey hadn't reacted yet and suddenly felt something bite her chest. Feeling the feeling from her chest, Ailey felt a burst of electric current passing through her body. Trembling all over, the twin ponytails on her head kept shaking, and the whole person fell limp in Cao Xing's arms. And Cao Xing was also enjoying the delicious food. A few minutes later, Sylvia next to her said with a dazed look, "My lord, and me. Okay." Cao Xing changed direction. The next moment, Sylvia, like Ellie, trembled all over. A few minutes later, Cao Xing carefully felt the slender figures and delicate skin of the two wizard ladies. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. Should I say that they are really worthy of being water mages? This whole body feels like it is made of water, so soft. How to describe this feeling? It's like touching a piece of water tofu. It's not enough to describe it as fragile. What's more, one of them is passionate and unrestrained, and the other is shy and cute. Cao Xing is also constantly exploring the truth of water magic. In the following time, the entire meditation room was filled with academic exchanges among the three mages. Ellie, the Lord's ice spear is too offensive. I can't hold on any longer. Ailey, you come. Ailey next to her also replied softly. Okay, Sister Sylvia. No, Sister Sylvia. I don't have enough energy for the water coordination spell. Lord, your casting speed is too fast. The gentle voices of the two wizards kept echoing in the wizard tower. Compared with Ailey's cautiousness, Sylvia was not restrained at all. She almost shouted to her heart's content, and her voice was very loud. Originally, the sound insulation effect of the meditation room in the wizard tower was not that bad. But Cao Xing did not close the door when he came in just now. He thought that there were only a few of them in the wizard tower, and he didn't care so much. At this time, Isabel, who was meditating next door, frowned slightly. The holy light on her body flickered. There was also a solemn expression on her beautiful face. After a moment, she opened her eyes and felt the movement next door. It seemed that she didn't know what happened next door. As she listened carefully, Sylvia's various obscure voices entered her ears. This caused a great psychological impact on this sacred holy light priest. In an instant, Isabel's cheeks turned red. She subconsciously covered her ears, but those voices continued to echo in her mind. Actually, doing this kind of thing in the mage tower. It seems to be with the Lord. Oh my god. The holy light priest felt that her three views were impacted. as the spokesperson of the holy light, Isabel is pure and inviolable. She has never been exposed to that kind of thing, or in other words, just thinking about it is a kind of blasphemy. But now, she can clearly hear the voice next door, and various pictures appear in her mind involuntarily. However, she did not feel disgust and nausea as before. When she thought that it was her lord, she suddenly had a strange feeling in her heart. Well, how could this happen? I can't continue to associate it. She shook her head and tried to calm herself down. 2 hours later, after the wizard ladies had cast all their spells, their magic power was exhausted, and they collapsed in Cao Xing's arms exhausted. Cao Xing was still full of energy, with a smile on his face. After all, as a 4th level wizard, he was still much stronger than them. At this time, Cao Xing looked at the rosy-faced and exhausted little beauty in his arms and asked, "Ailey, are you still afraid of me?" Ailey was covered with a wizard robe, covering her perfect waist curve and slender legs. The twin ponytails on her head were already messy. She shook her head gently and said, "No, I'm not afraid. You are the best lord to me." When she spoke the latter part, her voice was as small as a mosquito. Sylvia next to her also echoed, "My lord, you are so kind. Your spells are so offensive that we can't hold on any longer." Her voice was very loud, not concealed at all. Ailey whispered, "Sister Sylvia, please speak a little more quietly." But Sylvia said, "What are you afraid of? This is the Lord's territory." Ailey was stunned, and after thinking about it, she agreed. Cao Xing smiled, hugged the 2 wizard wives, then patted their little buttocks and said, "Okay, take a rest, and then follow me out." After hearing this, the 2 girls nodded. However, they encountered some difficulties when they stood up. It was the first time for them. In addition, Cao Xing's violent outburst just now. Until now, their legs are still weak, and they have no strength to struggle several times. Cao Xing naturally saw their physical condition. He chuckled, helped the 2 wizard wives up, and put on their clothes again. Then he put on wizard robes for them. He waited for a few minutes. They stood up again, but their legs were still trembling slightly. They seemed to be aware of their embarrassment. Sylvia and Ellie blushed. Especially Ellie, she held the staff with both hands, looking so delicate that people couldn't help but bully her again. However, Cao Xing still had something important to do next. After the 2 wizard wives adapted to the transformation of women, Cao Xing led them out of the wizard tower. Outside the wizard tower, the whistling cold wind gradually cooled down the fevered brain. Cao Xing asked, "Are you feeling better?" The 2 girls nodded softly. Lord, too awesome. Even the unrestrained Sylvia was completely subdued. Cao Xing smiled and said, "Okay, next I will summon a group of mage apprentices. You will lead them from now on." The 2 girls were a little surprised, but nodded. At the same time, their faces condensed and became a little solemn. Then, Cao Xing took out more than 30 Earth Mage Apprentice recruitment scrolls from his backpack, including the leader level scroll. The system prompt appeared. "Do you want to use the recruitment scroll to recruit an Earth Mage with the strength of a 3rd level leader? Do you want to use the recruitment scroll to recruit an Earth Mage with the strength of a 3rd level elite? Do you want to?" Cao Xing clicked yes to all the questions. The next moment, a large number of hexagram arrays appeared in front of the 3 people. From these arrays, a strong earth yellow light erupted, which contained a large amount of earth elemental power. After a while, the outlines of some figures could be seen faintly in these lights. At the same time, a heavy rock-like sound rang in Cao Xing's ears. Those souls who were born in the forest and once protected this land, but have now disappeared. Under the big tree where we once laughed together, we are now overgrown with weeds. The shore where we once looked up at the starry sky together is now covered with fallen leaves. How many cold winters will it take to fill the gap? The cold wind blowing from afar makes us shiver. We silently look at the lonely stars in the sky. Now, we will start the long journey again. The 2 female mages next to them looked at each other and whispered, "This is the song of the Earth Goddess. I think I know which mages association they are from." At the same time, a heavy voice sounded again. "The Udia Mages Association, Honorary Mages, Terran Rock Speaker Mages Apprentices, Patty/Edwin/Shatter. Reporting to you. Thanks, Book friend 20230507225256360 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. The chicken farmer in the mountain village for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. Book friend 20230415171542213 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. Lonely Devil for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. I love eating fruit for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Blood and Withering Flag painting for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Name change 12,345 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Pans Howard for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Secretly Watch for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Yivu for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. Book friend 20210628214433182 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Who you for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. Book friend 140,203,084,440,176. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Yuxia Sanchi. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Zaya Fengiu 520. Thanks to 3 monthly tickets from Shanshan Lerene. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Shuiao 20240620142353609. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from King Sylvie. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Zaya Ocho and 135. Thanks to 3 monthly tickets from Bishuao Iha. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Mayo Ialak. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Shuiao 202,210,091,148,355. Thanks to 3 monthly tickets from Siren Haggard. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Shuiao 20171221010447567. Thanks to 3 monthly tickets from Expecting Muking Gaiao. Thanks to 8 monthly tickets from Zangrimengwi Iu. Thanks to all the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks to Fans Howard for the 1666 points reward. Chapter 303 Advanced Earth Spells. Changes in the Baron's Mansion. Cao Xing glanced at the figures of the more than 30 apprentice mages. There were both men and women among them. Except for an old man who looked a little old, the others looked young, around 15 or 20 years old. They all wore dark brown mage robes, with a white brown leather belt tied around their waists, and a few small cloth bags hanging from them, which contained some materials needed for casting spells. Compared to the fair skin of most races in this big world, their skin was wheat colored, and looked very healthy. Cao Xing nodded, and then looked at the attributes of these mages. Earth Mage Apprentice, Patty, Race, Human, Faction, Udia Mage Association, Level 27, 3rd Order Ordinary Creature, HP 16,559/16,559, Blessed by the Pale Tree, Magic Attack Power 46-1487 Armor 18-32-13, Attributes, Strength 175, Agility 189, Spirit 257, Constitution 211, Skills, Intermediate Earth Element Control, increases the speed of Earth Element casting by 20%. Earth Element Shield, concentrates magic power to create an Earth Element shield around itself. The shield has a HP of Spirit *5 and lasts for 30 seconds. Cooldown time 80 seconds. Earth Spikes, summon 13 Earth Spikes, causing 157% piercing damage to enemies. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Talent, Magic Affinity. Only humans who are naturally sensitive to magic fluctuations can grow into magicians. Bond, Earth Mage. When the number of Earth Mages acting at the same time in the team reaches 10, the spell casting speed increases by 20%. When there are 20 people, the spell cooldown time decreases by 20%. When there are 50 people, the spell damage increases by 20%. When there are 100 people, the additional skill Heart of Stone is activated. Character Introduction. An Earth Mage Apprentice who is devoted to practice and has good combat ability. Honorary Mage. Terran Rock Speaker. Faction, Udia Mage Association. Race, Human. Level 28. Level 3 Leader Creature. HP 38,112/38,112, blessed by the pale tree, magic attack power. 1046 1107 armor. 469478, attributes, strength 352, agility 348, spirit 576, constitution 473, skills, intermediate earth element control, earth element shield, earth spike, attributes as above. Summon rock golem, concentrates a large amount of earth elemental power to summon 2 rock golems that inherit 120% of its own attributes to assist in battle. Rock golems have skills such as stone skin for body protection and earth trampling. Lasts for 120 seconds. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Earth devour, connects one's own magic power to the veins of the earth, causing the ground to crack and create a gap, allowing the enemy to fall into the gap, and then closes the gap to swallow the enemy. The number of enemies swallowed and the damage coefficient depend on the magic power released this time. There is a certain probability of killing them instantly. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Advanced spell rock barrier, draws power from the earth to make the ground in front rise rapidly, quickly generate a large number of rock walls to block the enemy's attack. The durability of the stone wall is spirit *10. If cast on a city wall, consumes magic power according to the area of the city wall, increases its armor by 300 and its durability by 30,000. Lasts for 30 minutes. Cooldown time 1 hour. Talent, magic affinity, character introduction, Udia Mage Association, an honorary mage who has practiced earth magic for many years and has studied in the Mage Holy Tower, mastering advanced earth magic that few mages can control. After reading the attributes of these earth mages, Cao Xing gradually showed joy in his heart. Compared with mages of the same level, their attributes and skills are very good. The 2 skills, Earth Element Shield and Earth Spike, not only take into account damage, but also have self-protection capabilities. After becoming an elite creature, you can also learn a skill to summon a rock puppet, and the honorary mage at the leader level is even more awesome. He actually has 2 perverted skills, Earth Devouring and Advanced Spell Rock Barrier. The former takes into account control, while also having a certain instant kill effect on the enemy. The latter's advanced spell is even more perverted, and it can actually be used on the city wall. Directly increase 300 points of armor and 30,000 points of durability. What is this concept? You know, even the intermediate frost wall only has 240 armor and 6,000 durability. This time, it is more than doubled. It's so damn powerful. But what worries Cao Xing is whether this advanced spell can be blessed by eternal power. If it can, it will be awesome. In the future, even if you build a primary wall casually, it will be more durable than the intermediate wall. Cao Xing decided to let this honorary mage named Tyran give it a try. Welcome, apprentices from the Udia Mage Association. Let us build a magical territory together. Hearing Cao Xing's solemn voice, these earth mages all raised their heads, including the old mage Tyran. They were also looking at him with a scrutinizing look. One of the mage apprentices asked cautiously, I feel that there is a strong magical fluctuation in you. Are you also a mage? Cao Xing nodded, yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly released the magical aura on his body. In an instant, the temperature around them dropped sharply. The terrifying cold even made people feel stiff. Seeing this scene, not only the more than 30 earth mages on the field, but also the old mage Tyran, showed shock in their eyes. These mage apprentices were amazed. Goddess of the earth, the magic power of this lord is so vast. You must be a powerful ice mage. Yes, the aura of this lord is almost reaching the level of a great mage. Great. As mages, these earth mages have a natural intimacy with Cao Xing. In addition, with a powerful buff, his current strength can indeed be regarded as a 5th level mage. Cao Xing also laughed when he saw these earth mages were so honest. From today on, you are under the jurisdiction of these 2 mages. They will tell you the rules of this territory and familiarize you with the environment of this territory. Although the old mage looked very powerful and stable, it would be best for him to lead. But in this territory, Cao Xing trusted these 2 mage wives more. After hearing this, the apprentice mages also turned their eyes to Sylvia and Ellie. One of the two girls was eager to try, while the other timidly grabbed the staff. The apprentice mages of the Earth system nodded again and said, I feel that these two are also powerful intermediate mages. In the future, please give me more guidance. The two masters of mages. These Earth system mages are relatively calm and easy to talk to, so it seems that there are no difficult thorns in this group. Even the old mage remained silent and didn't seem to like to talk much. Seeing this, Sylvia and Ellie also breathed a sigh of relief. Sylvia chuckled and said, with our spell attainments, we may not be able to guide you too much about spell practice. But if you want to learn more spells, you can go to the mage tower with us to meditate and study. After hearing this, the apprentice mages also looked behind them, at the 3-story giant tower, that was more than 10 meters high. In an instant, the eyes of all the apprentice mages were attracted. This is actually a mage tower. In our UDA Mage Association, only those who are above the intermediate level can occasionally use the mage tower. I didn't expect there would be one here. Oh my god, what kind of territory have we come to? Even with their calm personalities, they couldn't help but exclaim at this time. And they also heard what Sylvia just said, and said in surprise for a while, great, we can actually go to such a sacred place, to study in the future. Yes, we will soon be able to become junior mages. At this time, the old mage in the high-level robe stood up. He spoke for the first time. Apprentices, I can understand your surprise when you see the mage tower. But you should know that this sacred building cannot be used casually. Even I have to apply to the Mage Association to get a certain amount of use time. Don't be rash in front of these two mage masters and the powerful lord. This old mage has a very high prestige among this group of mage apprentices. Seeing this, the other earth magicians bowed their heads and responded in unison, yes, respected Lord Terran. Cao Xing felt a little confused. In your mage association, there is such a rule. Yes, respected lord. Then, the earth magician explained to him. Before being summoned, these people were all apprentices of the UDA Mage Association. The power structure of each mage association is relatively complex. In addition to the elders, committees, and logistics resources department, it is composed of a large number of mage apprentices, junior mages, intermediate mages, senior mages and even honorary mages. Unlike Cao Xing, they can level up by killing monsters. Before joining the lords, the mages in this world can only improve themselves by constantly absorbing the magic power between heaven and earth. But this speed is definitely not comparable to this. Normally, a mage apprentice, in order to be promoted to a junior mage, in addition to learning a lot of spell knowledge, also needs to reach a certain level of magic power. It takes at least 4 or 5 years. It takes a shorter time for a junior mage to become an intermediate mage, because the foundation has been laid in the mage apprentice stage. But it still takes about 3 or 4 years. With the mage tower, their breakthrough speed will be greatly accelerated. For all mages, the mage tower is like a holy place, and they wish they could stay in it 24 hours a day. But because the meditation rooms are limited, those mage associations naturally cannot allow every mage to use it indefinitely. Mage apprentices can forget about it, just lay a good foundation. After listening, Cao Xing nodded suddenly. Those mage associations have a large number of people and limited resources, so it is normal to limit the number of people who can use the mage tower. But it is different here with Cao Xing. There are not many mages in his territory, so the meditation room in the mage tower is basically empty. Then he winked at Sylvia. The mage lady understood what Cao Xing meant, and then stood up and said, don't worry. In our territory, as long as you are the lord's subjects, you can use the mage tower at any time. It's okay even if you sleep in it. However, the group of earth-type mage apprentices in front of them heard this, as if they had heard some kind of Arabian Nights. A junior mage named Molin asked tentatively, Lord, is what this mage said true? She knew who was in charge here. Cao Xing nodded slightly, yes. After getting the lord's personal confirmation, all the mage apprentices suddenly held their breath. Even with their calm personalities, they couldn't help but exclaim at this time. Oh my god, we may really have come to the mage's paradise. Even us mage apprentices can use the mage tower. This is really incredible. With the help of the mage tower, I feel that I can become a junior mage in 1 or 2 years. These mage apprentices were very excited. including the old mage. There was deep surprise in his eyes. Looking at their excited expressions, Sylvia and Ellie smiled at each other. They could understand the feelings of these people. After all, they had also come from being apprentices of mages. With the help of their lord, they had become what they are today. If they had been able to study in the mage tower when they were weak, they would have become junior mages long ago. Sylvia continued, but there is something I need to tell you in advance. Since the territory is still in the development stage, our mage tower is only a junior one, and there is still a big gap with the mage holy tower and the association. Don't be disappointed. However, these mage apprentices were not disappointed at all after hearing this, and they said excitedly one by one, how can I be disappointed? The junior mage tower is also very powerful. Yes, we can not only meditate in it, but also learn flying stone technique and stone skin technique in it. I decided to stay in the mage tower 24 hours a day in the future. Haha. Listening to their excited discussion. At this time, Cao Xing interrupted and said, you can continue to study in the mage tower tonight, but you have to come out tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm not stopping you from using it, but I'm going to upgrade the mage tower to an intermediate level tomorrow. Then, you can learn more advanced magic in it, and absorb more magic power when you meditate. All the mage apprentices on the field suddenly looked confused. Even Ellie and Sylvia were a little confused. Sylvia asked tentatively, Lord, you said you're going to upgrade the mage tower to an intermediate level tomorrow? Yes. Hearing Cao Xing's clear reply, all the mages on the field held their breath. After a moment, Sylvia exclaimed, Lord, didn't our territory just build a primary mage tower? It's going to be upgraded to an intermediate level so soon. Is this true? They didn't know when their lord had actually gotten the blueprints for a more advanced mage tower. Cao Xing smiled and said, of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? The two girls looked at each other and nodded solemnly. The apprentice mages were also completely shocked. After all, having a primary mage tower for them to use unlimitedly was something they dared not even dream of. But now, the lord said that the mage tower would be upgraded to an intermediate level tomorrow. Even some branches of the mage association did not have a mage tower at this level. Cao Xing looked at the mage apprentices and continued, and you, as long as you make good contributions to the territory, you can not only enjoy the mage tower, but also other privileges of the territory. The intermediate mage tower is not the end of this territory. In the future, we will also have a high level mage tower and even a mage holy tower. Hearing Cao Xing's personal promise, the mage apprentices were all very excited. At this time, the old mage Terran also came back to his senses. He clenched his right hand into a fist, placed it on his left chest, and then saluted Cao Xing solemnly. Thank you, my powerful and generous lord. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of all the apprentices. This territory will surely become a holy place for all mages in the near future. After the words fell, the other apprentices followed the old mage and saluted Cao Xing. Due to your words and deeds, the loyalty of territory member Terran Rock Speaker has been greatly improved, and the current loyalty is 75. Due to your words and deeds, the loyalty of territory member Valentin has been greatly improved, and the current loyalty is 76. Due to you, more than 30 system prompts appeared. The loyalty of the major apprentices and junior mages on the field has all increased a lot. A smile appeared on the corner of Cao Xing's mouth. Then, at his signal, Ellie and Sylvia led the group of mage apprentices and the old mage into the mage tower to meditate. And Cao Xing himself, after doing all this, looked at the time. It was already 11:30 at night. Since returning from the Taijian mountains, Cao Xing has been digesting the gains from his outing. Now he has almost finished digesting them. Although there are still a few things to do, it is okay to deal with them tomorrow. Almost done, it's time to go back and rest. Turning around, he went to his magnificent lord's mansion with a happy mood. The beauty had already prepared the bath water and warmed the quilt, just waiting for Cao Xing to enter. And Cao Xing also took a warm hot bath and got into the quilt directly. He stroked Liu Muxue's smooth back. Thank you for your hard work, Muxue, preparing bath water for me every day and warming the quilt for me. The beauty poked her head, but shook her head and said, it's not hard, it's better to say that this is my job. Cao Xing smiled and kissed her forehead. The two hugged each other and fell asleep. Late at night, Cao Xing hugged the beauty's shoulders, still not sleepy. Since becoming a 4th level mage, Cao Xing feels that he is particularly energetic. Even if he sleeps 3 or 4 hours a day, he is still full of energy the next day. So, Cao Xing went through the survivors chats and the world forum as usual. There were many interesting posts on it. Since more and more survivors began to post on the world forum, the number of posts per day has skyrocketed. Most of the posts here are for help and to discuss survival skills. But there are also a lot of posts that allow people to complain and vent freely. After all, as modern people, we cannot live without entertainment. Some sand sculpture players have started to shoot short or long videos. Therefore, the survivors' usual entertainment activities have become more and more abundant. And because the world forum is relaxed, there is no review system, and basically any video can be posted. Of course, some content involving blood, violence, and horror is basically not open to survivors under the age of 18. After all, the system is omnipotent. It can automatically identify your age and give you appropriate permissions. Moreover, according to some survivors, the system will be continuously updated later, and it may launch a paid content section to completely improve the functions of the world forum. Later, it is estimated that many people will copy the model on Blue Star, first produce various high quality content on the forum, and then accumulate popularity. Later, some paid content will be released appropriately. With billions of survivors in the world, just by operating the forum, you can obtain a huge amount of resources. At that time, the life on Blue Star may really be completely forgotten by them. Of course, these are not what Cao Xing considers. He does not need to be a blogger by accumulating popularity on the forum. After browsing for a while, Cao Xing closed the world forum. Then, before going to bed, he habitually monitored the situation of the son of the Baron, Fitzwalker. In the past few days, there was nothing special about the son of the Baron. Life is nothing more than that, practicing swords with the group of knights during the day, and practicing swords with the female slaves in the Baron's mansion at night. And this kid is very playful. In the entire Baron's mansion, from the cooks in their 50s and 60s to the young girls in their teens, almost no one escaped his clutches. In the first 2 nights, Cao Xing also discovered a secret of him. That is, this guy would sneak into the night captain's room at night and steal his boots. Even Cao Xing felt that this guy was a little too perverted. Sometimes, Cao Xing didn't want to continue monitoring. But tonight, he heard something different. Fitzwalker was holding the night captain's boots and was intoxicated on the bed. At this moment, there was a sudden and urgent knock on the door. Knock knock knock. Young master, something happened. Madam asked you to get up quickly and go to the Baron. He seems to be dying. Hearing this, Fitzwalker was shocked for a moment. He quickly threw away the boots in his hand, then hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out of the room. Cao Xing was also excited when he heard the news. This Baron is really strong enough. According to this kid, he has been poisoning for more than 2 months. Even an elephant would be poisoned to death. As a result, the Baron has managed to hold on for so many days. I guess he is also a strong man. Cao Xing had thought about secretly sending someone to tell the Baron the news and then expose Fitzwalker's crimes. However, let's not talk about whether others are willing to believe it. There is another main reason. Doing so does not seem to have any benefits for Cao Xing. If the Baron wakes up, even if this guy executes Fitzwalker, he will definitely continue to send people to collect taxes in his territory in the future. And now, with the relationship with Fitzwalker, Cao Xing can be said to have saved a lot of trouble. Therefore, the current situation is more favorable for Cao Xing. Half an hour later, when Fitzwalker returned to the room, he was silent for a long time. But Cao Xing felt something strange. After a moment, Fitzwalker couldn't suppress his laughter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304, The Baron's Death. triggering a special event in the territory. Old man, you are finally dead. For so many days, I was afraid that you would wake up again, and I was also afraid that my actions would be exposed. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep every night. Now, you are finally dead, and I don't have to worry anymore. As long as the envoy from the main city witnesses it tomorrow, I will be the new Baron. Then, Fitzwalker huddled in the quilt, constantly making suppressed laughter, and Cao Xing's mouth also curled up a little. It actually worked. In this way, this kid is a real Baron, and has great power. There are many benefits to becoming a Baron. First of all, it is to have absolute control over the civilians within his territory. The Baron can decide their life and death, and whether to stay or go. In other words, he can assign them wherever he wants. And each Baron's territory is not small, with many villages under his jurisdiction, and there are a lot of civilians in them. And with Cao Xing's identity, he asked Fitzwalker to continue to send more civilians to him, and he naturally couldn't refuse. In this way, he directly solved the big problem of insufficient population. With the addition of the training barracks, he could even achieve a rapid production mode. Thinking of this, Cao Xing almost couldn't help laughing. Of course, there are more benefits to controlling a Baron. The resources in the hands of each Baron are terrifying. They have been collecting various land taxes, head taxes, trade taxes, etc. in their own territories for a long time. Although part of the tax revenue will be used to develop armed forces and land construction, the Baron himself must have left a lot of wealth. Food, money, and even precious resources such as mithril and gems must have reached a terrifying level. I'm just worried about how to get a lot of food. At that time, Cao Xing can let this kid take me to the Baron's mansion and plunder it. Thinking about it, he couldn't help laughing. Haha, this is too comfortable. At this time, he looked at his backpack. There was a soul contract scroll, orange. This thing can force a creature's favorability to be raised to the maximum value and control the other party's life and death. Cao Xing thought, should I use this scroll on Fitzwalker and completely control him in my hands? Although this orange scroll is precious, controlling a Baron can also bring me a lot of benefits. Besides, this kid's ambition seems to be more than just being a Baron. If I help him secretly, he may be able to upgrade his title again and become a Viscount or Earl with greater power. At that time, I will be indirectly controlling a minister of the kingdom. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing shook his head. Let's wait and see. However, this kid's plan succeeded, and he should come to me again in 2 days. I have to make some preparations. Thinking of this, Cao Xing emptied his thoughts and fell asleep. Just when he thought that this night would be spent peacefully. In the second half of the night, Cao Xing was sleeping and suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from outside the Lord's mansion. Soldiers, stop him. What's going on? Why did this guy suddenly go crazy? I don't know. Subdue him. The Lord has ordered not to hurt him. As 4th level strongmen, their senses are extremely sharp. Almost the moment the sound outside the territory was heard, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue woke up together. Axing, the sound seems to come from our territory. Are there no enemies breaking in? Liu Muxue frowned slightly. Cao Xing shook his head. No combat information appears. It should not be an enemy. Let's go out and take a look first. Okay. They quickly put on their clothes and climbed out of bed. And at the fastest speed, they came to the outside of the Lord's mansion. As soon as they walked out of the Lord's mansion, the temperature dropped suddenly. The extreme low temperature in the middle of the night made people feel goosebumps. It was as if they jumped from a warm stove into an ice cave. At this moment, Cao Xing saw a large number of Ascalan soldiers and centaur spearmen. And Assam, Sarah, and Irina had already rushed over. They formed a circle and surrounded a figure inside. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue frowned together. Assam, holding the sword of the Lady of the Lake, saw them coming and said respectfully, "Meet the Lord, meet the Lord's wife." Cao Xing nodded slightly. Assam, what's going on? Assam reported, "Lord, it's the painter you brought back from Ano River village last time. Didn't he say before that he has a mental illness and will have attacks from time to time? Now it seems that he really has an attack. Just now he was madly attacking our polar people, and then he was stopped by the soldiers. Now he is in a state of madness. But because of your order, the soldiers did not attack him. Hearing this, Cao Xing understood the reason for the noise. He walked forward. The group of Ascalon soldiers opened a path for Cao Xing. Soon, he came to the center of the encirclement and surrounded him. The centaur lancers, holding large shields and holding long spears in one hand, formed a circle. In the center, there was a man with disheveled hair and black hair all over his body. He was using his hands to attack the shields of the spear and shield cavalrymen frantically. At the same time, he was constantly roaring like a beast. Roar, roar, die, die. You are all monsters. Get out of my mind. I will tear you all apart. This crazy young man was Edward. He was only level 7, which was equivalent to an ordinary person. Any spear and shield cavalryman or Ascalon soldier on the field could be killed instantly with just one sword. But no one took action, but let Edward attack. He attacked the shields of the spear and shield cavalrymen. Not only did not cause any damage, but the huge recoil force also shook his hands into a bloody mess. But Edward still attacked relentlessly, as if he would not stop, until he tore the enemy apart. After seeing Cao Xing coming, the centaur lancer said, "Greetings, Lord." Candle in the distance said, "Lord, you are finally here. This human is crazy. He just bit my butt." Candle seemed very angry and touched the buttocks of his centaur's lower body with one hand, where there was still a tooth mark. Everyone couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Cao Xing nodded and shouted, "Edward." As if hearing a familiar voice, the crazy painter stopped his movements and turned his head. Then he looked at Cao Xing, and a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have regained some reason and struggled to reply, "Lord, Lord." The next moment, Edward seemed to have been hit hard by something and covered his head in pain. Then, he looked at Cao Xing angrily. "Damn guy, he actually pretended to be the Lord to deceive me. I'm going to kill you." After saying that, Edward rushed towards him. At this time, a centaur lancer stopped him directly. "Roar, get out of my way. I'm going to tear apart this guy who's pretending to be the Lord." Edward attacked frantically. Cao Xing frowned slightly. He could see that Edward's attack seemed to be quite serious this time, and he probably wouldn't be able to recover for a while. "Go, get a few people to control him, and then take him to the basement. Don't hurt him." Hearing this, several Ascalon soldiers quickly went over, ignoring the mad Edward, and grabbed his limbs. "Damn it. You guys let me go." Edward was still struggling frantically. However, those Ascalon soldiers were all level 30 creatures. With their strength, they could easily lift even a 1,000-pound boulder. Not to mention Edward, who was only level 7. He could only be escorted by these 4 soldiers to the basement. And at this moment, another Edward appeared from the crowd behind him. His pupils widened, and he said in a trembling voice, "Lord, Lord, that person is not me." Hearing the voice, everyone looked over and was startled. There was still an extremely horrified look on his face, as if he had seen something horrible. At this moment, the 100 or 200 people on the field were all confused, and even a chill appeared behind their backs. Cao Xing also had a puzzled look on his face, and he stayed on the 2 Edwards and kept observing. The Edward who was caught by the 4 soldiers seemed to have regained consciousness. He saw at a glance that the man who looked exactly like him at the back of the crowd also had a look of fear in his eyes. "Lord, it's it. It's the one that targeted me. It's what made me what I'm now. It's an evil devil." The Edward who came out later immediately retorted, "You're talking nonsense. You are the devil. I was just resting in the room. I felt something approaching me in a daze, and then I fainted. I didn't come out at all." The captured Edward also said, "You are lying. I just had a mental illness attack. The Lord told me that if I go crazy, I should go outside the territory and those soldiers will subdue me, so I came out." "You are lying." At this moment, even Cao Xing was a little confused. 2 Edwards appeared at once, and they both looked real, and their words were reasonable. Even Cao Xing's system panel couldn't see any problems. But it was obvious that one of the 2 Edwards must be fake. Cao Xing's mouth twitched. "Damn, is this the case again? These guys who can disguise are really troublesome." Cao Xing's eye of true vision can only see through some simple disguise methods. And those ghosts and demons who are extremely good at disguising themselves have various means to avoid detection. As the saying goes, the higher the virtue, the higher the devil. Of course, the most effective way is to kill the two Edwards together, and the fake guy will definitely be exposed. But in this way, Cao Xing will lose a talent with advanced life skills, including everyone. They didn't know how to distinguish for a while. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing said, "Let's do this. I don't care who is real and who is fake. I'm going to tie you up now and lock you in the basement. Then observe slowly." Hearing this, the two Edwards said at the same time, "No problem." Seeing them agree so readily, Cao Xing was also a little surprised. Are both Edwards real? Or is the fake Edward not afraid of being tied up? When Cao Xing took out the leader level vines, suddenly, he saw that the Edward who was caught by the soldiers had a slight change in his expression. He could feel that the leader level vines in Cao Xing's hands were tougher than he could imagine. "Sam, go over and tie them up." The knight walked over respectfully. When he took the vine from Cao Xing's hand and gradually approached Edward, a panic appeared in his eyes. Cao Xing noticed that something was wrong with him. "Edward, what's wrong with you?" As soon as the voice fell, a terrifying black gas suddenly burst out from this Edward. 4 powerful Ascalan soldiers were blown away at the same time. Then, he turned around and ran away in an instant. At the critical moment, Cao Xing saw the opportunity quickly and directly use a large net launcher. Bang! This large net was directly put on the body of this Edward, stopping his escape. At the same time, all the combatants on the field reacted instantly and surrounded this Edward. At this time, Edward on the ground seemed to know that he had been exposed. He slowly stood up from the ground. Real black gas continued to emerge from his body. Moreover, these black gases flowed out of his mouth, nose, and even eyes. He looked at Cao Xing, and the corners of his mouth opened a terrifying arc. Then he said, exposed. At this moment, everyone on the field drew their weapons and prepared for battle. Cao Xing was relieved to see that he had found the right target, and then asked, "Who are you?" Edward grinned again. "Who am I? I have many identities, the earliest of which can be traced back to 10,000 years ago. I have been the richest beggar and the poorest king. I have played with princesses of kingdoms and tasted beautiful elves. I even served as a clergyman in the church for a period of time. I don't know, which identity of mine do you want to know?" Cao Xing replied, "I know, you are a demon." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a ice ball at him. Bang! -4732. At this moment, the health of Edward had returned to 0, but he still stood there. He showed Cao Xing a terrifying smile. "Do you think you can catch me like this? Even the most powerful witcher can't do anything to me, and even the clergy worship me as a god. I feel that your territory has a magical power. If you are willing to submit to me, I will grant you everything you want." But Cao Xing sneered, "I'm afraid you are not qualified to let me submit to you. Go ahead, kill this guy." After saying that, Cao Xing's ice soul spear swung over. -3742, -3354, -3372. And this Edward still stood there, and a terrifying smile appeared on the corner of his mouth again. "Human, you made the most wrong decision in your life. From today on, your territory and you will live in fear forever. You will gradually become like that poor painter, afraid to sleep every night, afraid to go out, mentally ill, and emotionally out of control. Until one day, you take the initiative to kneel on the ground and beg me to help you get rid of it." The soldiers' attack at this time has already arrived. All kinds of spears and swords were slashing at him. Puff, 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 puff. However, the strange thing was that when these swords fell on Edward's body, it was like slashing at a ball of oil, and it did not cause any damage at all. At the same time, endless black gas erupted from the opponent. The whole territory seemed to be shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. Then, a harsh voice came to their ears. "Hey, remember, be careful of anyone around you." The next moment, the black gas disappeared. At the same time, a system prompt appeared. "Survivors, please note that your territory has been targeted by a certain existence, triggering a special event. Demon invasion. Event introduction. A demon appeared in your territory. It will randomly possess anyone. Please pay attention to carefully identify and find it." Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing frowned. "A demon that can possess? His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. He found that the eyes of more than 200 people on the field were all vigilant and serious. At this moment, he noticed that an Ascalan soldier in the crowd had a gloomy face and showed a terrifying smile. Catch him. After receiving Cao Xing's order, a large number of Ascalan soldiers around took action and pressed the soldier directly to the ground. The soldier who was held down continued to grin and said, "Oh, you caught me? Then what? Do you have a way to deal with me?" It grinned, as if it was laughing wantonly. Cao Xing and others naturally couldn't really do anything to their own people. So, he looked at Liu Muxue next to him and said, "Use the large-scale net ejection device." Liu Muxue executed it without hesitation. Bang! A huge animal catching net enveloped the soldier. At this time, the soldier's body trembled all over, and a ball of black hair rushed out of his body. The soldier also fainted, because of the serious mental damage. Demon possession is not a mental attack, so it cannot be immune to the skill faith. Cao Xing frowned again. "It's a bit difficult. This bastard actually possessed my people, and I can't do anything to my people. And the general control methods don't seem to have any effect on it." And at this moment, a centaur spearman next to him also began to twitch. The next moment, he directly raised the spear in his hand and began to sweep at the friendly creatures around him. At the same time, he was still making strange noises. Ha ha ha. Die. Bang. Bang. The holy shields on the soldiers around him who were attacked exploded layer by layer. Seeing this scene, without Cao Xing's command, the surrounding soldiers rushed up again and subdued the centaur spearman. However, after being controlled, the centaur continued to laugh crazily. A black gas emerged from him again, which also meant that the demon had left his body. At the same time, Cao Xing heard the demon's wanton laughter. Ha ha ha. Are you very powerless? Are you very angry? Poor human lord. I can feel that the fear in your heart is burning like a flame. Don't suppress it anymore. As long as you submit to me, I can let you have everything you desire. Just give up your fragile conscience. The increasingly chaotic scene outside awakened the people of the entire territory. Victoria, Francesca, and even commander-level figures such as Bertie of Sunchaser also came out one by one. Cao Xing quickly ordered, "All staff, don't come out." After hearing the order, all staff stopped and returned to their rooms. The methods of this demon are extremely strange. The more people there are, the harder it is to find. Ha ha ha. Foolish human, do you think you can hide in the room? I can possess the body of any creature. Even the cattle and chickens in your territory can't escape. Moreover, I can also transform into the appearance of anyone. How are you going to find me? Hearing this, everyone on the scene changed their faces. It must be said that the methods of this demon are really weird. Possession plus deformation. It is simply a bug-like method. Cao Xing is also thinking about how to deal with this demon. Thanks to Bookfriend, Huang Ziguan for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 201907111838057424 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202208220817424124 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Zaya Fengi 524 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to The World Under the Long River of Time for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Kiesilin for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Where is the World? What for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Say That Again for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Single Dog Book Friend for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Tongyu for 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to Book Friend 202210030152492514 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Yu Kuangyi's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Zaya Fengi 520's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket of. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket of Welding Engineer Zengong. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket of Bookfriend 202212142220456557. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket of Bookfriend 202309121343293323. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket of. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets of. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket of. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets of book friend 20230723162937440. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket of Toss Akastra. Thanks to 10 monthly tickets brought by Fengayu. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 305 Commander Level Demon, Asmodeus. Cao Xing was thinking about how to deal with this demon. Through his observations during this period of time, he did find a pattern. That is, the existence possessed by this demon is at most about level 3, and level 4 beings like them have not been possessed by this demon yet. A flash of inspiration flashed through Cao Xing's mind. That is to say, although the possession of this demon is difficult, it is not without flaws. As long as all the people below level 3 around are dispersed, so that it has no target to possess, it can be forced to show its true form. Just as he was analyzing these, a possessed soldier suddenly went crazy and seemed to want to attack Francesca. The witch frowned slightly, stretched out her delicate jade hand, and slapped it casually. Bang! An invisible spiritual power exploded, and the soldier was slapped away hundreds of meters. From the soldier, a black gas emerged again, and it seemed to have changed its target, and began to harass the people around him. Cao Xing also calmly asked the surrounding soldiers and centaurs to evacuate. The demon seemed to have discovered Cao Xing's intention. It laughed loudly. Foolish human, do you think that by dispersing the crowd, I will lose the target of possession? Ha ha ha. Possessing these weaklings is just my hobby. I like to see these weaklings struggling helplessly. Cao Xing frowned. Unexpectedly, his little tricks in secret were also discovered by him. He looked at his backpack. Although the demon sealed in the demon devouring box can be dealt with, it is necessary to first pull out this demon, who can only disguise, and then kill it once, to force it to show its true form. Then it can drive the demon in the box, devour it, and put it back into the box. Another way is to directly release the demon in the box completely, and let the demon fight the demon. But in this way, there will be another monster in the territory, and the situation will become more chaotic. Ha ha ha. The demon laughed wantonly. At this moment, the gate of the mage tower in the distance opened with a bang. A beautiful figure emitting holy light came out from it. She held up the staff high, and her face was extremely majestic, like a saint sent by the gods to save the world. Endless light burst out from her staff. I preach the faith in the name of God, and punish all evil things in the world. The holy light shines, and the evil spirits tremble. In the name of the Holy Spirit, drive away the darkness, and cleanse the sins. As Isabel's voice like a spring sounded, the power of the holy light gathered in the staff became brighter and brighter, and gradually illuminated the surrounding territory. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, until the holy light completely covered the entire territory. At this moment, in a corner, a strong black gas came out of a polar man. Hiss, hiss. The sound like steam kept ringing. He screamed in pain. Ah, holy light. This damn holy light. It's those damn guys from the holy sea again. Why do I always run into you damn guys, no matter where I go? At this moment, everyone looked over. At this time, Isabel was as majestic as a goddess, and her eyes were also locked on the polar man. Above her head, a holy light ball was hanging high. As her staff shifted, she said softly, the holy light shines, the devil appears, I will use the holy power to purify you. Ah. The body of the polar man was like a frying pan with cold water poured into it, and the dark power on his body kept boiling. The devil seemed to be unable to hold on any longer, and an invisible black gas rushed out of the polar man. And this time, under the shining of the holy light, it no longer had a target to possess. Hoo-la la. Like a bull that was pierced, a strong oil-like substance emerged from the polar man. These substances gradually gathered into the shape of monster. Then, a creature composed of a dark aura, with a tall and twisted body and a pair of terrible wings growing on its back, suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Damn the church. For so many years, you have been targeting us demons. When my lord comes, I will hang the intestines of all the people in your church on the trees. But Isabel said solemnly, the church upholds the doctrine of justice. All evil in the world will be purified under the glory of the church. The demon snorted coldly, hypocrisy. During the invasion war, I didn't see your church take action against those guys. Your church is just a bunch of bullies. Isabel snorted lightly. Then the people in the invasion war did not violate the rules of the church, and we have no obligation to take action. The demon said disdainfully. Then the rules of your church are really flexible, but I'm too lazy to argue with you. Goodbye, a bunch of ants. I will come to you again. After that, it flapped its wings and rushed into the sky with a terrifying gust of wind. At this time, Cao Xing sneered. In my territory, you come and go as you please. Isn't that too disrespectful to me? Go stop it for me. Boom. In an instant, 4 figures jumped out like meteors. Which Francesca, Sarah, Victoria, and Bertie Sun Chaser. These 4 commander level creatures showed almost terrifying explosive power at this moment. Francesca had the speed bonus of Queen's Will and Black Smoke Totem and flew into the air at a faster speed. Just raise your right hand and then press it down suddenly. The demon flying into the air seemed to have suffered a terrible blow. It fell directly from the sky. Bang. Minus 9972. The demon slammed into the ground like a lump of sticky oil. 5th level commander? No. The aura on you is far more than 5th level. What is your strength? Said the demon in horror. However, before it could react, a figure radiating the power of the dark moon rushed over like a venomous snake. Sarah came up with her ultimate move, Death Dance. The terrifying double swords left after images, constantly cutting through the demon's sticky body. Swish, swish. Minus 11,723, minus 7864, minus 7653, minus 13,723. 8 terrifying damage numbers emerged. The demon was chopped and cried out in pain. Damn it. Another commander? Boom. The demon suddenly burst out with a terrifying aura and forced Sarah back before it could fly. Victoria had been condensing the mind shockwave for a long time, and now it blasted out like a cannonball. Bang. Minus 5523. The demon was blown away by the huge impact force. Then, it saw a blood red sun appear in the sky. Or thin being jumped high with a huge battle axe in hand. Then the giant axe chopped down from the top of its head. Boom. The demon was knocked away again. At this moment, under the siege of the 4 commanders, it was like a bull being kneaded by them wantonly. Damn it. I'm Asmodeus. I have existed for thousands of years, and you dare to do this to me. However, all of these beings under Cao Xing have amazing backgrounds. They simply disdained to pay attention to this guy's shouting. All kinds of attacks were directed at it. And because this guy's previous actions had completely angered everyone, they were now all trying to kill him. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 commanders continued to exert their strength. The demon was completely suppressed. Seeing this scene, the other people in the territory gradually breathed a sigh of relief. After all, they all knew that there were more powerful people in this territory than just these 4. There were more powerful beings nearby who had not yet made a move. Cao Xing also took the time to glance at the attributes of this demon. Possessed demon, Asmodeus Mephisto, race, demon, level 50, 5th tier commander level, HP. 1123881/1348621, attack power. 105621 1351 armor. 1849 1957, skill, evil flame breath. Opens its hideous giant mouth and spews out an evil breath of flame, sweeping across the fan-shaped area in front, causing 157% damage to all enemies. The flame contains the power to corrode the soul, which can cause continuous damage to the enemy and reduce its magic resistance by 25%. Cooldown time: 40 seconds. Demon's Claw tearing. The demon stretches out huge and sharp demon's claws, pounces forward at a very fast speed, causing 145*2 physical damage to a single target, and causing the target to bleed. Cooling time: 30 seconds. Shadow shock. The demon gathers dark power and sends a powerful shadow shock wave forward, causing 178% damage to enemies in a straight line and knocking them back. Cooling time: 2 minutes. Evil spirit possession. Possess a being with weak mental power within 500 meters. Control his actions and occupy the opponent's body. No cooling time. Shadow entanglement. The demon releases a large amount of dark energy forming tens of thousands of shadow tentacles, which entangle all enemies within 500 meters. Entangled enemies will be unable to move, and will continue to suffer 112% shadow damage per second. Duration: 5 seconds. Cooling time: 5 minutes. Commander level skill: Demon Disguise. The demon instantly changes its appearance and simulates the opponent's skills and aura, achieving 100% replication, but cannot attack, and will be seen through by creatures 20 levels higher than itself, lasting 60 minutes. With a cooldown of 10 hours. Talent: Demon Body. The demon will not die after the physical body is destroyed. After a period of time, the demon will be reduced by 5 levels and resurrected. Introduction: a demon who likes to possess weak creatures and torture other souls for fun. It is extremely evil, please deal with it with caution. Seeing this guy's skills, Cao Xing narrowed his eyes. Is he actually a 5th level commander level demon? Even the commander level skills are disguised? No wonder this guy said that he used to be a king and a priest, and even those clergy couldn't see through his identity. Under normal circumstances, I guess even I can't see the flaw. Fortunately, there is a holy light priest in his territory. 10,000 years ago, he was also an extremely powerful existence, otherwise Isabel would not dare to trouble the Blood Spider Queen. Therefore, she can restrain this demon and force it to show up. Moreover, although the opponent's 5th level commander is powerful, but Cao Xing's strength is not to be trifled with. The 4 command level figures under his command alone are enough to unilaterally pin it to the ground and ravage it. During the time when Cao Xing was observing the attributes, the blood volume of this demon had been reduced to less than 1 million. Sam and others were waiting for Cao Xing's orders. Cao Xing quickly said, "All soldiers retreat, leave the battlefield range of 500 meters. All 4th level subjects, follow me to surround this demon." After hearing Cao Xing's order, hundreds of soldiers all retreated to the edge of the territory, and Sam, Irina, including Blot and other 4th and 5th level strongmen, all gathered around. Although Bertie Sun Chaser is still at the 3rd level, he is a commander level creature with strong mental power, and this demon can't possess him at all. At this moment, Isabel still held up the staff. The holy light ball above her head illuminated the entire territory, leaving the demon nowhere to hide. The ravaged demon struggled to get up from the ground again and again. It flapped its wings, as if it wanted to fly into the sky. However, with Francesca here, the sky is her domain. The beautiful witch kept raising her slender hands and slapped the possessed demon back again and again. Bang, bang bang. -9574 -9835 -15231. Increasingly terrifying damage numbers appeared above its head. The demon roared angrily, "Dirty half-elf. Do you think you can kill me like this? Let me tell you, demons can't be killed. You foolish guys, just wait for me. When I'm reborn again, I will bring endless curses to this territory." Listening to the demons shouting and cursing, everyone on the field had strange expressions. Braum touched his head and laughed. "Aha! This demon is in trouble. Not long ago, they saw with their own eyes that Cao Xing drove a powerful demon to completely kill the soul-devouring demon in the underground palace. This guy is so arrogant. Based on their understanding of their lord, he will definitely not get any good results." At this time, Cao Xing had a faint smile on his face and took out the demon swallowing box from his backpack. Francesca in the sky was also a little angry because of the foul language of this demon. At this moment, the forest witch exuded green energy fluctuations all over her body. The terrifying forest aura fell in waves, pressing the demon to the ground again and again. Bang, bang bang. The bluestone floor of dozens of meters around the territory had already been shattered, and this demon was slapped down by Francesca one slap after another, and a big pit more than 10 meters deep had appeared on the ground. Sarah, Victoria, and Bertie Sun Chaser around couldn't even intervene. They could only watch this demon being unilaterally ravaged. Cao Xing's mouth twitched. At the same time, he said with some heartache, "Well, you take it easy, don't tear down our territory." Hearing this, the witch in the air also restrained a lot, seeing that the blood volume of this demon was getting lower and lower. At this time, Cao Xing suddenly had an idea. According to this world, only demons can completely kill demons. And my demon transformation skill also turns me into a demon. Then can I kill it with my own hands? Thinking of this, Cao Xing decided to give it a try. After all, using the demon devouring box will make the sealed demon inside even more powerful. Although it can't get out, it is also a safety hazard for Cao Xing. So, he directly used the demon transformation skill. Crash. A large amount of demonic energy suddenly erupted from Cao Xing's body. Behind him, a pair of huge shadow wings also grew. At the same time, the body began to rise. A moment later, a figure that was incomparably more elegant than the possessed demon appeared directly in front of everyone. Since everyone has seen Cao Xing in this form, they are not surprised. But the possessed demon was shocked. Damn, you are also a demon? How did you get into the hands of these humans? I understand, you want to develop your own power among humans, and then wait for the arrival of the demon lord, right? This guy was talking to himself. However, Cao Xing didn't want to pay attention to it at all. He threw balls of flames directly from his hands. Bang, bang bang. -8742, -8659, -8791. One after another, the damage numbers that almost broke 10,000 exploded. In the demon transformation state, Cao Xing's attributes can be increased by 50%, and the attack power soared a lot. Coupled with the 50% critical hit rate bonus of the Land of Glory title, the critical hit rate directly reached 100%. The health of this demon began to pour out like water. Ah. Damn it. As a demon, why do you want to deal with me? However, Cao Xing didn't want to talk to it. He knew that these demons were very good at bewitching people. When encountering these guys, the most effective way is to kill them directly. Seeing that its health has dropped below 300,000, this demon even began to beg for mercy. Damn it. I was wrong. I didn't expect that you are also a demon. Let me go. I swear, I will never get close to your territory again. Before this, it felt that it would not deal with its own strength, so it had always been fearless. But now, the human lord it offended has suddenly turned into a powerful demon. This also means that the other party has the power to kill itself completely. At this moment, the possessed demon really felt the crisis of death. It no longer had the will to fight, and all its thoughts were on escaping from here as soon as possible. However, those powerful commanders would not give it this opportunity. The violent attack left the demon with no chance of escape. The blood volume also began to pour out like water. When it had only 10,000 blood left, Cao Xing burst out with an evil thought. Boom. -11,532. The body of the demon disappeared on the spot. However, the system prompt for the kill did not appear. Cao Xing was not surprised, because in order to truly kill a demon, you need to kill its body. At the same time, a shadow suddenly appeared at the place where the demon died. This thing is the demon's body. Almost at the moment when its body was knocked out, it ran directly out of the territory. Francesca's attack fell, but it seemed to hit the air. Victoria's mind wave blasted out, and it was like hitting the air, without any effect. The two looked at the scene in front of them blankly. This is also a characteristic of the demon's body. No one else can attack it. Even if you are a 7th or 8th level hero, you cannot touch its body. However, just because others can't do it doesn't mean Cao Xing can't. Boom. A terrifying impact sounded. At this moment, the muscles in Cao Xing's demon legs instantly tensed up, and then burst out with terrifying power, and rushed out directly. In the horrified eyes of the demon, it saw a pair of black big feet appear above its head. Then it stepped on the ground. Ah! A scream rang out, and a shadow kept struggling under Cao Xing's feet. This is the real body of the demon. In fact, the demon's body is quite fragile. After losing its physical strength, it only has some means of bewitching people. As long as it can be attacked, this guy's a lamb to be slaughtered. The demon below was trampled on the ground and kept begging for mercy. This great demon, please let me go. I can bring you endless wealth. I know the locations of many ancient treasures, including the treasury of the kingdom, the arsenal of those rebels, and even the dragon's lair. The dragon in it is dead. There are piles of gold coins everywhere, and a huge amount of wealth is at your fingertips. You can even get a complete dragon's body. Various tempting voices kept drilling into his mind. Cao Xing was unmoved. This is the demon's bewitching method. It can easily grasp the weaknesses of human nature and then give you temptations that you can't refuse. Bang! Cao Xing stepped directly on it, and the demon screamed and closed his mouth instantly. Just as Cao Xing was preparing to kill the demon's body directly, a desire suddenly emerged in his heart. This desire became stronger and stronger. That is, swallow the body of this demon. Cao Xing had a hunch that, if he could swallow it, he would be greatly improved. So, he stretched out his demon claws, grabbed the shadow on the ground, and opened his mouth. As if sensing Cao Xing's intention, the demon body made a fearful sound. Don't swallow me. This great demon, please spare me. Please. I can agree to any conditions you want. Amid the other party's constant begging for mercy, Cao Xing opened his huge black mouth, and it kept expanding. Then, he swallowed it in one gulp. Chapter 306 Devour the Devil, and Advance in Transformation. Crack. The voice of the demon stopped abruptly. At this time, Cao Xing, after swallowing the body of the demon, seemed to have absorbed some kind of terrifying power. The demon power in his body began to surge rapidly like a flood. Hoo-la la. A powerful force rose from his body. At the same time, his demon transformation form also underwent a wonderful change. The demon wings behind him were fully opened, becoming larger and more textured. And his body was gradually covered with a layer of black armor, which looked like a layer of demon armor. The body also became taller. Cao Xing said happily, damn, this looks pretty cool. Give me another big sword, and I'll be a big demon. Moreover, as he continued to absorb the power of the demon's body, Cao Xing's aura continued to increase, and even faintly reached the level of a 5th level commander. The 4th level people around him all felt a strong sense of oppression. Cantal and Kanda behind him exclaimed, Chief, the Lord has become so powerful, so strong. Yes, the Lord's transformed form is so handsome. Everyone nodded. Although Cao Xing's appearance has changed a little, they all know that this is their lord. That kind of intimacy and loyalty will not change. At this time, Cao Xing's transformation has finally ended. The demonic power on his body was instantly taken back into his body. A system prompt appeared. You devoured the possessed demon, Asmodeus Mephisto, a 5th level commander level creature, and killed it completely, gaining experience points. 0. You absorbed the demonic power of the other party. Demonic power plus 100. Obtained. The secret code of disguise demon. Orange. Asterisk 1. Right square bracket. Obtained. Dark crystal. Orange. Asterisk 1. Right square bracket. Obtained. Expert level heart of power asterisk 1. Right square bracket. Obtained. Demon blood. Special item. Asterisk 1. Right square bracket. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing also grinned. Haha. As I expected, swallowing this guy is equivalent to killing it completely. A lot of things exploded this time. 2 epic items. There is also an expert level heart of power and a drop of demon blood. So cool. However, the surprise is not over yet. The second system prompt appears. You have successfully completed the random event, Demon Invasion, reputation value plus 1500. Because you have absorbed a lot of demon power, the demon transformation skill has been upgraded to advanced demon transformation, and the basic attribute improvement has been upgraded from 50% to 100%. Additional new skills learned, Demon Wings, Shadow Coil, Demon Disguise. At this moment, Cao Xing's eyes showed ecstasy again. Fuck. Shadow Coil, Demon Disguise. Isn't this the leader level skill and commander level skill of that demon? I actually activated it. Haha, this is too comfortable, isn't it? Cao Xing quickly took a look at the attributes of the 3 newly acquired skills. Demon Wings, condensing the demonic power and gathering it in the wings. You can enter the flying state in the next 10 minutes, and the flying speed is equal to your own movement speed. Cooldown time 20 minutes. Shadow Coil. Release a large amount of demonic power, forming thousands of shadow tentacles, which entangle all enemies within 200 meters, making them unable to move, and will continue to suffer shadow damage of 112% of their own attack power. The duration is 7 seconds. Cooldown time 3 minutes, demon disguise, same attributes as before. Cao Xing thought to himself, these 3 skills are similar to that of the demon, except that the coverage range of shadow coil has been reduced to 200 meters, but the control time has been increased by 2 seconds, and the cooldown time has been shortened. As for the other 2 skills, there is no change. The most important thing is that Demon Wings and Demon Disguise are both status skills. Even that demon can only use them for a period of time under normal circumstances. But now, after being blessed by my eternal power, it is permanent flight and permanent camouflage. Moreover, the improvement is more than that. The attribute of advanced demon transformation has been increased from 50% to 100%, which is almost as good as the previous level up. It can be said that the current level 4 Cao Xing will have at least the combat power of a level 5 leader by using this skill. With the blessing of various states, it can definitely reach the strength of a level 5 commander. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly showed a strong joy. It turns out that swallowing other demons can greatly improve my demon transformation state. I also have a demon swallowing box in my backpack, which also seals a demon. Can I release it and swallow it? At this moment, a desire appeared in Cao Xing's heart. But he quickly shook his head. No, I don't know how strong the demon in this box is yet. And according to Merita, when she sold this box to me, it was sealed by a great wizard. That is to say, the demon inside may be as strong as level 6 or above. So, don't think about it for now. Cao Xing also suppressed this idea in his heart. Then, he began to verify the effects of these skills. Cao Xing first exited the demon transformation state, and then re-entered it. The system prompt appeared. Successfully used. Advanced demon transformation. Basic attributes increased by 100%. Affected by the talent. Eternal power. This skill has become a permanent state. In the permanent state, you can exit and close it at any time. Wow. Cao Xing directly spread his wings, and a ball of demon power condensed. The system prompt appeared. Successfully used demon wings and has gained the ability to fly for 10 minutes. Under the influence of the talent, eternal power, this skill has become a permanent state. At this moment, Cao Xing's eyes showed ecstasy. Haha, it really works. Now I can fly forever. Then, he flapped his huge black wings and flew up in the surprised eyes of the people. Whoosh whoosh, a strong airflow was raised. Cao Xing said, clean up the battlefield and then go back to rest. I'm going to experience this flying function. When everyone heard this, they came back to their senses. Yes, Lord. After giving the order, Cao Xing continued to fly into the sky. 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. He flew to an altitude of almost 2000 meters before he gradually stopped. The temperature in this area has become extremely cold. Cao Xing glanced at the temperature above his head. Current temperature, -78. It is almost breaking through -80 degrees. My limit is that I can fly to an altitude of about 2 or 3000 meters. If I go higher, the temperature will be too low, and I will probably freeze to death. However, the altitude of 2 or 3000 meters is enough. Even those 6th level masters do not have such a high attack range. At this moment, Cao Xing excitedly experienced the function of this demon wings. He found that the movement speed was not slow, the same as his usual movement speed. You know, although Cao Xing is a mage, he has several acceleration buffs. If he really runs, even assassins of the same level may not be able to catch up with him. So, he is quite satisfied with this speed. Not bad, not bad. One more way to save my life. If I'm besieged in the future, I will fly directly to the sky and see how they beat me. Cao Xing thought happily. Then, he quickly fell to the ground, like a huge black eagle. Whoosh, the strong wind in the sky had no effect on Cao Xing. It took 10 seconds for Cao Xing to land from an altitude of 2000 meters and landed steadily on the ground. Then, he began to experiment with another skill, demon disguise. Crash. Cao Xing's body shape began to change, and then in the blink of an eye he turned into a tall knight holding a magic sword. That's right, he changed into the appearance of a Sam. Successfully cast the skill, Demon Disguise. Affected by the talent, Eternal Power, the skill has become a permanent form. In the permanent state, you can turn off and exit the disguise state at any time. Cao Xing was happy. Sure enough, it's just as I thought. The disguise state can be turned off and off at any time. In this way, I can transform infinitely. Moreover, Cao Xing found that this demon disguise skill is really abnormal. The Assam he transformed not only has the same aura, but also has the same skills. However, his skill bar is black, which means it cannot be used. Cao Xing thought to himself, demon disguise is really strong. But it's a pity that the demon's possession skill was not brought over. Otherwise, if I had the two skills of possession plus disguise, I would really be invincible. But even if there is only one disguise skill, it is enough. And this also made Cao Xing have a different idea in his heart. Before, he didn't think about participating in the war in Duelan Lake City because he was worried about being exposed. But now, the skill of demon disguise is extremely powerful. As long as it is not a being 20 levels higher than Cao Xing, it can't be seen at all. That is to say, except for the 7th level enemies, Cao Xing's identity cannot be seen through at all. Does this mean that he can use this skill to cause trouble? Cao Xing thought to himself, from the current situation, there is definitely a problem in the battlefield over at Duelan Lake City. And I have the mask of the red-robed bishop in my hand, and such a powerful camouflage skill, I should be able to sneak in. Of course, there are some risks in doing so. What if there is a 7th level strongman in there? I will be exposed. Although the probability is very small. After all, 7th level strongmen are rare, and more accurate intelligence is needed. Moreover, this is just Cao Xing's idea. Whether to do so or not is still under discussion. Now, let's try the effect of this camouflage skill first. So, he swaggered into the gate of the territory. Creaky. The gate of the territory opened automatically, whether it recognized the identity of Lord Cao Xing or Assam. Then, Cao Xing came to the center of the territory. The people in the territory were all following his instructions, cleaning up the battlefield, and filling the several huge pits that had just been smashed by their fighting. Cao Xing pretended to be calm. First walked around Braum for a few times and patted his big bald head. Braum asked in confusion, Knight Assam, what do you want to do? Don't think I'm afraid of you, just because you broke through the 5th level. Cao Xing laughed and then walked around Andrew for a few more times. Andrew also looked confused. Knight Assam, what's wrong with you? Cao Xing smiled again. Next, he walked around the people who had a good relationship with Assam. However, none of them noticed Cao Xing's disguised Assam. Even the strongest Francesca didn't see anything unusual. Until they saw that two Assam appeared in the same place. Everyone was alert. Braum exclaimed, two Assam knights, one of them must be fake. Hurry up and control them all. Just as everyone was about to rush up, Cao Xing laughed, it's me, your lord. After saying that, he turned back to his normal appearance. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As mentioned before, there is a special bond between the Lord and the people. They can feel a sense of intimacy with their Lord. Especially for those loyal people, this feeling is particularly strong. Bron touched his head and asked, Lord, how did you become the Assam Knight? Cao Xing smiled and said, I accidentally gained an ability after swallowing this guy just now. After hearing this, everyone nodded suddenly. Cao Xing continued to order, okay, all combatants, go back and rest first. After the staff cleans the ground, carry the unconscious soldiers and the people to the medical room and let Sabina treat them. By the way, don't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Hearing Cao Xing's order, everyone on the field nodded solemnly. Although they didn't know Cao Xing's intention. But since the Lord had specifically ordered it, everyone would naturally strictly abide by it. The combatants dispersed and returned to their residences. Cao Xing began to check the spoils he had obtained. When I killed that demon just now, I also obtained several powerful combat items, excluding expert level Heart of Strength and Demon's Blood. The other two items are epic items. Next, a black codex appeared in Cao Xing's hand. The codex seemed to be made of magic pattern stone, with strange magic patterns on it, and a trace of powerful demonic power flowing out. I looked at the attributes. The Secret Codex of Disguised Demon, orange. Special equipment, quality, orange. Equipment type, general equipment. Item effect, it records some basic skills of the disguised demon, which can be released by consuming a certain amount of mental power, including Shadow Arrow, Demon's Grip, Demon Shield, Demon Slave Disguiser. Note, these skills can only be used when the demon is transformed. Oh. So many skills are recorded? Cao Xing looked at the several skill attributes recorded on this thing. Shadow Arrow, holding the arcane book, mobilize part of the mental power to shoot out a shadow arrow, causing shadow damage equal to 80k asterisk 114% to the enemy. Cooldown time 90 seconds. Demon's Grip, consume part of the mental power through chanting a spell. Summon a demon's hand under the enemy's feet, causing 157% shadow damage to it and restricting it to the spot for 12 seconds. Cooldown time 180 seconds. Demon Shield, consume a large amount of mental power to form a demon shield around itself, increase its own control-free probability by 20%, and can withstand mental asterisk 3 damage, lasting 120 seconds. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Demon Slave Pretender, consume a large amount of mental power to make all friendly units within 50 meters around itself enter the pretender state, and their names and identity information will be overwritten as demon slaves. And you can launch attacks. All attacks will have a camouflage effect, lasting 10 minutes. Cooldown time 10 hours. Note, the disguised demon slave will be seen through by units 20 levels higher than itself. Wow. So many skills? This thing is indeed an epic item. Even a warrior can become a strong wizard with this codex. However, this thing has a limitation. That is, it can only be used in the demon transformation state. In other words, only I can use it. Cao Xing thought for a moment. However, his eyes were on the last skill. The skill of Demon Slave Disguiser is not bad. It can actually change the name information of friendly units into demon slaves, and even those players can't see it. And the most important thing is that this thing is for the group. And this also made Cao Xing have a different idea in his mind. Although he had the skill, Demon Disguise, before, he could use it to enter Duel in Lake City or some special places. But it was not very safe. After all, he was alone, and it would be troublesome if he was exposed. Now that this group camouflage skill is available, he can make all his subjects enter the camouflage state. After all, this skill will also be blessed by the eternal power. In this way, Cao Xing has more room for maneuver. He can even lead his subjects to cause trouble without worrying about being exposed. After all, it is reasonable for a demon to lead a group of demon slaves to destroy everywhere, right? Restraining his excitement, Cao Xing began to check another epic item. Dark Crystal, orange. Special item, quality, epic. Item effect, contains a part of pure demon power and will be bound to the crystal holder after use. After the crystal holder is killed in the demon transformation state, he will be resurrected once with full health immediately, and within 5 minutes after resurrection, the demon transformation state attributes will be increased by an additional 50%, and the attack range of all skills will be increased by 30%. Note: the crystal can give the demon the power of rebirth, but it can only take effect once. Damn. Rebirth crystal? So powerful. Cao Xing was shocked instantly. Although he knew that epic items were very abnormal, but the effect still surprised him. Resurrecting with full health on the spot, adding 50% additional attribute enhancement, plus 30% attack range enhancement. After resurrection, the strength can be increased by a lot, to abnormal. And the most important thing is that the attribute enhancement at the end is estimated to be blessed by eternal power and become a permanent enhancement. Cao Xing even wanted to die once on the spot and then strengthen himself. But after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, this is a precious opportunity to revive with full health, so it is better not to waste it. So, he directly clicked on the binding. Successful binding. Dark crystal. Remaining number of uses. 1. Cao Xing put it directly into his backpack. Not bad. 3 of the 4 items that exploded this time are very useful to me. The remaining drop of demon blood can't be used at the moment. When I have another commander level dragon blood fighter, I can have a demon dragon blood fighter again. The benefits of killing demons are really high. Cao Xing sighed. The last time he killed the soul-eating demon, he also exploded a lot of good things. And that soul-devouring demon was only a level 3 leader. This time, the level 5 commander was even more powerful. This made Cao Xing decide that, if he saw this kind of demon in the future, he would never let it go, if he could beat it. As for the other expert level heart of power, Cao Xing thought for a moment, and decided to give it to Rinus. So he went straight to the female archer's residence, and pushed open the door. At this moment, Rinus seemed to have just laid back on the bed. When she saw Cao Xing coming in, she had a happy smile on her face. "Lord, you are here." Cao Xing nodded. "Well, I came to give you something good." After that, he handed her the fist-sized heart of power. Rinus recognized the thing in Cao Xing's hand at a glance, and it also contained the power she longed for. But she was a little hesitant, and seemed to be afraid to take the thing in Cao Xing's hand. Seeing this, Cao Xing asked in confusion, "What's wrong, Rinus?" "Lord, I failed once last time. If I fail again this time, the loss will be too great. You should give it to someone else." She knew the preciousness of the expert level heart of power. After all, this is something that can only be exploded by creatures at least level 5 bosses. Cao Xing comforted her. "It's okay. You are one of the first people to follow me. I have seen your loyalty and contribution. Even if you fail 10 times, I will not blame you." When Rinus heard this, her eyes suddenly became wet. "Lord." Her voice was a little choked, and her heart was already deeply moved. Cao Xing smiled and stroked her hair, then wiped away the tears from her eyes. "Okay, now use this heart of power and breakthrough." Rinus did not hesitate anymore. "Thank you, Lord." After saying this, she took the heart of power from Cao Xing's hand, and crushed it directly. Crack. The pure power contained in it flowed into Rinus's body, and was absorbed by her. As time passed, the aura of this female archer became stronger and stronger. Like a tight bowstring, it was constantly pulled apart, accumulating terrifying power. Just by getting close to Rinus, you can feel a tingling sensation on your skin. After a few minutes, it seems to have accumulated to a certain limit. Cao Xing heard a sound like a bubble bursting. Pop. The next moment, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from Rinus' body. Thanks to book friends, Mlanu and M for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Shabwu for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Zhongyi and Joshi for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Single Dog Book Friend for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Book Friend 33,021,209,128,928 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Mo Yan for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Lu Jiuo Jiangje for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Quiro for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to I Want to Become the Man of the Bull for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Book Friend 202209111040658776 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Single Dog Book Friend for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Book Friend 120,531,162,742,891 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bianhua Bouquet 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Zhao Lingzi for 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zhao Feng ZTB for 9 monthly tickets. Thanks to Book Friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks, Reader 1802177507001647104 for the 100-point reward. Thanks, Mo Tangyang Baxio Kingchen for the 100-point reward. Chapter 307, Planning for the New Territory, Future Prospects. Your territory member, Rinus Hawkey, successfully used the expert level power heart and broke through to the 5th order leader level creature, and the basic attributes increased by 100%. Because its attributes have been greatly improved, it has completed the sublimation transformation, and its health has increased by an additional 50%. Buzz. The breath of a 5th order leader level strongman swept the entire territory. Everyone looked at him sideways. They could all feel that there was another strong man in this territory. Sarah, Assam and others seemed to understand something, with gratified smiles on their faces. The territory is getting stronger and stronger, and they also feel proud of it. Ruthless came to Cao Xing with an excited look on her face and said, "Lord, I succeeded." She was too excited and subconsciously grabbed Cao Xing's arm. Her strong wrist strength even made Cao Xing feel like he was being held by an iron hoop, and his mouth twitched in pain. But in front of his subordinates, Cao Xing was embarrassed to show it. He said with a forced smile, "Congratulations, Ruthless. I knew you would succeed." The female archer in front of him also smiled brightly after hearing this. He looked at her attributes. Ascalon archer, Ruthless Hawkeye, race, human, level 40/50,000, level 5 leader level creature. Sure enough, level 5 is an extremely strong transformation. Although Ruthless is neither a commander creature, nor has a Sam's legendary weapon, but she has a skill, Hunting Heart. This skill directly increases the critical strike rate by 50%, and with the basic critical strike rate, it is 100% critical strike. And her current attack power, plus Liu Muxue's Courage Blessing, against those creatures without armor, a random critical strike is more than 9,000 damage, coupled with her terrifying attack speed. In terms of output, it is comparable to Andrew. In other words, Ruthless now has the combat power to fight against level 6 powerhouses across levels. This is why Cao Xing always lets these core fighters advance first, instead of letting himself and Liu Muxue advance first. It is true that as a powerful lore or a knight, Liu Muxue's various attributes will be greatly improved after the advancement, including the values of some blessing skills will also be greatly improved. However, these blessing skills can allow the strong men under his command to fight one level higher, but they cannot have the ability to fight 2 levels higher. After all, the gap between the 4th level and the 6th level is like a huge chasm. And people like Sarah and Sam, as long as they break through, they will have the combat power to fight against the 6th level strongmen. There is no shortage of strong men of the 4th and 5th levels in his territory, but what is lacking is the top combat power of higher levels. Cao Xing exclaimed, "Not bad, Ruthless. Your strength has become extremely powerful after the breakthrough. Also, your strength has increased a lot." Hearing the latter sentence, Ruthless immediately realized something. She quickly let go of Cao Xing's hand and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Lord. I was too excited. I hurt you." "Sorry." The woman kept apologizing, with a flustered look on her pretty face. Seeing her like this, Cao Xing wanted to tease her. He chuckled and said, "It's nothing. Just rub it for me a few times." "Yeah." Ruthless nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Then, she stretched out her pair of thick calloused hands and rubbed Cao Xing's arms gently with a clumsy movement, and gradually knelt on the ground. Now it looks a bit evil from this angle. Cao Xing was standing at this time, and from this angle, he could see Ruthless's fluttering eyelashes and serious eyes. There was also a large piece of white greasy under the breastplate. Ruthless was very serious at this time, gently rubbing Cao Xing's arms. The next moment, Cao Xing directly pressed her hair. Ruthless's eyes widened. "How? So sudden? Do you like it?" Ruthless, like. I like Lord the most." Cao Xing had a faint smile on his face and gently stroked her hair. After a moment, Ruthless blushed and said, "Lord, I haven't felt your love for a long time." Cao Xing was stunned. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since the last time. He didn't say anything, but hugged this female archer with perfect body curves. What surprised Cao Xing was that compared with the last time, Ruthless's body seemed to have changed in some way. Hiss. Cao Xing took a breath and asked, "Ruthless, can your breakthrough still affect here?" The beauty blushed and said, Because I have become stronger too fast recently. I can't control the power of my body well." Cao Xing couldn't help saying. This time, he didn't even last half an hour. Cao Xing felt a little annoyed. The beauty behind him had a shy smile in her eyes, and a trace of deep cunning was hidden in her sapphire-like pupils. After resting for 5 minutes, Cao Xing did not believe in evil. He continued to practice with this powerful female archer until the second half of the night. Cao Xing fled back to his lord's hut. After that, nothing special happened. The unconscious soldiers and Edward had been sent for treatment. Cao Xing also fell into a deep sleep. The next day, survivors, Please note that you have passed the third day of the construction week, and the remaining time is 4 days. Weather forecast. Due to unknown reasons, there will be a warm and humid air current passing through the snowy area today, causing the temperature in the high altitude to rise temporarily, accompanied by a large-scale freezing rain and hail at the same time. The temperature is -4,753. It is not suitable to go out, but it is suitable to build the territory. Seeing the system prompt, the two opened their eyes. Cao Xing thought, is bad weather going to happen again? Liu Muxue nodded lightly. Yes, since the blizzard, we finally had a few days of good weather, but I didn't expect it to happen again today. In this world, they have experienced moderate snow, heavy snow, and even blizzards many times. But freezing rain and hail are the first time. In the chat channel, some survivors have begun to sigh. However, after so many days, basically the survivors who survived have adapted to the ever-changing weather in this world. Moreover, Cao Xing's territory is located in the plains, and the freezing rain has little impact on him. He only needs to pay attention to the drainage work. In addition, people working outside the territory need to pay attention to the loss of body temperature. After all, rain on the body, with the temperature of this world, will quickly take away a lot of heat. Fever, colds and other symptoms may break out among the people in the territory. Cao Xing thought to himself, but fortunately, the medical room in my territory has been built and equipped with corresponding medical personnel. In addition, most of my people have almost reached the level of 10, and their physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Thinking of this, Cao Xing felt relieved. Get up, Muxue, before the freezing rain comes. We have to carry out the second round of territory expansion. Hearing this, Liu Muxue's eyes were also a little surprised. She replied obediently, yes, let's get up together. The two quickly washed up again, and came to the outside of the Lord's hut. At the same time, hundreds of soldiers and nearly 200 staff members were waiting outside. After seeing Cao Xing and Liu Muxue, everyone saluted at the same time. Lord, good morning. Madam Lord, I wish you good health. Cao Xing nodded slightly. At this time, Cao Yi, a citizen of the territory, came up to report. Lord, the 3 carts of ore that Dazuang and his team brought back yesterday have all been sorted. A total of 22,784 stone resources, 7,734 iron resources, 2,183 copper resources, and 216 primary magic crystals have been obtained, and they have all been placed in the storage box of the territory. Hearing Cao Yi's report, Cao Xing also smiled. This efficiency is really high. Not counting other things, there are 216 primary magic crystals alone, which is equivalent to more than 20,000 magic units, which is equal to the value of 2 expert level magic crystals. Moreover, this is just the output of the goblin laborers for one day. Among them, there are more than 20,000 stones. Although stones are only basic resources, in the subsequent expansion of the territory, the amount of this resource to be consumed is huge. Cao Xing nodded and said, thank you for your hard work, Cao Yi. The citizen Cao Yi said modestly, this is our responsibility, respected lord. Now, please tell us what to do today. Dazuang next to him also echoed, yes, lord, we can't wait to get to work. The staff on the field were full of energy. But Cao Xing smiled and said, don't worry, I have other arrangements today. Everyone stood there in confusion, but no one asked more questions. Cao Xing then asked, who among you has experience in urban construction or village construction? Hearing this question, hundreds of pairs of eyes on the field looked at each other and shook their heads. Seeing this, Cao Xing also sighed. In his territory, there are many talents in combat and life. However, there is no talent in management and construction. He thought to himself, it seems that we should also put the matter of recruiting talent in territory management and construction on the agenda as soon as possible. But it doesn't matter if we don't have them now. We will expand the territory first. When we find talent in this field in the future, we can replan it. Anyway, I have huge vines, and I can move the layout of the territory as I want. At this time, Liu Muxue next to him raised her hand and said softly, Xing, I used to be a city planning major, maybe I can give it a try. Hearing this, Cao Xing was also slightly stunned. Speaking of which, he really didn't know about Liu Muxue's past. He didn't expect that her major in college was actually city planning. After all, when Cao Xing first heard the name Liu Muxue, she had already become famous in Zhangjiang City. Great, Muxue, I'll have someone draw a rough map of the territory later, and then you can see how to plan it better. The female knight next to him nodded her head after hearing this, with a gentle smile on her face, as if she was happy to be able to contribute to the territory. Cao Xing looked at the pale painter in the crowd and asked, Edward, how do you feel now? Last night, the demon that had targeted him finally showed up. After the demon erupted with terrifying power, an ordinary person like Edward could not bear it and fainted. He was later carried to the infirmary. After hearing this, Edward smiled reluctantly and said, Lord, I feel very well now. I heard from Dr. Sabina that you dealt with the demon last night. Now, when I close my eyes, those terrifying monsters will never appear again. Praise Lord, you saved me. After saying this, he saluted Cao Xing solemnly. Due to your rescue, the loyalty of the territory member, Edward Degas has been increased, and the current loyalty is 91. Cao Xing also laughed after hearing this. I have to say that Edward is really his lucky star. Cao Xing suddenly had the idea to bring this down and out painter back to the territory because he was impressed by his advanced painting proficiency. Unexpectedly, he also brought a powerful demon to the territory. This demon gave Cao Xing 2 epic items and greatly improved the strength of himself and Irina's. The help was huge. Of course, only Cao Xing had the strength to deal with the demon. If it were other survivors or other forces, even if the demon appeared, they would not be able to do anything to that guy, and they might even be killed by this demon. Thinking of this, Cao Xing felt better. Very good, I have a task for you now. Edward's face suddenly became stern, and then he said respectfully, my lord, please tell me, I will do my best to complete it. Cao Xing smiled and said, it's not a difficult task. I need you to draw the architectural layout of our territory. How long will it take? The painter thought for a moment, and then said, my lord, I need to go to a high place to investigate first. But it won't take long, it will be finished in about 10 minutes. After hearing this, Cao Xing also nodded. Okay, then you go first. Everyone else, go to the cafeteria to have breakfast first, and then wait for my orders. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. The goblins said happily, haha, great, it's time for breakfast again. Yes, we lived for decades before, and we haven't even heard of breakfast. The people living in this territory are so happy. After hearing this, the group of polar people said proudly, of course, our lord is compassionate to his subordinates, kind and powerful. It's your luck to come to this territory. The goblins agreed and said, God of the Crypt, I agree with what this polar man said. Yes, it would be great if we could meet the lord earlier. Themis, I suggest that we go back to the south continent and take over the other hard workers to serve the lord. Ramus, you idiot, the south continent is so far away from us that you don't know how many earth dragons there are. You can't run there, even if you break your legs. Amid the goblins chirping, the crowd gradually dispersed. Edward quickly climbed up the sentry tower in the distance and began to observe the terrain of the entire territory. Then he took out a drawing board and a brush and began to paint attentively. After entering the working state, the painter's face was more serious than ever. From time to time, he glanced at the building below and waved the brush in his hand from time to time with rapid movements. Compared with the decadent look in front, he was like a different person. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue stood below and waited. A few minutes later, Edward climbed down from the sentry tower and quickly ran to the sentry tower at the other end of the territory and began to paint the terrain in the territory. It took almost 20 minutes. Edward went to the sentry towers in 4 directions in total and painted them all. He ran over breathlessly and said, Lord, Lady Lord, all the drawings have been completed. Please take a look. 4 large drawings appeared in his hands. In each drawing, there is a corner of Cao Xing's territory. At this time, they were laid flat and spliced together, and a complete floor plan appeared. Moreover, Edward's painting skills are very good, and he almost restored the buildings in his territory one by one. It can be seen at a glance what kind of building this is in the territory. Cao Xing praised Edward. Well done. Your painting skills are superb. Liu Muxue beside him also chuckled and praised. Edward seemed to feel a great honor to receive their praise. He immediately straightened his body and said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord and Lady Lord, for your recognition." Then, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue observed the blueprint drawn by Edward. However, the more they looked at it, the more their brows began to frown. They didn't feel it with their naked eyes before. But now, when all these buildings are presented on paper, Cao Xing felt how messy the layout of his territory was. Because his territory is a circle with a diameter of 1 kilometer. And because it is developed little by little, many buildings are built temporarily. Sometimes Cao Xing gets new blueprints, such as the King's Altar, the Knight's Hall, etc., and just finds an empty space to build them. Sometimes new people come to the territory and a batch of new residential houses are to be built, and a few buildings will also be built behind these buildings. In this way, these buildings in the territory have no specific plan and are of different heights. It looks messy. It's not just Cao Xing. Except for some survivor lords who have some obsessive compulsive disorder, the territories of other people are basically in such a messy state. It will take a lot of time to dismantle and rebuild and relay-out. Cao Xing said at this time, "Muxue, I will expand the diameter of the territory from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers. How do you think it should be planned?" Liu Muxue thought for a moment after hearing this. Her beautiful eyes looked at the building in the distance, as if she was thinking about something. Cao Xing was also waiting quietly beside her. After all, planning an entire territory is not an easy task. From a diameter of 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers, it is equivalent to expanding the territory by 4 times, which is already the size of a small town. There are many buildings that can be accommodated inside. And to plan these buildings and take into account future development is a very brain-consuming task. After thinking about it for about 3 or 4 minutes, Liu Muxue seemed to have an idea. She picked up a paintbrush and circled a circle in the center of the paper Edward drew. "According to what you told me last night, the furnace and the Lord's mansion cannot be moved or demolished. So, these 2 buildings are the core buildings of the entire territory. Then we will use these 2 buildings as the center and continue to expand outwards, dividing them into 2nd, 3rd, and 4th ring areas. It also needs to be further divided into living areas, industrial areas, agricultural breeding areas. Also, enough space must be reserved to make it into a combat area or training area," Liu Muxue said, while constantly adding some details she had considered. At this moment, she also used her skills as a graduate of urban planning, with a solemn expression. "The living area includes the places where the people of the territory eat and stay, so it needs a relatively quiet environment, so I suggest building it in the 2nd ring area outside the territory. Then the 3rd ring, I suggest putting the Knight's Hall, Warrior Camp, King's Altar and other buildings here, and at the same time, reserve more open space for the construction of other buildings in the future. Then there is the industrial area. Some machinery factories, or sorting plants, logging plants and other noisy places should be set up far away from the residential area, that is, almost in the outer area." As she spoke, Liu Muxue began to draw circles on the drawing, and noted the locations of these circles. In addition, there are also breeding areas such as farmland and cattle sheds, and a separate area should be divided out. The pale tree and the back garden do not need to be moved, just keep them as they are, and then reserve a few more locations here as the central administrative area of the territory town. Then these open spaces in the 2nd and 3rd rings will be used to build more residential houses if the population increases in the future." As she continued to write, soon, circles of all sizes appeared on the drawing on the ground. It took almost 20 minutes for Liu Muxue to complete her idea. Cao Xing looked at the drawing on the ground, which was filled with various patterns and words. He looked at Edward beside him and asked, "Do you understand what my wife means?" Edward nodded quickly and said, "I understand, Lord. Give me 10 minutes, and I will draw the Lord's wife's idea." Cao Xing nodded, and this talent with advanced painting mastery began to show his talent again. Swish, swish. As he spread a piece of paper on the ground, he painted while looking at the areas circled by Liu Muxue. Thanks, book friend 201909122103546994 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend. 201711231226091894 monthly tickets. Thanks, Zyla Pointy A45 monthly tickets. Thanks, Weiangangluan for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Jian Jianwasheng for 3 monthly tickets. Thanks. Mozenling for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Zuandiakaha for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend 2023111800138789 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend. 20,240,522,822 AE for 7 monthly tickets. Thanks, Gula for 10 monthly tickets. Thanks to all the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 308, the second wave of construction, massive construction. Liu Muxue observed Edward's painting from the side and occasionally proposed revisions. Soon, a brand new territory diagram appeared in front of the two. Cao Xing took a look. Compared with the original territory diagram, it was a revolutionary change. It was the same idea as Liu Muxue. The center of the entire territory is naturally the furnace and the Lord's mansion, as well as the pale tree behind him. Therefore, Liu Muxue's idea was to use these two buildings as the center and begin to spread outward. Leave neat streets and squares in the middle, and a separate area was allocated for the Lord's mansion. Then the second circle began to be various buildings, including various residential houses, sewing shops, alchemy workshops and other buildings. Then in the third circle, there are buildings with larger areas such as the Mage Tower, the King's Altar, and the Knight's Hall, which can also be used as living areas. In the fourth circle, there are some processing plants mentioned above, and various training grounds will be added later. In each circle of buildings, there are watchtowers, lighthouses, etc. Then it extends all the way to the outside, where there is a large open space, which is considered a buffer zone. The buffer zone is used to prevent the enemy from rushing into the territory and causing damage to the buildings in the territory. Although the probability of this happening is very small, it is better to be prepared. After that, there is a circle of towering walls that surround the entire territory. After reading it, Cao Xing was very satisfied. Not bad. This is what I want the future territory to look like. Although this is just a concept map, it will take a lot of time to make it look like this. During this period, a huge amount of materials will also be consumed. Just laying a layer of brick and stone floor on the ground of the entire territory is a big project. However, we have to take it step by step and eat one bite at a time. Cao Xing believes that with his own development speed, he will soon be able to achieve the appearance on this drawing. Thinking of this, Cao Xing took this concept map and praised, "Edward, you did a good job. And Muxue, you are also great." Hearing the praise, Liu Muxue showed a gentle smile on her face. After memorizing the blueprint, Cao Xing began to give orders. All the mages in the Mage Tower, the combatants in the training camp, and the staff of the blacksmith shop and the alchemy workshop, stop your work and come out. Hearing Cao Xing's voice, the blacksmith herald, the witch Francesca, and the mature couple who rarely go out, Ziani and Irina, also came out. They all stared at their lord with curious eyes. Harold stood next to his half-giant wife and asked in confusion, "Lord, what happened? Don't we need to work?" Cao Xing glanced over after hearing this. The dwarf blacksmith had a nervous look on his face. The half-giant Putana next to him had a slightly bulging belly compared to some time ago. There was also a maternal glow on her face. Cao Xing smiled and said, "It's nothing, just changing the layout of the territory. It won't take long. You can continue to work in a while." Harold also relaxed after hearing this. Cao Xing continued, "Francesca, can you take me to the sky? A height of about 50 meters will be enough." Although he also has the ability to fly, he still has some use for this state of devil transformation, so it's better to reduce the number of times he uses it in front of the people. The witch in front of him thought for a moment, her long eyelashes fluttering, and then nodded. "Okay." After saying that, she walked forward slowly. She was still wearing the aqua blue dress that Cao Xing gave her last night. Francesca, with her black hair covering her back, looked like an elf walking out of the ocean. Then, She stretched out a white jade hand and made an invitation. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment. What is this? Francesca said lightly. Don't you want me to take you to the sky? If we don't touch, my forest power can't work on you. Cao Xing understood after hearing this. He grabbed the witch's delicate hand. Francesca's body trembled slightly, and she seemed a little uncomfortable. Cao Xing, on the other hand, felt the soft touch of the witch's palm. There was a faint scent of herbs at the tip of his nose. Francesca quickly adapted to the contact with Cao Xing. Then, as the green forest power burst out from her body, the next moment, Cao Xing felt an invisible force appear under his feet, and his sight began to rise rapidly. Because he had experience flying before, he was not panicked. After a while, this force took him and stopped in the air about 50 meters. The witch tilted her head and asked, "Is this height okay?" Cao Xing nodded. "Okay, next you have to hold me tightly and don't let me fall." She pursed her light red lips, seeming to feel a little speechless. Cao Xing closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Then, he felt the sleeping giant under the territory. The next moment, he directly established a connection with it. Hoo-la la. The huge vine woke up instantly. Thousands of vines began to move underground like tentacles. All the people in the territory felt a strong vibration under their feet. There was a look of doubt in their eyes, but they had a hunch that this vibration might be related to their lord. At this time, Cao Xing was still thinking about how to start in the air. After all, expanding the territory is easy to say, but the amount of work involved is still very large. And Cao Xing has to place various buildings according to the plan on the blueprint. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing had an idea in his mind. The first step must be to demolish the city wall first and expand to the periphery, then gradually move other buildings in the territory. After the space is freed up, there will be room for operation. After determining the first step, the idea became much clearer. So Cao Xing started to work. Hoo-la la. Almost all the vines began to move, and then came to the bottom of the soil of those intermediate city walls. Under Cao Xing's control, these vines cut the 10-meter long, 4-meter high, and 1-meter wide, intermediate frost city wall. Then all these city walls were lifted up. Boom. Boom. A large number of vines lifted the city wall and quickly came to an open space about 1.5 kilometers away from the furnace, and then began to reposition it. The people in the territory were completely stunned when they saw the city walls flying in the sky. Old Mel said with emotion, "Gods, am I dreaming? The city wall will fly?" A woman in her 40s or 50s pulled his beard and said, "Mr. Mel, do you feel the pain?" Hiss. "It hurts." Old Mel felt pain instantly and exclaimed, "This is not a dream. Oh my god. This must be the great power of the Lord." But, how can such a thing be done? There was a strong surprise in Old Mel's eyes. Everyone on the field was shocked. Juliet and Eve were okay. After all, they had seen Cao Xing operate once. As for the others, they were completely confused and stood there in a daze. Especially the group of earth mages. The earth is their belief and the source of power. With enough magic power, they can also control the earth element and move the city walls. However, to be like Cao Xing, move dozens of blocks at a time and move several kilometers. Even Terran, an honorary mage, can't do this. The old mage Terran sighed, "My lord, you are really a magical existence. Even the goddess of the earth is helping him." In their eyes, this was a miraculous method. Then, everyone looked at Cao Xing and moved all the city walls away. 10 minutes later, a total of 312 city walls with a length of 10 meters, excluding city gates, were moved by Cao Xing. They were reassembled according to the prototype on the map. However, these city walls can only enclose a small area. Therefore, Cao Xing had to build 316 more city walls to completely enclose the territory with a diameter of 2 kilometers. Very good. The first step of expansion is considered a success, and the next ones are the arrow towers and sentry towers. Cao Xing also followed the plan on the blueprint and began to transfer the intermediate sentry towers, intermediate frost arrow towers, etc. on a large scale. After these buildings were transferred, he began to transfer the residential houses, sewing shops, and alchemy workshops to the second ring area. Then the mage tower, night hall, Training barracks and other buildings were placed in the third ring area. Finally, the processing plants were placed in the outer area. It took nearly 40 minutes. Cao Crossing finally completed the transfer. At this time, the territory looked a bit scattered, and there were many vacancies on it. There was a big difference from the blueprint. But this was normal. After all, there were not so many buildings in Cao Crossing's territory, and it was impossible to fill such a large territory. But next, it was to start a large-scale construction, and then enter a crazy construction mode. First, a large number of city walls, residential houses, floor tiles, etc. were built in batches. With the efforts of nearly 200 staff members, the prototype of the future territory on the blueprint will soon be realized. But before that, there was another problem in front of Cao Crossing. That is, if you want to build so many buildings, the resources required must be a huge number. Cao Crossing thought to himself, I don't know if my resource reserves are enough. He looked at the resources in his territory. Wood right square bracket asterisk 247232, stone right square bracket asterisk 493291, iron right square bracket asterisk 67249, copper right square bracket asterisk 33257. Mithril right square bracket asterisk 20,639. Glacier fragments right square bracket asterisk 1132901. Cao Crossing's face lit up with joy. Yes, after so many days of resource mining, the resources in my territory have become rich. These resources are enough to build more than 300 intermediate frost walls. However, if we want to pave the entire territory with brick and stone tiles, the stone resources will not be enough. After all, one floor tile requires 2 stones to build, and Cao Crossing's territory is 2 kilometers in diameter, which is more than 3 million square meters. Oh my god, I didn't know until I calculated it, and I was shocked when I calculated it. To pave the entire territory, at least several million stones are needed. This is a rather terrifying number. Cao Crossing stone reserves are not even a fraction of that. Damn, it looks like I have to find a way to get a large batch of stones. Basic resources such as stones are relatively easy to get. When mining various mines, a large amount of stones will be mined by the way. If it doesn't work, just wait for Herald to make another batch of arrows, and then go to the trading market to buy them up. In fact, Cao Crossing doesn't need to pave the entire territory with floor tiles, except for the city center area. The outer buffer zone can actually be sprinkled with grass seeds to make it a lawn. But Cao feels that lawns are not very durable. Coupled with a little bit of mild obsessive compulsive disorder, even if it consumes more resources, he has to make his territory look more comfortable. Thinking of this, Cao Crossing continued, okay, Francesca, take me down. The witch nodded lightly. She was also slightly surprised when she was in the sky just now, watching Cao Crossing manipulate the transfer of the plants below, and now she has recovered. Then, the two of them fell from the sky together. At this moment, after seeing Cao Crossing, the people in the territory shouted loudly, "The Lord is so majestic, just like the power of gods. The Lord is so majestic, just like the power of gods." The next moment, a large number of loyalty increases appeared. Because you have shown great strength, territory member Molin is impressed, and his loyalty has been increased. The current loyalty is 87 because you showed the loyalty of those newly joined earth mages, goblin laborers, and centaurs has all increased. The loyalty of many centaurs has reached more than 90. Cao Crossing smiled, and he also knew that it was the scene of him just transferring various buildings that frightened these people in the territory. He announced, "As you can see, our territory has ushered in great changes. From today on, the territory will enter a new stage of development. Then next, we will begin to issue today's tasks." Hearing this, everyone's expression was stern, and they listened carefully. Dazuang, the polar man, stepped forward. "My lord, I'm here." Cao Crossing ordered, "Today, you and Sun Zhuang and Si Zhuang will take 60 goblin laborers to that mine to mine resources. The other goblin laborers stay. I have other tasks to arrange. Don't waste resources such as stones. Bring them all back, and we will need a lot of stone for the construction of our territory next." After hearing this, Dazuang immediately said respectfully, "Yes, my lord, we will do our best to mine that mine." Cao Xing nodded slightly and continued, "Cao Yi." The old man also came out. "Your task is very simple. Lead the remaining goblin laborers, as well as other tree spirits and humans, to build primary city walls with all their strength, and upgrade them to intermediate city walls, and then upgrade them to frost city walls. This will take a lot of time. Even if you have nearly 100 people, it is still a big project. So I don't ask you to finish it in 1 or 2 days. Just build it with all your strength. Do you understand?" The chieftain Cao Yi said solemnly and respectfully, "Yes, Lord Duan. Lord, I'm here." Cao Xing continued, "Your task is also very heavy. Today, except for Dazuang, San Zuang, and Si Zuang, all other polar people are under your command. You must first build a mage tower to the intermediate level, and then go to the outering area of the territory to build an archer training range. You must also upgrade the alchemy workshop to the advanced level. These 3 buildings are the most important. Try to arrange more polar people to work there. I need to finish it in the shortest time possible. In addition, we must make bluestone floor tiles with all our strength and pave the ground of our territory with them." Duan wrote down what Cao Xing ordered one by one, and then said respectfully, "Yes, Lord." Cao Xing nodded slightly. So far, all the staff have been assigned tasks, and Cao Xing also has tasks for the remaining combatants. Candle, my strong lord, we are here," Cao Xing ordered. "Today, except for the centaur lancers who go to the Knight's Hall for training, you lead the other centaurs to patrol the area around 20 kilometers around the territory. If you encounter any resource points or special events along the way, record them and report to me." The 2 centaurs immediately replied, "Yes, Lord, leave it to us." Cao Xing nodded. "Others, those who need to be trained should be trained, and those who need to work, should go to work." After the words fell, hundreds of people began to disperse like a tide, and Dazuang, San Zuang, and Si Zuang each led 20 goblin laborers and got into the cab of the transport vehicle. Those goblin laborers also got into the carriage skillfully. Boom. The energy cores of the 3 transport vehicles started, and then gradually drove out of the territory. Cao Yi, on the other hand, took nearly 100 people to the outside of the territory and began to build the city wall with all his strength. As for Duan, according to Cao Xing's instructions, he took the polar people to upgrade some territory buildings on a large scale. The entire territory has begun a state of development in full swing. This is also the largest construction in Cao Xing's history. It can be said that the resources he has accumulated in the past period of time will be quickly consumed in the next few days. But it's all worth it. After all, resources are used, and turning them into one's own strength is the most important thing. Just like Bassa's divine warrior altar, this thing can consume a lot of resources and greatly enhance the strength of warriors. Because of this altar, an era of chaos was opened. Even in order to maintain world order, the 6 true gods had to take action and started the eternal war. However, despite knowing the consequences, if someone else controls this altar, they will still use it without hesitation. After all, the most important thing is to hold the power in one's own hands. He and Liu Muxue walked side by side. Liu Muxue said, "Xing, besides this, there is another problem. We need to plan the sewer system of the territory in advance. A civilized town must have a qualified underground system." Cao Xing nodded. "I know about this problem, but the staff now have things to do, and the territory resources are a bit insufficient. This can only be solved later." After a pause, Cao Xing continued, "Muxue, you go and rest first. I'm going to see how our yaks are doing." Liu Muxue nodded slightly, and then returned to the Lord's hut. Cao Xing himself went straight to the farm area. Yesterday, he brought back a large number of cloud yaks and light feathered chickens. After a day, I don't know how they are doing. A moment later, Cao Xing came to an open space in the outering area of the territory. This is a future agricultural breeding area. Not far away are 2 fertile fields that have been reclaimed before, and a well. In front are 6 intermediate cow sheds, which are neatly arranged together. Cao Xing was outside and heard the sound of the cattle inside, as well as the noisy calls of the light feathered chickens. It seems that these light-feathered chickens are still unwilling to be honest. Shaking his head, Cao Xing decided to look for the group of light-feathered chickens later. He was the first to push open the door of the middle cowshed. The warm air mixed with the smell of hay hit him. There was a pair of figures working hard inside. It was Old Mel and his daughter Elisa. The father and daughter were wearing aprons and putting a lot of hay mixed with a small amount of moss grass into the trough. The cattle inside were relatively quiet and seemed to like the living environment in the cowshed. After seeing Cao Xing coming over, Old Mel wiped the sweat from his forehead, then bowed slightly and said, "My lord, I wish you good health. My lord, good morning." Elisa also greeted him from the side. Cao Xing nodded slightly and then said, "Mr. Mel, you are a little too busy, right?" Old Mel was about to say that he could handle it, but the situation in front of him was here, and he nodded a little embarrassedly. "Lord, I'm old and not as healthy as before. When I was young, I could take care of hundreds of yaks by myself." Elisa said quickly, "Lord, I will help my father. Please don't worry." Cao Xing smiled. "Elisa, you are now competent in our territory, and you will take on the defense of the territory from now on. I will get someone else to help your father." Hearing this, Old Mel and Elisa looked at each other. The girl asked in confusion, "Lord, who are you going to get to help my father?" Cao Xing smiled and said, "It's Sihua." Hearing the name Sihua, Old Mel's expression froze. Before he could react, Cao Xing said, "Come in." Then, a woman in her 40s or 50s, wearing a plain cotton coat, walked in from the door. Her face was very simple, and at first glance, she looked like a hard-working and pragmatic woman. At this time, she seemed a little embarrassed and kept her head down. After entering the cowshed, Sihua said softly, meet Lord Mel, and Miss Elisa." Cao Xing smiled and said, "Sihua, you will follow Mr. Mel to take care of the cattle in the future." "Yes, Lord." At this time, Old Mel seemed to have not recovered. He hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, Lord. This. Is this not good? Thanks, book friend 202207262316122594 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from Kayak CD. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Xiang Chumo. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from Buishan XXB. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Beisu Guangai and Yimengdi. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from Phoenix Motorcycle. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from Zhu Juiming. Thanks. The world is too boring. 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 33,209,128,928's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Scorpio Sadness's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Liskit One's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to I Want to Kill and Set Fire to 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Magic Cube Pudding's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 2023091213432933 quote S 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 120,531,162,742,891's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Puppet Yaoji's 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. 1 monthly ticket from the pirate who steals the heart. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Chunfeng Muayu. Thanks to 3 monthly tickets from book friend 201804282054598909. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Soda Rice Ball. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Angel Love. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from book friend 201909122103546999. Thanks to 8 monthly tickets from Gongangzi. Thanks to 7 monthly tickets from Woo Woo Dashi. Thanks to 6 monthly tickets from book friend 2023102913080956 exclamation point. Thanks to book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks to Baisui Guangyan Yi Mengdai for giving 5,000 points again. Thank you very much. Chapter 309 The Magical Egg and the War Begin. This, isn't this not good? Old Mel asked with a guilty conscience. Cao Xing smiled and said, what's wrong? Don't you have a bad relationship with Sihua? Hearing this, old Mel's expression froze. He looked at his lord again with a guilty conscience, as if some secret had been seen through. Cao Xing had a faint smile on his lips. Just now in the air, Cao Xing saw that the two people's behavior was a little unusual. Speaking of which, since Elisa's mother died, old Mel has been single, and Sihua's original name was Sapphire, and she was one of the first refugees taken in by Cao Xing. She also came here to escape the war. According to her, her son and family all died in the war. So these two people, who are about 50 years old, seem to have found their new belonging in this territory. Cao Xing was not surprised by this. After all, when the scale of his territory becomes larger and larger in the future, there will be more staff under him. As time goes by, it is normal for these staff members to occasionally fall in love with each other and get together. Old Mel sighed. I will obey the Lord's orders. Elisa, who was standing next to him, looked at old Mel with a strange look in her eyes, and then looked at Sihua. She seemed to realize something. Father. Before she could speak, Cao Xing interrupted. Let's go see the group of bare-feathered chickens together. Then, he took old Mel and Sihua out. Elisa pouted her lips, but she could only follow them, and walked over together. They came to the door of the intermediate cowshed, where the bare-feathered chickens were kept. At this time, the door was tightly locked. Old Mel hurriedly stepped forward and said, Lord, these bare-feathered chickens are quite irritable. After the Assam Knight locked them in yesterday, they have been making a fuss inside, and tried to escape. So until now, I haven't fed them food. I plan to starve them for a while, to wear down their energy. When you go in later, be careful to avoid being scratched by these bare-feathered chickens. Old Mel kept asking. Cao Xing nodded. Okay, I know. After saying that, he pushed open the door of the cowshed. Hoo-la la. As soon as he entered, a dozen glowing light-feathered chickens suddenly pounced over. Cack cack, a burst of strong wind came from the front. As second-level magical creatures, these light-feathered chickens have relatively strong attack power. Old Mel immediately panicked and said, oh no, they want to escape. After hearing this, Elisa instantly grasped the longbow behind her. Since becoming a combatant, she has developed the habit of keeping her weapon in her hands. Before Elisa could make a move, Cao Xing had already raised his staff and instantly released an ice wall to block the door. At the same time, a strong breath of ice suddenly burst out from his body. Hoo-la. The dozen or so light-feathered chickens seemed to have been severely injured. One by one, they fell from the air like a kite with broken wings. And old Mel quickly closed the door of the cowshed. Clang. The door was completely closed, and these light-feathered chickens also cut off their hope of escape. In the cowshed, the group of light-feathered chickens seemed to feel very uneasy because of Cao Xing's arrival. The breath on him was a fatal threat to them. For a time, a large number of light-feathered chickens flew around the entire cowshed. Hoo-la-la. Cluck cluck, the whole flock of chickens was in a state of agitation, constantly hitting the wooden boards of the cowshed. Old Mel looked a little anxious, but Cao Xing was not surprised to see this. After all, he had captured these light-feathered chickens by force, and he had not signed a pet contract, so it was normal for them to be afraid of him. So Cao Xing directly took out the section of luminous branch, gold, from his backpack. In an instant, a strong holy light emanated and instantly filled the entire cowshed. And those light-feathered chickens that were jumping around felt the breath of the holy light and gradually calmed down. They slowly fell down and then stood on the wooden boards of the cowshed. All the light-feathered chickens raised their heads with intoxicated expressions on their faces, as if they were enjoying the bath of holy light. Old Mel was surprised. It's incredible, these light-feathered chickens have calmed down all of a sudden. Elisa and Sihua next to him were also very surprised. Little Elisa put down her weapon and asked curiously, wow, Lord, how did you do it? Cao Xing smiled and said, nothing, but the goblin said last time that light-feathered chickens like places with abundant holy light, so I found a branch. These little knowledge about breeding still need to be told to old Mel and Sihua. After all, the light-feathered chickens behind still rely on them to take care of the chickens. After hearing this, everyone's faces also showed a look of sudden realization. Cao Xing looked at the green branch in his hand with a look of joy on his face. This thing is quite convenient. When the power of holy light is not enough, just let Isabel come to replenish it. It is equivalent to a holy light power bank. I will see if I can collect another one when I have a chance in the future. Thinking of this, Cao Xing put the branch on a beam at the top of the cowshed. In this way, these light-feathered chickens can enjoy the bath of holy light 24 hours a day. At this time, little Elisa had somehow gotten into the chicken flock. Cluck, cluck, cluck. 2 bare-feathered chickens flew up in fright at her arrival. Then, a little head with chicken feathers on its hair and delicate and cute features came out. Elisa said in surprise, "My lord, guess what I found?" Cao Xing looked a little puzzled. "What?" "Dang, dang, dang. It's eggs." Then, she stretched out her 2 hands and spread out her palms. There were 2 eggs as white as gemstones on them. The eggshells were smooth as new, and looked as if they had been polished, without a speck of dust. Moreover, through the eggshells, one could see a faint emanation of holy light from inside. Cao Xing took it. Obtained 2 bare-feathered chicken eggs, blue. He looked at the properties. Light feather chicken egg, blue. Effect 1. Can be eaten. Can increase satiety by 10 points, and can increase physical fitness by 5 points. Can be effective up to 3 times. Effect 2. Eggs with the power of purification. Can dispel some negative states, or curse effects after eating. Seeing the properties of this egg, Cao Xing's doubts gradually turned into surprise. Wow, 1 egg can increase physical fitness by 5 points, and can be effective 3 times. The most important thing is that this thing can also dispel negative states and curse effects. This is not an egg, it's a golden egg. Old boy Hilton will definitely like it, haha. Obviously, the value of such an egg is amazing. No wonder the Goblin Logue said that the benefits of raising light-feathered chickens are not worse than raising cloudjacks. Cao Xing seemed to see a large sum of money coming to him. "Elisa, see how many eggs there are in the cowshed. Pick them all up for me." "Yes, Lord." Little Elisa lowered her body directly, like a little raccoon, picked up the eggs one by one, and then held them in her arms. After a moment, she ran over excitedly and said, "Lord, there are 13 eggs in total, and I picked them all up." Cao Xing also thought for a moment. This group of light-feathered chickens only came for 1 night, and they laid 13 eggs. This egg-laying rate is still very high. Later, under the 24-hour bath of holy light, the egg-laying rate will increase again, hatching another batch of chicks. When they grow up, Cao Xing can get a lot of benefits every day. "Well done, Elisa." Cao Xing took away 10 eggs and put the rest back. "I hope chicks can be hatched. Mr. Mel, sir, you guys go ahead." The 2 nodded slightly. "Elisa, come with me." "Oh, okay, Lord." The little girl hugged the longbow and jumped behind Cao Xing. In the cowshed, Old Mel and Sahur looked at each other. They all lowered their heads a little embarrassed. Outside the territory, Elisa followed him. Cao Xing asked, "Tell me, how much milk do you want?" Elisa said shyly, "Hehe, no need, Lord, you have already given me a lot of rewards." In the mountains, Cao Xing gave her weapons, souls, and the heart of strength. It can be said that this little girl has been greatly improved. She naturally knows how valuable these things are, and other people in the territory are envious. Cao Xing smiled and said, "I promised you, and I will not break my promise. Besides, this little thing is nothing." Elisa hesitated for a moment, and then said, Then give me 2 buckets of milk. 1 bucket for me, and 1 bucket for Sister Chachu." Cao Xing laughed, as he thought, this little girl is quite sensible. 1 bucket is 10 liters of milk, which is not much compared to her contribution. "No problem, go to the kitchen and let Dahua take you there, and say that I allowed it." The little girl was immediately delighted. She straightened her legs and bowed 90 degrees. "Thank you, handsome lord." After saying that, she skipped away and went to find Tong Chachu. She seemed to be so lively all the time, as if nothing could make her unhappy. Being with this little girl, Cao Xing felt that his mood had improved a lot. Cao Xing smiled and looked at his backpack again. There were a lot of precious cloth and various metals there. Now, distribute all these resources, and the harvest in that camp will be almost completely digested. Cao Xing went straight to the blacksmith shop. However, unlike before, there were actually 2 figures inside. In addition to Harold, who was forging, the half-giant Putana was also helping to carry some materials next to him. When the two saw Cao crossing, they immediately put down what they were doing and saluted respectfully, saying, "Dear Lord, I wish you good health." "Harold, why did you ask your wife to help?" Cao crossing was a little confused. Harold said embarrassedly, "It's like this. There was no battle these 2 days, because no ice nest descended. My wife is naturally restless, and doesn't want to stay in the room all the time, so I asked her to come to the blacksmith shop to help me." Cao crossing nodded. "Putana is pregnant, so she still needs to rest. Take these 10 eggs to nourish her body." After hearing this, the two looked at the basket in Cao crossing's hand and the 10 glowing eggs. The eggs of the light feathered chicken are very different from ordinary eggs in appearance. They even felt a purifying force in them. As mercenaries who traveled all over the country, they naturally understood the extraordinary nature of these eggs. For a moment, neither of them took it. Harold said embarrassedly, "It's better not to use it, Lord. My wife is in good health and doesn't need to be nourished. This kind of egg is very precious at first glance. You should keep it for yourself." Including Putana next to her nodded. Cao crossing understood their thoughts and smiled. "Don't worry, I caught a lot of chickens yesterday. Our territory will produce a lot of these eggs every day in the future. Take it first." The couple looked at each other and took it without any excuse. However, there was a look of emotion in their eyes. They both bowed at the same time and said solemnly, "Thank you for your care, Lord. You have always taken good care of us. We will always remember your kindness. Because you care about your subordinates, the loyalty of the territory member, Harold Iceberg, has been increased, and the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty has reached the maximum value, and now the other party will unconditionally execute your orders. Because you care about your subordinates, the loyalty of the territory member, Putana, has been increased, and the current loyalty is 95. Seeing the system prompt, Cao crossing remained silent, but a smile appeared in his heart. He waved his hand. "Nothing, Harold. Now, let's talk about business." Harold's expression immediately became serious. Cao crossing continued, "I want to make a pair of gloves now. Do you have the corresponding drawings that can be made directly?" The gloves were naturally prepared for Victoria. Last time she went out, she had already demonstrated her strong fighting power and team support ability. Such a powerful citizen must be trained well. Hearing this question, Harold's eyes showed a thoughtful look. There are even fewer strong people fighting with gloves than tridents. And it is not like cold weapons. To make some powerful gloves, you need to use the leather of wild beasts, and then use special processes, and add a small amount of mithril. Then sew them together to make a complete pair of gloves. If the Lord has the fur of a powerful beast, I can try to make it. Cao crossing nodded suddenly. "Do you want the fur of a powerful beast?" Speaking of which, he really didn't have this material. So Cao crossing nodded and said, "Okay, I know. I'll come to you when I get the fur later." Harold nodded. After bidding farewell to the couple, Cao crossing left the blacksmith shop. Then, he went straight to the sewing shop and took out all the cloth he had looted in the camp. The two mature and charming women looked at the various cloth rolls that suddenly appeared, and there was a look of surprise in their beautiful eyes. "Oh, so many cloths," Xiaoyani said in surprise. "So many silk and tulle cloths must be very valuable. The Lord is really capable." And Irina next to her also chuckled. "Yes, our Lord is so capable. Otherwise, we wouldn't beg for mercy again and again." Irina was still so unrestrained, and her tone was extremely teasing. Xiaoyani was the kind of person with more traditional ideas. Although she was already very familiar with Cao crossing, she was still a little shy and embarrassed to answer Irina's words. Cao crossing said, "Irina, Yani, these cloths and furs are troublesome for you. Make them all into clothes, and those tulle cloths, make a few dresses." Even if this batch of cloth rolls were sold to those merchants as raw materials, they could get a lot of profits. However, the finished clothes are more valuable than the cloth. Cao crossing is now short of money, food, supplies, and almost everything. So we must try to maximize the profits. The two mature women looked at each other. Irina smiled charmingly and said softly, "No problem, Lord, leave it to us. We can finish it in 2 days, and now, we have to start working. Lord, go and get busy first." The two young women are very sensible. They know when to pester Cao Xing and when not to, and they are very measured. Cao Xing also smiled, then kissed each of them on the face, and left the sewing shop. After doing all this, a morning passed, and Cao Xing naturally has things to do. According to the information revealed by the survivors in the chat channel yesterday, the King's army will officially attack Duelan Lake City this afternoon. I always feel that the Church of Light is not that simple. It's a good opportunity to take a look at their strength. As for how to look at it, it's also very simple. There are many live broadcast posts on the World Forum now. All of them were initiated by the survivors who rushed to the vicinity of Duelan Lake City. And this battle has also attracted widespread attention from survivors around the world. Therefore, there are at least 1 million people online at the same time in each live broadcast room. Cao Xing also returned to the Lord's cabin, and then hugged Liu Muxue, and watched the live broadcast together. At this time, near Duelan Lake City, more than 20,000 kingdom soldiers and more than 2,000 knights have all assembled. And next to them, there are a large number of rangers, mercenaries, and teams composed of survivors and their men. The number of people is also more than 10,000. It is considered a considerable force. At this time, the mighty kingdom army automatically separated a road. A knight riding a black lion and wearing armor quickly shuttled through the army and came to the center. Then he stopped in front of a black chariot. The knight reported, "General, all soldiers have been assembled and can attack at any time. But before that, can we let the group of rangers and survivors attack first and help us explore the way?" There was no response from the chariot, and a chuckle came after a while. "Captain Kane, I know what you're thinking. But you also have to know that, although these people are weak, they are not fools. Without knowing the strength of the cultists inside, these people will not rush forward." The knight outside was stunned. "What does the general mean?" The voice inside replied, "Don't worry about them. Just treat these people as some dispensable existence. Next, as long as the fight starts, they will see that the advantage is on our side and will naturally rush forward." Hearing this, the knight captain's expression suddenly became stern. The general's control of people's hearts is really exquisite. And the general said again, "There is no such thing as controlling people's hearts. It's just about interests. People all live to pursue something that doesn't need to be illusory." After a pause, the general inside continued, "Okay, pass on my order. Start the Neris artillery and the troll catapults, and prepare to break through the barrier of Duelan Lake City. Then, everyone attack." The knight captain said respectfully, "Yes." After speaking, he quickly shuttled through the army. At the same time, in the army, a bugler blew the horn of attack. Woo! The heavy horn sounded. The survivors in the distance were all startled and seemed to understand the meaning of the horn. They discussed excitedly in the chat channel. "Brothers, the war is about to begin. This is the first large-scale war we have witnessed since we came to this world. It's really exciting." +1 above, I have opened a live broadcast post on the World Forum, and there are already many people online. I also opened a live broadcast. Damn. The number of people watching online at the same time has exceeded 1 million. Damn, it's a pity that the World Forum cannot accept gifts, otherwise I would have made a lot of money this time. This battle can be said to have attracted the attention of countless survivors around the world. At this moment, with the kingdom's army in action, those giant siege crossbows and troll catapults all launched terrifying attacks. Swish, boom. One after another, huge crossbow arrows, boulders weighing thousands of pounds, and shells all whizzed out. The sound of breaking through the air continued to be heard. Whoosh whoosh, these crossbow arrows and shells fell on the outer layer of the barrier, and immediately caused a violent explosion. Boom. The terrifying power caused the surrounding snow to violently fly away. However, this was just the beginning. The next moment, more attacks were launched one after another. The violent explosions continued to sound, causing the layer of barrier to continue to vibrate. Even though they were 2,000 or 3,000 meters away, the survivors who were watching the battle still felt their ears buzzing. The survivor who was watching the live broadcast exclaimed, "Damn, is this the war in the magical world? Although it's very primitive, it's also cool. Too fierce." The shells thrown by the catapults had such a powerful explosion I remember that this thing can be exchanged for one for 2000 honor points. If I can get one in the territory, I will be invincible. That destroyer siege crossbow is also very powerful. It only costs 1000 honor points. If you work hard, there is still hope to exchange it. Before, I only saw these exchange items in the honor store and didn't know the specific properties. Now that I saw it with my own eyes, its terrifying power directly convinced everyone on the field and made them more eager to exchange for one. But speaking of it, the barrier of Duelan Lake City is also hard enough. It can last so long. Yeah, it feels like, if this goes on, the army will need to spend a lot of effort to break the barrier. And at this moment, in the army, the two huge cannons with a blood-red body and a muzzle diameter of more than 1 meter suddenly started. Boom. Everyone felt that even the ground within 1 or 2,000 meters around was shaking. Then, two shells with a diameter of more than 60 or 70 centimeters suddenly blasted out. The two shells carried thick tail smoke in the air, like a long dragon of smoke. They landed on the barrier and immediately caused a shocking explosion. Boom. Two balls of flames shot up into the sky and rushed directly to a height of more than 100 meters. The terrifying might directly shook away all the snow near Duelan Lake City. Even the ears of the crowd watching the battle in the distance felt a buzzing feeling. And the seemingly indestructible golden barrier had a lot of cracks on its surface. Damn. Is this the Neris cannon? The one that was exchanged for 10,000 honor points in the honor store? Isn't this power too fucking terrifying? I'm afraid that even those knights will die in large numbers when facing this cannon. +1. I feel that my territory will be gone if this cannon goes down. Too perverted. The king's army finally showed their strength at this moment. At the same time, the two huge cannons launched a second round of attacks. Boom. Boom. The shocking explosions continued to sound, accompanied by flames that shot up into the sky, and more cracks continued to appear on the golden barrier. However, despite the repeated bombings by the Ice Crystal Kingdom's army, there seemed to be no sign of anyone coming out, seeing that the barrier was about to be breached. And at this moment, everyone suddenly felt a chill coming from above their heads. Thanks to Bookfriend, Mayocean Mayo Wang for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 202210172115316663 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 310. The real purpose is revealed. Cao Xing's plan. He looked up and found that it was cold rain. In the blink of an eye, the heavy rain fell on the battlefield of Duelan Lake City. Huolala. All the survivors outside, as well as the soldiers, were immediately soaked. TM. The rain started to fall as soon as it was said. It's so cold. I'm freezing to death. Is there a girl's skirt for me to hide from the rain? I will repay you well. It's really hell. This kind of world can actually have such heavy rain. Haha. Fortunately I brought a simple tent before going out. At this time, Cao Xing also saw the rain that suddenly fell on his head. In the blink of an eye, the ground of the territory became wet. Huolala. The rain began to intensify in a short time. The clothes of the staff working outside were soon wet. Cao Xing quickly walked out of the Lord's hut and then ordered everyone, stop working and come back to avoid the rain first. Remember to dry your clothes as soon as possible. Don't catch a cold. Hearing the order, Cao Yi and others who were building the city wall on a large scale with other staff quickly ran back. Dazuang and others are working in the cave, so there is no need to worry. Cao Xing himself also returned to the Lord's hut. Then he took Liu Muxue and got into the warm bed to watch the live broadcast. At the same time, the heavy rain also had an impact on the battlefield of Duelan Lake City. Obviously, the explosive power of the Neris cannon has decreased slightly, but it doesn't have much impact. After all, the power of this thing is too great. Boom. Boom. Under the bombardment of various war weapons, the barrier covering the entire Duelan Lake City, with a click, it was completely broken. And everyone also vaguely saw the scene in Duelan Lake City through the continuous heavy rain. The towering city walls, the continuous buildings, and the neat streets. It is full of the style of a medieval town. However, strangely, apart from various buildings and houses, no one was seen. Not even a hunter from the Church of Light was seen. The survivors were puzzled. Strange, why is there no one in the city? Did those hunters run away? It shouldn't be the case. The army is still attacking, which means there should be someone inside. Haha, no matter if he runs away or not, it's best if he runs away, so that we can go to the city to plunder. This person's words seemed to remind the other survivors. Through the survival experience during this period of time, they all knew that there might be some more or less resources in the houses of these aborigines. Many lucky people found many things of amazing value in some wild villages or tribes. They sold them to the aborigine merchants and made a lot of money. And now, this is a whole huge city. The amount of resources inside is huge. Just plundering a little bit is enough for the survivors to get rich. For a while, everyone looked at the huge city in the distance, and greed appeared in their eyes. At this time, the fire suppression of the Ice Crystal Kingdom still did not stop. They continued to use artillery, catapults, and siege crossbows to launch attacks. Boom. Boom. The sky shook. In Duelan Lake City, many streets and housing areas were razed to the ground by artillery. Everyone faintly heard screams coming from inside. And at this moment, in Duelan Lake City, a figure suddenly flew up. He appeared on the roof of a building, where a giant cannon with an ivory white body and a sacred glow was placed. Then, a strong light burst out from his body. Let the light cannon wash away your sins. Boom. A cannonball emitting holy light cut through the rain curtain and fell directly into the kingdom's army. Boom. The huge light bomb exploded. It directly swallowed hundreds of soldiers on the spot. After a scream, at least more than 100 soldiers were vaporized on the spot, disappeared along with their equipment. The other soldiers were all seriously injured. Not only that, those soldiers who did not die seemed to be attached to a strange power. As if being burned by the sun, black smoke continued to come out of the body. Ah. What the hell is this? Help me put it out. It hurts. Help. Even the cold rain could not put out this burning power. The soldiers kept rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. At the same time, 3 similar light cannons appeared in Duelan Lake City. Boom. Boom. 3 light bombs attacked one after another and aimed at the area with the most dense crowds. The commanders below hurriedly ordered, disperse. Disperse quickly. At the same time, the strong men in the army took action. 3 figures rushed into the sky and then directly stopped the 3 shells. The battle situation changed too quickly. Before the survivors could react, they heard a full voice from the army. Those cultists have appeared. Soldiers, attack. Woo. As the attack horn sounded, the kingdom's army rushed out in an instant. The 2 major knights of the Goshawk and the Black Tiger took the lead, followed by a large number of kingdom soldiers. Boom. Boom. The scene of tens of thousands of strong men charging was quite amazing. At the same time, from Duelan Lake City, 2 or 3,000 figures wearing cloaks and holding various short guns and swords quickly rushed out. Seeing this scene, the survivors continued to discuss. Damn, how can these troops rush in just like that? I haven't reacted yet. Indeed, the changes are too fast. Brothers, did you see it? There are a lot of people in this church. Yes, I took a glance, and it seems that most of them are cultists of the 3rd and 4th levels, and there are also many cultists of the 5th level. No wonder they dare to occupy this city. They are indeed capable, but they are far inferior to the king's army. Everyone nodded. At this time, a gathering of more than 1,000 survivors, plus their subjects, a total of 3 or 4,000 people gathered together. This is the Black Wind Legion, because it was the first legion to arrive at the Duelan Lake City battlefield, plus constant advertising. So they have become the largest player organization in this battlefield. The survivors asked one after another, Captain, should we charge forward? There are so many cultists. Killing some of them will earn us a lot of honor points. We can even exchange for a lot of war horses, advanced weapons, and large siege crossbows and catapults. Yes, I see those mercenaries and rangers have already started charging. When will we go on the field? However, the captain of the Black Wind Legion was a cautious man. He shook his head and said, don't worry, let's see what happens. Wait until the Ice Crystal Kingdom's army makes direct contact and confirms that the cultists have no backup, then we will charge forward. Hearing this, everyone felt that he made sense. They all stood in place, waiting anxiously in their hearts. At this moment, the two armies came into contact. The shouts of killing shook the sky. But it was obvious that the kingdom's army was overwhelming in terms of quantity, quality, and even combat quality. At the moment of contact, these cultists were completely defeated. Puff, puff. A large number of cultists were unilaterally crushed by the charging knights. Broken limbs flew everywhere, and the cultists who resisted were defeated at the first blow. The soldiers of the Ice Crystal Kingdom who were rushing at high speed in the rear saw this scene, and their morale soared. Kill. The shouts of killing rang out. When the soldiers rushed to the bottom of the city wall, it was a one-sided massacre. Seeing this scene, the survivors couldn't hold back. For them, these hunters are a lot of moving honor points, which can be exchanged for many powerful props. Many people have already led their subjects to rush over, including the survivors of the Black Wind Legion. They also held their weapons tightly at this time, and they wanted to rush over immediately and fight bravely. But their captain always felt that things were not that simple. However, the situation in front of him clearly told him that the Church of Light had already failed in this battle. If he rushed up now, it would be a favorable situation. The members next to him were extremely anxious and kept urging, "Captain, let's charge. If we don't charge, we won't have any soup to drink." "Yes, Captain, lead the brothers to charge again." Amid the urging of the crowd, the captain of the Black Wind Legion seemed to have made a decision. He ordered, "Then go. Everyone, follow me to kill. Whether we can have a villa by the sea depends on this time." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped on the warhorse under his feet and led the charge. The other survivors were excited. "Haha, I can finally join the battle. This time, I want to earn enough honor points to exchange for a purple suit." There were still many survivors who were still broadcasting live. They shouted to the camera, "Brothers, watch my performance next, and let you see what a battlefield Little Lubu is." Soon, almost all the survivors arrived in Duelan Lake City, in the chaotic battlefield. As soon as they joined, they launched various attacks on those believers. They were afraid that they would not be able to grab experience and honor points. Bang! A cultist with low health at level 4 was stabbed to death by a frost mage with an ice cone. He said in surprise, "Fuck, this is actually a level 4 elite monster, which directly increased my honor points by 12 points. I need another 6 points of honor to exchange for a warhorse." Hahaha. A soldier next to him was also surprised and said, "I killed 2 level 4 hunters with low health, which increased my honor points by 8 points. It's so cool. Fuck, I saw the team leader kill a level 5 black-robed priest with low health, which directly increased his honor points by 150 points. This wave really needs a villa by the sea. Brothers, go." Hearing their surprised voices, the survivors who were watching the live broadcast were envious. Leonardo DiCaprio, this group of Eastern players are so lucky that they can participate in such a big event. Park Chung-hee, Silver. How come such a good thing didn't happen in our 91st district? Yoshizaki Shuzo, as expected, in this world, the national destiny can no longer protect us. At this moment, the group of survivors who were fighting bravely were so excited that they forgot everything. Many of them have obtained honor points. You know, if you kill an ordinary hunter casually, you can get 1 honor point, which is equivalent to 5,000 crowns. And the honor points are doubled according to the level of the hunter killed. Most of the hunters here are from level 3 to level 5, which means that if you kill one casually, you can get 10,000 or 20,000 crowns. The huge benefit stimulated them, and they killed one by one and forgot everything. And because it was a favorable game, the casualty rate of these survivors at level 10 or 20 was surprisingly low. So far, only 1 or 200 unlucky people have died. At this time, seeing so many people picking up money on the battlefield, more survivors regretted why they didn't come to Duelan Lake City to gamble. Some people even began to complain that Cao Crossing stopped them last night, making them miss a good opportunity to make a fortune. The kingdom's army was too strong and crushed them all the way. It only took them 15 minutes to wipe out the group of 2 or 3,000 hunters. The foot of the city wall was full of hunters' bodies and the spoils that burst out on the ground after their death. However, because there was a rule in the army that after the hunters died, the spoils dropped from their bodies belonged to the kingdom's army. So, although the survivors looked at the spoils on the ground with greed in their eyes, they still didn't dare to move forward under the intimidation of the group of soldiers. Then, the knight captain took advantage of the victory and chased, shouting, "Enter the city. Recapture Duelan Lake City." Woo, the attack horn sounded again. A large number of knights and soldiers rushed into the city. The survivors looked at each other and nodded. "Brothers, let's go in too. This is a huge city, there must be a huge amount of resources in it. Let's just grab a little bit, and we'll be rich today." That's right, although it is stipulated that we can't pick up the spoils dropped by the hunters, there is no rule that we can't go into the city to plunder. Brothers, charge together. Everyone was completely crazy, and all swarmed into Duelan Lake City. A large number of soldiers and knights were fighting with the hunters in the city, and the survivors also rushed in. But they didn't fight, but found the houses and shops as soon as possible, kicked the doors open, and began to plunder. Then, their laughter was heard. "Ha ha ha. I found a grocery store with hundreds of thousands of crowns, a lot of food and resources. I'm rich. Fuck. I picked up a gold quality skill book in a resident's house. It's so cool. Damn, you can never imagine what I found. This is the gold shop in the city. I saw a cabinet of gold jewelry and even a set of pure gold armor. I'm really fucking rich this time. This time, I want to buy 100 female slaves to serve me." Ha ha ha. The survivors who rushed into the city all gained a lot. Almost everyone was occupied by the immediate interests. At this time, most of the kingdom's army also rushed into the city. The soldiers also had excitement in their eyes, because this time they fought in style. They captured Duelan Lake City with thunder. Not only did they wash away the shame of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, but they also proved their strength. Afterwards, the army they were in would definitely be rewarded by the king. This is the supreme honor for the soldiers and knights on the field. And at this moment, the barrier that had been broken in the entire Duelan Lake City suddenly rose. But, the golden barrier instantly enveloped the entire giant city. The king's army was instantly isolated in the city, and the soldiers looked around blankly. At this time, the general who was commanding the overall situation outside suddenly realized something. Before he could react, from Duelan Lake City, a terrifying aura broke out. Not good, there are still strong people inside. Damn it, those cultists outside are their bait, and the real purpose is to lure us in and catch us all in one fell swoop. However, when they reacted, it was too late. In Duelan Lake City, on the city walls and streets, a large number of alien armies suddenly appeared. They were haggard, and wherever they passed, even the ground was covered with a layer of white frost. The two knight captains immediately said in horror, "Not good, it's the alien army. Damn it, everyone assemble. Gosh orc, black tiger knights, quickly form a military formation." And at this moment, 4 figures appeared in the sky, 3 red robes, and 1 yellow robe. When the yellow-robed bishop began to chant with the holy book in his hand, all the soldiers, and even the survivors hiding in various buildings, suddenly burned with dazzling flames. The flames could not be extinguished and burned their skin all the time. The eternal fire will punish every unbeliever, and it will never stop. The soldiers below screamed in pain. Even those strong knights couldn't help but cry out in pain at this moment. Ah, damn it. What kind of fire is this? The next moment, the army of the aliens, along with 3 red-robed bishops and a powerful black snake, rushed into the crowd and began to slaughter. The piercing screams could be heard even outside the barrier. The resolute general was completely panicked. He was like an erupting beast. In just a few seconds, he rushed to the edge of the city wall and began to attack the barrier desperately, including those artillery and siege crossbows. They were also launching crazy attacks. However, this barrier was not so easy to break. It had to withstand so many rounds of attacks before it was broken. Blood and energy were still rushing out from inside, causing the barrier to repair quickly. Soldiers were dying in large numbers. Their bodies, under the ice crystal swords of those aliens, were almost turned into ice sculptures at the touch of a finger. The general who saw this scene through the barrier was even more impatient. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Church of Light, I will kill you all. He had completely exploded all his fighting power, and his terrifying might continued to erupt. Like a human-shaped bomber, every blow could cause a huge explosion. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could only make cracks in the barrier. And the barrier was repairing the cracks at a faster speed. At this time, the survivors trapped in the city recorded an unforgettable scene. Tens of thousands of creatures with flames burning on their bodies were ruthlessly slaughtered by the group of aliens. They fell down in pieces like harvested wheat. The survivors who were watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that the barrier was broken. On this day, the army of the Ice Kingdom experienced an unprecedented defeat in Lake Duolan. More than 20,000 soldiers, tens of thousands of rangers, mercenaries, survivors, and an army of more than 2,000 knights were almost slaughtered. Only the last general outside tried his best to open the barrier. Only then did less than 20% of the people escape. The king of the Ice Crystal Kingdom was silent for a long time after hearing the news. All the creatures in the entire Yangshan main city felt the uncontrollable anger of this strong man. At the same time, from the center of the Yangshan main city, a beam of light rushed up to the sky and extended to the end of the site. It was as if all the clouds above were dispersed. On this day, a large number of troops were mobilized. The auras of powerful men burst out in the main city of Yangshan. They all knew that the Ice Crystal King was going to take real action. After watching the live broadcast, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue took a deep breath. Then, they saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Cao Xing exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's outrageous. So those are the armies of the White Walkers? Each one is so terrifying, and there are so many of them. This group of the Church of Light is really insidious. They use the lives of more than 3,000 believers as bait to trick the king's army and the knights into the city, and they were almost wiped out." Liu Muxue also came back to her senses after the initial surprise. She frowned slightly and then said, "Xing, I just saw through the live broadcast of those survivors that those White Walkers seem to have the strength of the 4th or 5th level, and there are more White Walkers of the 5th level. However, there are very few cultists in the city. I seem to have seen that black snake." Cao Xing was stunned for a moment after hearing this. "You mean, the one in the witch forest?" The beauty nodded lightly. "Interesting. It seems that the Church of Light has mobilized almost all the forces in the snowstorm to deal with the Knights of the Kingdom, and even summoned the Black Snake." Liu Muxue asked softly, "Xing, what should we do now?" Cao Xing thought for a moment, and then replied, "From the current situation, although the Church of Light has defeated the Ice Crystal Kingdom once, it will definitely bear the king's wrath next time. And it seems that they are unwilling to give up Duolan Lake City and are prepared to defend it. So, all their energy now should be focused on how to deal with the next wave of attacks from the Ice Crystal King. As mentioned before, the Church of Light can never fight against the power of an entire kingdom. Although there are many soldiers who died in the battle, compared with the foundation of a kingdom, it is not a serious injury. The reason why the Ice Crystal King was angry was that his confident siege war ended in a disastrous defeat. It was like being slapped in the face. It can be said that the next Church of Light will be taken seriously by the king." Cao Xing continued to analyze. Although the Church of Light won this time, it was not without losses. More than 3,000 hunters of the 3rd, 4th and 5th levels died. This is almost the foundation they have accumulated for many years in the snowstorm field. And this time, their strength has been exposed. The strongest trump card of this group of cultists is the army of White Walkers, and there seem to be 3 or 4 powerful red-robed bishops. Later, the kingdom's army will definitely send forces against the army of White Walkers. In other words, unless they give up Duolan Lake City now, they can only summon more helpers. And at this moment, Cao Xing suddenly thought of something. Doesn't this mean that the camps of the Church of Light are now empty or have very few people? Thanks to Bookfriend, a Great Pyrenees dog for 3 monthly tickets. Thanks to Night Emperor 394 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Woofa Wushan for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Just Want to Catch Yasso for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend. 202409192255243244 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend. 202408091216055664 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend. 201907111838057424 monthly ticket. Thanks to Never Forget. Thanks to Woo Woo Daji for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Book Friend. 202110240805042999 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Book Friend. 202305292259235993 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to I Really 1 monthly ticket from Self-Abased. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Charming Journey Brother. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Book Friend. 202110262256222261. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Blood Dark Withered Flag Painting. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Nanshan King Feng. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Doang Anzia Liu. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Book Friend. 201811231503173004. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Talent Silent. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Book Friend. 202,405,061,137,295. Thanks to 3 monthly tickets from Reader. 180,217,750,016,471. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Baoji. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Zoyaoxianren. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Sfbin. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Lonely Dehu. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311. The plan to steal the house triggers a large-scale event. Rage of the Kingdom. From the previous experiences, each camp of the Church of Light has a lot of supplies. Cao Crossing is now short of a lot of supplies. Money, food, the heart of power for breakthrough, etc. And all of these are in the hunter camp. In addition, he has a map with the location of the hunter camp marked. There are at least 4 or 5 large camps similar to the one in the Great Rift Valley. There are more than 100 small and medium-sized camps. If he can search them all, Cao Crossing will gain a huge amount of resources. At this moment, Cao Crossing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. With his current strength, it is enough to flatten all the hunter camps in the snowy plains. But in this way, the Church of Light will definitely be angry, even crazy, and will do its best to investigate the instigator. If they find out that it was him, he will suffer crazy revenge from the other party. It's not that he is afraid of the Church of Light, but Cao Crossing needs time to develop. At this time, a system announcement appeared. All survivors, please note that the King of the Ice Crystal Kingdom has activated the power of the kingdom's holy sword and is determined to deal with the Church of Light, triggering a major event. Kingdom's Wrath. Next, all survivors in the Ice Crystal Kingdom who kill the Church of Light hunters will be automatically recorded by the power of the holy sword and rewarded with honor points. The rules for obtaining honor points are the same as those for obtaining them on the battlefield. At this moment, Cao Crossing was also interrupted by this system prompt. Can we get honor points by killing those hunters in the wild without going to the battlefield? Isn't this encouraging us to destroy the camps of those hunters? Cao Crossing was slightly surprised. At the same time, he began to calculate. Calculated based on 3 honor points for a 3rd level hunter. A medium-sized camp has about 100 to 200 people. Even if most of them have been transferred recently, there are still dozens of people. In other words, if you destroy a medium-sized camp, you can get at least a few hundred honor points. And a large camp is estimated to get thousands of honor points, and this is not counting the benefits of the masks. If I can flatten all the camps in the snowstorm, I can get at least tens of thousands of honor points. Cao Crossing couldn't help but be shocked by the number he calculated. In this way, except for the legendary weapon that can't be exchanged, I can even exchange all those powerful artillery and catapults. At this moment, he was strongly moved. As the saying goes, there must be brave men under a big reward, and there must be people who have the same idea as him. In this way, the situation is even more chaotic. Damn it. Fortune's a sort in danger. Let's do it. Besides, I also have the group camouflage skill of the secret book, which can make all my men disguised as demon slaves, plus my demon disguise. They don't have the energy at all, and they can't investigate me. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity for me. As mentioned before, the energy of the Church of Light in the Snowy Plain has been put into dealing with the kingdom's army. Thinking of this, Cao Xing gradually became excited. Then he quickly explained the plan to Liu Muxue. Liu Muxue seemed to be startled by his sudden idea, and a look of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. After all, it was too bold to run and flatten the camp of this force when the Church of Light had just won a big victory. But as mentioned before, she was a smart woman. She analyzed the current situation at once and understood that this was indeed a once in a lifetime opportunity for them. Liu Muxue nodded and said, "Well, I support you, Cao Xing. Let's discuss the specific details of the action together." Cao Xing smiled and nodded after hearing this. Then the two began to discuss together. At this time, the chat channel, including the world channel, was already noisy. Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of messages were refreshed every second. Ever since seeing the Church of Light summon the army of aliens and slaughter the kingdom's army, the survivors in the world channel were no longer envious. Are you kidding? The war between these natives is too terrifying. Even the 4th and 5th level strongmen can't make any waves in it. Without the strength to go in, you are not even as good as cannon fodder. Especially in District 17, the survivors who survived, they are even more fortunate. Fortunately, I didn't let the interests get to my head and join the battlefield of Duel in Lake City. Otherwise, I don't know how I died. This time, nearly 2,000 survivors went to the battlefield of Duel in Lake City, plus the people under my command. A total of more than 5,000 people. Almost all died. Only a few survivors who ran slower and were isolated by the barrier before entering the city survived. In the chat channel, everyone sighed. Damn, I knew it wasn't that easy, and I went to the battlefield to pick up money, and now I've lost my life. Fortunately, Boss Cao Xing persuaded me last night, otherwise I would have gone there today. I'm so grateful to him. Yes, Boss Cao Xing saved a whole family's life. Damn, I just saw a lot of people criticizing Boss Cao Xing there, saying that he deliberately didn't let you go to the battlefield. Now stand up. That's right. If it weren't for him, you would have all died in that city today. Boss Cao Xing, you are really the savior of our District 17. For a while, Cao Xing's prestige in District 17 soared again. As for the system announcement, the survivors also saw it. But after seeing the strength of the Church of Light, who would dare to cause trouble now? The honor point reward is very tempting. But in the case of insufficient strength, that would be courting death. And like Cao Xing, not only did he not feel afraid, but instead wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. There are even fewer survivors. In the Lord's hut, Cao Xing and Liu Muxue continued to discuss the details of the action. So, this time we have to focus on blitzkrieg, not bringing too many people, and only taking out the elite in the territory. It's best to act after dark. It's definitely impossible to run through the entire snowy plain in one night, so our main target is those large camps. Take these large camps as the destination, and push down those small camps and medium-sized camps along the way. The two kept discussing. Soon, they finalized the action plan, and decided on the time of the plan. Then, Cao Xing said, "Let's go, Muxue, let's go out first. The rainstorm has stopped, and it's time for the people to go out to work." Yeah. After that, the two walked out of the Lord's hut. What surprised Cao Xing? Those staff members had gone out to work without his instructions. At this time, some people were clearing the accumulated water in the territory, and some people ran to the edge of the territory to build the city wall. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue looked at each other and saw the relief in each other's eyes. They provided a happy home for these people, and they are also using their hard work to repay the territory. However, Cao Xing also noticed that the heavy rain made the slippery ground outside his territory muddy. It was in sharp contrast with the clean ground with a diameter of 1 kilometer in the center of the territory, which was paved with brick and stone floors. Cao Yi and his team who were building the city wall outside, stepped into the muddy ground. Cao Xing sighed. Sure enough, it's more comfortable to lay all the brick and stone floors. Then, he and Liu Muxue returned to the Lord's mansion and waited silently. Time passed slowly. Soon it was the time for nightfall. The inky night enveloped the entire territory, and the world seemed to fall into a mysterious silence. Cao Xing still did not act. After all, according to their plan, it would start after midnight. Just as Cao Xing was waiting silently, he suddenly heard a different movement coming from Fitzwalker. As Cao Xing's key monitoring target, he would pay attention to the news from there from time to time. You are here, Fitzwalker. I heard that you have become the new Baron here. A somewhat vicissitudes of life voice sounded. Yes, respected white robe priest. Fitzwalker replied respectfully. At this time, Cao Xing, who heard this, instantly pricked up his ears. White robe priest. Fitz had contact with a white robe priest? This kid was beyond Cao Xing's expectations. Because in this way, he might be exposed. After all, through the last contact, Fitz knew that he was a lord of another world, and his disguised identity was a red robe bishop. In the Church of Light, the red robe bishop was already a high level figure. If this white robe priest knew the news, he would definitely report it. And if they investigated casually, they would find that there was no such lord of another world as a red robe bishop. Combined with what happened in the witch forest, they would infer that many of the previous things were done by Cao Xing. At that time, his territory would also be exposed. For a moment, Cao Xing's face turned cold. He had expected this situation, so he was not panicked. He just made a decision in his heart. If he was exposed tonight, he would change his plan immediately and take people to kill all the people in the Baron's mansion, including the white-robed priest. No one would be spared. The vicissitudes of life voice on the opposite side sounded again. Well, since the accident of Priest Mantra, I have lost his offline contacts. I have only recently found a group of black-robed priests he developed before. Fitzwalker said, respected High Priest, although High Priest Mantra is gone, we still dare not relax for a moment, and always put the doctrine of the church first. The white-robed priest nodded. Yes, I can see your loyalty to the Lord. You should know what happened in Duelan Lake City, right? Yes, respected white-robed priest, the power of the church is so strong that even the king's army has suffered a disastrous defeat. The white-robed priest chuckled on the opposite side. Of course, the power of the God of Light is enough to overturn the world. However, this time, we have completely angered the Ice Crystal Kingdom, and we have also lost a large number of church members in this battle. Now Duelan Lake City needs more manpower. How many can you transfer there? Hearing this, Fitzwalker also understood the purpose of the white-robed priest looking for him. He was silent for a moment, and then said, my lord priest, I have developed more than 20 people in the Baron's mansion into church members, including 7 third-level knights, and the rest are ordinary people. The white-robed priest smiled and said, it's good to develop so many, so let me take these people away. Fitzwalker thought for a moment, and said hesitantly, my lord priest, these people are all old people in the Baron's mansion. If I transfer them now, the Ice Crystal Kingdom may find me, based on these people, and my identity may be exposed. Hearing this, the tone of the white-robed priest changed. You mean, you don't want these people to sacrifice their lives for the Lord God of Light? Hearing his somewhat cold tone, Fitzwalker immediately said in panic, absolutely not. Respected priest, my loyalty to the God of Light can be witnessed by heaven and earth. Please give me 2 more days, so that I can arrange their identities. Hearing this, the white-robed priest snorted coldly, then I'll give you 2 more days. Remember, I will come again in 2 days. Yes, great priest. Soon, the white-robed priest left the Baron's mansion. Fitzwalker gradually breathed a sigh of relief, and then said with some melancholy, it's troublesome. I didn't expect that the church would send people here just after I became a baron, and they also asked me to risk being exposed to provide them with personnel support. If this is discovered, I will probably step down after being a baron for a few days. I don't know if this is what the bishop meant. He seems to be a very far-sighted person, and he shouldn't let me do such a thing. It seems that I have to visit him tomorrow. Cao Xing also breathed a sigh of relief after listening to their conversation. Very good. From the current point of view, I should not be exposed this time. But the white-robed priest has already found Fitzwalker and asked him to send people to support Duel in Lake City. This shows that, as I inferred, the Church of Light is already somewhat powerless. This kid is going to come to me tomorrow, just in time. All the hidden dangers will be eliminated tomorrow. Thinking of this, Cao Xing gradually felt at ease. Then, he continued to wait in the territory. Soon it was around 10 o'clock in the evening. Cao Xing secretly called out the core members of his territory one by one. They were Serap, Assam, Andrew, Renus, Bron, Hilda, Isabel, Jonald Josant Bertie Sunchaser, Brot Brimston, Victoria, Elisa, Tongchachu. Including them, there were 16 people in total, all standing together. At this moment, Cao Xing came over and whispered, "You should know the relevant information. Tonight's action is very important. You must follow my orders." Little Elisa asked excitedly, "Lord, are we going to rob the camps of those bad guys tonight?" "I like it the most." Tongchachu also echoed, "I like it too. There are many delicious foods in the camp that my big brother took me to last time. We will definitely get more delicious food this time." Cao Xing smiled and nodded. "That's right. Our goal is to kill all the hunters in these camps as quickly as possible, then loot the supplies inside, and then evacuate immediately and go to the next location. We must act quickly. From the start of the action to tomorrow noon, we will be in a state of combat. Then no matter what the result is, the action must be completed before tomorrow noon." This is the time Cao Xing and Liu Muxue deduced after discussing. From their departure, to the destruction of these camps, to the incident. No matter how fast the Church of Light is, it still needs time to confirm. And this period of time is their opportunity. Everyone on the field nodded, with suppressed excitement on their faces. Even Cao Xing was very excited. If this vote was successful, he could not only upgrade all the warriors in the territory to the 4th level, but the resources of the territory would also increase dramatically. However, this time, he did not bring Dabe, Valiber and Frost Moose, including the Mecha. There was no way, these creatures were too big. They were going to conduct a surprise attack this time, so naturally the fewer people the better. Moreover, with the combat power of their 16 people, even a 5th level 1000-man knight group would not be their opponent if they burst out with all their strength. In terms of combat power, it was completely enough. So, Cao Xing took out the Mystic Book of Disguise Demon, Orange. "Are you all ready?" Everyone nodded. Just as Cao Xing was about to use the skill, Demon Slave Disguise, a beautiful figure came out. Her dark golden hair was tied up by her, and she was wearing a relatively casual close-fitting outfit, showing her graceful figure. Her lotus steps moved lightly, full of elegance and the breath of a strong man. It was the witch, Francesca. "Why are you here?" Cao Xing asked in confusion. Francesca's eyes were filled with a little complaint. "Didn't you agree to take me with you next time you go out?" Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, then explained, "We went out this time because we had something to do, not to go out and play, so we didn't ask you." However, the beautiful witch chuckled and said, "I know that you guys are sneaking around, so you're not going to do anything good, so I changed my clothes on purpose. Take me with you. The alchemy workshop is being upgraded and can't be used now. I'm really bored. Don't worry, I will definitely follow your instructions." The witch stared at him with her aqua blue eyes, and there was even some pleading in her tone. "The desire to go out in my heart has reached its peak." Hearing this, Cao Xing thought for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Okay, then come over, and remember to obey your instructions." Seeing Cao Xing agree, the witch immediately smiled brightly. She walked to Cao Xing's side. Little Elisa also said happily, "Great, the beautiful witch sister is going out with us." As she spoke, she naturally grabbed Francesca's arm. Cao Xing smiled, and then said, "Okay, I'm going to use camouflage on you." After he finished speaking, he first entered the demon transformation state, and then took out the secret book, and used the Demon Slave Disguiser skill recorded on it. Hoo-la la. The black book opened instantly. A large amount of dark aura gushed out from it. Then, everyone on the field was shrouded by this dark aura. The next moment, their skin, armor, and even the ends of their hair turned into a pure black color like ink. Even their faces could not be seen clearly, and their original identities could only be vaguely identified through the weapons in their hands. Successfully use the skill, Magic Slave Disguiser, and disguise the surrounding friendly units into magical slaves for 10 minutes. Affected by the talent, Eternal Power, this skill has become a permanent state. In the permanent state, you can exit and close the disguise state at any time. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing also smiled. Success. Then, he glanced at Sam and read the information. Demon Slave, Demon Knight, level, attributes, skills, talents. He glanced at Sarah again. Demon Slave, Demon Hunter, level, attributes, skills, talents. Including the identities of others, all of them had their names changed. Even Liu Muxue's information was changed too. Demon Shield Guardian, Cao Xing said happily. I really can't tell. Muxue, what's the information on my head? Liu Muxue took a look after hearing this, and then chuckled and said, it shows that you are a demon, and nothing else can be seen. Hearing this, Cao Xing also laughed. Very good, now the identity problem is solved. The next is the skill problem. According to the system prompt, this disguise state can even change the skill form. Then he tried to release a ice ball. Instantly, the ice ball that exuded a chill was covered with an infinite dark power. It turned directly into a shadow ball. After a bang, it also exploded like a ball of shadow magic. Wow, you disguised yourself so thoroughly? I just killed their companions in front of others, and then changed back in an instant. I guess they can't find out my identity. Cao Xing was overjoyed. Then he asked others to try to attack. He found that, whether it was a Sam's sword energy or Isabel's holy light power, they were all covered with a layer of shadow breath. This is not the power of darkness, but the power of disguise, so it will not be rejected by the holy light. Cao Xing said happily, very good. In this way, as long as we don't encounter creatures that are 20 levels higher than ours, we will be safe. In the eyes of others, it is just a demon leading a group of demon slaves to raid their territory, which is very reasonable. Even if they investigate, they can't find it on us. Thinking of this, Cao Xing was even more excited. Okay, now everyone put on the shadow cloaks and we will move forward on foot. After saying that, everyone put on the cloaks, and the already obscure atmosphere became even more unpredictable. After using various camouflage methods to the extreme, they quickly walked out of the territory in the night. Chapter 312. The action begins. The first camp. While on the road, Cao Xing took out the snowstorm map from his backpack. Looking at the bright sun symbols on it, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. For Cao Xing, these are resource points. Moreover, because of the defeat of Duel in Lake City, the king issued more bounties. Cao Xing can not only gain honor points by killing these hunters, but also collect the spoils dropped by these hunters after their death, and at the same time plunder the resources in the camp. It can be said that one battle, 3 harvests. Among the more than 100 sun symbols on the map, Cao Xing quickly selected the first target to attack. Follow me, the target is Zoida village. This village is the village that Cao Xing encountered on the road when he found Elisa before. It is adjacent to Hog village, but it has been occupied by the Church of Light. This sun mark is only medium. This means that it should be a medium-sized camp. It is just right to infer the situation of the Church of Light through this stronghold. In the snow, a group of figures in black, like a demon squad, quickly moved forward at night and merged into the night. Only the snow on the ground could reflect the figures of this group of people. Cao Xing's current movement speed has increased by 120%. Even on foot, he can run very fast. And, Zoida village is 30 kilometers away from them. At their speed, they can arrive in about 10 minutes. Soon, they arrived near the target point. From a distance, Cao Xing saw a village in front of him. Although it was late at night, there were still a few lights in the village. And on the sentry tower, there were still a few militiamen on duty. Obviously, these militiamen were all hunters in disguise. Cao Xing winked at Sarah next to him. Sarah understood what he meant and disappeared instantly. In less than 2 minutes, Cao Xing's ears were prompted by the system. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed Hunter LV31. a 4th level ordinary creature, and gained experience points. 1240, combatants gained experience points. 620, you gained honor points. For your, after several battle messages, all the militiamen on the sentry towers fell down. Cao Xing smiled when he saw the system prompt. Sure enough, now we can also get honor points for killing these wild hunters. That's great. Sarah waved to Cao Xing and the others on the sentry tower. Cao Xing quickly ordered, let's all go in and kill the hunters inside as quickly as possible. Muzu, you and Zierda guard the entrance of the village and don't let anyone out. Everyone nodded. There was excitement on their faces. How to describe this feeling? It's like doing something bad. As a clergyman, Isabel felt a little uncomfortable. But when she thought that they were going to deal with that group of crazy cultists next, the holy light priest quickly adjusted her mentality. Swoosh, whoosh. Several black shadows rushed into the village at a terrifying speed. Sarah had quietly sneaked into several houses with lights on and killed the sleeping hunters inside. Then, without even a scream, the kill information began to fill the screen. Cao Xing was just about to give the order to let everyone deal with the hunter in the house. At this moment, a group of hunters dressed as militiamen came towards them in the village. They seemed to be a night patrol team, and they also noticed that under the light, there were a group of figures with black bodies and a dark aura. Suddenly, the pupils of all the hunters shrank. They exclaimed, God of Light, what are those? I don't know. There is a terrible aura on them, which makes me a little uncomfortable. At the same time, Cao Xing and his team also noticed this group of militiamen. In an instant, Renus and Elisa pulled the bowstrings at the same time. Swish, swish. 3 or 4 arrows hit the leading hunter at the same time. -91-23. -44-31. -90-52. -42-19. Several terrifying damage numbers floated up. Your territory member, Elisa, killed the hunter level 27, a 3rd level elite creature, and gained experience points. 2700, combatants gained experience points. 1350, you gained honor points. 9. At this moment, the group of hunters saw their companions being killed instantly, and they immediately realized that they were attacked. They shouted hurriedly, damn it, go and sound the alarm. There are intruders here. Come out. Ding-ling-ling. In the middle of the night, a shrill alarm sounded in the village. The sleeping hunters woke up one after another and rushed out of the room quickly. Everyone was about to rush up and kill these cultists. But Cao Xing said, let them come. Just right. I'll get rid of these guys at once. After saying that, Cao Xing directly entered the advanced demon transformation state. Hooala. The huge demon wings spread open, and the terrifying black air emanated from his body. The cultists rushing in from all directions also saw this scene. They immediately exclaimed, damn it, it's a demon. God of Light, how could such a creature come to us? Priest, save us. Cao Xing took a glance at this time, and found that the number of hunters in the whole village was over 70. He thought to himself, sure enough, just as I thought, there are fewer hunters in the village. It seems that the situation in other camps is the same. Thinking of this, he was more confident about the next action. Then, he directly used the large-scale group control skill, Shadow Coil. Hoo-la-la. With Cao Xing as the center, a dark breath quickly spread from the surrounding ground, covering the entire area of 200 meters around. Then, countless black arms suddenly appeared under the feet of those hunters, holding them tightly. And there was also a demonic force that was constantly eroding their bodies. However, this is not over yet. Cao Xing used the super large scale group attack skill, Soul Withering again. Anyway, the cooling time of these two skills is not long, and they will definitely cool down before rushing to the next camp. Sizzle. It was like the flame deep in the soul was ignited. Cao Xing now has the strength of a level 40 frost mage. At this moment, the advanced demon transformation state has increased his basic attributes by 100%. The magic attack power has reached 5447, plus Liu Muxue's Blessing of Courage at 1600 magic attack. In other words, his magic attack has exceeded 7000. This is a terrifying number. Even the 5th level leader in us only has this attack power. You know, it is very difficult for the survivor lord to catch up with the attributes of these natives. After all, they cannot advance, and their basic attributes are far behind. But Cao Xing, because of his powerful equipment and the increase in skills, has reached this terrifying height. Boom. The first wave of flames ignited, and dense damage numbers floated up. -75 17 -67 12 -73 25 -66 54 -75 32 -63 21. Every second, 2 damage numbers would appear above their heads. One wave was the damage caused by Shadow Coil, and the other wave was the damage caused by Soul Withering. In the blink of an eye, the health of the more than 74th level hunters on the field began to pour out like water. What are these things? They grabbed my feet. There is also a terrible power in these arms. Ah. It hurts so much. The hunters struggled frantically, but the control of Shadow Coil was extremely strong, dragging them to the spot. And Soul Withering was burning their souls. Screams continued to ring out. In less than 2 seconds, all 4 waves of attacks ended, and all the hunters on the field had fallen down. In an instant, a large number of system prompts were flooded on the screen in front of him. You killed a hunter LV-35, a 4th order ordinary creature, and gained experience points. 0 combatants gained experience points. 700. You killed an elite hunter LV-37, a 4th order elite creature, and gained experience points. 0 combatants gained experience points. 1480. In this battle, you killed a total of 72 hunters, and received honor points reward. 218. Whether it was an ordinary hunter or an elite hunter, all of them were taken away directly under Cao Xing's 2 waves of group attacks. This is his current terrifying attack power. The 4 waves of damage can cause at least more than 50,000 group attack damage. Even a 4th order boss level creature can't stand it. Therefore, as long as you don't encounter a 5th order creature or a 4th order leader, they will all die under Cao Xing's wave of group attacks. The people behind him also looked at Cao Xing's explosion with a shocked look. After all, killing more than 70 hunters in one wave, this scene is really full of visual impact. Xiao Chuchu said with admiration. Wow. Big brother has become stronger again. Braum was holding a large black shield at this time, and grinned. You are worthy of being our lord. Other lords of other worlds are so weak, but our lord is so powerful. I feel that I can't even withstand your attack. Cao Xing smiled. At the same time, Sarah also dealt with the hunters in the house. Ding. You have cleared a medium-sized camp of the Church of Light. Reputation plus 200. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing knew that all the hunters in this camp had been killed by him. This time, it can be said to be extremely fast. From the time they came into the end of the battle, it took less than 3 minutes in total. As mentioned before, their strength is already enough to crush these small and medium-sized camps. Cao Xing quickly gave the order. Okay, now Sam and Andrew start cleaning up the battlefield. Sarah, go search the entire village. Don't let go of any fish that slip through the net, and find the location of the resource storage point by the way. Others, split up and take away all the resources that can be taken away, including wood, stones, and these basic resources. Don't let go of any of them. Everyone nodded. They also knew that the camp was in the expansion period and was in need of a lot of supplies. Then, they began to act separately. Cao Xing himself exited the demon transformation state. Then he went straight to the most central area of the village. Generally speaking, the place with the most resources is in the center of the village. Of course, there are many good things in the tavern in the village. However, this village has been occupied for some time. It is estimated that a lot of resources in it have been consumed by hunters, but this does not prevent Cao Xing from having expectations in his heart. Soon, he came to a 3-story building. This is also the most luxurious building in the whole village. Compared to the other houses in the village, which were all made of wood, this house was built of stone and had a small courtyard. It was obviously a wealthy family. He kicked the door open and walked in. You have entered the residence of the village chief of Zoida village. Oh, are you at the village chief's house? There should be some good things hidden here, right? Although the supplies inside may have been searched by the Church of Light, there might be some treasures that have been missed. He crossed the small courtyard at the door and walked straight to the 3-story small house in front. A wooden door stopped him. Click. The heavy wooden door was pushed open. Cao Xing walked in directly. The village chief's house was very large, different from those of ordinary villagers. After entering, there was a wide hall with many wooden cabinets next to it, as well as scattered tables and chairs on the ground. Cao Xing began to search quickly. There were mostly some sundries inside, scissors, coils, lamps, etc. Cao Xing also accepted everything and took them away. Obtained. Rusty scissors asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtained. Candlestick asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Linen spool asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtained. Although with his wealth, these sundries can't bring much value. However, Mr. Cao adheres to the policy of 3 lights, so he will not let go of any corner. If it weren't for the fact that these wooden furniture on the ground took up too much space in his backpack, he would have wanted to take them all back. It would be good to burn them as wood. There is no other way. The territory is too short of resources now. After searching the living room, Cao Xing entered the bedroom next door. It didn't look like it had been searched. Cao Xing saw a few books on the cabinet at the head of the bed. He put them all away. Obtained book, The Child Who Raises Horses. Obtained book, The Song of Jade. Obtained book, One Night of a Romantic Widow. Not bad, not bad. I got 3 more books. When Cao Xing noticed the quilt on the bed, he could tell at a glance that the quality of this quilt was not low. He put it directly into his backpack. Obtained. Silk quilt, blue, right square bracket asterisk 1. TSK. It's worthy of being the village chief's room. Even the quilt is made of silk. It must be very comfortable to sleep with this thing on. After searching this house, he went to search the other bedrooms and the kitchen area. Then he went to the 2nd and 3rd floors. Soon, he searched the 3-story small western style building. The total amount obtained. Coins right square bracket asterisk 7,243. Silk quilt right square bracket asterisk 4. Seasonings. Fine salt soy sauce. Rice vinegar. Right square bracket asterisk 12. Books right square bracket asterisk 5. Secret vitality medicine right square bracket asterisk 2. Tiger whip wine right square bracket asterisk 2 bottles. And some miscellaneous things. Cao Xing frowned slightly. Obviously, this harvest did not satisfy him. Although there are more than 7,000 crowns. But this is the village chief of a village. This amount of resources is still too shabby. So Cao Xing didn't believe it. After coming out of the room, he searched around the yard again. Under the scanning of Eye of True Vision, basically those low-level hidden areas could not escape his eyes. In a corner of the house, Cao Xing really found something wrong. It was a stone, just under the corner of the wall. He kicked it, and found that the stone was loose. The next moment, a message appeared in front of him. The door of the secret passage of the village chief's house. Durability 500. Additional special effects, none. Haha, I knew there was a hidden area. Seeing this, Cao Xing threw a random ice ball. Bang! The stone was directly blown into pieces. Then, a dark passage that could only accommodate one person appeared in front of Cao Xing. He was also a skilled and courageous person. He jumped down without thinking. You have entered the hidden area of Zoida village, the secret passage of the village chief's house. This passage is not long. Cao Xing held the magic stone torch and moved forward in the dark in this passage. Soon he came to a relatively spacious position. And at this moment, a gust of wind whistled in. 4 green ghost lights lit up in the surroundings instantly. When I got closer, I found that they were not ghost lights, but 4 ghosts floating in the air. They all had loose hair, and their faces were filled with resentment and anger. And they stared at Cao Xing intently. One of the ghosts made a sharp voice. Get out. If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would probably be scared silly on the spot. Good fellow, are you guys making a horror movie? But Cao Xing was fine. When he saw those ghosts rushing towards him, he raised his staff directly. Then he threw out the ice-breaking flying blade. Bang, bang. minus 11,942, minus 11,732, minus 10,321. 3 ice balls exploded, bursting out a large number of ice spikes, and issued the second stage of group attack damage. Puff, puff. Minus 3661, minus 3652, minus 3527. In an instant, the 4 ghosts screamed, and then they were all killed on the spot. You killed the village chief's vengeful spirit LV21, a 3rd level common creature, and gained experience points. 0. You killed the village chief's wife's vengeful spirit LV23, a 3rd level common creature, and gained experience points. 0. You killed. Cao Xing was stunned. Did I just kill the vengeful spirits of the village chief's family? With a glance, he saw 4 corpses in the corner. Next to one of the corpses, there was a half-written letter. Gained, Alexa's last words. Cao Xing opened it, and took a look, and found that it was written by the village chief's son. His family was not discovered after the hunters entered the village, so they took this opportunity to hide in the secret passage. However, because they ran too hurriedly, the family did not bring any food or water. After a long time, they were tortured by hunger, and lost their minds. So the village chief and his wife decided to let their son contribute a leg, but the son refused and hoped that his mother could contribute her body. The 2 sides had different opinions, and then they wrestled together. All of them were injured, and finally they could only starve to death here. Cao Xing was also a little speechless. This family was really funny. They were almost starving to death, but they didn't know how to go out and try their luck. Ignoring the corpse on the ground, Cao Xing began to rummage through the boxes in this basement. On one of the shelves, Cao Xing really found a good thing. It looked like an iron box. Take a closer look. Found an unlocked cash box. Do you want to open it? Oh, it's a cash box? He clicked yes without hesitation. Get coins asterisk 273213. Get gold bars 1000 G asterisk 4 right square bracket. Haha, 270,000 crowns and 4 kilograms of gold. I've made a profit. According to the market, these 4 gold bars are also worth 200,000 crowns, adding up to nearly 500,000 crowns of profit. If Cao Xing didn't come in, he would probably miss it. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly glimpsed a corner of a treasure chest under a pile of debris in the corner. Huh, there's something else? Cao Xing took a closer look. This treasure chest is also covered with dust, but if you look closely, you can still see a faint golden luster. Oh my god, it's actually a golden treasure chest. This trip is not in vain. With a look of surprise, Cao Xing walked over. Found an unlocked golden treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Yes. Opened successfully. Obtained. Iceberg falling skill book. Gold. Asterisk 1. Obtained. Primary library construction drawing asterisk 1. Obtained. Magic pattern stone asterisk 5. Obtained. Eternal gold ingot asterisk 8. Obtained. Advanced magic crystal asterisk 3. A golden skill book and a library construction drawing. This wave of unboxing is comfortable. With a look of joy, Cao Xing looked at the attributes. Iceberg drop skill book. Gold. Frost mage exclusive skill book. Skill effect. Summon 3 small icebergs, then drop from the enemy's head, causing 3 times of 157% group attack damage to enemies within a range of 50 meters below. Cooldown time 90 seconds. Not bad. A very pure group attack skill. If I don't enter the demon transformation state now, I only have one skill, Extreme Ice Bloom, to attack the group, but the pre-swing of this skill is a bit long. This iceberg drop makes up for my shortcoming very well. Cao Xing clapped his hands and clicked to learn. Skill book successfully learned. Iceberg drop. Then he looked at the properties of the other blueprint. Construction blueprints for primary library armor. 50 durability. 300 building area. 159 square meters. Number of books that can be placed. 3000 books. Construction effect. Can increase the attribute improvement obtained after reading books by 10%. Construction requirements. Lod's hut level 3. Wood asterisk 200. Stone asterisk 100. Iron asterisk 20. Primary element crystal asterisk 10. Note, a building that can increase the prosperity of the territory and improve the happiness of the people. It is recommended to build it as soon as possible. Now that the construction blueprints of the library are available, my territory is becoming more and more civilized. So far, all the gains in this hidden area have been searched out by him. Cao Xing did not expect that he could get so many good things in the basement of the village chief. At this time, the sound of sizzling electricity came from his ears. Sarah's voice sounded in his ears. Lord, the food reserve area of this village has been found. Hearing this, Cao Xing instantly became excited. He attacked these camps for honor points on the one hand and food on the other. Now, it's finally time to reap the rewards. Thanks to book friend 202,303,180 DA for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Kang Ben Kang for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Zleeb for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 20230592259235993 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Rui Zhang Buzai Gao for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 150,113,181,045,262 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to a great white bear dog for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 20200225171923994 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Shall Maker for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Quiet Courtyard for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Redwood for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to book friend 20220622229366914 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. 5 monthly tickets from Feriwanger. 1 monthly ticket from book friend 20181221229376613. 5 monthly tickets from Shangguanyuju. 1 monthly ticket from welding engineer Zengong. 3 monthly tickets from Yuan Huahuo. 1 monthly ticket from Xian Lang Ziyu. 1 monthly ticket from Meng Yuiu. 1 monthly ticket from Sanchez Book Lover's House. 2 monthly tickets from Ants. 4 monthly tickets from book friend 20221029001618334. 1 monthly ticket from book friend 160,330,120,040,769. 1 monthly ticket from Yao Gui of the 10 monthly tickets from book friend 20220731094015833! Exclamation point. Thanks to all the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 313. Push forward all the way, aiming for the large camp. Cao Xing replied to Sarah. Okay, I'll be there right away. After saying that, he quickly left the basement. Then he rushed straight to where Sarah was. At this moment, Sarah was already waiting at the door of a house. After seeing Cao Xing coming, she pushed open the door and took him to the warehouse area at the back. As soon as he entered, Cao Xing smelled the mixed smell of various grains. Then, he saw the bags of grain on the ground, at least dozens of bags. He was immediately delighted. Haha, well done, Sarah. After saying that, he took the slender dark elf into his arms and kissed her on her thin lips. The usually serious assassin trembled and immediately lowered his head, feeling shy. Cao Xing walked over and collected all the bags of grain on the ground. Then, he counted the harvest. Obtained dry corn flour, 40 kilograms, asterisk 23 bags. Obtained wheat, 40 kilograms, asterisk 16 bags. Obtained peeled corn kernels, 40 kilograms, asterisk 7 bags. Obtained potatoes asterisk 327 kilograms. Cao Xing thought to himself, although the types of food here are not rich, they add up to about 2,100 kilograms. According to the calculation, that 1 kilogram of food is equal to 5 units of food. The food here is 10,800 units of food. Enough for my 10 warriors to break through to the 4th level. It doesn't sound like much, but you have to know that the value of 10 high-level power hearts is far more than what this little food can exchange for. Moreover, this is just the first camp they looted. On that map, there are more than a dozen medium-sized camps like this, and there are 4 or 5 large camps like Montera. After searching them all, he will get a huge amount of food resources. After looting all the food on the ground, Cao Xing said, "Let's go, Sarah, let's go out first." The dark elf behind him lowered his head and followed him obediently. Then they came to the entrance of the village. The others had also finished searching at this time. Cao Xing glanced and asked, "How was the search?" Braun smiled and said, "Don't worry, Lord, the search was thorough." Assam also said, "The spoils of the cultists after their deaths have all been collected. They put everything on the ground, including the weapons, hearts of power, souls, etc. that exploded after the hunters died." Cao Xing also collected them all in one breath. Get coin asterisk 146321. Get food asterisk 15,812. Get coal asterisk 7,231. Get wood asterisk 6,923. Get hunter mask ordinary. Elite black robe priest asterisk 77. Get intermediate power heart asterisk 7 right square bracket. Get intermediate element crystal asterisk 16. Get looking at the pile of materials that suddenly appeared in the backpack, Cao Xing's eyes also showed strong joy. Very good, the profit of pushing down a village is beyond imagination. And it took us about 40 minutes to rush on the road, fight, and loot. Obviously, this profit is very high. After all, these resources can make a survivor lord rich on the spot. The strength of the territory has increased dramatically. Moreover, Cao Xing has another idea. That is, after all the warriors under his command have broken through the 4th level and their strength has increased dramatically, he will take them to Duelan Lake City to do another big job. Although there are many resources in these camps, but in comparison, the resources in Duelan Lake City are huge. If these 2 votes can be successful, then his gains will be beyond imagination. Thinking of this, Cao Xing suppressed his excitement and quickly opened the map. Then he locked onto a medium-sized camp about 30 kilometers away. About 15 kilometers ahead, there is another large camp. And halfway, there are 2 small camps, which need to be detoured about 3 or 4 kilometers. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing decided to push along this route all the way up. Those small camps will not be spared. After all, they are just solving them along the way. So, Cao Xing said directly, "Let's go, our next place." The group quickly left the village. They didn't even need to deal with the bodies of the hunters on the ground. After all, they are all in camouflage now, and there is no need to worry about being exposed. Even if the Church of Light investigates, it will only find that these hunters were killed by demons. Everyone rushed all the way. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the location of a small camp on the map route. This camp is hidden in a hidden forest. Cao Xing first observed it. According to his experience, a small camp is usually guarded by dozens of hunters, and their levels are not high. Now, because of the situation in Duelan Lake City, most of the hunters have been transferred. So there are only a dozen people left in the camp. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing also smiled. He casually said, "Go." As soon as the words fell, all his men rushed out, without any idea of hiding. After all, there is no need to hide when dealing with such a small camp. After seeing Cao Xing and others, the group of hunters almost didn't think about it, and they were ready to run away at the first time. Kidding. These beings with black hair on their bodies are not easy to mess with at first glance, and the hunters in the small camp are generally not strong. They fled all the way to the woods. Behind him, Francesca was eager to try, and she whispered, "Leave these cultists to me." Cao Xing nodded, "Go." Hearing this, the witch also smiled. Then, a forest force rose from her body, carrying her directly into the air, but in the disguised state, it turned into a dark force. The next moment, she rushed over the fleeing hunters like a swooping swallow. Then she raised her palm and pressed it down. Bang! All the hunters below seemed to be hit by a terrifying air pressure, and their bones were broken on the spot. Some of them were even blown up on the spot. Francesca is a 5th level commander, and with her terrifying state, her lethality is close to that of a 6th level commander. In just 2 or 3 minutes, she caught up with all the hunters and killed them one by one. At this time, Cao Xing also heard the system prompt. Your territory member, Francesca, successfully killed 17 ordinary hunters and obtained 35 honor points. You cleared a small hunter camp. Reputation plus 50. Not bad. The total battle time does not exceed 60 seconds. It's still fast. At this moment, all the enemies were eliminated and there were only a dozen tents left. Start searching. For a small camp like this, the terrain looks clear at a glance and there are basically no hidden areas. So Cao Xing just asked his men to search. After hearing this, everyone quickly entered those tents and plundered the resources inside. Then they handed everything to Cao Xing. Obtained. Coins asterisk 7,832. Obtained. Food asterisk 3,113. Obtained. Hunter mask asterisk 18. Obtained. Primary power heart asterisk 5. Right square bracket obtained. Compared with a medium-sized camp, this income does not seem high. But as mentioned before, this is just a casual act of thizz. At least there are more than 7,000 crowns and more than 3,000 portions of food, right? It was enough for 3 of his soldiers to advance to the 4th level. Then, they continued to move forward. It took about 6 minutes to reach another small camp. In fact, the number of camps of the Church of Light in the snowy plains was not dense. Cao Xing was able to reach the destination so quickly because he had a map and planned the route in advance. Then, the second small camp was also demolished. Everyone went south. The camps of the Church of Light were swept by them with thunder. All the resources were collected by Cao Xing. Looking at the increasing amount of food, coins, and honor points in his backpack, Cao Xing was very excited. Soon, they arrived at the area where the second medium-sized camp was located. The location of this camp was in a mine. Cao Xing found a lot of rare mineral resources on the stone wall of the mine. Magic stone, mithril, glowing crystal, etc. He also secretly wrote down this location to see if there would be a chance to dig this mine with the hard workers in the future. Moving forward along this mine, everyone also found a relatively wide mine inside, with hundreds of hunters inside. Oh, there are more hunters in this camp, but it doesn't have much impact. So Cao Xing directly ordered, go, kill them. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so strong men under his command rushed out like tigers released into the mountains. When they saw a group of dark figures rushing towards them, the pupils of the survivors in this camp shrank immediately. Damn, enemies are coming in. Why would someone raid our camp at this time? It is estimated that those guys from the Church of Light would never have thought that someone would raid them at this critical moment. You know, they just won a big victory and showed their strength to everyone. And now, Cao Xing's behavior is like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Very exciting. At the same time, the battle in the mine has already started. Each of them, in terms of level and attributes, completely crushes the enemy. Those hunters have no room for resistance at all. Sure. A large number of hunters fell down like harvested wheat. In less than 3 minutes, the battle was over. Your territory members killed a total of 112 hunters this time and obtained 367 honor points. Ding. You destroyed a medium-sized hunter camp. Reputation plus 200. Cao Xing praised. Not bad. More than 300 honor points have been earned, including the mask on the ground. This time it is estimated that there will be 500 honor points. These honor points can already be exchanged for more than a dozen 3rd level elite war horses and a complete set of purple suits. It can be said that the harvest is quite good. Without Cao Xing's command, they began to clean up the battlefield after the battle. And Sarah, like a flexible cheetah, shuttled around in the mine, looking for the location of the warehouse in the camp. Soon, Sarah's cold voice came. Lord, I found it. Hearing the voice, Cao Xing walked over quickly. When he came to Sarah, he saw that there was indeed a large amount of food piled up in the corner. However, some of the food seemed to have become moldy and damp. But he accepted all the food and collected it all. Obtained. Yellowed rice, 40 kilograms, asterisk 32 bags. Obtained. Damp wheat, 40 kilograms, asterisk 27 bags. Obtained. The food in this camp was also more than that in the village. It was more than 3,000 kilograms. That is 15,000 units of food, enough for 15 soldiers to break through to level 4. Then, Cao Xing collected all the other spoils on the ground. He obtained 2 high-level power hearts and some masks. Next, he took out the snowstorm map and began to plan the next target. The entire snowstorm was very large, and it was impossible to destroy all the camps in one night. But because the time was planned, they could act during the day except at night. Cao Xing quickly selected the next target, which was a large camp. According to the estimate, it would take about an hour and a half to travel and fight. Thinking of this, he quickly ordered, "Go, keep moving forward." He had to maximize the results of the battle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the Church of Light reacts, they will definitely realize that the location of their camp has been exposed. Then the members of the Church of Light in the remaining camps will evacuate as soon as possible, and the supplies in the camps will be taken away. Thinking of this, Cao Xing couldn't help but speed up his pace. Along the way, they pushed 4 or 5 camps in a row, killed all the hunters in them, and looted all the supplies. System prompts kept appearing. Your territory members killed a total of 16 hunters in this battle, and received honor points reward. 47 points ding. You destroyed a small camp, reputation value plus 50. Your territory members killed a total of 17 hunters in this battle, and received honor points reward. 53 points ding. You destroyed a small camp, reputation plus 50. Get coins asterisk 10,892. Get food asterisk 6,292. Get hunter mask asterisk 18. Get. Cao Xing looked at his reputation and honor points, which were rising at a terrifying speed. So far, the honor points have exceeded 1,300 and the reputation has exceeded 5,000. In addition, the food in his backpack has risen even faster. It has directly reached tens of thousands of kilograms, that is, 50,000 units, enough for 50 soldiers to advance. Haha, this kind of looting is so cool. If this goes on, I feel that the honor points tonight will definitely exceed 20,000. With those masks, there will be at least 30,000 honor points. In this way, I can exchange for 2 of those orange cannons, and the remaining honor points can be exchanged for catapults. By then, my territory will have hundreds of 4th level warriors, plus these powerful siege equipment, and the strength will increase dramatically. Even if I face a 5th level knight group of 2 or 3,000 people, I will not be at all weak. You know, the 4th level warriors under Cao Xing are not ordinary 4th level warriors. They can be used as 5th level warriors, and they are more difficult to deal with. Even on a battlefield of that level, his more than 200 4th level warriors can play a role no less than the King's Goshawk Knights. By then, his territory will be a real iron barrel. Even if the Church of Light investigates and finds him, Cao Xing will have the power to protect himself. Thinking of this, he became even more excited. So, they began to loot more vigorously. When all the strongholds along the way were flattened, everyone came to the side of a valley, surrounded by mountains. There is only one road leading into the valley, and it is quite narrow. That's right, this is the valley where Cao Xing used to kill many of Fang Long's men during the novice protection period. There used to be a large number of hunters gathered there. It is also one of the 5 remaining large camps in the snowstorm plain. It is already past 3 in the morning. Cao Xing did not lead people into the valley immediately, but waited silently. After a while, in the dark night, a figure jumped down quickly and flexibly from the valley. It was Sarah. She reported, "All the hunters on the top of the mountain have been dealt with by me." Cao Xing praised after hearing this. Very good. Now, follow me in. After saying that, everyone began to follow this narrow passage, and entered the valley. After walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly became clear. This is a fairly open area with towering peaks around it, surrounding the valley. In the night, the surrounding scene seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious black veil. The trees in the valley turned into black shadows in the night, and the branches and leaves swayed gently in the breeze, making rustling sounds. Not long after they walked forward, Cao Xing suddenly noticed some strange plants growing on the ground. It was a kind of grass, but the color was quite dull. If you didn't pay attention, it would be no different from ordinary weeds. At this time, Francesca also noticed Cao Xing's gaze and then said, "This is aurora grass. It seems that we are lucky." Cao Xing was stunned after hearing this and then asked, "Why is it a little different from the aurora grass I collected earlier? Don't ordinary aurora grass glow?" The witch's mouth curled up. "Of course it's because now is not the 4th, 14th, or 24th of every month, and there is no aurora, so these aurora grasses naturally have no effect. Only aurora grasses that absorb the power of aurora are valuable as all chemical medicines." Hearing this, Cao Xing was stunned. "Does it mean that I can't take it away now?" Francesca nodded. "Normally, it's not allowed. But, isn't your beautiful lord's wife an aurora knight? Let her cast a few aurora spells, and these aurora grasses will also absorb the power of aurora." Cao Xing nodded suddenly, and then looked at Liu Muxue next to him. She understood what he meant, so she directly raised Broken Magdal and released the skill, Aurora Blessing. In an instant, a large amount of colorful aurora power overflowed from the broken sword. Various colors intertwined together, which was extremely beautiful. And the dim aurora grasses on the ground seemed to come alive at this moment and began to absorb the power of aurora. Then they began to emit beautiful aurora. Liu Muxue looked at Francesca and asked softly, "Is this alright?" The witch nodded. "It's alright. Just pick it within 3 minutes." After hearing this, Cao Xing quickly stepped forward to take a look. Aurora grass, gold, magic plant, quality, rare, effect, a magical plant that contains the power of the aurora. After the aurora knight consumes it, it can increase his spirit and physique by 10 points, and it can take effect up to 2 times. A sacred magical plant, and also the main material of some potions. It really turned into aurora grass. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. After all, there was a large group of undead next to his territory, which was a huge hidden danger, and the aurora grass could greatly improve his combat effectiveness against the undead. The more of this thing, the better. Cao Xing walked forward and collected all the aurora grass. Obtained, aurora grass, gold, *74. Cao Xing patted his backpack with satisfaction. "Very good. These aurora grass can allow me to make 74 bottles of holy water. A little more, and everyone can prepare a bottle. Even if the army of the undead attacks, there is no need to worry. It is worthy of being a large camp. I have gained a lot." As soon as I entered, they continued to move forward. "This valley is really big, and it is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only one canyon to enter. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is a good place." At the same time, Sarah's figure appeared again. A village was found ahead. "Village? There is a village in this canyon, which is a weird thing, no matter how you think about it." Sarah nodded slightly. "Yes, but the village is empty. I went in to explore it, and there was nothing inside except the old houses." After hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes showed a thoughtful look. "Nothing? Have all the hunters here been transferred to Duelan Lake City? Has this camp been abandoned?" But he quickly shook his head. "It shouldn't be. If this place was abandoned, they wouldn't have arranged for someone to be stationed at the entrance. That is to say, this village is just a cover for them." Cao Xing said, "Search separately. There should be other hidden areas here." Everyone dispersed and searched in this wide canyon. 10 minutes later, Victoria's slightly majestic voice sounded. "Ben, I found a passage here. It seems that someone has come out here." Hearing this, Cao Xing immediately said, "Where are you? I'll come right over." Victoria told Cao Xing the location. Soon, he walked over quickly. Cao Xing saw. In the night, Victoria squatted under a tree in a black dress. Even in the camouflage state, it was still difficult to hide her hot body. The round and plump buttocks made a deep line in the middle of the pants. After seeing Cao Xing coming, Victoria stood up and said, "It's right there. I just saw someone coming out." Following the direction she pointed, Cao Xing saw a narrow cave at the foot of the mountain in front. But the entrance to the cave was really small, barely enough for one person to pass through. So, Cao Xing said, "Come over here." Soon, everyone came to him. Cao Xing continued to give orders. Later, let Sarah go in first to explore the way. After confirming that there is no danger inside, we will go in together. Jonathan doesn't. You stay outside to guard the entrance of the cave. If you see anyone coming out, kill them without mercy. The two looked stern and said respectfully, yes, Lord. After saying that, Sarah had already entered the cave silently. After waiting for a while, no sound came from inside. However, Cao Xing heard a system prompt. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed Hunter LV32, a 4th level ordinary creature, and gained experience points. 1280, combatants gained experience points. 640, you gained honor points. For your. After the tickle messages, Sarah's gentle voice sounded in his ears. We have dealt with the hunters at the entrance of the cave. You can come in now. After hearing this, Cao Xing said directly, let's go in. As soon as he finished speaking, Bron had already raised his shield and rushed in first. Then it was a Sam, followed by Cao Xing and Liu Muxue. After everyone entered, they found that they were already in this narrow passage, and Sarah was waiting for them in front. After walking along this narrow passage for about 100 meters, the view suddenly became clear. Cao Xing saw a wide and bright underground space. It looked like a spacious hall with many stone pillars built inside to support the mountain. In the center of the hall, Cao Xing saw a statue. The statue was a man with his arms wrapped around him, his upper body naked, and his lower body stepping on a burning flame. It emitted a faint light and looked full of sacredness. And their position at this time was almost in the upper area of the hall, which was equivalent to looking down from a high place. They could see the situation below very well. Cao Xing did not act immediately, but continued to observe the group of hunters below. A group of captured villagers were kneeling in the center of the hall. Thanks, book friend 2020092914173785842 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend. 20220826133152500 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Nameng. Xiaoxio for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, book friend 20221218001201660 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, honest and reliable Xiaolang for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Xiaoki for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Deshiren for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Yijian Zikyu for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Antwangshan for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Yukeshibu Chankis 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Shuhei Xiaosheng for 5 monthly tickets. Thanks, Ether Wind for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Daosheng's Hanger for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Reader. 18021775070016447 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks, Leng Beking 1 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Mrs. Afraid. Thanks to 4 monthly tickets from I Have Children to Smile. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Autumn Wind It Has Never Seen Peach Blossoms. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Salted Fish King in Weight Loss. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from book friend 20220927091020667. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Zants. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from book friend 20220826133152500. Thanks to 6 monthly tickets from Jiushan Weisheng. Thanks to 7 monthly tickets from Wings of Reincarnation. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Midnight Time. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from Kurgu. Thanks to 1 monthly ticket from book friend 202,102,280,621,597. Thank you to all the book friends for your recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 314, Cao Xing, who is full of acting spirit, is taken away in one wave. In front of this group of villagers, there was a white-robed priest wearing a white robe and holding a staff in his hand. He was reading aloud. In this cold hell, darkness follows us everywhere. Fear and coldness always shroud us, and the Church of Light is a sacred beacon that dispels the darkness. Listen, devout believers. The God of Light overlooks this land with endless love. He gave us life and mission. In this world full of suffering and evil, only by firmly following the light can we find salvation. Below, the group of villagers became more and more fanatical as the white-robed priest continued to read. Cao Xing narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, there is a white-robed priest. It seems that the strength of this camp is quite strong. It should be able to increase my honor points, right? A large camp like this usually has a white-robed priest and several black-robed priests. Not to mention anything else, just killing a white-robed priest will give you at least a few hundred honor points. At this moment, the brainwashing of the group of villagers below seemed to have come to an end. They all kept bowing to the large statue in the center of the hall. Just when Cao Xing was about to take action to catch them all, he suddenly saw another white-robed priest walking out of the passage in the distance. Behind him, there were several black-robed priests holding several boxes in their arms. Seeing this, Cao Xing suppressed the urge to rush out immediately. At this time, the second white-robed priest had already led 4 or 5 black-robed priests to the center of the hall. Then, those black-robed priests opened the boxes, and a large number of ordinary hunter member masks were piled inside. The white-robed priest said solemnly, "Each mask of our church has been blessed by a special power. It has the power of the God of Light himself. The number is limited. You should thank the Seed of Light. He is the spokesperson of the gods. It is also he who has secured the quota for you. Put on the mask and you will become one of us from now on." After hearing this, the villagers below immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, great Seed of Light. Thank you, kind and great God of Light." Then, the white-robed priest gestured. Other black-robed people came forward and handed out the masks in their hands one by one. But Cao Xing narrowed his eyes. So that's it. The number of masks in the Church of Light is limited, right? No wonder this mask can be exchanged for honor points. Otherwise, the Seed of Light can mass produce hundreds of thousands of masks to exchange for all the rewards in the honor store. At this time, the black-robed priests handed out the masks one by one. Cao Xing found that the villagers below, the moment they put on the masks, their identities changed from ordinary villagers to hunters. His heart moved slightly. After the other 2 white-robed priests met, they saluted each other and started talking. The white-robed priest holding the staff said, "Priest teams, thank you for making a special trip to bring us these masks." The priest on the opposite side shook his head and said, "You are too polite, Priest Poker. The Seed of Light knows the importance of the snowstorm, so the actions in other areas have basically stopped, and most of the church's power is being concentrated in the territory of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. This time, the plan of Duelan Lake City was very successful. The Lord of Light sent down a trace of divine power, which greatly improved all the beings above the black-robed priests. The power of the church has become stronger and stronger." Hearing this, the white-robed priest holding the staff also smiled, with fanaticism in his eyes. The white-robed priest on the opposite side continued, "But the next step is the critical moment of the plan. There must be no loss in Duelan Lake City. We need to send more fresh blood there, as soon as possible." The white-robed priest with the staff asked curiously, "Priest teams, do you know what the next plan of the Seed of Light is going to be? It's impossible that they really rely on Duelan Lake City to compete with the Ice Crystal Kingdom, right?" At this time, Cao Xing pricked up his ears when he heard what they were talking about. He was also very interested in the next plan of the Church of Light. However, the white-robed priest with a long sword on his waist shook his head and said, "Actually, I don't know either. This is already the top secret of the church. Except for the Seed of Light, I'm afraid only the existence of the red-robed bishop level is qualified to know." The staff priest's eyes showed a look of realization. Then, he changed the subject. "Speaking of which, our Seed of Light is really powerful. It has just taken over the Church of Light and has made many big moves in succession. This time, even the Ice Crystal Kingdom fell at his hands." The white-robed man on the opposite side shook his head and said, "No, it is still our God of Light who is powerful. The Seed of Light has the power to communicate with the great God of Light. This series of plans were actually formulated by the Lord God of Light." "I see." The 2 white-robed priests below ended their conversation. After Cao Xing heard no useful information, he glanced at the attributes of the 2 priests. White-robe priest, Bokaradla V46, level, 5th tier leader level creature HP. 3750 to 15 / 3750 to 15, attack power. 53 48 54 81 armor. 73 38 44. Skills, expert level light element control, sunlight rays, judgment light sphere, light shield, light incarnation, same attributes as before, talent, magic affinity, white robe priest, he insta LV 47, level, 5th tier leader level creature HP. 42 17 82 / 42 17 82, attack power. 55 71 56 23 armor. 89 29 71, skills, expert level swordsmanship mastery, when fighting with sword weapons, attack power increases by 25% and attack speed increases by 30%, chilling wind / concentrate the power of the cold wind. And slash all enemies within 50 meters in front of you with a sword, causing 173% tearing damage, cooling time. 60 seconds, whirling blade, quickly rotate the body, the sword in the hand, turns into a sharp whirlwind, 157% cutting damage to surrounding enemies, and knock them back, cooling time. 90 seconds, armor breaking stab, concentrate strength to stab forward, the blade penetrates the enemy's defense, causing 215% high damage, and reduces the enemy's armor value by 300 points, cooling time. 90 seconds, final reckoning, each attack will reduce the enemy's armor by 50 points, up to 10 times stacking, after the stacking reaches the upper limit. The enemy will be caused attack power plus strength * 1.5 real damage. Talent, weapon affinity, when using melee weapons, the speed of learning skills is accelerated by 10%. Oh. 2 5th level leaders? This is much stronger than the enemy I encountered in the last large camp. Cao Xing narrowed his eyes, but he also understood the reason through the conversation just now. So that's how it is. The blood sacrifice in Duel in Lake City last time made the strength of the high-level leaders of the Church of Light greatly improved. This may be a very uncomfortable thing for other survivors and even those natives, but for Cao Xing, it is still a good thing. Because the 4th level leader can only explode the high level power heart, and the 5th level leader can explode the expert level power heart. In comparison, the benefits of killing a 5th level leader are many times that of a 4th level leader. Cao Xing said with a smile on his face, the enemy is growing, and I'm growing too. Now, let's see who grows faster. Thinking of this, Cao Xing's heart also burned with fighting spirit. He lowered his voice and said, listen to my orders later. I will gather all the hunters in the middle of the hall together. Then, all of you release group attack skills and attack them. Assam, Sarah, Bron, Bertie Sunchaser, all of you sneak in now. After we start the action here, go and deal with the hunters next to the hall. Everyone nodded and took action. The next moment, Cao Xing took out a black square box from his backpack. This thing is naturally the ancient weapon primitive cube. It is especially useful when dealing with a large number of enemies. As Cao Xing's mind moved, in the wide hall below, a black spot instantly appeared in the most crowded area. Then, this black spot suddenly burst out with infinite suction. In an instant, a terrifying suction appeared. In the area of 100 meters in radius, at least more than 100 hunters, including the 10 priests, flew backwards as if their bodies were out of control. Before those ordinary hunters could react, they found themselves falling heavily on others. Puff, puff, the sound of pieces of flesh falling rang out. The scene of more than 100 people gathered at one point was full of visual impact just by looking at it. And these two white robes are indeed 5th order leader level creatures. When they felt the suction force appear, they realized that they were attacked. They immediately shouted, everyone is alert, there are enemies coming in. Let's rush out together. Okay. The two white-robed priests exerted their strength suddenly, trying to resist the terrible suction. The two jumped up suddenly, and then rushed out more than 30 meters away in an instant. However, the suction range of the original cube is 100 meters around. They just jumped out not far, and were pulled back by the terrible suction. Even the 5th order leader level can't resist it. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing laughed. And this also reminded him. The suction of the original cube is not absolute. Some powerful enemies can jump out of the range of gravity in an instant, and then break free. However, despite this defect, it is enough to deal with these 5th level beings. Cao Xing quickly ordered, Assam, use the lake's fury. Francesca, use the witch's domain. Others, attack with all your strength. The moment Cao Xing finished speaking, Francesca flew up like a swallow. She came directly above the heads of the group of enemies. The two black-robed priests below naturally saw Francesca's figure at a glance. They exclaimed immediately, the enemy is above. She has a strong dark aura on her body. She doesn't look like a human. Damn, she is going to attack us. Bokka, use the light shield. At this time, Francesca in the air burst out endless forest aura in her body. Under the cover of the camouflage power, it turned into the power of darkness. The next moment, an invisible shockwave swept over. But, your territory member, Francesca used, witch's domain. All enemy skills are forced to enter the cooling state, and our skill cooling time is halved. This skill is very perverted. For people like Cao Xing who rely on various skills to survive, being swept by this skill is more uncomfortable than dying. Last time in the castle, I experienced the power of this move. For example, now, the white-robed priest raised his staff, and was about to release Light Shield, but suddenly found that all his skills were black. Even the magic power could not be mobilized. He felt uncomfortable, as if he was constipated. The white-robed priest holding a sword next to him asked in confusion, Bokka, what are you doing? Damn it. I can't release magic. Hearing this, the sword-holding priest was stunned for a moment. He was about to activate the skill, but found that he could not mobilize the power in his body. Damn. Me too. What kind of weird trick is this? While they were uncomfortable, Cao Xing was not uncomfortable. At this moment, everyone jumped out. Cao Xing raised his staff directly, aimed at the place where more than 100 hunters gathered, almost turning into a big meatball, and released a group attack magic. Then, a huge hexagram magic circle suddenly appeared, with strong cold air gushing out of it. It was Extreme Ice Bloom. The terrifying cold instantly reduced their mobility. Not only that, but ice pillars also rushed out from this hexagram array. Puff, puff. The ice pillars penetrated their bodies. Instantly, a large number of damage numbers soared. At the same time, 3 huge ice blocks with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared above the heads of these meatballs. These ice blocks suddenly fell down, causing explosive damage. Boom. Boom. Another large area of damage splashed. It was Cao Xing's new skill, Iceberg Fall. In addition, there was Victoria's Energy Concentration Wave, Hilda's Blood Poison, Isabel's Holy Light Strike, and Blot's Black Smoke Storm. In short, at this moment, everyone almost used all their group attack skills at once. That area instantly aroused dense damage numbers. -5439, -3382, -6821, -5901, -4923, -4521. In the first second of the explosion, Cao Xing heard the screen-sweeping kill prompt. Your territory member, Blotsoff Stone killed Hunter LV-21, a third-order ordinary creature, and gained experience points. 0 combatants gained experience points. 315 your. The experience bars of his subordinates were almost skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the experience bar limit was broken. White light continued to rise. Your territory member, Victoria Santa Cruz's level has been upgraded. Current level 40. Your territory member, Bertia Sunchaser's level has been upgraded. Current level 29. Your territory member, Andrew's level has been upgraded. Current level 43. Your. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's mouth curled up. I have to say, it feels so good to gather monsters together and kill them instantly. What's more terrifying is that after the hunters were killed by Cao Xing and his team, their bodies were gathered together by this terrifying suction. Blood kept flowing out of them. The pile of big meatballs turned from grey to blood red. The clothes of the 2 white-robed priests below were also soaked with blood. They were furious. However, no matter how angry they were, their skills were blocked at this moment, and they couldn't escape. They could only be beaten on the spot. Damn it. Where did this group of strong people come from? These guys have such strange methods. Stop it quickly, otherwise you will bear the wrath of our Church of Light. However, Cao Xing was having a great time killing at this time, and he didn't bother to care about the threats of these guys. You know, the original cube has a full 10-second control time, and less than 4 seconds have passed so far. Bang, bang bang. Various skills continued to greet them. Soon, the black-robed priest inside couldn't stand it anymore. One by one, they screamed and died on the spot. There were other hunters in this hall, and there were quite a few of them. There were about 70 or 80 of them scattered in various corners. They were just about to go over to support. At this moment, a man holding a black sword and wearing black armor, like a demon knight, rushed out. There was also a strong man holding a giant axe and another holding a shield, who also rushed out. These cultists exclaimed, "There are still enemies here. Ignore them. Go and save the priest." Just as they were about to go over, a Sam raised his sword directly. Endless water, condense into spirit. Instantly, more than 200 5th level elite water element appeared. These water element are roughly like human outlines, without a fixed body structure, and their whole bodies are made of flowing water. Then, these water element raised their heads at the same time and spit out water arrows from their mouths. Puff, puff puff puff. More than 200 water arrows burst out instantly. These water element have the strength of 4th level elites, and at this moment, they burst out and exerted impressive damage. -2132 -2031 -1982 -2042 -2192. The damage was soaring. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen hunters were killed by the concentrated fire. Nearby, Sarah and Burgee Sunchaser and other close combats killed the hunters so much that they dared not come over. Therefore, the two white-robed priests in the center of the hall could only be sucked in by the terrifying suction force. They could not release their skills, and were beaten on the spot. This was a battle that was as powerful as withered and rotten wood. When the 10-second control time was over, the black bull in that area disappeared, and there were hundreds of broken bodies gathered at the place. No matter those ordinary hunters, elite hunters, or even black-robed priests at the leader level. Under their concentrated fire, all of them died. Only the last two 5th level white-robed priests were left standing. However, despite this, they were not feeling well. There were serious injuries all over his body, and his whole body was soaked in blood, and his white robe was dyed red. Cao Xing took a glance, and found that the health of the two white-robed priests had dropped below 50,000. In other words, in this wave of group attacks just now, each of them suffered at least 300,000 damage from Cao Xing and others. The two white-robed priests were seriously injured, and their tone was full of anger. "Who are you? I feel an evil breath on you. Lord God of Light will definitely punish you." Cao Xing snorted coldly, "The lowly God of Light is worthy of punishing me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he directly entered the demon transformation state. When the two white-robed priests saw the wings behind Cao Xing and the demonic power that was almost condensed into substance on his body, they exclaimed, "Damn it. So you are a demon, then these guys are your demon slaves. We, the Church of the God of Light, have always kept our distance from you demons. Why do you want to lead the demon slaves to deal with us?" Cao Xing said disdainfully, "I will deal with you, if I want to. Do I need any reason?" Hearing this, the two white-robed priests below seemed to remember something. Recently, in the area of the snowstorm, our Church of Light has often had strong men killed, and even the camp was destroyed. I understand. It is you damned demons who have been targeting our Church of the God of Light in the snowstorm. Aren't you afraid that the God of Light will punish you for your actions? Cao Xing snorted coldly, "It's just a false god who has lost his divinity. The Ice Crystal Kingdom has long been regarded as a treasure by our demon clan, but you dare to get involved. When our demon lord comes, what can the God of Light do?" He was also a drama queen, and he directly directed the dirty water to the demon clan. It happened that the disguised demon last time provided him with a lot of information. After hearing this, the two white-robed priests' pupils suddenly shrank. They seemed to have heard some big secret. The demon lord is coming, and he has also set his sights on the Ice Crystal Kingdom. The two looked at each other. The white-robed priest holding the staff suddenly stood up, and a divine light hit the other white-robed priest. "Go quickly, you must take this news out, and tell the Seed of Light. The white-robed priest holding the sword suddenly burst out with powerful strength, as if he had a last burst of light. He rushed out dozens of meters in one step and ran towards the passage area at a high speed. Seeing this, Cao Xing sneered. A lowly existence also wants to escape from my hands. The next moment, he stepped on the spot. In an instant, a black demonic force spread out. Then, a large number of black claws appeared and grabbed the ankles and knees of the two white-robed priests. Dragged them to the spot. Damn it. No. I must tell the Seed of Light this news. The white-robed priest holding the long sword had an anxious look in his eyes. However, no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the demon's hand under his feet. At this time, the second wave of concentrated fire from the crowd has arrived. Hoo-la la. A large number of attacks, with demonic power, fell. The blood of the two white-robed priests was once again pouring down like water. Seeing that he was about to die, the white-robed priest holding the staff had a strong unwillingness in his eyes. He shot a light magic directly into the air. Bang! A ball of light exploded above everyone's head, and then disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Irina shot an arrow. Puff! Minus 21,832. The special effect of Eminent Hunter was triggered, and a terrible damage was dealt. On the other side, the white-robed priest was also shot in the head by Alice's arrow. 2 kill prompts appeared. Your territory member, Irina's Hawkeye, killed the white-robed priest, Boca Adler, a 5th order leader level creature, and gained experience points. 23,000. Combatants gained experience points. 11,500. You gained honor points. 500. Your territory member, Elisa, killed the white-robed priest, Hinsdale, a 5th order leader level creature, and gained experience points. 23,500. Combatants gained experience points. 11,750. You gained honor points. 500. At this moment, looking at the spoils dropped on the ground after the hunters died, Cao Xing even had a short breath. He had already seen the heart of power on the ground that was as big as an adult's palm, and several bright souls. Cao Xing said excitedly, to level 5 leaders, 7 or 8 level 4 or 5 leaders, and more than 100 hunters. I caught them by surprise, and took them away as monsters. Ha ha ha. This wave is so comfortable. Thanks to Bookfriend 2022050618561435843 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zero Itchy Mouse for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to FFCYAO for 3 monthly tickets. Thanks to Demon 136,781 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Eluogen for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Amber Dusk for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20191009195252975 for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Weiang Palace Chaos for 1 monthly ticket. Thanks to Bookfriend 20230529142243985 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks, Nalan Lingayan for the 100 point reward. Thanks, Wodirixio for the 1500 point reward. Thanks, Zantisi for the 1500 point reward. The author would like to express his gratitude here. Chapter 315, Breakthrough to Level 5, a powerful improvement. Cao Xing did not immediately pick up the spoils dropped by the white-robed priests, because there were still some enemies around that had not been dealt with. Everyone immediately went down to help Sarah and Assam and kill those who had escaped. It took 3 minutes. All the hunters in the entire hall and even in those small rooms were killed. A system prompt appeared. Ding. You destroyed a large hunter camp. Reputation value plus 500. In this battle, a total of 217 hunters were killed, and 2612 honor points were obtained. Haha, I got 2600 honor points in one wave. So comfortable. At this moment, Cao Xing looked at his honor points. Honor points. 4148. It's already 4000 honor points, enough to exchange for destroyer siege crossbows, and I can exchange for an Eris cannon, if I save more. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction, and then said, okay, let's start cleaning the battlefield. After hearing this, everyone started to act separately. As for himself, he went straight to the place where the two white-robed priests died and picked up the spoils on the ground. Instantly, a large number of system prompts appeared. Obtained. Staff of Divine Punishment. Gold. Obtained. Longsword of Revelation. Gold. Obtained. Leader Solo Bocker Adler asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Expert level Heart of Power asterisk 3 right square bracket. Obtained. Leader Solo Black Robed Priest asterisk 4 right square bracket. Obtained. Advanced Heart of Power asterisk 7 right square bracket. Obtained. Mask of White Robed Priest of the Church of Light asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtained. Mask of Black Robed Priest of the Church of Light asterisk 10. Obtained. Mask of Hunter asterisk 113 obtained. At this moment, Cao Xing took a deep breath. Damn it, it's really worthy of being the gold belt of murder and arson, and it exploded again. Sure enough, plundering is the fastest way to obtain resources. The benefits of this wave are amazing. 2 golden weapons, a leader level soul, and 4 leader level souls. What surprised Cao Xing the most was that this time, it was not 2 expert level hearts of power that exploded, but 3. This meant that he would once again have at least 2 5th level masters. However, he was not going to distribute these hearts of power to his subordinates. Instead, he was going to use them to improve his own and Liu Muxue's strength first. After all, it had been a while since they reached the maximum level of 40, and it was time for him to break through. Restraining his excitement, he first glanced at the attributes of the 2 golden weapons. Rod of Divine Punishment, Gold, Quality, Rare, Equipment Level, Level 40, Magic Attack Power. 873942, Attached Special Effect, Spirit plus 180, Constitution plus 80, Magic Critical Hit Rate plus 20%, Attached Special Effect, Elemental Resonance, the holder has a higher affinity for element. Speeding up spell casting by 25%, Attached Special Effect, Divine Punishment, when casting magic, there is a 30% chance to summon the power of Divine Punishment, causing the enemy to suffer a huge thunderbolt strike, causing 157% magic damage, and reducing its magic resistance by 200 points in the next 20 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Equipment introduction. The light of the Rod of Divine Punishment is the lightning that cuts through the darkness. The dazzling brilliance is a warning to evil. In front of it, darkness has nowhere to hide, and evil will be purified. Sword of Revelation, Gold, Quality, Rare, Equipment Level, Level 40, Physical Attack Power. 854917, Additional Special Effect, Strength plus 150, Agility plus 80, Constitution plus 80, Additional Special Effect, Wind Armor Break, when attacking, ignore 200 points of enemy armor. Additional Special Effect, Light of Revelation, when attacking, there is a 45% chance of adding attack plus strength asterisk 1 point to real damage to the enemy. Equipment introduction. In fierce battles, this long sword has witnessed the rise of one hero after another. Under its blade, all enemies are terrified. After reading the properties of these 2 weapons, Cao Xing nodded secretly. The properties are not bad, and can increase a lot of combat power. Cao Xing thought for a moment, and called Isabel over directly. Isabel, give me your weapon. The Holy Light Priest obediently gave the staff to Cao Xing. Then, Cao Xing handed her the Staff of Divine Punishment. Although this weapon does not belong to the Holy Light system, its properties are very powerful. Moreover, the 2 special effects at the end can greatly increase Isabel's damage. She held the dark blue staff, and felt the magic power inside. Then she made a standard salute to Cao Xing. Thank you, respected Lord. Your glory and the church guide me together. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Isabel Gospel has been increased, and the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty is full, and now the other party will unconditionally execute any of your orders. Cao Xing saw the system prompt and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Isabel's loyalty is 95, and this time it was directly increased to the maximum value. Moreover, her change seems to be great. She has put Cao Xing's name in front of the church. This shows that this woman has regarded Cao Xing as her faith in her heart. At this moment, he looked at the woman in front of him. Feeling his gaze, Isabel's holy face like an angel seemed a little unnatural. She asked softly, "Lord, what's wrong with you?" Cao Xing laughed, "Nothing. Keep working hard." The holy light priest bowed slightly. "I will obey your will, my respected lord." Cao Xing was very satisfied with her current performance. However, Hilda's loyalty was not yet full. The Blood Spider Queen had followed him longer than Isabel, and was a very difficult woman. But no matter how difficult she was, she had been trained by Cao Xing to a loyalty of 97, and would soon be able to increase to 100. Cao Xing also wanted to see if the attitude of this proud Blood Spider Queen would change with a loyalty of 100. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up. The staffs were distributed. As for the other golden sword, there was no suitable candidate for the time being, so Cao Xing put it into his backpack. Then, it was the distribution of those expert level hearts of power. Cao Xing called Liu Muxue over. He gave her one directly. As for the other one, Cao Xing was going to keep it as a backup. It would be better if both of them succeeded. In case someone failed, the second heart of power could be used to continue the breakthrough. So he said directly, "Use it, Muxue." The beauty nodded lightly, with an expectant look on her face. Then, the two of them crushed the heart of power in their hands together. Crack, crack. Pure power flowed into their bodies. The aura began to rise rapidly. The power of frost that froze everything, and the sacred power of aurora spread and diffused on the two of them. Everyone felt these two auras, and couldn't help but look over. Tong Chacha held the pistol and said happily, "Big brother and big sister are going to become stronger again." Little Elisa echoed, "That's great. Elisa has to work hard to and become stronger." At the same time, the transformation of the two has come to an end. Endless aurora power burst out from Liu Muxue's body in an instant. A colorful feast of colors instantly filled the hall. Then, all the aurora power was absorbed back into her body by her. Your subordinate lord, Liu Muxue, has successfully transformed and has become a 5th level Aurora Knight, with basic attributes increased by 100%. Because its attributes have been greatly improved, it has completed the sublimation transformation, and its health value plus 50%. Liu Muxue had an excited smile on her face, and then trotted to his side. She was like a little woman, happily sharing her joy with her lover. "Xing, I succeeded." Cao Xing smiled and touched her hair. "Not bad. It's good to succeed." And he himself failed to break through. Fortunately, this situation was also expected. So Cao Xing took out the second expert level power heart, crushed it directly, and absorbed the pure power contained in it. As the ice power on his body continued to dissipate, this time, there was no accident. But a terrifying breath of ice swept through. With the accumulation of 2 hearts of power, Cao Xing officially broke through to the 5th level. The system prompt appeared. "Congratulations. You have successfully used the expert level heart of power and transformed into a 5th level frost mage. Expert level. Because your attributes have been greatly improved this time, you have completed the sublimation transformation and your health has increased by 50%. Skills: intermediate ice element control is upgraded to advanced ice element control." Feeling the powerful power in his body, Cao Xing showed a satisfied smile at the corner of his mouth. "Very good. I finally broke through to the 5th level." With excitement, he checked his and Liu Muxue's attributes. Name: Cao Xing. Race: Blue Star Human. Level: Level 40/50,000. 5th Order Frost Mage. Detailed attributes. Click to view. Survivor: Liu Muxue. Race: Blue Star Human. Level: Level 40/50,000. 5th Order Aurora Knight. Detailed attributes. Click to view. At this moment, Cao Xing looked at his and Liu Muxue's attributes and breathed a sigh of relief. Too strong. Although there is some gap compared to 5th Order leader level creatures such as Irina, but as survivor lords, their attributes are already very abnormal. Cao Xing's mental power even directly broke through 2000. And the most important thing is that the two of them have 4 status skills. Ice Healing Technique restores 3643 health points per second. plus Andrew's life bloom 1390 health points, which adds up to more than 5000 health points per second. At the same time, the armor of ice armor technique is also greatly improved. And Liu Muxue's side is even more terrifying. The blessing of courage directly increases the attack power by 2800. What does this mean? It is equivalent to directly increasing Cao Xing's attack power by more than 40%. And if this state is added to those 3rd and 4th level subjects, their attack power can be directly doubled. Cao Xing's previous estimate, that after all the hundreds of combatants under his command broke through the 4th level, they would be able to fight against a 5th level knight group of 1000 people. This estimate was underestimated. According to current estimates, fighting against a 5th level knight group of 2000 people is no problem. Feeling the magic power filling his body, Cao Xing said excitedly, "Very good. Now I can use the demon transformation and my attributes can be improved by 100%. By then, I'm afraid I can have the combat power of a 6th level leader. It's no problem to single out a 5th level commander." At this moment, he has absolute confidence in his own strength. Braun next to him said with emotion, "Lord, your transformation is really powerful this time. Your current aura makes me feel that I'm no match for you at all." Cao Xing smiled. "You are only at the 4th level now. Of course you are not my opponent. Wait until you break through to the 5th level." Hearing this, Braun's face also showed an expectant look. According to the benefits of pushing down this large camp, at least 1 or 2 expert level power hearts can be exploded. If all the remaining large camps are pushed down, it will be enough for all his men to break through to the 5th level. At the same time, Sarah appeared beside Cao Xing. She also felt that Cao Xing's power suddenly surged. A beautiful arc appeared at the corner of her mouth, and she seemed to be happy for his successful breakthrough. "We have found the location of their warehouse. As you expected, there is a lot of food inside." Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly showed surprise. "Very good, take me there." This is the first large camp they pushed down tonight, and Cao Xing is also very much looking forward to the harvest inside. The two walked all the way through the whole of this cave. Soon, Sarah led him and stopped in front of a stone door. As Sarah threw a dagger, the seal of the stone door was broken. Boom. The stone door opened. There was a smell of grain mixed with mold. In front of the two, a large number of bags filled with food appeared. Cao Xing's pupils shrank immediately. Oh my god, so much. In it, he saw hundreds of bags of food. Various kinds of rice and wheat were piled up into a small mountain. Among them, there were also a lot of air-dried bacon hanging above the head. However, the warehouse in this cave was too humid. Cao Xing even saw that some grains had already moldy. He didn't care and walked over and took away all the food inside. Obtained blackened corn kernels, 40 kilograms, asterisk 57 bags. Obtained slightly damp wheat, 40 kilograms, asterisk 62 bags. Obtained sprouted barley, 40 kilograms, asterisk 53 bags. Obtained air-dried bacon, asterisk 362 kilograms. Obtained. As he expected, most of the food here has become damp. But Cao Xing didn't care. Anyway, these foods are not for him to eat. The altar of the gods only said to sacrifice 1000 units of food, but did not say that this kind of damp food cannot be sacrificed. Thinking of this, Cao Xing searched even more happily. It took almost 2 minutes to search the entire warehouse. In the end, Cao Xing obtained a total of 11,723 kilograms of food here, equivalent to more than 50,000 units of food. Enough for more than 50 soldiers under his command to break through to the 4th level. He patted his backpack with satisfaction and then sighed. It's worthy of being a large camp. This wave of harvest is really good. In this way, as long as we plunder a few more large camps, we can solve the breakthrough resources for all soldiers. In the stormy snowfield, within 400 kilometers of Cao Xing, there are 4 large camps like this, and his goal is to take down all these camps. Then, Cao Xing walked out again and put all the other spoils into his backpack. A total of 74 masks were obtained, plus some intermediate power hearts and several elite souls. After confirming that nothing was missed, soon, Cao Xing led people to the narrow passage that they drilled out. Jonathan and Joseon were still waiting outside. After seeing Cao Xing and others come out, Joseon reported respectfully, "Lord, you are out. During the time you were in, no one came out." Cao Xing nodded slightly. "Well done, Jonathan Joseon." After speaking, he and Liu Muxue spent a little more time to add blessings to everyone. In an instant, everyone's already terrifying attack power, recovery ability, and armor increased again. Especially Sarah. She is now a level 45 commander level assassin with a basic attack power of 7800. Now with the bonus of courage blessing, it has directly exceeded 10,000. In addition, her terrifying critical hit rate. This assassin will become everyone's nightmare when he gets serious. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. After everything was ready, let's go to the next location. He quickly planned the route on the map. Go to the next large camp and destroy the small and medium-sized camps along the way. From 3 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the morning. It took 2 hours. Cao Xing and his team pushed all the way to the location of the second large camp. The location of this camp is also in the deep mountains and old forests, and these cultists have built a stockade here. It is heavily guarded. However, in the face of the absolute power of Cao Xing and others, these guards have no effect. This time, the battle was even more straightforward, because there was only one white-robed priest inside. Cao Xing followed the old routine and used ancient weapon primitive cube to gather monsters. Then Francesca flew to the sky and silenced the whole place. After a wave of concentrated fire from everyone, the white-robed priest didn't even have time to react before they killed him instantly. The remaining cultists were killed by Bert G. Sun Chaser and Assam and others. When the last black-robed priest died in Cao Xing's demonic flames, he said unwillingly, "Damn demons, the god of light will not let you go." The system prompt appeared. In this battle, a total of 184 members of the Church of Light were killed, and honor points were obtained. 2283 ding. You destroyed a large camp of the Church of Light, reputation value plus 500. Then, Cao Xing followed the usual practice and looted a lot. He once again obtained tens of thousands of kilograms of food, plus 2 expert level hearts of strength, and a golden sword. Finally, he left with everyone. At this time, there were 3 large camps like this on the map. Cao Xing checked the time. It is now 5:32 in the morning. According to the estimate, our operation time this time will stop before 12 noon. It seems that we have to speed up. So Cao Xing began to replan the route, abandoning those small strongholds that needed to be deterred, specializing in raids on medium and large strongholds, destroying them all the way. The system prompts kept refreshing the screen. In this battle, a total of 218 members of the Church of Light were killed, and honor points were obtained. 3042 ding. You destroyed a large camp of the Church of Light, reputation value plus 500. In this battle, a total of 221 members of the Church of Light were killed, and honor points were obtained. 3156 ding. You destroyed a large camp of the Church of Light, reputation value plus 500. Until about 11 o'clock in the morning, their group of assault teams almost ran all over the entire snowy plains, destroying nearly 40 strongholds of various sizes, killed thousands of cultists of the Church of Light. At the same time, they also harvested nearly a huge amount of resources. 4 of the 5 large strongholds on the map have been destroyed by them, and those medium-sized strongholds add up to more than 20. If the Church of Light knew about this, it would be heartbroken. This is equivalent to uprooting their years of development in the snowstorm plains at once. At this moment, Cao Xing and his party stood on the hillside of a high mountain. This is the location of the last large camp on the map. Everyone saw that on the hillside, there was a camp built against the mountain. There were many houses built on it, as well as defenses such as primary and intermediate elemental arrow towers. With the advantage of the terrain, it was also easy to defend, and difficult to attack. But with the absolute strength of Cao Xing and others, they simply ignored these defense arrow towers. Go. Following Cao Xing's order, this group of powerful people rushed in directly. Chapter 316, S-level world mission, uproot. Bang. The heavy iron gate of the camp was directly knocked open by Braum. Boom. The heavy gate collapsed, and the cultists inside, and the surrounding arrow towers discovered this big guy at the same time. In an instant, a large number of attacks came towards him. But Braum was not afraid at all and directly activated the Ice Giant form, followed by a giant roar. Come here, little guys. The surrounding hunters were all attracted by his firepower. Seeing this, Cao Xing and others went straight past Braum and rushed into the camp to massacre the hunters inside. There are probably more than 200 hunters in this camp on the hillside, but they are too scattered. Cao Xing did not use the original cube, but chose to crush them head on. At this moment, under the terrifying attack power of the crowd, these 3rd and 4th level cultists were directly chopped as ordinary monsters. A Sam slashed out with one sword after another. -9872, 4936 -9954, 4977 -9862, 4931. Because the skill, Glory Praise, has 50% light attribute damage, each of a Sam swords deals more than 14,000 damage. Only 2 swords are needed to kill one on the spot. Sarah on the other side was even more terrifying. Cao Xing asked her to deal with the white-robed priest in the camp alone. This white-robed priest was also an assassin. He held a strange shaped dagger that looked like a fishbone and engaged in a head-on battle with Sarah. His fighting skills were also very skillful. Ding, ding ding. The sound of the dagger and the dagger colliding rang out. However, under the absolute suppression of Sarah's strength, the white-robed priest's dagger was violently bounced away after only blocking Sarah's 2 swords. Then, the silent blade slashed across his body. -15,784. -10,523 -18,723. -20,312. Graceful liberation. Sarah's attacks were more terrifying with each strike. Assassination rules. This skill, each strike will increase the damage of the next strike, which can be stacked up to 4 times, plus the terrifying critical hit rate. This 5th order leader level white-robed priest had no power to fight back. His health dropped sharply. Feeling the crisis of death, the white-robed priest shouted, "Priest Latifa, I need support." A strong wind rushed towards Sarah. This was an arrow, and it had very strong penetrating power. Sarah turned around and cut off the arrow. The next moment, 5 or 6 arrows rushed towards Sarah in succession. The sudden attack was enough to catch the average 5th order leader level creature off guard. The white-robed priest seized the opportunity and raised his short knife to slash. But Sarah was a 5th order command level existence, and she was not afraid even when facing a siege. Bang! 8 clones of Sarah suddenly appeared on the spot, transformed into 8 black lightnings, and slashed forward fiercely. Swish, swish. The white-robed priest was cut 3 times again. The being above his head that shot the arrow also lost its target at this time. Cao Xing raised his head and looked over. On the hillside of the camp, a figure wearing the same white robe and mask appeared. From the size of her body, it can be seen that this is a woman. She is constantly pulling the bowstring and launching a concentrated fire attack on her own Sarah. Cao Xing directly said, "Francesca, go and shoot her down." Swoosh. After hearing the order, a figure instantly rushed into the sky. The white-robed archer seemed a little panicked when she saw someone suddenly flying up. She was about to launch an attack, but she saw that Francesca had already slapped her down. Bang. -11,245. The white-robed priest only felt that she was hit by a huge stone weighing 10,000 pounds. She spat out a mouthful of blood. After barely withstanding Francesca's attack, he turned around and was about to draw the bowstring. However, this witch was also a 5th level commander level being, and her strength was terrifying. Bang, bang. -11,547, -11,642, -17,682. As she continued to launch terrifying attacks one after another, the white-robed archer was overwhelmed and was directly knocked down from the hillside by Francesca. Like a kite with a broken string, it fell heavily to the ground. She raised her head and said in horror, "Another commander-level figure. Where did you come from?" Faced with the questioning of the white-robed priest, everyone was too lazy to pay attention to it. At this moment, Cao Xing also directly entered the advanced demon transformation state. Crash. This was the first time he used this form after becoming a 5th level strongman. The strong demonic aura almost made those 3rd and 4th level hunters dare not approach. Just a glimpse of that figure would make one feel fear and submission. As Cao Xing stretched out his 2 claws and clenched them fiercely, all the hunters on the field felt as if their souls were being caught, and a strong burning sensation emerged from the depths of their souls. Swish, the soul fire was ignited. Minus 11,532, minus 12,374, minus 11,336, minus 10,521, damage numbers exceeding 10,000 appeared one after another. After Cao Xing broke through the 5th level, the damage of soul withering also increased significantly. The screams of the hunters continued to ring out. When the 4 waves of flames ended, there were only a few creatures still standing on the field. At this moment, the 2 white-robed priests saw this scene and took a deep breath. Damn it. So you are a demon. You are so powerful. Why do you want to deal with our Church of Light? Cao Xing was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and said directly, deal with them. After hearing this, Sarah directly performed a death dance and a shadow bloom. Then, the slender female assassin snapped her fingers. Bang. Minus 47,862. A terrifying number that almost broke through 50,000 floated up. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance, successfully killed the white-robed priest, Ivandora LV-48, a 5th order leader level creature, and gained experience points. 24,000. Combatants gained experience points. 12,000. On the other side, after Francesca beat the white-robed priest to a state of low health, Cao Xing's finishing blow came. Bang. A soul fire fell on her and exploded. Minus 13,546. You killed the white-robed priest, Latifa Coman LV-49, a 5th order leader level creature, and gained experience points. 24,500 combatants gained experience points. 12,250. At the same time, the battles of the others were all over. When the last black-robed priest fell, a white light rose from the bodies of many people on the field. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dancer, has been upgraded, and the current level is 46. Your territory member, Victoria Santa Cruz, has been upgraded, and the current level is 40. Has reached the maximum level of the 4th level. Your territory member, Bertie Sunchaser, has been upgraded, and the current level is 30. Has reached the maximum level of the 3rd level. The sound of upgrading and upgrading sounded one after another. In this battle, a total of 177 members of the Church of Light were killed, and honor points were obtained. 2,532 ding. You destroyed a large camp of hunters, and the reputation value plus 500. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief, and then exited from the demon transformation state. He glanced at the time above his head, 11:14. Cao Xing said with satisfaction, finally, we have pushed down all the large and medium-sized camps before noon. Not bad. Although he failed to clear all the camps of the Church of Light in the snowstorm, the remaining ones were only some small karami. The profit from pushing down all of them would not be as much as a large camp. Thinking of this, he was just about to have someone clean up the battlefield and then go home. At this moment, a special system prompt appeared. Survivor Cao Xing. Please note, you have destroyed multiple strongholds of the Church of Light in succession, causing severe damage to the layout of this force in the snowstorm. The implicit relationship has become mortal enemy. Mortal enemy cannot be resolved. Either you or I will die. Trigger the world's main quest. Uprooting quest difficulty S-level uprooting. In the previous battles, you have continuously caused damage to the forces of the Church of Light and repeatedly hindered their plans. Now you have been noticed by the God of Light. When the God of Light comes out of the underworld, this god will see through your disguise and will be angry with you. Task content. In order to prevent the God of Light from descending from the netherworld, you need to destroy all the forces of the Church of Light in the western continent as much as possible, uproot them, and prevent them from returning forever. The current destruction progress 1%. Task prompt. This task is a long-term task. After the destruction progress exceeds 30%, the arrival of the God of Light will be postponed indefinitely, and you will receive additional rewards for every 10% increase in progress in the future. When it reaches 100%, you will receive a special unique reward, Godhead of Light *. 1. Note, this task is not a fixed task. If the power of the Church of Light expands, your task progress will decrease, otherwise, your task progress will increase. Seeing this long system prompt, Cao Xing took a deep breath. Oh my god, I just destroyed a few camps, and the old guy, the God of Light, noticed it? Fuck, he came out to deal with me? This old guy is too stingy. No wonder he was locked up in the netherworld. He deserves it. Cao Xing was furious. However, he also saw the following prompts. The task prompt says that, if more than 30% is destroyed, this old guy will never get out for the rest of his life. But, obviously, that is also a very difficult thing. After all, Cao Xing destroyed dozens of camps, and killed nearly 2,000 hunters last night, including a large number of elites, black robes, and white robes. As a result, the destruction progress has just reached 1%. From this, we can imagine that the real power of this church is beyond imagination. The hunter who was tortured into confessing once said that the sphere of influence of the Church of Light is not only in the Ice Crystal Kingdom, but also in several other nearby kingdoms. Now it seems that this is also true. If an ordinary person suddenly learned that he was targeted by a god, he would probably be scared and at a loss. But Cao Xing was not afraid of anything. He said happily, fortunately, I'm still not exposed. As long as the God of Light does not come out, they don't know who did it. And I can continue to steal resources from this force. TSK, it's really exciting. Moreover, his current development speed is getting faster and faster. The most important thing is that Cao Xing saw the reward for the task at the end. Light Godhead. What is Godhead? It represents the essence of divinity and is the key feature that distinguishes gods from mortals. Without Godhead, you are a false god. And if Cao Xing can uproot this force and reach 100% of the mission progress, he will obtain a complete light Godhead. In other words, Cao Xing even has the opportunity to touch that realm. Become a god. I never thought about becoming a god before. But if there is such an opportunity in front of me, I must not miss it. Once I become a god, I don't have to be afraid of false gods like the God of Light who have no godhead. Thinking of this, the last bit of pressure in Cao Xing's heart disappeared, and decided that, if there is a chance in the future, he will continue to catch this force and fleece it. He said directly, okay, let's start cleaning the battlefield. Everyone started to act, and Cao Xing also searched the camp carefully, and took away all the food and spoils. Get Thorn of Demon Fish, gold. Get Predator Longbow, gold. Get Leader Soul of White Robe Priest * 1 right square bracket. Get 4th Tier Leader Assassin Recruitment Scroll * 1 right square bracket. Get Expert Power Heart * 2 right square bracket. Get Advanced Power Heart * 5 right square bracket. Get Mask of Church of Light, White Robe, Black Robe, Elite, Ordinary, * 177. Get. Haha. These 2 White Robe Priests are pretty good. They actually gave me a soul and a recruitment scroll. Really good. With a satisfied look, Cao Xing counted his spoils of Water Knight. Expert Power Heart * 6 right square bracket. Advanced Power Heart * 47. Leader Soul of White Robe Priest * 5 right square bracket. Boss Soul of Black Robe Priest * 18. Food 67,232 kilograms. Coins * 1.77 million. In addition, there are a large number of hunter masks and other miscellaneous materials. Damn, it's terrifying. This night's harvest even exceeds what I harvested in the previous half month. It's worthy of being the gold belt for killing and arson. So cool. So many leader level souls, plus expert level power hearts, and advanced power hearts. If all are consumed, the strength of their territory will usher in a qualitative change. However, they need to leave as soon as possible now, and these things can only be digested after returning to the territory. He took another look at his honor points and reputation. Honor points 21,823 reputation. 9850, famous, very good. The honor points have officially exceeded 20,000, plus the mask in my hand. It shouldn't be difficult to get 30,000. However, it's still quite a long way to exchange for that legendary weapon. Cao Xing could see it. The Ice Crystal King took out this legendary dagger and didn't even think about letting others exchange it. 100,000 honor points. Tonight he destroyed nearly 60 camps of all sizes, killed nearly 2,000 hunters, and only got a little over 20,000 honor points. However, it was enough. At least the honor points in his hand were enough to exchange for 2 Naris cannons and hundreds of elite war horses. With a look of joy, Cao Xing ordered, "Let's go, we are going home." Cao Xing knew that what they did today was beyond everyone's expectations, and he stole their base when the Church of Light was busy dealing with the Ice Crystal Kingdom, and the plan was very successful. When they find out about this, it will arouse the anger of the Church of Light, so he has to leave quickly. With excitement on their faces, the group changed direction and went down the mountain. Then, under the leadership of Cao Xing, they kept changing routes and moved towards the territory. At the same time, in the territory of Duelan Lake City, the 3 red-robed bishops gathered together with gratified smiles on their faces. One of the bishops, who was obviously much stronger, said, "Everyone, we won the battle yesterday very beautifully, and the king's army suffered a big setback. According to the intelligence sent by our people, the plan went smoothly. The old king was very angry and mobilized a large number of troops to deal with us. Even part of their troops guarding the border area of the kingdom were transferred here." Hearing this, the other 2 red-robed bishops also smiled with joy. They said one after another, "Thanks to the plan of the God of Light and the dispatch of the Seed of Light, we have achieved such a rich victory. Yes, this Seed of Light is very good." At first, the top leaders of the Church of Light were completely skeptical and unbelieving of this Seed of Light from another world. But because he had the Oracle of the God of Light, all church members had to obey his orders. And now, after several events, the prestige of this Seed of Light is also rising. The red-robed bishop with a strong aura continued, "You too, although we won the last battle. However, this also means that we will face the wrath of the old king head on, and we may die in the next battle." After hearing this, the other 2 red-robed bishops not only did not feel afraid, but their eyes showed fanaticism. "Don't worry, Bishop Angren, we have already prepared to sacrifice ourselves for the God of Light. Yes, it is our honor to die on the battlefield." The red-robed bishop nodded after hearing this. "Then, as originally planned, we must delay the king's army here for more than a week to buy time for the plan of the Seed of Light. Now, go and notify the major camps and ask them to transfer another batch of church personnel and supplies. We will fight the king's army to the death in Duelan Lake City." The 2 bishops nodded solemnly, and then they took out a strange crystal from their arms. This crystal looked transparent, but as long as a little power was injected, it would emit waves of divine power. After they activated the 2 crystals, in 2 of the large camps, the statues in the center began to emit a faint white light. According to the previous habit, when seeing the statues glowing, someone would respond immediately. This is also the means by which they keep in touch with the various camps. However, today, after 5 minutes, there was still no sound. They continued to try to wait for a few minutes, but found that it was still the same. The 2 looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. "Bishop Sains, is it the same on your side?" "Yes, I tried to contact the 3 large camps I'm responsible for, but I didn't receive any response." "Bishop Bella, what about you?" The red-robed bishop said in a deep voice, "It's the same for the 2 large camps I'm responsible for." The 2 were silent for a moment. The bishop with a strong aura suddenly said, "Could it be that something happened to these camps?" As soon as this was said, the faces of the other 2 red-robed bishops changed at the same time. "This is impossible. We were in contact with these camps yesterday." "Yes, I also contacted the camps yesterday. And our Church of Light has just demonstrated its powerful strength. Who dares to deal with us at this time?" The bishop with a strong aura thought for a moment, and then said, "Whether there is an accident or not, it is a bit suspicious that these camps have not responded for so long. Sains, Bella, you go and confirm it as quickly as possible." At this time, we can't have any more accidents. After hearing this, the two red-robed bishops nodded solemnly. Then, they climbed over the city wall, walked to a corner where no one was, quickly passed through the barrier, and left Duelan Lake City. The two bishops exerted their terrifying mobility, and rushed all the way. Only 2 hours later, Bishop Sainz arrived at one of the large camps. This was the second large camp that Cao Xing and his team had pushed down, located in a forest. Bishop Sainz stood outside the camp and saw the collapsed arrow tower and fence inside. He had a vague ominous premonition in his heart. With a nervous mentality, he jumped directly into the camp. When he saw the corpses all over the ground and the camp that had been looted, his pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, a strong anger and murderous intent emerged from him. I would like to thank many book friends for their monthly tickets. Thank you very much. Thank you for your recommendation tickets and subscriptions. P.S. I have typed too many words and my fingers are a little sore. I will not type the names of the book friends one by one to thank them in the next 2 days. CAC. Chapter 317 Return to the Territory. The sought after yak milk. Damn it, who did this? Destroyed our church's camp and killed everyone. How hateful. The bishop was so angry that he couldn't even control his strength. The terrifying aura surged out like a tide. However, he also knew that now was not the time to be angry, and he had to pass the message back as soon as possible. He tried to calm his emotions, took out the crystal stone with trembling body, and then said, Bishop Angron, Bishop Bella, something happened. The camp where Archpriest Carlo is located has been destroyed. Hearing this, the two bishops' terrified voices came. What? At the same time. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Cao Xing and others had returned to the vicinity of the territory. From a distance, everyone saw a large gathering place located in an open space in front. The buildings inside were a little sparse, but arranged in an orderly manner. Moreover, a city wall was about to be built on the periphery, and there were hundreds of elemental arrow towers, ice arrow towers, etc. In addition, there were 3 huge ancient trees rooted at the edge of the territory. This is Cao Xing's current territory. With the full efforts of the people in the territory, Cao Yi and others, the city wall is almost halfway completed. It has already reached the size of a large town. Surrounded by endless plains, this territory looks like a pearl in the snow. The open terrain also brings convenience to trade. Cao Xing can already imagine that in the near future, his territory will be surrounded by traffic and people will come and go. With his own construction, it will become an indestructible giant city in the snowy plain. Thinking of this, Cao Xing said directly, okay, we are home now, let's remove the disguise now. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark power on everyone's body receded, and they returned to their original appearance. Bron jokingly said, Mr. Assam, why do you feel that you are not as handsome as before in your original demon slave form, after you have changed back to your current appearance? In the demon slave form, you are wearing black armor, and you have the demeanor of a general in every move. Assam looked at him speechlessly. Mr. Bron, it may be because you have a problem with your aesthetics. Your demon slave form looks like a black exhibitionist. Bron's face darkened instantly. Hearing this, everyone laughed. Then, they all returned to the territory with happy expressions on their faces. The girls in the team, Elisa, Tongchuchu, and Francesca, still had excitement on their faces. It was as if they had done something bad secretly and were not discovered. Cao Xing noticed their expressions and reminded them, remember to keep today's matter confidential. Everyone nodded heavily. Cao Xing naturally trusted his subordinates. If he didn't trust them, he would not have taken them to participate in the operation. At this moment, Cao Xing couldn't help but get a little excited. This time, their gains were too great. If you digest it, you will definitely be able to improve your strength. Next, it is time to digest these gains. The gate of the territory opened. All the people returned to the territory. Just when Cao Xing was about to call all the combatants over and give them a big boost, the leader Cao Yi came over to report, Lord, you are back. Mr. Hilton of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce came early in the morning. I told him that you were out for something and asked him to come back tomorrow. Mr. Hilton said he could wait for you, so I asked them to wait in the tavern first. Cao Xing was also a little surprised after hearing this. Oh. Last time, Hilton said that he would come to my territory again in a week. He is quite punctual. It happened that Cao Crossing was short of money now. Although the harvest last night made up for the food shortage, the crown shortage was still not enough. It can be said that Hilton's arrival was very timely. The Lord Cao nodded slightly and continued, there is one more thing. Not long after Lord Hilton arrived, another person from the Chamber of Commerce followed. They said they wanted to visit you, so I asked the people from this Chamber of Commerce to go to the tavern and wait for you to return. Another Chamber of Commerce? Cao Crossing was even more confused. But he didn't say much, nodded and said, I know, I'll go see them first. You go and get busy first, Cao. Yes, Lord. Cao bowed slightly, then respectfully withdrew. Cao Crossing looked at the others and said, you all go back and rest now. I'll call you later if there's anything. The combatants also dispersed one after another. Elisa and Tongchachu, on the other hand, stuck to Francesca, each holding one of her hands, not knowing where they were going to take the witch. Cao Crossing went straight to the tavern and soon arrived at his destination. Creaky. As soon as the wooden door of the intermediate tavern was pushed open, bursts of warm air and a strong smell of wine came from inside. Cao Crossing also saw at a glance that there were nearly 20 people sitting in the tavern. They were divided into two groups. One group was the familiar Hilton from the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, and the other group was a group of people he had never seen before. There were also more than a dozen guards, as well as a middle-aged man wearing thick fur, a crocodile belt around his waist, and a gorgeous body. Cao Crossing glanced at them. Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce, Jess Watson, affiliation, Ice Crystal Kingdom, level 17, second level ordinary creature, skills, observe words and expressions, negotiate, bargain, and master elementary management, talent, none. Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce? I have never heard of this Chamber of Commerce. But Cao Crossing did not show his emotions, but smiled and said, everyone, I have kept you waiting for a long time. After hearing the voice, everyone looked at the door of the tavern. When he saw Cao Crossing's figure, Hilton's pupils shrank, and he stood up. He walked up quickly and shook Cao Crossing's hand, saying excitedly, Lord Cao Crossing, you are finally back. The merchant next to him, named Jace, also reacted quickly. He also walked over quickly, stretched out his hands with 4 or 5 rings on them, and shook Cao Crossing's other hand. So this is Lord Cao Crossing. He is really elegant and handsome. You are still so young, but you already own such a prosperous territory. You are really young and promising. We, the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce, like to cooperate with powerful and capable lords like you. Before Cao Crossing spoke, Hilton next to him said inwardly, Jess, you are such a hypocritical guy. You said before that the facilities in this territory are not complete. After hearing this, the businessman Jess immediately retorted, Hilton, I think you must have heard it wrong. This territory has a good foundation and hard-working workers. Add to that this wise lord, I seem to see the future. A territory comparable to the city of Melland will rise here. Cao Crossing looked at the two guys with a strange face, and then interrupted, you two, don't stand here for now. Let's talk about it after we go in. After hearing this, the two of them also nodded quickly. Soon, the three of them sat at a small round table, and next to them, the people brought by the 2 waves of chambers of commerce sat in different positions. Bartender Lachi ran over quickly and poured each of them a glass of red wine. The rich aroma of rose red wine instantly spread. People couldn't help but take a few deep sniffs subconsciously. It must be said that coming back from going out and tasting a glass of fine wine is indeed a great blessing in life. Cao Crossing also picked up the wine glass and drank it all. After a glass of wine, Cao Crossing got straight to the point and said, you two, let's talk about business now. The two looked at each other. The merchant named Jace stood up first and then said, Lord Cao Crossing, I'm a merchant from the Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce in Melland City. I accidentally learned that your territory is selling cloudyak milk. This kind of milk is very popular in our Melland City. The nobles and rich people in the city like it very much. So, we want to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you, and we will definitely give you a satisfactory acquisition price. Hilton next to him stood up after hearing this, with anger in his tone. What do you mean by accident? It was you who saw me selling milk from Cloud Yaks, and you bribed my guards with money, and found out about Lord Cao Xing's territory. Now you want to take the milk from this territory first. What a despicable move. The businessman Jace was not angry at all after hearing this. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Mr. Hilton, we are old friends. How can you say that my move is despicable in this kind of business competition? It's just a fair competition. Besides, our Melon City is closer to Lord Cao Xing's territory, and it is also convenient to sell milk. Lord Cao Xing's yaks produce milk on the same day, and we can take it away on the same day. This not only ensures the freshness of the milk, but also provides a stable source of resources for him. Compared to you coming to purchase it from time to time, it is obviously more beneficial for Lord Cao Xing to cooperate with us." Hearing this, Hilton was even more angry, but he couldn't refute it because of the facts the other party said. Cao Xing also understood the reason for the matter after listening to their conversation. It turned out that Hilton was selling milk in Melon City, and it was very popular. The merchant's sense of smell was as sharp as that of rats in the sewers, and they also wanted to get a piece of the pie. So they rushed to Cao Xing's territory. When Hilton heard the news, he quickly put down what he was doing and rushed over as soon as possible. Then, the scene in front of him happened. At this time, Cao Xing narrowed his eyes. He chuckled and said, "So you two are here for milk. To be honest, my territory has a lot more yaks recently, and the output of milk has increased 3 or 4 times. I wonder what price you are willing to buy it at?" Hearing this, the two merchants on the field, including the people they brought with them, all showed shocked expressions on their faces. You know, last time Hilton only bought 200 liters of milk, which was very popular among the nobles and rich people. And because of the healing effect of Cloud Yaks, many clinics in the city have collected a lot of it. So, his milk was all sold out in one day, and Hilton naturally made a lot of profit. Now, Cao Xing said that the output of milk in his territory has increased several times. This means that they will make more profit than before. And more importantly, they have determined that there are a large number of Cloud Yaks in this territory. These yaks will produce more baby yaks. In the long run, the milk output in the future will continue to increase. This is simply a territory that can continuously bring wealth. Before Hilton could speak, the merchant just next to him said first, "This respected Lord Cao Xing, although I don't know what price Hilton bought it at before, but I can make the decision to buy the milk produced in your territory at a price of 8,000 krona per liter. What do you think?" Hearing this price, Cao Xing narrowed his eyes again. You know, the last time Hilton bought it, it was only 7,000 krona per liter, and this businessman shot 8,000 krona. In this way, he can make an extra 100,000 krona for 100 liters of milk. Now, he is in need of money. It must be said that Cao Xing has been very moved. And Hilton next to him saw the expression on his face and knew that Cao Xing was moved by this price. He gritted his teeth and said directly, "Lord Cao Xing, although the purchase price last time was a bit low, before that, we didn't understand the market situation. Now, I'm willing to buy it at a price of 8,500 krona per liter." Hearing that Hilton raised the price by another 500, Cao Xing gradually smiled. After hearing this, Jace on the opposite side said lightly, "Then I will offer 9,000. Hilton was shocked for a moment, as if he didn't expect Jace to be willing to offer such a high price. You know, there is not much profit to be made at this price for a liter of milk. In addition, there are transportation costs in the middle, and commercial taxes must be paid to the Baron or the city lord for selling milk. In the end, not much fell into their hands." He looked at the other party with a puzzled look, but Jace on the opposite side had a calm face. Hilton's eyes flashed with hesitation, and then he remembered what Cao Xing had just said, that milk production had increased several times. He seemed to have made some kind of decision, and said directly, "Lord Cao Xing, I will buy it at a price of 9,500 crowns per liter." This number made Jace's eyebrows jump. Obviously, this has exceeded his upper limit, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "In this case, I will offer 10,000. Mr. Hilton, do you want to raise the price?" Hearing this price, even Hilton was a little hesitant, and Jace next to him was calm and composed. It can be seen that he is determined to win this time. Because Melon City is close to Cao Xing's territory, he can reduce a lot of transportation costs. In addition, as a local snake in Melon City, Jace has a wealth of connections. Even taxes can be reduced a little. Therefore, even at this purchase price, he can make a profit. It can be seen that both parties have reached their limit. Now, it depends on Cao Xing's decision. They all looked at the young lord with eager looks, hoping that he would choose to trade with them. However, Hilton was not very confident, because his bid was obviously not advantageous. As long as they are normal people, they will basically choose to trade with Jace. What they don't know is that Cao Xing is already very happy at this moment. The bids of the two far exceeded his expectations. This means that he can earn nearly 300,000 krona more for 100 liters of milk. Of course, these merchants may earn a little less, but in the near future, the milk output in Cao Xing's territory will continue to increase. As long as small profits but quick turnover, you can still make a lot of money. Cao Xing thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Jace, I still choose to trade with Mr. Hilton." Hearing this, the businessman Jace's expression froze, and the confidence and calmness on his face disappeared. And Hilton seemed to have heard something unbelievable. The disappointment in his eyes was swept away, and then became extremely surprised. On the fat face, a pair of small eyes opened directly. The merchant just beside him was very puzzled. He asked, "Why did you choose this way, Lord Cao Xing? Our bid is higher than Hilton's, and our transportation is more convenient. You can always notify us to come and buy milk, if you need it." Cao Xing explained, "Hilton and I are old friends. We had a pleasant cooperation several times before. Besides, he took care of my territory when it was just starting out. I believe in mutual benefits. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Jess." Hearing this, the merchant was stunned for a moment, and then a look of realization appeared in his eyes. It turned out that he lost here. He looked at Hilton with hatred, as if he didn't expect this guy to be so visionary and to establish a relationship with this territory when it was weak. And Hilton next to him was even more moved. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Cao Xing. You are a man of noble character. Due to your words and deeds, the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce, Hilton's favorability has been improved, and the current favorability is close." Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Sir Jess, I'll have someone take you a ride." Hearing this, Jess knew that the Lord was going to see him off. Although he was a little unwilling, he could also feel how powerful this territory was. Any soldier who came out at random had the strength to kill all the people he brought. Here, he dared not act rashly. Merchant Jess smiled and shook his head and said, "In that case, I won't bother you anymore." He sighed, turned around with his men, and walked towards the entrance of the tavern. At this moment, Cao Xing's words once again gave him a glimmer of hope. "Mr. Jess, I will go to Melon City when I have a chance later. If there is other business, we will talk about cooperation at that time." Hearing this, the frustrated businessman swept away the frustration in his eyes and became full of fighting spirit again. Although Cao Xing's words were just empty promises, this lord was able to catch so many sacred creatures, such as cloudjacks. No one dared to say whether he would catch more magical creatures in the future. For these businessmen, Cao Xing was an invisible big customer. He turned around quickly and said in surprise, "The headquarters of our Woodpecker Chamber of Commerce is in Melon City, waiting for Lord Cao Xing's arrival at any time." He bowed slightly to Cao Xing. Then, he left the territory with his guards. Only he and Hilton were left in the tavern. Hilton, the old boy, was already very moved at this time. "Lord Cao Xing, thank you so much this time." Cao Xing waved his hand. "Nothing, Mr. Hilton. As I said before, we are old friends, and the previous cooperation was also very pleasant. The price you gave me is very fair, which is why I chose to cooperate with you." After hearing this, Hilton couldn't help but recall the first time he went to Cao Xing to purchase black diamonds. It was also that time that he wanted to establish a good relationship with the Lord, so he offered a very high purchase price. He originally thought, perhaps in 2 or 3 years, or 7 or 8 years, this lord will be able to develop, and then he will be able to help me when I do business in the snowy plains. Unexpectedly, Cao Xing has grown so powerful so quickly. For a moment, he felt mixed emotions. Cao Xing didn't know what Hilton was thinking, so he said directly, "Now, let's talk about business. Sir Hilton, you are here to collect the second batch of Yunke yak milk this time, right?" Hilton nodded and said, "Yes, Lord Cao Xing, the batch of yak milk I bought from you last time is very popular. 200 liters were sold out quickly after being transported to the city. Those nobles and rich people are willing to pay high prices to buy it, and the supply is even in short supply. So I thought about collecting another batch today." Hearing this, Cao Xing also nodded. "No problem. It just so happens that my territory has produced 300 liters of milk in the past few days, and you can take it all away." Hearing this number, Hilton was shocked. This is much more than what he collected last time. Moreover, according to Cao Xing, from now on, the milk production of this territory will increase by more than 3 times. In other words, they can produce at least 900 liters of milk a week. Hilton's breathing became a little rapid. He said excitedly, "Great, Lord Cao Xing, I will come to your territory every week to buy. But, this price." Cao Xing smiled and said, "Just as I said just now, how about 9,500 krona per liter?" Hilton smiled happily, "No problem. As mentioned before, at this price, Hilton's profit point will shrink a lot. But business is about give and take. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 318, the biggest improvement in the territory. After agreeing on the purchase price, Cao Xing and Hilton walked out of the tavern together. Then, Cao Xing called the polar Mandarin again. He asked him to take people to the basement to carry up the stored cloud yak milk. When Hilton saw 6 polar men carrying 3 large buckets of milk, he couldn't stop smiling. To him, these milks were full of crowns. "Lord Cao Xing, the quality of the milk produced in your territory is still as high as ever. I can smell the milk fragrance through the wooden barrel," he exclaimed. "Then let's trade now?" Cao Xing nodded. "Then do and let people to put the 3 large buckets of milk on the carriage of the Black Lion Chamber of Commerce." Hilton asked people to bring over 3 large boxes, which were full of a large number of crowns. The 2 quickly completed a wave of transactions. Transaction successful. You lost. Cloud yak asterisk 300L. You gained. Coin right square bracket asterisk 285,000. Cao Xing also smiled after earning another 2.8 million crowns. He looked at his crown reserves. Coin right square bracket asterisk 10, 756, 732. He originally had nearly 6 million crowns in his hands. Last night, he pushed down those camps and gained more than 2 million crowns in total. With today's gains, it can be said that he has officially broken through the 10 million level. However, it is still not enough. According to Cao Xing's estimate, there are a total of 267 warriors in his territory. According to the calculation, that one warrior needs to sacrifice 5,000 crowns. That is to say, he needs at least 13 million crowns. Cao Xing thought to himself, "I'm going to upgrade all the warriors to the 4th level today. That is to say, I have to find a way to get 3 or 4 million crowns." So, he set his sights on Hilton. The old guy was very happy because he received a lot of milk. His face was full of joy. Cao Xing said, "Sir Hilton, how many krona did you take with you this time?" Hearing this question, Hilton was stunned. He thought for a moment and then replied, "Not much, about 3 million krona." Hearing this, Cao Xing narrowed his eyes immediately. He put his arm around Hilton's shoulders and said happily, "Sir Hilton, how about helping me? Recently, I'm a little short on money." Hilton's short stature, held under his wrist, was like a small meatball, and said weakly, Lord Cao Xing, what do you mean? Lend me 3 million krona, and you can continue to collect the cloud yak milk next week. Of course, I can also sell you 2 more cloud yak clothes. How about it?" Hearing this, Hilton breathed a sigh of relief. He said speechlessly, "Oh, I thought it was something else." Lord Cao Crossing, just tell me directly, I will have someone bring it to you right away. As for the Cloudjack clothes, there is no need. I will negotiate the price with those nobles next time, and come to you to buy it. Through these few contacts, Hilton naturally knew Cao Crossing's character, and he has such a large territory here, he can't run away. After he finished speaking, several Black Lion guards brought 3 large money boxes and handed them directly to Cao Crossing. He also took it without hesitation. Get coins *3 million. Seeing more than 13 million crowns in the backpack, Cao Crossing also smiled. Happy cooperation, Mr. Hilton. Hilton also laughed. Happy cooperation, Lord Cao Crossing. Then, Cao Crossing took out an egg like a white gem from his backpack and put it in Hilton's hand. Lord Cao Crossing, what is this? The eggs of the light feather chicken. Hearing this name, Hilton was shocked. It's actually the eggs of that magical creature. Lord Cao Crossing, you wouldn't catch even this kind of magical creature and raise it in your territory, right? Cao Crossing nodded. I did catch a batch, but I don't know the price, so I want to ask first. Hilton looked at Cao Crossing again with a complicated expression. He found that this lord of the other world was really powerful. It seemed as if there was nothing he couldn't do. It is extremely difficult to catch the light feather chicken, let alone raise it in the territory. And this also made Hilton more determined to build a good relationship with Cao Crossing. He held the egg and thought about it seriously. It is said that this kind of egg has a significant effect of improving physical fitness. Ordinary people will obviously feel that their strength has increased after eating one. In addition, this kind of egg can also dispel curses. Some curses that even priests cannot dispel can be resolved with the eggs of light feathered chickens. It can be seen that Hilton is quite knowledgeable, and he immediately said the effect of this kind of egg. He continued, according to the market price, such an egg is about 12,000 to 13,000 crowns. Hearing this number, Cao Crossing nodded suddenly. According to this calculation, the value of this kind of egg is very high. There are currently 96 light feathered chickens in the territory. On the first day, they laid 13 eggs, and on the second day, they laid 17 eggs. In other words, they can bring in about 100,000 yuan in income every day. Although it is a little less than that of cloudjacks, the reproduction ability of light feathered chickens is stronger. In addition, I have glowing branches to provide them with the power of holy light. In the long run, eggs give birth to chickens, and chickens lay eggs. It won't be long before the daily income created by these light feathered chickens will exceed that of cloudjacks. Thinking of this, Cao Crossing also had a happy smile on his face. Hilton asked tentatively, Lord Cao Crossing, do you want to sell a batch of these eggs? Cao Crossing shook his head. Not for sale at the moment. The number of these eggs is too small. I will contact you when my production increases in the future. Hearing this, Hilton nodded. At the same time, he felt a little more hopeful. Then, the two chatted about some things. They were all about some small details of the business. Although Cao Crossing has no idea of developing a commercial city yet, it may be useful in the near future. It never hurts to know more. Hilton also told Cao Crossing everything in detail, including going to different cities for transactions, how much tax to pay, how to bribe those financial personnel, how to sell the goods in hand faster, etc. After a while, the conversation between the two was almost over. Hilton looked around and continued, Lord Cao Crossing, I see that your territory has expanded a lot compared to last time. Although the status of you chosen lords is quite special, you don't even need the status of nobles to have some special rights. But this is the territory of those nobles after all. So I want to remind you. Before this, the territories of other chosen lords were not large. At best they were some small gathering places. And with your size, I'm afraid it will attract the attention and targeting of the barons in this area. They will definitely not allow such a large armed force to gather in their territory. You must be prepared to be targeted by these nobles. When necessary, choosing to spend money to avoid disaster is also a good way. Hearing Hilton's reminder, Cao Crossing also nodded. He naturally knew that the expansion of his territory would attract the attention of local barons or viscounts. But he had already made arrangements in advance. At present, the baron in the area where Cao Crossing is located has died. The new baron is still his man. and he will soon be firmly controlled by him. Next, Cao Xing will expand as he wants. Even if other nobles are not convinced, there is nothing they can do. If asked, just say that the Baron allowed it. So what? Unless one day, the Baron here is replaced, or Cao Xing's territory expands beyond Fitzwalker's territory, then someone else will come to him. After talking about these, Hilton bid farewell to Cao Xing. Then he happily pulled a few buckets of milk and left. And Cao Xing himself, after waiting for Hilton to leave, a smile reappeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good, the crowns are gathered, and the food is gathered. Now, it's time to digest the harvest last night. Cao Xing sorted out a lot of items in his backpack. In addition to those souls and hearts of power, there are 5 golden weapons. They are all weapons dropped by those white-robed priests, and the level is not low, at least level 40. Then there are more than a dozen purple weapons and equipment. But the purple equipment is not much of an improvement for him. Cao Xing decided to leave them all to Harold, or to sell them directly in the trading market later. After all, at this stage, the survivors are still using green and blue equipment. A piece of purple equipment means that they are masters among the crowd. Therefore, the price of purple equipment is still very high. The 5 golden weapons in the backpack are Magic Fish Thorn, Predator Longbow, Revelation Longsword, Mercy Warblade, Stone Hammer. Except for the dagger and the longbow, no one can use the other 3. So Cao Xing only checked the properties of these 2 pieces of equipment. Demon Fish Thorn, Gold, Quality, Rare, Equipment Level, Level 40, Equipment Type, One-Handed Weapon. Note, you can equip 2 different one-handed weapons at the same time, and the attributes can be stacked, but the weapon attack power will be adjusted. Attack Power 57 26 33, attached special effect, agility plus 150, strength plus 80, hit rate plus 15%, attached special effect, demon fish power, when attacking, ignore 150 points of enemy armor, attached special effect, demon fish shadow, at the moment of launching an attack, there is a 100% probability of converting 50% of your spirit into agility. Note, a dagger made from the most powerful part of a mysterious creature. Now you hold it in your hand. Every time you swing it, it seems as if you can hear the voice of that mysterious creature from the deep sea. Ocean Hunter, close one. Oh. Convert spirit into agility? That's not bad. And it's only at the moment of launching the attack, which is equivalent to strengthening Sarah's attack power in disguise, and it doesn't affect her mental resistance at other times. Then he looked at the properties of another longbow. Predator Longbow, Gold, Quality, Gold, Equipment Level, Level 40, Attack Power 73 27 79, additional special effect, agility plus 280, strength plus 200, critical hit rate plus 20%, additional special effect, predator instinct, increases critical hit damage by 20%, additional special effect, predator, 15% physical blood-sucking effect when attacking. This longbow's properties are also very violent. It's a pure output weapon. But Renus already has a hunting longbow. This weapon can be given to Elsa. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. As for the other 3 weapons, there was no need to look at them. Now, it's time to upgrade those warriors. Cao Xing came to the central area of the territory. Looking up, a 5-meter high black furnace was emitting heat. Next to it was a large square. It could accommodate thousands of people gathering here at the same time. Cao Xing also opened his backpack and took out the 5 or 6 meter high red statue. Clang! The heavy statue suddenly appeared on the brick and stone floor of the territory. The statue was simple and heavy. Although the card god on it was dead, it still looked full of unyielding fighting spirit. It looked majestic and extraordinary. It was worthy of being the god of war. Cao Xing shouted, "Combatants, assemble." After hearing the order, hundreds of combatants came over in a crowd. Each of them exuded an extremely aggressive aura, like a sharp blade out of its sheath. At this moment, after lining up according to their race and profession, they gave people a feeling of being unstoppable and able to split gold and break stone. When Cao Xing's eyes swept over, those warriors also held their heads high and looked at him one after another, with fanaticism, respect, fighting spirit and other different eyes. This is a group of soldiers who have fought 100 battles. Before entering the alien space, they all died in various wars. Now that they have been summoned, they will continue their mission. Now, Cao Xing will give them even more powerful strength. He first counted the number of combatants in his territory. List of combatants. Click to view. Cao Xing exhaled heavily. Good guy, I didn't do a detailed calculation before. Now after a statistics, I found that there are more than 460 people in his territory, including various arms and core combatants. This is a huge number. Even those large legions and combatants in the territory do not have as many as Cao Xing. It is also a very powerful force. After calming down, he continued to order all Ascalon warriors, Centaur warriors, and Wild Boar warriors stand out. Hula. 259 figures, as Kin is not in the territory, stood out in unison. They looked at their lord firmly, waiting for his next instruction. Cao Xing said, "You are all old men in our territory, and you have been in the 3rd level for a while. Now, get ready. I will let you all break through to the 4th level, and have even more powerful power." Hearing this, everyone on the field was shocked. After all, it was really shocking to let more than 200 warriors break through to the 4th level at once, including Cao Xing himself. If there was no God's altar, he would not dare to think that he could do such a thing in a short time. For a moment, hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Cao Xing curiously. It seemed that they wanted to know what kind of magical power their lord had. Cao Xing waved his hand. First, he took out all 12.95 million crowns and placed them in front of the altar. Clang clang. 13 money boxes were filled with millions of crowns. Everyone looked at so many crowns on the ground and seemed to be confused about why their lord suddenly took out so much money. Cao Xing did not explain and took out more than 20,000 pieces of mithril. Soon, these priceless mithril piled up into a small mountain on the ground. In a corner in the distance, a sneaky figure was looking at this place curiously. It was the goblin Loke. When he saw so much mithril, his pupils suddenly widened. You know, the weight of a piece of mithril is about 100 G, and in their goblin tribe, the value of 1 G of mithril can be up to 1 or 2,000 crowns. In other words, Cao Xing's 20,000 pieces of mithril are worth more than 100 million. Even the goblin Loke has never seen so much mithril. There was a fiery look in his eyes. Cao Xing's mental power is very strong now, so he can naturally feel that this goblin is peeping from a distance. But he didn't care. Next, more than 2,000 high-level element crystals were taken out. Finally, there are more than 50,000 kilograms of grain. Calculated based on 40 kilograms per bag of grain. There are more than 1,000 bags here. At this moment, they are piled together like a mountain of grain, which looks quite spectacular. Seeing this scene, everyone was even more surprised. But they all knew that the Lord did this for his own reasons. Cao Xing looked at the resources all over the ground, and his face was full of pain. This wave of money would almost empty his family fortune that he had saved for a long time. Even for him, it would take a long time to save so many resources again. However, there is no return without investment. Next, Cao Xing is going to Duelan Lake City to do something big. In order to survive in a battlefield of this scale and gain benefits, it is naturally necessary to have strong strength. Therefore, the improvement of these warriors is very necessary. If this vote is successful, his consumption will naturally be compensated. So, Cao Xing took a deep breath and directly clicked on the upgrade function on the altar. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume resources? Food asterisk 259,000 crown. Make 259 3rd level warriors break through to the 4th level? Yes. The next moment, the altar of the gods exuded a red power. This power was like a blood mist, constantly spreading outward. In it, they even felt a trace of extremely vast pressure. Just a trace of it made all the warriors on the field have red eyes, and they couldn't help but want to draw their weapons and fight on the spot. Then, the blood mist that spread out swallowed up all the mithril on the ground, and the blood-colored aura on the statue suddenly surged a lot. Next, it was those high-level element crystals, and then more than 10 million crowns. Every time it swallowed, the aura on the statue would continue to grow. However, when swallowing those tens of thousands of kilograms of food, the blood mist seemed to pause for a moment. This made Cao Xing a little nervous. But fortunately, this group of blood mist did not seem to be picky about food. The food on the ground also began to be gradually swallowed. As a large amount of resources disappeared, the red aura on the altar gradually condensed into substance. Just when everyone was confused, the power accumulated on the altar finally reached its peak. Then, a strong light erupted from it and rushed into the sky. But the blood-colored light column rushed straight into the sky and then flashed away. It turned into 259 blood columns, which fell on the 259 warriors on the field. The next moment, these warriors felt a burning, powerful force suddenly emerge in their bodies. This force began to spread throughout their bodies, causing their physical constitutions to rapidly transform. The aura of all the warriors also began to increase at a terrifying speed. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes suddenly became clear. Jonathan and Joseon said, "So that's how it is. The Lord activated the power of this altar through sacrifices, allowing all our warriors to break through, right? I really feel it. The warriors are all about to successfully break through. The divine power contained in the statue is very vast, and there is no probability of failure. All these warriors are breaking through very quickly." Not long after, a large number of system prompts appeared in front of Cao Xing. Your territory member, Kanda, successfully broke through the 4th level and became a 4th level boss level creature. The basic attributes increased by 100%. Your territory member, Lab, successfully broke through the 4th level and became a 4th level boss level creature. The basic attributes increased by 100%. After more than 200 system prompts, all the warriors on the field broke through the 4th level. At this moment, those warriors who broke through had shock in their eyes. They also understood what Cao Xing had just done. It turned out that their lord took out so many resources to improve their strength. Even those more honest wild boar warriors, seeing so much mithril, food, and coins on the ground, they also knew how valuable this resource was. For a moment, they were deeply moved. Thank you for the monthly tickets from the book friends. Thank you for the recommendation tickets and subscriptions from the book friends. Thanks, Mingdongban Sheng, for the 100-point reward. Thanks, Ari, for the 100-point reward. Chapter 319. Everyone's strength increases dramatically, and Wally transforms again. The warriors all knew that Cao Xing had spent a huge amount of resources to help them improve. They were deeply moved. They knelt on one knee at the same time and shouted loudly, "Thank you, powerful and generous Lord. We will defend your honor with our lives." More than 200 warriors shouted in unison, with great momentum and voices resounding throughout the territory. The next moment, hundreds of system prompts for loyalty improvement appeared. Because you helped him improve his strength, the loyalty of territory member Kayla has been improved, and the current loyalty is 100. Because you helped him improve his strength, the loyalty of territory member Lapati has been improved, and the current loyalty is 100. Because of you, the loyalty of all these warriors has increased by a large margin. What's even more exaggerated is that the earliest Ascalan warriors and wild boar warriors have all reached 100 loyalty, and the centaurs have all reached a loyalty of more than 90. Cao Xing also smiled. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, get up." Just as I said before, as long as you make good contributions, I will continue to improve your strength. You just need to keep fighting for me. After hearing this, the 200 warriors shouted almost fanatically, "Swear allegiance to the Lord. We will use the swords in our hands to fight for the Lord until the last moment of our lives." The fanatical atmosphere infected the others around, including those dragon blood fighters and the archers of the Nightmare Court. Their faces gradually became excited, and the commander level dragon blood fighter, Burji Sun Chaser, was thoughtful. Jonad next to him said, "Commander Burji, this is what I told you before. There is a possibility of defeating Zuoma in this territory. I see in them the same faith and fanaticism as when we treated the Saint Lady." Burji nodded. "I understand. You are right. I do see the hope of defeating Zuoma in this territory." At this time, Cao Xing, after consuming the largest amount of resources, looked at his backpack. "Next, we need to distribute those hearts of power to improve the strength of others. I currently have 6 expert level and 47 advanced hearts of power." After thinking for a while, Cao Xing distributed these more than 40 advanced hearts of power to 34 dragon blood fighters. Among them were Commander level Burger, Leader level Gain and Rune, Old Mage Tyran, and 3 Saint Maiden Guards. Jonad and Josant had already broken through the 4th level. The other 13 were given to 2 Mage Wives, Irina, and the other 5 Frost Archers, as well as the 5 earliest Nightmare Court Archers, Mona, Merita, etc., in the order of joining. They all took them excitedly, especially those Nightmare Court Archers, compared to the indifference and rebelliousness when they first came to this territory. Now looking at Cao Xing, it was as if they saw their own beliefs. Menglita led the other Nightmare Archers to bow slightly. "Thank you, respected lord. I hope you will appear in my dream." The other archers also echoed, "Wish you a good dream, respected lord. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Yulian has been increased, and the current loyalty is 100. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Alice has been increased, and the current loyalty is 100. Because of you. In an instant, more than 40 system prompts for increased loyalty appeared. Among them, the loyalty of the 3 female dragon blood fighters who were the personal guards of the saintly warriors was directly full. Cao Xing nodded slightly, and encouraged as usual, "Keep working hard. In this territory, you will find your own new faith." He almost said it clearly, "It is better to believe in me than to believe in the god of nightmares." These Nightmare Archers looked at each other, and seemed to have made some kind of decision. Now that the advanced power hearts have been distributed, it is time to distribute the expert power hearts. Cao Xing thought for a moment, and gave one to each of Bronn, Hilda, Isabel, Victoria, Baymax, and Brot. As for Wally, because he broke through later, his current level is 32, and he does not meet the requirements of breaking through to level 5. As Cao Xing handed out the pills one by one, the 5 people took them with expressions of desire, joy, or emotion. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Hilda Bloodkiss has been increased, and the current loyalty is 100. Loyalty is full, and you can now issue any order to her. Due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Victoria Santa Cruz has been increased, and the current loyalty is 87. 2 reminders of loyalty increase appeared. As for the other 3, since their loyalty was already full, there would naturally be no reminder. What made Cao Xing happiest was that the loyalty of the difficult Blood Spider Queen was finally full. He looked over, wanting to see the changes after Hilda's loyalty was full. Feeling his gaze, Zeta's face seemed a little unnatural, and a disgusted expression appeared at the corner of her mouth. TSK. Cao Xing was stunned. Why does it feel like this woman has not changed, even if her loyalty is full of 100? But the next moment, Zeta said lightly, "Thank you, Lord." Cao Xing laughed after hearing this. Sure enough, there has been a change. You know, Zeta never said thank you before, let alone called herself Lord. But now, she is willing to say these words in front of so many people. This shows that this woman has recognized Cao Xing's identity in her heart. Not bad. This is a good start. Next, as long as she is well adjusted, no, well educated, Zeta will become as obedient as others. Cao Xing encouraged, "Keep working hard, Zeta. I will let you regain the combat power of the commander level in the near future." Hearing Cao Xing's promise, the arrogant queen didn't know how to respond. After a moment of hesitation, she said hesitantly, "No, no." After that, she turned her head away embarrassedly. Queen Renoir next to her, Victoria also had mixed feelings. From the time she unsealed it to today, it has not even been 3 days. She has been getting stronger and stronger. Now, she is actually going to break her previous limit and become a 5th level strongman. Victoria never dared to imagine this breakthrough speed before. According to the breakthrough speed of the strong in this world, it takes at least several years or even more than 10 years to go from the 4th level to the 5th level, even for those geniuses. And now, it only takes a few days. No wonder the Lord asked me how long it would take for the wizard to come. At this speed, I'm afraid that when he comes, I will have the strength to kill the opponent head on. Including Bronn and Isabel, they were all delighted. Cao Xing also smiled, and then said, "Okay, let's all start to break through." At this point, all the hearts of power in the backpack were distributed. After hearing his order, more than 50 creatures on the field all began to break through. Crack, crack. The sound of crystals breaking continued to ring out. Pure power flowed into everyone's body, and strong auras rose up. Because this time, several strong men were going to break through the 5th level. So the aura was even stronger than the more than 200 warriors who broke through the 4th level before. Especially Zierda, Victoria and others, the aura on their bodies reached a terrifying level. Cao Xing was also a little nervous, waiting for their breakthrough results. After all, there was a probability of failure for the advanced and expert level hearts of power. Who succeeded and who failed was unknown. After waiting for about 3 minutes, system prompts appeared one by one. Your territory member, Bron Iron Wall, has successfully broken through to become a 5th order leader level creature, with basic attributes increased by 100%. Due to the significant increase in its attributes this time, it has completed the sublimation transformation, with an additional 50% increase in health and a 20% increase in blocking probability. Your territory member, Victoria Santa Cruz, has successfully broken through to become a 5th order commander level creature, with basic attributes increased by 100%. Due to the significant increase in its attributes this time, it has completed the sublimation transformation, with an additional 50% increase in health. After the system prompts on the screen, some people on the field are happy and some are sad. As Cao Xing expected, many people had frustrated looks on their faces after failing to break through. But obviously, there are more smiling faces. Cao Xing counted 40 of the 47 high level power hearts succeeded, and 7 failed. 5 of the 6 expert level power hearts succeeded, and only 1 failed. The one who failed to break through the 5th order this time was Blot. Cao Xing also felt a little regretful. After all, Blot has a skill to summon commander level creatures of the same level, which is still very powerful. He walked over with a frustrated look on his face and sighed, "My lord, I failed. It seems that the spirit of the ancestors is also stopping me from taking revenge on the Blood Legion." Cao Xing comforted him. "It's just a failure, nothing. Blot, it's not easy to take revenge. Anyone who achieves great things will experience setbacks and hardships. You can't be defeated by this little setback in front of you. Where you fell, you get up from there. Those who don't kill you will make you stronger." Cao Xing also threw out all the inspiring words he heard on Blue Star. And for the people in this world, it can be said that it is very useful. Blot swept away the dejection in his eyes and became full of fighting spirit again. Even Bert G. Sunchaser was looking at Cao Xing with an unexpected and surprised look. After a moment, he smiled and shook his head. "You are worthy of being recognized by our dragon blood fighters. You are a wise and brave lord who can say such words. Because of your words and deeds, you have impressed the members of the territory. Burji Sunchaser, loyalty has been improved. Current loyalty 89 because of your words and deeds. Another wave of loyalty improvement." Cao Xing was also stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect that his casual words would be so useful. But he soon understood the reason. As mentioned before, everyone here has experienced a failure. Whether it is the dragon blood fighters who were exterminated by the ice dragon Zuoma, or the Ascalan warriors who were cursed by the king, even the dream spirits who were abandoned by their faith. They were unwilling to fail 10,000 years ago, and chose to seal into the different space. Now that they have been summoned by this lord, it seems that they have found the meaning of existence and the meaning of struggle again. For a while, countless people looked at Cao Xing with fiery eyes. At this time, Bron and Victoria, who had successfully broken through, were very happy, including the Blood Spider Queen and the Holy Light Priest. The two women had just broken through, and they started to confront each other again. The terrifying blood and holy light auras continued to burst out, as if they wanted to suppress each other. As 5th level leaders, their combat power could even reach the level of 6th level leaders. At this moment, the full-scale burst made the polar people working nearby so scared that they dared not move. Cao Xing said, "Zierda, Isabel, you guys restrain yourself." Hearing his voice, the two women stopped emitting their auras at the same time. They looked at each other and turned their heads away at the same time. Humph. TSK. Cao Xing was speechless and continued, "From today on, you are not allowed to quarrel. Do you hear me? Hearing this order, the two women's faces suddenly became a little ugly. There was a look of struggle on their faces. Isabel seemed to have compromised and said first, "I understand, respected lord, as long as this woman doesn't cause trouble." And Zirda next to her said with disdain, "TSK. This queen is too lazy to pay attention to you. It's you who took the initiative to cause trouble to me. Obviously it's you." Okay, stop it." Cao Crossing's voice sounded. The two women also shut their mouths. Seeing this scene, the people around also looked strange. They knew that in the entire territory, the only one who could command these two women and make them obedient was probably their lord. However, their relationship naturally could not be eased. But under Cao Crossing's constraints, at least they would not be so tit for tat in the future. Cao Crossing nodded with satisfaction. Then with excitement, he checked the attributes of these 5 strong men who broke through the 5th level, plus Burji Sun Chaser, Ice Shield Guardian, Braum Iron Wall, race, human, level 40 and 0/500,000, tier 5 leader level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Holy Light Priest, Isabel Gospel, race, human, level 40 and 0/500,000, tier 5 leader level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Blood Spider Queen, Hilda Blood Kiss, race, Blood Spider, level 40 and 0/500,000, tier 5 leader level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Queen Renoise, Victoria Santa Cruz, race, human, level 40 and 0/500,000, tier 5 commander level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Dragon Blood Fighter, Bertia Sunchaser, race, non, level 30/30,000, level 3 commander level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. Cao Crossing's pet, Dabe, race, beast, level 40/50,000, level 5 leader level creature, detailed attributes, click to view. After seeing the attributes of the 5 people and the elephant, Cao Crossing also took a deep breath. Good fellow, this is too abnormal. Except for Bert G. Sun Chaser, all the members have more than 200,000 HP. Braum and Dabe are even more terrifying. One is about to break through 400,000, and the other is about to break through 500,000. It's really outrageous. Although Cao Crossing said this, he was already very happy in his heart. With the improvement of his generals, plus the breakthroughs of him and Liu Muxue, his strength has more than doubled. Now, with more than 400 people all out, Cao Crossing even dared to attack the king's army of more than 20,000 people. Of course, the premise is that they don't use those artillery and large siege crossbows. Very good. Now all the hearts of strength have been distributed. A total of 304 people have broken through, and only the last 100 or so have not broken through. Now it's time to digest other things. That's right, in addition to these resources and the heart of strength, Cao Crossing naturally has a lot of things in his backpack. During this period of fighting, he has hoarded a large number of souls, elite, leader, and even leader level. He looked at the total number of souls. Elite souls, including hunters, human-faced trees, snow mountain predators, beasts, etc. Asterisk 105. Leader souls, same as above. Asterisk 25. Leader souls of white robe priests. Asterisk 5. This time, a total of 7 white robes were killed, and 5 leader souls exploded, which is still quite good. Cao Crossing thought for a moment, and first distributed 28 elite souls to all dragon blood fighters. After all, this is the strongest type of soldier under his command, so of course all resources are supplied first. He gave all the remaining souls to the Ascalon warriors. He wanted to build the strongest Ascalon army, even surpass the army led by Duke Paladin. At that time, Cao Crossing gave an order, and all the elite Ascalon warriors charged together. Just thinking about it was shocking. Of course, this idea was still a bit far away. After all, the number of his warriors was much less than the number of undead warriors in the underground palace. At this time, the dragon blood fighters and Ascalon warriors who were given souls could see that their lord valued them. For a while, they were all very moved. After Cao Xing distributed the elite souls, he began to distribute the leader level souls. Cao Xing distributed 25 leader souls to 3 dragon blood female fighters. And those earth magicians, ice archers, and wild boar warriors each received some. However, Cao Xing kept 3 for himself, just in case they could be used later. The 3 already loyal dragon blood female fighters looked at Cao Xing with complicated eyes. They just obtained several hearts of power and successfully broke through the 4th level. Now they have obtained this precious soul. It can be said that even when they were with the saint, they did not receive such treatment. Their tall bodies gently bent down and then said with emotion, "Thank you, Lord, you are as good to us as a father." Cao Xing was stunned for a moment. Like a father? What kind of statement is this? These dragon-blooded female fighters, not counting the time they were sealed in the alien space, are hundreds of years older than him. However, although he was a little speechless in his heart, Cao Xing did not show it. He nodded slightly, as a response to the gratitude of these dragon-blooded female fighters. Now, there are only 5 leader-level souls left. Cao Xing must have given 1 to Volibear without hesitation, 1 to Irina, 1 to Jonad and Josant, and 1 to Rab. These 4 people, and 1 bear are already full of loyalty. I thought there would be no prompts, but the next moment, due to your generous gift, the loyalty of territory member, Irina has been further improved. Because the loyalty is full, the special effect is triggered. Die Hard. Irina twisted her snake tail and whispered, "I knew that the Lord was the best to me." She was also taken care of by Cao Xing, and all kinds of resources were thrown at her. The heart of power and the leader level soul. Who could have imagined that more than a month ago, Irina was just an ordinary snake man priest. Now, in the blink of an eye, she is about to become a 4th level leader level strongman. Therefore, it is expected that her loyalty has reached the level of Die Hard. Cao Xing nodded and continued to encourage. Then he said, "Okay, now those who have been allocated souls, start to break through." Hearing the order, more than 100 people on the field simultaneously slapped their souls into their bodies. They ushered in a transformation from the depths of their souls. A strong breath rose up. In the blink of an eye, prompts of successful breakthroughs were swiped across the screen. Soon, all the fighters who used elite souls had broken through. Cao Xing glanced and found that the success rate was okay. Then there were more than 20 leader level souls. Similarly, the probability was not bad. The 3 female dragon blood fighters were all successfully promoted to leaders and activated the perverted skill, dragon blood extraction. With this skill, they will no longer suffer the pain of dragon blood backlash. A smile appeared on the pretty face that usually looked very serious. Cao Xing was also very happy that there were more and more leader level strongmen in his territory. You know, leaders are not weirder than elites. A leader level existence can serve as a black-robed priest in the Church of Light. Even in the army, he is at least a captain. Next, what Cao Xing is looking forward to is the transformation of the leader level creature. His eyes stayed on everyone. Then he locked onto the snow bear. At this moment, the aura of thunder and lightning on Waller's body became stronger and stronger. Zizzy, zizzy. The powerful lightning force continued to burst out in the body and then fell to the ground, making a crackling sound. Everyone involuntarily stepped back more than 10 meters, fearing that they would be affected by the lightning on Waller's body. The next moment, the thunder and lightning power on Waller's body seemed to have accumulated to a certain peak. At this moment, it broke out instantly. Chapter 320, The Goblin's Treasure, A Bold Plan. Buzz. The lightning power on Volibear's body exploded instantly. All creatures within 200 or 300 meters around were unable to dodge and were covered by this electric current, twitching all over. Fortunately, no one was hurt. A system prompt appeared. Your pet, Volibear, has successfully broken through and has become a 4th level leader level creature. The basic attributes have increased by 30% and a new skill has been learned, Thunder Wrath. Thunder Wrath. Volibear absorbs a large amount of thunder power, forming a huge thunder and lightning vortex above his head, and then a large amount of thunder and lightning falls, causing huge damage to enemies 500 meters below. Thunder Wrath lasts for 5 seconds. Enemies hit by thunder will receive 189% thunder attribute damage, and their magic attribute resistance will be reduced by 20% and their movement speed will be reduced by 50%. Cooldown time 300 seconds. Note, Valiba will not be able to move during the period of summoning thunder. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment, and then ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Wow, Wally has also succeeded in breaking through. Isn't this new skill too powerful? It's a 500 meter wide group attack, and it also has the effect of reducing magic resistance and movement speed. Even Cao Xing's Soul Withering, in terms of damage coefficient, is not as powerful as this skill. He even thought of the terrifying scene of Wally using this skill in the monster group. When the time comes, I will first use a wave of ice 1000 miles, and then Shadow Coil, then Soul Withering, combined with Thunder Skyroth. Who can withstand this? Ha ha ha. Cao Xing was overjoyed. At the same time, 2 more system prompts appeared. Your territory member, Jonad/Josant has successfully broken through and has become a 4th order leader level creature. The basic attributes have increased by 30% and a new skill has been learned, Dragon Blood Skythorn. Yes, it is still very important for a Dragon Blood fighter to break through to the leader. The Dragon Blood Skythorn skill is very useful. It not only has a single coefficient of 414%, but also a group attack coefficient of 237%, and it also has a group stun. It was an explosive skill. At this point, all members had completed the breakthrough. Cao Xing counted 82 elite souls succeeded and 23 failed. This success rate was acceptable. 16 leader souls succeeded and 8 failed. This loss was a bit uncomfortable. As for the 5 leader souls, only 3 succeeded and 2 failed. How to say this probability? It can only be considered average. After all, the leader soul has a 45% success rate, which is not low. The ones who failed were Irina and Rab. One person and one snake walked over with frustrated faces. Dear Lord/Strong Lord, I failed. Cao Xing smiled and comforted. It's nothing. It's normal. Next time there are souls, I will let you continue to break through. Hearing Cao Xing's comfort, the 2 of them also smiled again. So far, almost most of the more than 400 combatants under his command have been promoted. Only a small number did not get the Heart of Power or souls. Then, he took out several thousand books of strength, spirit, agility, etc. from his backpack, and distributed them according to the attributes of his subordinates. The few who did not get souls or hearts of strength were also paid special attention by Cao Xing, and were given a few more books. So far, this breakthrough is officially over, and the resources that Cao Xing had accumulated for so long before were all consumed in this wave. Looking at his empty backpack, Cao Xing's mouth twitched. It's great to break through at one time, but now I'm really poor. Having said that, he was very happy in his heart. After all, after this wave of consumption, the strength of his territory has more than doubled. At this moment, almost all arms have been greatly improved. More than 400 people stared at the man with fiery eyes. Lord, you are wise and powerful, and your divine power is mighty. Lord, you are wise and powerful, and your divine power is mighty. The fanatical cheers resounded throughout the territory. All the staff looked over. They all felt the enthusiasm of these fighters. Cao Xing smiled. Okay, everyone who needs to be upgraded has been upgraded. Now let's disperse and continue training. Some people will follow me tomorrow, so be prepared. Hearing this, the warriors below were immediately cheered up. Although they didn't know who their lord would bring tomorrow, they all looked forward to it. And they hoped that the lord would take them with him. After the crowd dispersed, only Cao Xing and Liu Muxue were left walking side by side. Liu Muxue also had a gentle smile on her face. Axing, this time the improvement is really big. Those combatants admire you so much. Cao Xing smiled. It's big, but if you want to improve like this next time, you will have to accumulate for a long time. And next, the development of the territory will also require a lot of resources. We have to find a way to get more resources. Liu Muxue nodded lightly and continued. You just said that we will take action tomorrow. Are you preparing to participate in the war in Duelan Lake City? She is a smart woman. From the breakthrough that Cao Xing just made with all his resources, to what he just said, he would find a way to get a batch of resources. She immediately thought of Duel in Lake City. After all, now, only on a battlefield of that level can he gain a lot of benefits. Cao Xing nodded. Yes, the resources in that huge city are beyond imagination. In addition, killing those cultists will also bring honor points, which is also a considerable income. Although there are some risks, compared with the possible gains contained in it, it is still worth it. Liu Muxue thought for a moment, then said, in that case, I have several action plans. Hearing this, Cao Xing was also a little surprised. Oh, tell me about it. Liu Muxue said softly, the battlefield situation in Duel in Lake City is complicated. I saw it through the live broadcast last time. There are at least 3 red-robed bishops and a large army of aliens. So we have to be careful and not be easily exposed. Although you have the means of disguise, there is still a risk of exposure when you bring so many people there this time. So I suggest that we split into 2 groups tomorrow. Cao Xing asked in confusion. 2 groups? Yes. Liu Muxue continued. Let us, the core combatants, go to the front to open the way, and then find a place near the battlefield to hide our main force. And in normal times, the army does not go out easily, so we will act first. Once we encounter danger, these main forces can support us. After listening to Liu Muxue's plan, Cao Xing was thoughtful. Obviously, she thought very carefully. This plan not only reduces the risk of exposure, but also guarantees their safety. Cao Xing was also very pleased with her change. Not bad, Muxue, let's do this tomorrow. After hearing this, the beauty in front of him also had a gentle smile on her face. Then, they began to add some details of the action. Just as the 2 continued to talk, a short figure appeared behind them stealthily, and followed them all the way. The 2 of them were slightly moved. With their current strong strength, they could naturally sense that someone was following them. Cao Xing also knew the identity of the stalker, and turned around and asked, Loke, do you have something to ask us? Hearing the voice, the stalker's shoulders trembled. Then, a short figure with a pair of pointed ears and a loose robe walked out from the corner. It was the goblin craftsman that Cao Xing picked up in the mountains. He pinched his somewhat shriveled hands, walked over embarrassedly, and then saluted respectfully. Respected Lord, Lady Lord, I wish you good health. Cao Xing nodded slightly. Tell me, what's the matter? Goblin Loke said shyly. That, I just saw that the Lord has improved the strength of many warriors. This method is simply incredible. So I want to ask, Lord, can you help me improve it too? Cao Xing was slightly stunned. But he also understood the purpose of this goblin. This guy is just an ordinary goblin of the 3rd level. He is considered a strong man in the goblin clan, but in this world, this little power can't even be used to protect himself. So he thought of asking Cao Xing to help improve his strength. However, Cao Xing's consumption almost used up all the resources in his hands. There are only 3 leader souls left, and Loke is just an ordinary creature. He needs to become an elite before he can use these souls. Seeing that Cao Xing didn't speak, Loke thought he was hesitating. So he said quickly, Lord, I won't let you help me improve for nothing. I can use a precious thing to exchange with you. What do you think? Oh, what is it? Cao Xing also became interested. After all, it is well known that the goblins like to collect treasures, and this goblin businessman might have hidden something good. Goblin Loke thought for a moment and said, I will exchange with you a high-level goblin airship blueprint. How about it? Hearing the 4 words, goblin airship, Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. You mean, the kind of airship that can carry people in the sky and has good mobility? Loke nodded and said, yes, sir, and it is a high-level goblin airship. It can accommodate more than 200 people at the same time, and the maximum speed can reach nearly 200 km per hour. In addition, some simple attack weapons can be installed on it. Of course, the energy consumption will also be relatively large. Cao Xing narrowed his eyes. Obviously, he has been tempted. After all, although his mobility is very strong now, that is for their core combat personnel, the marching ability of those armies is very slow. Take tomorrow's action for example. Maybe they all arrive at Duel in Lake City, and those Ascalon warriors are still on the way. So at this time, the goblin airship is very important. If enough are built, it will be convenient for me to go anywhere in the future, and I can even take the soldiers with me to achieve the effect of divine soldiers descending from the sky. Cao Xing nodded and said, yes, but I don't have the kind of things that can help you break through now. I have to wait until I get a batch of resources back to help you improve. Hearing this, the goblin Luke was not in a hurry, with a flattering smile on his face. It's okay, Lord, I can give you the drawings first. Just remember this. Anyway, I still have to work in this territory for another year, and we still have a long time to get along. Cao Xing was stunned, as if he didn't expect that the goblins, who have always been stingy, would be so generous. In fact, under normal circumstances, the goblins would never take out treasures first. However, Goblin Luke was frightened by the scene of all the members breaking through just now. As a resident of this territory, he knew how terrifying these soldiers would be after all of them broke through. Even those 5th order creatures were no match for these soldiers. However, there were hundreds of such strong men in this territory, and this territory, with such a powerful force, will definitely be famous throughout the continent in the near future. By then, not to mention expert craftsmen like him, even those master craftsmen will rush to join. In this way, his role will become smaller and smaller, and he might be forgotten by this lord in a corner. So, he thought of taking this opportunity to show his value. After speaking, Goblin Luke dug into his coat and took out a yellowed blueprint. He handed it to Cao Xing respectfully. He took it. Obtained. Advanced Goblin Airship Production Blueprint *1 right square bracket. Glanced at the attributes. Advanced Goblin Airship Production Blueprint. Blueprint description. Goblin airships can be produced in the mechanical factory using materials armor. 500 durability. 40,000. Maximum number of people. 0/208. Maximum speed. 180 km/h. Material required for production. Advanced Mechanical Factory. Advanced Energy Core *1, Wood *1000. Refined Iron *3000. Copper *5000. Mithril *1000. Advanced Element Crystal *50. A high-end goblin technology airship with good maneuverability, but insufficient defense, and the risk of being shot down by air forces. It is recommended to equip it with some air combat units. Seeing the materials for the goblin airship, Cao Xing narrowed his eyes. The others were fine, but the Advanced Mechanical Factory Blueprint and Advanced Energy Core were a bit difficult to deal with. It was impossible to produce them before tomorrow's operation. He could only put them in his backpack first. Then he nodded and said, I understand, Luke. This blueprint is good. I will find a way to help you improve it later. After getting Cao Xing's reply, the goblin Luke was even more delighted. He saluted respectfully and said, then I will continue to work in the machinery factory. After that, the goblin walked away with a brisk pace. Cao Xing looked at the beauty next to him and said, Muxue, you should go back to the Lord's mansion to rest first. Yes. Liu Muxue nodded obediently and left here soon. Cao Xing continued to return to the center of the territory and prepared to put the altar of the divine warrior of Balthazar into his backpack. After all, this thing is a taboo item. It is something that the 6 true gods sent down oracles to destroy. It is better to put it in the backpack when it is not used. Just as he was about to take it back, he suddenly had an idea. Wait a minute, this altar of the gods, in addition to helping the warrior profession break through to the 4th level, can also break through the 5th level, and even the 6th level. It's just that it needs to replenish divine power. But before that, I don't know how to replenish this divine power. Now, Cao Xing remembered that he had obtained a prop in the witch castle before. Dum's divine fragment. Cao Xing took it out of his backpack. The next moment, a piece of purple glass fragments, which was faintly emitting a misty atmosphere, was held in his hand. This thing is said to contain a trace of the divinity of the nightmare god Dem, and can be transferred to a hidden profession. But if the nightmare god is not dead, after the job transfer to the hidden profession, he will be controlled by that guy. So I haven't used it. But this thing is just sitting there. If it can be used to replenish the altar's divine power, it would be great. Thinking of this, Cao Xing directly held the fragment and approached the altar. The next moment, the altar of the gods emitted a red light. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to sacrifice Doom's divine fragment to Balthazar's altar to replenish its divine power? Cao Xing was delighted. Sure enough, he had made a decision, and without any hesitation, he directly clicked yes. The next moment, the altar swallowed the fragment in Cao Xing's hand, which was faintly surrounded by nightmare power. In an instant, the divine light on the altar was blazing. An invisible wave of divine power swept through. Cao Xing felt it again, a sense of oppression from the depths of his soul. It made his legs tremble, and he couldn't help but kneel down. The altar of this god of war was too oppressive. Cao Xing also struggled to restrain the oppression in his heart. At the same time, as the light on the altar gradually dissipated, the system prompt appeared. The altar has been replenished with divine power and a new function has been unlocked. Cao Xing glanced at it. Balthazar's Divine Warrior Altar. Orange. Special building. Quality. Epic. Item effect. You can submit certain sacrifices to obtain ancient blessings, allowing your subordinates to reach the maximum level of warrior profession advancement. Details of sacrifices required for advancement. Level 2 breakthrough. To level 3. Same as before. Remaining uses. 4623/5000. Level 3 breakthrough to level 4. Same as before. Remaining uses. 1934/2500. Level 4 breakthrough to level 5. Crown asterisk 200, 000. Food asterisk 5000. Mithril asterisk 500. Expert level elemental crystal asterisk 10. Remaining uses 2000/2000. Level 5 breakthrough to level 6. The altar is insufficient in divine power, and this function can no longer be used. Can be enabled by replenishing divine power. Hiss. Cao Xing took a breath of cold air, and then ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Haha. It really works. There are still 2000 juices left. Isn't that too much? In this way, the problem of these warriors breaking through the 5th level of expert level Heart of Power under his command has been solved. Of course, if so many people want to break through the 5th level, a lot of supplies are needed. It costs 200,000 crowns for any breakthrough, and there is so much mithril and food. Even Cao Xing can't afford it. So, he needs to find a way to get more resources now. Thinking of this, he put the altar directly into his backpack. After doing all this, the sky gradually darkened. Cao Xing glanced at his backpack. Today's harvest, in addition to those hearts of power and souls, there is also a leader level recruitment scroll and 2 golden weapons that have not been digested. Just when Cao Xing was about to use the recruitment scroll, a system prompt appeared. Baron of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, Fitzwalker applies to visit your territory. Seeing the prompt, Cao Xing's expression suddenly lifted. Oh, Fitzwalker? This kid is finally here. Thank you for the monthly tickets from the book friends. It seems that the monthly tickets are doubled now. The author has received a lot of monthly tickets. I'm happy. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks to Welding Engineer Zengong for his 100-point reward. Chapter 321 Taming the Baron, the Money-Making Machine. Fitzwalker is finally here. Cao Xing said excitedly. Last night, this guy said he would come to see me today, but he didn't expect that he would wait until after dark before coming. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Cao Xing agreed to Fitzwalker's application. Soon, a thin figure sneaked into Cao Xing's territory. Fitzwalker carefully observed the surroundings. He also saw that this territory had suddenly expanded several times compared to the last time. There was a slight shock in his eyes, but at this time, he was not in the mood to pay attention to these. He just wanted to quickly find the bishop and ask him for help. The other night watchmen, after seeing Fitzwalker come in, all pretended not to see him and let him look around in the territory. But now, there is a problem in front of Fitz. That is, the scale of this territory has become so large, and there are many buildings in it. Where should he go to find that adult? Just when Fitz was a little at a loss, a figure appeared in front of him. Fitzwalker, why are you so impatient? After seeing Cao Xing, the newly appointed young baron was like seeing a savior. He was ready to kneel down on both knees. But when he thought about the fact that this place was outside the territory and there was a group of polar people working nearby, Fitz stopped kneeling. He hurriedly said, "Sir, I came here to find you for something important." Cao Xing nodded, and he didn't ask what it was, and said directly, "Come with me." Soon, the two came to the tavern. The stove in the corner emitted heat, and the wood was burning with a crackling sound. The warm yellow light illuminated the entire tavern. Under the light of the fire, Fitz took the lead in putting on the mask of the black-robed priest, and Cao Xing also put on the mask of the red-robed bishop. The young baron immediately knelt on both knees and kowtowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, bishop." Cao Xing nodded slightly. "Tell me, what's the matter?" He pretended to be ignorant. Fitzwalker on the ground began to complain. He told him about the white-robed priest, who found him last night. He also explained to him that he had successfully inherited the baron's position, had great power in this area, could provide a lot of help to the church, etc. After listening to him, Cao Xing's expression did not fluctuate, but nodded calmly. "I know, the situation in Duelan Lake City is tight, and a lot of people are really needed." Hearing this, Fitzwalker's face rose, but Cao Xing's next sentence made him see hope again. "However, your side is equally important. I will contact the Seed of Light and ask the High Priest not to interfere with your actions so that you can develop with peace of mind." Fitzwalker was immediately pleasantly surprised. He said with a touching look on his face, "Thank you, Bishop. You are indeed a bishop full of foresight. Only if I don't expose myself can I bring more value to the church. Please rest assured that I will make good contributions to the church in the future." After saying that, Fitzwalker took out a box from his backpack and revealed a golden corner inside. Cao Xing's expression changed slightly. "Fitz, what is this?" The young baron in front of him smiled flatteringly. "Bishop, this is a little gift from me. Please accept it." Cao Xing pretended to be reserved and thought for a moment. Then he said, "Okay, then I will accept it on behalf of the God of Light." Obtained. Gold bars, 1000 G, *10, obtained. Freshwater pearl, gold, *1. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's expression changed slightly. There are actually 10 kilograms of gold bars, which is worth more than 500,000 crowns. Although I don't know what the value of the freshwater pearl is, since it is of golden quality, it must not be bad. This kid is quite generous. He nodded slightly. "You are thoughtful." After hearing this, Fitz said with a smile on his face, "You are too polite. If you like, I will send you some every once in a while." After hearing this, Cao Xing also smiled. "Fitz, you are a smart man. Then as a return gift, I will give you something." Hearing this, Fitz was about to wave his hand and say no. But when he thought about it, the last time the bishop took out a strange thing, he directly became an elite creature. This time, maybe there will be something magical? In his expectant eyes, he saw the bishop in front of him suddenly took out a scroll from his backpack. "My lord bishop, what is this?" Fitzwalker's eyes were full of confusion and curiosity. Cao Xing did not answer, with a faint smile on his lips. "Do you want to use the soul contract scroll on Fitzwalker? After using it, the scroll will be signed forcibly, with a success rate of 100%, making its favorability or loyalty reach the maximum value directly, and the other party's soul can be extinguished at any time, to control life and death. Note, the contract target level must be 10 levels lower than your own, otherwise the contract will fail." Yes. The next moment, the scroll in Cao Xing's hand disappeared. Fitzwalker suddenly felt that his body seemed to have changed in some way. A sense of emptiness from the depths of his soul came over him. He even felt that his soul did not belong to him. It was firmly controlled by the red-robed bishop in front of him. With a look of fear on his face, he looked at Cao Xing in fear. My lord bishop, what did you do to me just now?" Cao Xing squinted at him and then asked, "Fitzwalker, this is the gift I mentioned. Then I ask you now, between me and the God of Light, who will you choose?" Hearing this question, Fitzwalker wanted to answer the God of Light subconsciously. But the next moment, another figure appeared in his mind involuntarily. "My lord bishop, why do you ask that?" Cao Xing shook his head and said, "Don't worry about it, just answer truthfully." Fitz's eyes flashed with struggle, and then he said, although my belief in the god of light is extremely firm, if I have to choose, I choose you. Hearing this answer, Cao Xing also smiled. Because this means that Fitz chose to give up his faith and believe in himself. The effect of the soul contract scroll is indeed as overbearing as described. It directly makes a cultist obey him 100%. Very good. Then from today on, everything you do will be subject to my arrangements, including any contact with you from the Church of Light. You must report to me, understand? Fitz's eyes were full of doubt. What does your lord mean? Cao Xing smiled and said, I will help you to have more powerful power and greater power. Let you be promoted all the way to become a Viscount, Earl, or even higher in the future. Hearing this, Fitz's breathing became rapid. What is his purpose in joining the Church of Light? Isn't it just to use their power to give himself more power? And now, this lord told him that he could have all these without the help of the church. How could he not be excited? And the most important thing is that he believes that the man in front of him has this ability. Because he has indeed done this. Fitz knelt respectfully again and said, please help me, sir. Fitz is willing to give you everything I have. Cao Xing smiled and then took out a leader level soul. Take it, this thing can make you go further. Fitz took it respectfully. Because his favorability has been forced to reach the maximum value, there is no news of favorability improvement this time. And Cao Xing promoted him, naturally wanting this kid to do better for himself. Because he knew how to use the soul, Fitzwalker also patted his body directly, and the aura on his body began to grow rapidly. His breakthrough was very smooth. Soon, Fitzwalker became a leader level creature, and his aura soared a lot. The young baron had a look of surprise in his eyes. I succeeded, sir. I'm now leader level existence. Great. Even the knight captain in the baron's mansion only has the potential to be a leader. And now, I also have this level of potential. It won't be long before I can even surpass him and become the strongest person in the baron's mansion. Seeing his excitement, Cao Xing also smiled. Then from now on, you will continue to act as a member of the Church of Light. Of course, you must never expose me. You must remember that I can give you power, but I can also take away everything from you. As soon as he finished speaking, his mind moved. A sense of crisis like death directly enveloped Fitzwalker's whole body. It was as if his soul would be extinguished in the next second, and his whole body was cold. Fitz knelt down directly and put his whole face on the ground. He said in panic, sir, Fitz will never have any second thoughts. Even if I die, I will not betray you. Cao Xing nodded and then withdrew the sense of oppression. Get up. At this moment, Fitz recovered from the state of impending death and gasped for breath. It took him a long time to regain his calm. Then, with a nervous look, he asked tentatively, my lord, the white-robed priest will come to me tomorrow. What do you think of dealing with it? Fitz already knew in his heart that the lord of the other world in front of him was not a member of the Church of Light. But for some reason, he did not have any resistance. In fact, he was willing to choose to obey everything he said from the bottom of his heart. Cao Xing smiled and said, if he comes to you, take him out of the baron's mansion. Leave the rest to me. Fitz's expression moved slightly. He probably knew what Cao Xing meant. He didn't know it before. But now, he realized how terrifying this lord's strength was. The aura on his body was much stronger than that of the white-robed bishop. I understand, sir, but if the white-robed bishop comes, how can I contact you? After hearing this, Cao Xing waved his hand and threw him a small communication device. Take it. After you learn how to use it, you can contact me. As for the listening device on the shadow cloak, Cao Xing naturally did not tell him. He placed this thing in a very secret place, and it has not been discovered so far. It is his second insurance. Fitz took it respectfully and learned how to operate it. Then he looked at Cao Xing excitedly. Cao Xing continued to ask, Fitz, now tell me, what rights do you have after becoming a baron? Although he had some understanding, but each world has different systems according to each kingdom, so the rights of these nobles are also different. After listening, Fitz thought about it for a while, and then told Cao Xing everything in detail. It was almost the same as he expected. Barons mainly have 3 rights, namely land ownership, military power, and economic power. These 3 rights include a lot of things. To put it simply, land ownership means that you can collect various taxes within your territory, including land tax, head tax, trade tax, etc. At the same time, you also have the right to distribute the civilians in your territory, and even the right to life and death. The second military right is that the baron can form his own knights and soldiers, and establish his own armed forces. Of course, he has to pay for it himself. As for the third economic right, it includes trade monopoly, such as salt industry, iron industry, etc. They can control the production and sale of goods, and obtain huge profits. There are also some political rights, such as being able to participate in the parliament when the king convenes the parliament. Of course, it must be some more important barons. Generally speaking, only viscounts are eligible. In addition, there are some big and small details, including inheritance rights, representation rights, command rights, etc. Cao Xing nodded after listening. He also has a deeper understanding of the aristocracy in this world. He continued to ask, what is the annual income and expenditure of the baron's mansion? This question has already involved the secrets of the baron's mansion. Ordinary barons will not tell even their confidants and family members. After thinking for a moment, Fitz said, my father has been a baron in this area for nearly 20 years, and many resource points have been invested in development. Excluding military expenses, agricultural output costs, and construction costs, the current annual income is about 4.7 billion crowns. Hearing this number, Cao Xing was shocked. Wow. More than 4 billion. He had previously estimated that they would earn hundreds of millions a year, but he underestimated them. A baron has such a high income a year, no wonder these nobles are so rich. Fitzwalker added, however, part of the income is to be contributed to Count Bonile and Viscount Mordred. In the end, only about 40% of it fell into our hands. Cao Xing's mouth twitched. Sure enough, is it still the same in this world? But it's not bad. There are about a dozen billion in income a year. Moreover, it's not just the income from crowns. There must be a lot of other resource income, such as precious gems, mithril, etc. After 20 years of accumulation, the resources in the baron's mansion must be beyond imagination. And now, the baron is under his control. This means that all these resources belong to him. Thinking of this, Cao Xing almost couldn't help laughing. He continued to ask a few more questions, almost asking about the baron's family background. And Fitz answered truthfully. It was not until half an hour later that Cao Xing stopped asking. Then, he asked the last question. My territory needs a lot of manpower recently. Do you have any way to help me get them? Fitz thought for a moment, and then asked carefully, sir, do you only need people who can work, or people who need a certain fighting ability? As long as they can work. Hearing this, Fitz's face suddenly lit up. Sir, it just so happened that some time ago, my father took over a group of villagers from the Baron Augustus's territory, more than 200 people. Because they did not pay enough taxes, the village was disbanded and sold to my father. I'm worried about finding a suitable place to resettle them. If you need it, I'll have someone bring these villagers here in the next 2 days. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. Very good, let's do it. Fitz nodded respectfully. Then he asked tentatively, my lord, do you have any other questions? Cao Xing thought for a moment and found that he had asked almost everything he should ask, and now there was nothing to do. Nothing is going on at the moment, but my territory will continue to develop. You must remember to cover for me. Fitz nodded quickly and said, understood, my lord. Very good, you can go back now. If you have any problems, just remember to contact me. After hearing this, the young baron immediately bowed respectfully and then left Cao Xing's territory. Along the way, Cao Xing monitored for a while, and after finding no problems, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good, another hidden danger has been solved, and a baron has been completely controlled in my hands. Now I can develop with peace of mind, without worrying about being disturbed or taxed by those nobles. Of course, the taxes that should be collected from other survivors in this area should still be collected. After all, the baron's things are my things, and they can't be wasted. Thinking of this, Cao Xing felt better. He looked at the properties of the pearl. Freshwater pearl, gold, quality, rare, additional properties, charm plus 20, all properties plus 20. Note, it requires an expert forger to inlay. Oh. The properties added by this pearl are more than those of a black diamond. That is to say, this thing is worth at least more than 1 million crowns. Cao Xing laughed. Fitzwalker was quite generous. He casually gave something worth 1 or 2 million. He nodded with satisfaction. Cao Xing walked out of the tavern. On the way to the intermediate mage tower, the sound of sizzling electricity sounded in his ears again. After a moment, a middle-aged man's voice sounded. Respected Lord, I'm Yaskin. Hearing this name, Cao Xing's eyes also showed a look of surprise. After participating in the fishing competition in an village, Cao Xing asked Yaskin to go to Melind City to develop with more than 100,000 crowns. He hasn't reported much progress recently. Now that they suddenly contacted me, there must be some progress. Cao Xing asked cheerfully, Yaskin, how are you doing recently? How are you doing out there? Hearing this, Yaskin said with emotion, thank you for your concern, Lord. I'm doing well out there. Melind City is very prosperous, and the business model here is also very mature. I've been living in a hotel recently. With the funds given to me by the Lord, food and accommodation are completely no problem. But, no matter how prosperous the city outside is, it is definitely not as comfortable as living in our territory. Cao Xing also smiled. By the way, Lord, I want to come to you to report something. Yaskin said, according to your wishes, I have observed their business model in Melind City these days. Then through some connections, I spent about 150,000 crowns and successfully bought a shop. This shop has a good location and is in a prosperous area. It should be good for doing some business. But this 150,000 kroner is only 1 year's rent. I'm worried that the owner of this shop will raise the price later, so I'm still dragging it out and haven't signed the contract yet. If you have time, Lord, you can come to Melind City and talk to this person in detail. After listening to Yaskin's report, Cao Xing's eyes also showed a thoughtful look. 150,000 bought a shop. That's not bad. In this way, he can go to Melind City to do business by himself. There are too many popular things in Cao Xing's territory. Whether it is selling the weapons looted from the hunter camp and opening a weapon shop, or selling cloudyak milk, or even guangayu chicken eggs, to open a food store, etc. You can earn a lot of money. You know, even Hilton, who has a good relationship with him, must be below the market price when he comes to Cao Xing's territory to purchase these materials. Only by producing and selling them by yourself can you make more profits. So this shop should not be a loss. Of course, the specific situation still needs to be investigated on the spot, and the flow of people near the shops and the situation in Melind City. However, although Yaskin has a relatively calm personality, he is not a stupid person. He will not do a business that loses money, so there is no need to worry about the situation of the shop. Cao Xing replied, okay, I understand. I will go to Melind City to take a look when I have time later. If you have any other shops that you think are good, you can buy them first. If you don't have enough funds, go back to the territory first, ask Cao Yi for money, and say that it was me who asked you to do it. After listening to Cao Xing's instructions, Yaskin replied respectfully, as you wish, Lord. Then I won't bother you anymore. Chapter 322, Reinforced City Wall, the Second Assassin. After saying that, Yaskin hung up the call. Cao Xing also started to think about related things while walking. Obviously, a mature territory must have its own business model. After all, no business is as profitable as real estate. This is a profitable business that can make profits continuously. Just like the shop under Yaskin, the annual rent is 150,000 crowns. And there are countless shops like this in the whole Melind City. It can be imagined that the crowns earned from rent alone in a year are a huge number. And most of this money falls into the pocket of the city lord. Not only the money from the shop. As the city lord, he also has various tax revenues. Business tax, trade tax, etc. The ability of a prosperous city to make money is much more terrifying than that of a baron. If Cao Xing can own such a city, then he really doesn't have to worry about money and these resources. Shaking his head, these are all very far away. As the saying goes, you have to eat one bite at a time, and walk one step at a time. At present, what is more important for Cao Xing is to improve his own strength. When one's strength is strong enough, all these will come naturally. Thinking about it, he had already arrived near the intermediate mage tower. Then he called out the old mage Terran. Since the old mage was summoned by him, he has been staying in the mage tower. The accumulation of experience allowed him to reach level 30, and today he has officially broken through to level 4. At this moment, after seeing him, the old mage Terran saluted respectfully. "Respected lord, good night." Cao Xing nodded slightly, and then said, "Mr. Terran, are you used to your time in our territory?" The old mage smiled gently, and then sighed. "Lord, as I said before, this is a magical territory. For all mages, it is a holy place, and I'm very used to living here. Moreover, we have not made any contribution to the territory so far, but the Lord not only allows us to use the mage tower unlimitedly, but also helps us improve our strength. I really feel a little ashamed." At this point, Terran's eyes showed a guilty look. These earth magicians are still growing. After learning more skills in the magic tower, they can have stronger combat power, so they are not used much in normal times. Cao Xing shook his head. "Mr. Talon, don't be ashamed. I came to you to work now, didn't I?" Hearing this, Talon's expression suddenly brightened. He quickly grasped the staff and said excitedly, "Lord, just give me your orders. I will do my best to complete your requirements." Cao Xing smiled. "It's not a big deal. I just want you to cast the advanced spell Rock Barrier on the wall of our territory. This skill can greatly enhance the armor and durability of the wall, but it consumes a lot of magic power. Before, Talon was only a 3rd level leader. Now that he has broken through the 4th level, his mental power has also skyrocketed. It's time for him to play a role. Although the wall of his territory is only half built, Cao Xing just wants to try this skill." Hearing this request, Talon respectfully replied, "I'm happy to serve you, Lord." After that, he and Cao Xing came to the edge of the territory. Looking at the half-built city wall, Cao Xing asked, "Mr. Talon, if you release it with all your strength now, how many meters of the city wall can you cover?" This high-level spell is not fixed. The casting area is determined by the magic power invested by the user when releasing the skill. The old wizard observed for a while, and then said, "After I broke through the 4th level this time, my mental power has been greatly improved. If I use up all the magic power at once, I can cover about 30 city walls, which is about 300 meters in length." Hearing this, Cao Xing calculated in his mind. This high-level spell has a cooling time of 30 minutes. According to 300 meters at a time, it means that it will take at least 11 hours to cover all the city walls of the entire territory. However, the city wall has not been completed yet, so it won't take that much time. And Cao Xing's main purpose is not to know how long it will take the old wizard Talon to cast the spell on all the city walls. Instead, he wanted to try whether this skill could be amplified by eternal power from 10 minutes to permanent. So, Cao Xing said directly, "Try it." After hearing this, Talon also raised his staff. As he uttered some obscure and heavy syllables, the next moment, the soil in the ground in front began to rise rapidly. Then, a large amount of soil covered the city wall and quickly became dry and solid, as if it was wrapped in a layer of khaki shell. In the blink of an eye, a khaki city wall was built. Not only that, Cao Xing also noticed that the thickness and height of the city wall had also been greatly improved. From the original 4 meters high and 1 meter wide, it quickly increased to 8 meters high and 2 meters wide. This area has exceeded the high-level city wall. After a while, Talon finished casting magic. All 30 city walls had skyrocketed, and his whole face seemed to be exhausted, and he was a little pale. At this moment, Cao Xing was also waiting excitedly. Finally, a system prompt appeared. Your territory member Terran Rock Speaker successfully casts advanced spell Rock Barrier, increasing the armor of the city wall by 400 points and the durability by 40,000 points for 10 minutes. affected by the talent, eternal power. This state has become permanent. Note, in the permanent state, the rock barrier is solidified on the city wall. When the durability of the rock barrier is reduced, the mages can consume some magic power to repair the city wall and restore the durability. Note 2. If the rock barrier is broken, the mage needs to consume a lot of magic power to restore it. Note 3. If the rock barrier and the entire city wall are broken, the magic effect disappears. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes suddenly showed a strong joy. Haha. It really works. In this way, the old mage Tyran only needs to cast all of them once, which is equivalent to all the city walls being greatly strengthened, and the defense capability is greatly increased. However, Cao Xing also saw the system prompt. Although this layer of rock barrier is permanent, if the durability value decreases or is broken, it will also need to consume magic power to repair it. But it is normal, after thinking about it. After all, when ordinary city walls are damaged and destroyed, workers also need to consume materials and time to repair them. Now they can be repaired directly by consuming magic power, which saves Cao Xing a lot of resources in disguise. Cao Xing smiled and said, the eternal power talent is really convenient. It just so happens that those earth mages don't have much to do. When they encounter siege battles in the future, let them concentrate on repairing the city walls below, and it will be more difficult for the enemy to break through. In addition, there is another point that Cao Xing is concerned about. The skill introduction he saw before was to increase 300 armor and 30,000 durability. Now it has become 400 armor and 40,000 durability. Cao Xing glanced at Tyran's attributes and found that his skill values had indeed changed. Soon, he understood the reason. This should be because Tyran broke through to the 4th level, and the power of the earth element that he controlled became stronger, so the values of various skills were also enhanced. This is not bad. If this earth mage continues to become stronger and reaches the 7th or 8th level in the future, when he casts rock barrier again, the armor and durability of the city wall will be multiplied several times or more. Safety is greatly increased. Cao Xing smiled. At the same time, he also noticed the pale face of the old mage Tyran. He took out a few drops of superior tree sap from his backpack. Mr. Tyran, replenish some magic first. The old mage had a thoughtful look in his eyes. He naturally felt the powerful magic contained in the few drops of leaves in Cao Xing's hand. He took it respectfully. After drinking only one drop, he felt that most of his magic value was instantly restored. The pale face also regained its color. The old wizard Talon exclaimed, "Lord, what is this thing that has such a good effect?" Cao Xing smiled and said, "A kind of tree sap. I will give you a few drops later." After verifying that this skill can exist forever, Cao Xing's mood has become extremely good. Talon said respectfully, "Thank you, Lord. Then I will rest for a while, and then continue to cast advanced magic to strengthen our city walls." Cao Xing shook his head and said, "No, you go to the wizard tower to rest first. Get well and go out with us tomorrow." Hearing this, Talon was slightly surprised. It seems that he didn't expect that Cao Xing would take him with him tomorrow. It was not a surprise, but more delighted. Because in this way, it means that Cao Xing has recognized him, and he can also contribute to this territory. "Yes, Lord. I will go back to the wizard tower and get ready." Cao Xing nodded slightly, and then watched the old wizard walk briskly and excitedly return to the wizard tower. A smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, Cao Xing returned to the central area of the territory. Although he had already digested all the gains this time, he still had one thing to do. That was to use the recruitment scroll he had obtained in the camp. When he came to the open space outside the residential area, Cao Xing directly took out this black scroll with a gold border. "Do you want to use recruitment scroll for the 4th level leader assassin?" Note, after use, a 4th level assassin creature of a random race will be summoned. Is it random again? Last time, the random summoned the blood spider Queen Zeta. I wonder what it will be this time. Cao Xing thought for a moment and directly clicked yes. In an instant, a strong black mist rose in front of Cao Xing. Hooala! The gushing black mist was almost condensed into substance. He vaguely saw that there seemed to be an invisible shadow flowing in the black mist. Then, a short figure appeared. and before the black mist disappeared, in an instant, a cold light suddenly attacked Cao Xing. At this moment, Cao Xing's eyes were slightly cold. Interesting, a subject who attacked me right after he was summoned? This is the first time I've encountered this. Cao Xing was not afraid at all. He raised his staff, and a wall of ice emitting a strong chill appeared in front of him. With his current mental strength, he could cast these low-level spells almost instantly. Crack. The opponent's weapon scratched the ice wall, leaving a layer of shadow. However, Cao Xing's ice wall spell had a durability of nearly 30,000. It would take a lot of time for the opponent to cut through the ice wall, and this time was enough for Cao Xing to kill him. The opponent was not stupid either. He disappeared immediately after failing to hit him. But what he didn't know was that Cao Xing had the eye of true vision. He could clearly see that a black shadow was moving quickly, preparing to approach him from behind. In the blink of an eye, it was less than 10 meters behind Cao Xing. If it were an ordinary mage, he would have panicked long ago if he was touched so close by an assassin. But Cao is a 5th level mage. In terms of level, attributes, and even all aspects, he crushes the assassin. In an instant, Cao Xing took a step and rushed out more than 10 meters at a faster speed. The figure stood there for a moment, seemingly confused. How could there be a mage who ran faster than the assassin? Before the black shadow could react, a huge hexagram magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet. Freeze it. Strong cold air gushed out. Hoo-la la. What was strange was that the figure flashed again and escaped the control range of Cao Xing's extreme ice bloom. Seeing this, Cao Xing's mouth also curved up. It's interesting. This means of saving life is powerful. But he was still not panicked. He directly threw out an ice-breaking flying blade and released it towards the ground. Bang, bang bang. The ice ball hit the ground and a large number of ice spikes exploded. This skill directly turned into group attack damage. The black shadow was unable to dodge and was hit by several ice spikes. Then several injuries appeared on his head. -6546, -6632, -6753. Cao Xing's current attack power has exceeded 7,000. Even if it is just splash damage, it is too much for these 4th level creatures. The black shadow groaned, just as she was about to escape again. At this moment, 3 huge ice blocks appeared above her head. Iceberg Fall is ready to go. Cao Xing's voice with a hint of threat sounded. If you move one more step, you will be smashed into a pulp. Hearing this, the black shadow seemed to feel the death threat coming from above her head. She also knew that, if the man in front of her wanted to, she would be dead now. After a moment, the shadow aura on the other party disappeared. He appeared like a ghost in the dark night, with long black hair draped over his shoulders, a few strands of hair fluttering gently in the breeze, and a hat on his head. Under the hood, Cao Xing saw a pair of pointed animal ears poking out from her hair, furry and trembling slightly from time to time, as if sensing the slightest movement around her. She was only about 1.2 meters tall, wearing a set of black tight leather armor, with a flat chest and a standard airport. Cao Xing was stunned, and then asked in confusion, "Huh? Animal-eared girl?" The facial features of this animal-eared girl are similar to those of humans, except that her pupils are green. Cao Xing said happily, "Tell me, why are you attacking me?" The animal-eared girl crossed her hands, hugged them in front of her chest, and turned her head away. This Fiang just wanted to test how powerful the lord I want to be loyal to is. I don't really want to attack you. Look, I even use branches as weapons. After saying that, she stretched out a furry little hand and shook the dry branch in her hand. Cao Xing naturally knew that the other party didn't really want to kill him. When she attacked him just now, he didn't feel the killing intent in it. Otherwise, Cao Xing would not have left her alone, but killed her directly. He continued to ask, "So now, what do you think of my strength?" The beast-eared assassin raised her chin slightly and said proudly, "Not bad. I have been roaming the continent for hundreds of years. You are the first mage who is so calm and can fight back after I get close to you. In this case, I, Heli Fiang, will pledge my loyalty to you. It's not a bad idea." But Cao Xing smiled and said, "Sorry, I haven't decided whether to accept you into my territory yet." Hearing this, a trace of shame and anger flashed across the pretty face of the beast-eared girl. What? Back then, I was a famous assassination goddess. The whole continent had heard of my name. You are still considering whether to accept me? Cao Xing nodded. Your strength is very poor, and your combat awareness is also very weak. Even a mage like me cannot defeat you. If an assassin from my territory attacks you, you won't be able to survive even one move, and will be killed on the spot. With your strength and combat awareness, I can't trust you to assign some tasks. Cao Xing was mocking the weak strength of this beast-eared girl. He already had experience in dealing with such arrogant existence. First, suppress the opponent with strength, then belittle the opponent to nothing, and hit her self-confidence. Then let her surrender willingly. HMM, commonly known as CPU. This beast-eared assassin named Liu said with a depressed look, "It's obviously you, the mage, who is too perverted. I don't believe there is an assassin stronger than me in this territory. This Fiang is the strongest." However, before he finished speaking, a shadow came to Cao Xing silently. Then, a figure emerged. It was Sarah. "Lord, I feel the fluctuation of the battle just now. Did you encounter anything?" she said with some worry, and locked her eyes on the short figure on the ground. When Sarah locked her eyes, the beast-eared assassin named Liu was suddenly stared at by a terrifying poisonous snake, and was so scared that she dared not move. Cao Xing smiled and shook his head. "It's okay, Sarah, she is just our new member who wants to test the ability of her lord." She also said that there is no stronger assassin than her in this territory. Hearing this, Sarah's eyes showed a look of realization. At the same time, a curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. And the beast-eared assassin, after seeing Sarah's expression, was so scared that her face turned pale. But she still held the weapon tightly, with a look of unwillingness to admit defeat on her face. At this moment, Sarah held the double daggers in her hands, which meant that she entered a fighting state. In an instant, her figure disappeared from the spot. An invisible shadow rushed towards the other party. At the same time, the beast-eared girl was also on high alert. A black mist emerged from her body, blurring her figure. This is how assassins fight each other. They don't communicate much. Whoosh, a gust of wind passed by, as if darkness was flowing. The beast-eared girl lurked in the darkness, pricked up her ears, and listened carefully to the movements around her, but she didn't feel anything. Not even the feeling of being spied on. However, this is the most terrifying thing. This shows that the opponent's stealth and assassination skills are far superior to hers. The beast-eared girl was about to distance herself. Suddenly, she felt a terrifying chill from a knife behind her. Although she knew that the knife was terrifying, she still didn't want to retreat. Huh? You actually said that this Fiang couldn't even take a single move? That's impossible. She raised the dagger in her hand and turned around to fight back. However, the next moment, she saw that the dagger suddenly changed its angle and wrapped around her wrist like a spirit snake. Ding. The two sides came into contact. The next moment, the dagger in the beast-eared girl's hand fell directly to the ground. And Sarah's silent blade was already against her neck. Thank you book friends for your monthly tickets. Thank you book friends for your recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thank you book friend, Demon v Blood Angel for the 300-point reward. Chapter 323, The Wrath of the Church of Light. The kingdom's heavy armored troops arrive. Sarah's silent blade was already against the opponent's neck. A shallow blood mark appeared on the white neck. If he took one more step, he would be able to slit her throat. At this moment, the beast-eared girl stood still. One move, really just one move, decided the outcome. As a 5th level commander, Sarah's strength was far beyond hers. The beast-eared assassin's face showed frustration, dejection, and fear. At the same time, Sarah's cold voice sounded. "Here, no one is allowed to attack or harm the Lord. If you do this again next time, I will execute you for the Lord." There was a hint of threat and cold murderous intent in her tone. Healy was frightened by Sarah, and she froze in place, and dared not move. Even her pupils became wet. She said softly, I know. If she saw Sarah by her side at the beginning, she would definitely not test Cao Xing. Only as an assassin, can you understand how terrifying this dark elf assassin is? Cao Xing said, "Okay, Sarah, come here." Hearing the voice, Sarah instantly put away the endless murderous intent in her body and appeared silently beside Cao Xing. And the beast-eared assassin had a chance at the hands of the god of death, and for a moment she felt relieved. Then, she stared at the man with her cat-like dark green pupils curiously. How could such a powerful assassin be so obedient? What was the origin of this lord? Cao Xing ignored her eyes and continued, "You saw that you couldn't even take a single move from my assassin. In my territory, your strength is not enough." Hearing this, the beast-eared assassin bit her lower lip lightly and said with a wronged look, Cao Xing changed the subject and continued, "But, I feel sorry for you, so I can give you a chance. If you want to join my territory, you must obey my orders and the orders of the dark elf next to me absolutely. Can you do it?" Hearing this, the beast-eared girl was about to nod and agree, but she seemed to remember something. She asked tentatively, "Then, can I learn combat skills from this powerful assassin in the future?" Cao Xing was stunned, and then said, "If you want to learn combat skills, you have to contribute to the territory first." After hearing this, the beast-eared assassin nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said, "I will try my best to contribute. I swear to the god of darkness that I will listen to you in the future." And, the words of this assassin. Hearing this, Cao Xing also laughed, and then issued a recruitment invitation to her. "Recruitment successful. Dark Knight Hunter, Heli Scarlet Shadow joins your territory. Territory population +4. Then he glanced at her attributes. Night Hunter, Heli Scarlet Shadow, race, demi-human, level 38 66328/46000, 4th order leader, HP 128423/128423, blessed by the pale tree, attack power 44154612 armor 653708, skills, advanced assassination mastery. When using dagger type weapons, attack speed increases by 40% and breath concealment increases by 40%. Mist of the Dark Night, cover yourself in Mist of the Dark Night, blurring your figure and hiding your breath. You will not exit this state after attacking the enemy. It lasts for 120 seconds. Cooldown time 200 seconds. Shadow Strike. Instantly enter stealth state. Rush forward at an extremely fast speed, causing 207% physical damage to the first enemy on the path, and reveal yourself after a short delay. If you do not attack the enemy in stealth state, you will automatically reveal yourself after 3 seconds. Cooldown time 35 seconds. Claws of the Night. Waves sharp claws to quickly attack the enemy. Each attack has a certain chance of causing the enemy to bleed and continuously suffer physical damage. Flash of the Night. Instantly flashes forward a certain distance, up to 30 meters. Can flash continuously 3 times. Cooling time 90 seconds. Phantom Slash of the Night. Instantly blends into the darkness, transforms into several phantoms that shuttle around the enemy, and then launches slashes at the target from multiple directions at an extremely fast speed. Each strike carries powerful physical damage and bleeding effects, with a damage coefficient of 9*115%. Cooldown time 300 seconds. Talent. Night Affinity. When operating at night, the concealment strength increases by 25%, and the skill cooldown time is reduced by 20%. Bond. Assassin Satiation. 63 Loyalty. 71 Introduction. A hunter who was famous tens of thousands of years ago. She once killed many nobles. Even the army of the royal city could not do anything to her. When night falls, the nobles and criminals in the entire city will be afraid of the arrival of this shadow. After seeing the skills and attributes of this night hunter, Cao Xing nodded. It is indeed not bad. Especially the skill, Night Phantom Slash. The single coefficient is really a bit scary, even exceeding Sarah's Death Dance. If Sarah didn't have Cao Xing's various resources to cultivate her, she could only fight this beast-eared girl on equal terms with the same level. Cao Xing smiled and called out, "Heli." Hearing the voice, the beast-eared girl straightened her body and said respectfully, "I'm here." She became extremely honest. Cao Xing waved his hand. "You go and rest first. The third residential house in the second row of the living area is your room." The beast-eared assassin also turned around obediently and walked towards the residential area. Cao Xing noticed that she was not wearing shoes on her feet, and a pair of furry little feet stepped on the ground. And she looked back every 3 steps, constantly looking at Sarah. After a while, he and Sarah were the only ones left here. At this moment, the eyes of this dark elf assassin instantly became gentle. She asked with concern, "Lord, you are not injured, right?" Cao Xing shook his head. "How could I be injured? A 4th level assassin can't hurt me." Hearing this, Sarah nodded immediately and said, "Yes, Lord, you are very strong." Cao Xing also smiled, "But you came at the right time. I have something to give you." After that, he took out the magic fish thorn from his backpack and handed it to Sarah. Sarah took the dagger with a rather strange shape and also felt the strange power contained in it. Now, she held the silent thorn in her left hand and the magic fish thorn in her right hand. The attack power has increased by more than 200 points again. And the most important thing is that the special effects on the 2 weapons can be triggered at the same time without conflict. In this way, Sarah's combat power can be slightly improved. "Thank you, Lord, you have always been so good to me." Cao Xing also smiled and touched her head and pinched her long elf ears. Sarah's ears seemed to be her sensitive spot. After being pinched by Cao Xing, her body trembled instantly. Her limbs became a little stiff, but she still stood there, allowing Cao Xing to touch her. The ears of dark elves feel soft on the outside, but a little hard on the inside, as if they are cartilage. At this time, Sarah seemed to remember what happened in the camp today, and her body temperature rose a little. She spoke softly, and with a dazed look in her eyes, "Lord, can you come to me in the second half of the night tonight?" Cao Xing saw her fiery eyes and understood something. He chuckled and said, "Not now." Sarah was stunned, then shook her head, "Not now. I'm on duty in the first half of the night, and I'm still, Before she finished speaking, the dark elf assassin suddenly felt her legs leave the ground. Her whole body was carried on Cao Xing's shoulders. Lord. Cao Xing didn't say anything, still carrying her and walking towards one of the residential houses. Sarah's long and slender legs swung in the air. She lowered her head and timidly grasped the corner of Cao Xing's clothes. Cao Xing had now broken through the 5th level, and his strength had increased again. He could carry several little women like Sarah, who weighed less than 100 pounds, with one hand. Soon, Cao Xing kicked open Sarah's door and then closed it. He gently placed the beauty on his shoulders on the bed. At this moment, Sarah's legs were tightly together, her hands were clenched, and she looked shy and expectant. Cao Xing gently untied the black tights that bound her body, and he also saw the white bra wrapped in circles. He did not hesitate, and directly tore off the strips of cloth. In an instant, a pair of very full, round and perky breasts appeared directly in front of him. At this time, Cao Xing couldn't help but sigh. It's really worthy of the dark elf bloodline. This shape, this size, it's really perfect. Cao Xing bit down. The dark elf under him trembled. A pair of pointed ears also stood up, as if they were filled with blood. Sarah looked both suppressed and shy at this moment. She was extremely beautiful. Cao Xing also admired her to his heart's content. From that beautiful face, looking down, there was a flat belly and an extremely slender waist. The degree of slenderness of the waistline was probably only comparable to that of the major priestess Ailey. The night was like fire, burning fiercely. Cao Xing gently turned over and pressed down. Soon, he began to enjoy the wonderful body of this dark elf to his heart's content. At the same time, in a valley, there was a camp built on the hillside in front. This was also the last large camp that Cao Xing and others pushed down. A red-robed bishop quickly rushed here. When he saw the chaos in front, various collapsed fences, arrow towers, and corpses all over the ground, his eyes suddenly widened with anger. The terrifying aura seemed to be uncontrollable and suddenly broke out. This camp has also been destroyed. Damn it, don't let me catch you, or you will regret coming to this world. As the strongest red-robed bishop in Duelan Lake City, after hearing the news that the camp was destroyed, he did not care about the situation in Duelan Lake City and rushed out to confirm it as soon as possible. However, the situation in front of him was hard for him to accept. After saying some harsh words, He took out a crystal stone and asked in a deep voice, "Saints, Bella, how is the situation over there?" The voices of the two red-robed bishops sounded. "Bishop Angren, the situation here is the same. All the people have been killed, including the resources inside. All have been robbed. This is a premeditated attack against our Church of Light." Hearing this, the red-robed bishop with a strong aura was even more furious. "Damn it. Which bastard did it? How did he know the coordinates of our camp? And it happened at this time." A lot of questions arose in his heart. This also made him more angry. The terrifying momentum burst out from his body. Boom. A violent storm instantly arose at the original place. This camp was razed to the ground in an instant. After venting his anger, the red-robed bishop gradually calmed down. He took a long breath and then cut off the connection with the other two bishops. He took out another strange device from his backpack. After injecting magic power, a steady voice came. "Bishop Angren, is there anything wrong?" The red-robed bishop reported solemnly, "Lord Seed of Light, something happened here in the snowstorm plain. Many camps set up by the church here have been attacked by an unknown force. Currently, we have searched more than a dozen medium-sized camps, and 4 large camps have been completely destroyed. Among them, many small camps have also been hit. Now there is only the last large camp that has not been confirmed, but it is estimated that it is also in danger." Hearing this, the other side was silent for a moment. But it seems that he is not as panicked or angry as expected. Is it the one in the snowstorm again? Recently, our church's plans in other places have been going smoothly, but the snowstorm has been repeatedly frustrated. And it is impossible for one person to destroy so many of our camps overnight. So, this should be a group, that is, an organized action. It is somewhat different from my previous guess about individual strongmen. After listening to the analysis from the other side, the red-robed bishop continued to ask, "Lord Seed of Light, what should we do now? The kingdom's army will arrive tomorrow, and we can no longer transfer more church members." The other side replied again, "Don't panic, we don't rely on the strength of other members to fight against the kingdom's army. As long as the army of the White Walkers is safe, but it is indeed a bit troublesome to transfer supplies. Don't worry, I will now urgently transfer a group of teachers from the nearby Bliss Wilderness and Frost Valley Plains to Lake Dualan City. Your current task is to check all camps, search for clues, and make sure not to miss any corner. I want to know who has been targeting our Church of Light." Hearing the reply from the Seed of Light, the panic in the bishop's heart gradually disappeared. He said solemnly, "I understand. I will do it now. May the will of the God of Light protect us." After saying that, he cut off the connection. He was just about to follow the instructions of the Seed of Light to investigate the clues in the camp to see if he could find the culprit. As a result, he found that the camp had been razed to the ground by his previous wave of explosion. The corners of his mouth twitched. The red-robed bishop dialed the communication and said, "Bishop Sains, Bishop Bella, the Seed of Light just issued an order for us to investigate the culprit through the bodies of those teachers. If you don't have any clues, follow me to the last large camp to have a look." After a moment, the two bishops replied, "Understood, Bishop Angren, we will come right over." After the words fell, the 3 bishops set off quickly. Although they had foreseen the result, they could only give up after confirming it with their own eyes. Soon, the red-robed bishop came to a valley. A narrow passage appeared in front of him. After entering the passage, they entered the valley. Because he knew the route, the bishop went straight to the hidden cave. On the way, he also noticed the aurora grass that had been collected on the ground, and his heart was shrouded in haze. Through the narrow cave, he quickly entered the interior of the mountain. Including the other 2 red-robed bishops, they were already waiting here. The 3 bishops of Dualan Lake City gathered together at this moment. They looked at the corpses on the ground in the hall, and everyone's face was gloomy. Although this result had been foreseen, but when you see it with your own eyes, it is still a little hard to accept. The red-robed bishop with a strong aura suppressed his anger and said, "Go down and search. Don't miss any corner. At least we have to confirm what the enemy's means are." The 2 nodded one after another. Then they jumped down one after another. They checked the corpses on the ground one by one, and they focused on the bodies of the 2 white-robed priests. One of the red-robed bishops said in a deep voice, "There is a strong dark aura on the wound, which looks like it was done by some evil creature." The second bishop also added, "In addition to sword wounds, there are also various impact injuries and some magical auras. However, these means of attack all contain a dark force. Including the camp forces we checked earlier, those dead teachers also have extremely strong dark forces left on them." The three bishops summed up the clues in their hands and finally came to a conclusion. That is, the murderer is not human. If it's not human, then who is it? Why is it targeting our Church of Light? They were confused. Because they really couldn't think of how such a strange force in the snowstorm field could target them, and it also has such a powerful strength. At this moment, one of the red-robed bishops holding a staff seemed to feel something. He raised his head and faintly felt a magical wave coming from above his head. The red-robed bishop said quickly, "Bishop Angren, Bishop Sains, there seems to be a magic mark on it, which looks like it was left by Priest Pocker." Hearing this, the other two bishops showed surprise in their eyes. This gave a glimmer of hope to the investigation progress that had been deadlocked. "Bishop Bella, try to activate it." "Okay." Then, under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, the red-robed bishop raised his staff and released a breath of magic. In an instant, the magic mark was activated. Then they heard a gloomy voice. "It's just a false god who has lost his divinity. The Ice Crystal Kingdom has long been regarded as a treasure in our demon clan, but you dare to get involved. When our demon lord comes, what can the god of light do?" After hearing this, the three red-robed bishops looked at each other and saw the shock and solemnity in each other's eyes. The strongest bishop said in a deep voice, "This should be the clue left to us by Archpriest Pocker. So the existence that made this voice is the initiator of all this." The other two nodded. The red-robed bishop holding the staff added, "This being mentioned the Lord of Demons, and even disregarded the God of Light, and called himself a demon. It seems that the identity of the enemy is about to be revealed." The strongest bishop said angrily, "It turned out to be this damned group of guys. A group of monsters created by the intersection of celestial bodies, relying on their immortality, have been making trouble all over the world. Not many beings could deal with them before, and now they have actually provoked our Church of Light. You damned fellows. Others can't kill you completely, but that doesn't mean we can't. Let me catch you. I will crush you to ashes." The bishop said harshly, and he hated the devil in his heart. The staff bishop next to him reminded, "Bishop Angren, let's tell this news to Lord Seed of Light as soon as possible." After hearing this, the bishop gradually calmed down. Then, he took out the shining crystal again. At this moment, in the snowy plain, a group of nearly 40,000 troops are marching in an orderly manner. It is the second wave of the Kingdom Legion sent by the Ice Crystal King. However, compared with the last time, the type of troops this time has changed. Leading the way is a heavy knight brigade of nearly 3,000 people. They are all wearing uniform frost blue armor, and even the horses are fully armed. This is also one of the king's trump cards, the frost blue iron cavalry. And behind them, 40,000 heavy infantrymen wearing heavy armor and holding special shields are marching in an orderly manner. And the shields in their hands constantly emit a layer of burning breath, which seems to contain some strange magic. These shields have been blessed by a powerful wizard in the kingdom. The magic on them is specifically used to restrain the blades and claws of the White Walkers. It can be said that they have made sufficient preparations for this operation. At the same time, a light cavalryman in front came quickly. "Report. General Crow has sent people to meet us in front." A voice came from a chariot in the center of the army. "Change the marching direction and meet General Crow first." General Crow was the commander of the first wave sent to recapture Lake City Dualan. He was leading the remaining knights and soldiers, waiting in front. Originally, there were more than 20,000 people, but now there are less than 4,000 people left. It's really sad. But fortunately, those Naris artillery and destroyer siege crossbows are still there. Soon, the two armies joined together. At this moment, in the second wave of troops, an equally high-ranking existence walked out of the chariot. "Meet this General Crow." The two saluted at the same time. "General Crow, the power of the kingdom's holy sword is with us." "General Tashid, the power of the kingdom's holy sword is with us, and we will win this battle." After the words fell, the two sides shook hands. If Cao Xing was here, he would definitely recognize that behind this General Tashid, there was an old acquaintance of his, Lieutenant Derek. After the two generals greeted each other, they quickly adjusted the team. Then, nearly 50,000 troops marched towards the direction of Dualan Lake City. Late at night, Sarah got out of Cao Xing's arms and left the warm bed. During this period, Irina came once, and after hearing the movement inside, she took the initiative to take over Sarah's duty in the first half of the night. But in the second half of the night, Sarah needed to make up for it. At this moment, the dark elf was wearing clothes at the head of the bed. The white gauze tightly wrapped the pair of magnificent soft objects. Then, like a magic trick, her devilish figure was covered up. Looking back at Cao Xing, the coldness on his face disappeared and turned into tenderness. I'm going out. Cao Xing nodded. Go ahead, be careful not to get cold. Okay. Sarah responded softly and then quickly left the room. Cao Xing quickly put on his clothes and returned to his lord's house. Tonight was peaceful. He and Liu Muxue fell asleep quickly. The next day, the system prompt appeared. Survivors, please note that you have passed the 4th day of the construction week. There are still 3 days to the end of the construction week. Chapter 324. Action begins. Encountering a herd of mammoths. Attention all survivors. The king's second wave of troops has arrived at Lake Dualan City. Now we are calling on all survivors to go to Lake Dualan City to participate in the battle. In order to encourage you to fight bravely, killing the White Walkers in the city will also earn you the same honor points as killing the hunters. Weather forecast. Today is sunny, with a light breeze, and the highest temperature is -47-56. Seeing the prompt, there was a boo in the chat channel. Shaoyao, damn it, the king's army is here again, and they are still calling on us to join the battle. Don't they think we are stupid? Cao Xing, that's right, so many people died last time. I won't go this time no matter what. I don't want to be cannon fodder. Zhang Mao, they also said that killing White Walkers will also give honor points as rewards. I fucking laughed. Those White Walkers are so scary. Can we deal with them? Lanlin, haha, you're right. I'd better stay at home and develop my territory. Obviously, the last experience made everyone doubt the strength of the Ice Crystal King and saw the horror of the White Walkers. Now, even if the ways to obtain honor points have been increased, no one is willing to go. At this time, a survivor in the chat channel suddenly spoke up. Wu Xinghu, I think it's necessary to try this time. There was a moment of silence in the chat channel. If anyone else said this, they would inevitably be besieged by the survivors. But as one of the strongest legion leaders in District 17, Wu Xinghu's words still carry a lot of weight. Captain Wu, what makes you think so? Yes, Captain Wu, do you have any gossip? Share it with everyone. Wu Xinghu said, there is no gossip, just some personal inferences. As mentioned before, the king's army suffered a disastrous defeat for the first time, but it was not a meaningless defeat. At least, this allowed them to understand the strength of this group of cultists. So this time, the king will definitely send enough forces to deal with various emergencies. If we join the battlefield this time, the risk should be much smaller. After hearing this, everyone seemed to think that what Wu Xinghu said made sense. But the scene of tens of thousands of strong men being slaughtered last time was still vivid. For a while, no one dared to make a decision immediately. Someone tentatively asked, Captain Wu, will you go this time? Wu Xinghu smiled and said, maybe I will go, maybe not. The survivors were also confused by this ambiguous answer. But it was not easy for everyone to ask. For a while, many people were tempted. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue naturally saw the system prompt. Oh, now killing these aliens will actually give you honor points? A slight surprise appeared in his eyes. Then there was joy. I said before that the king didn't want people to collect 100,000 honor points to exchange for that legendary weapon. And now, there is a glimmer of hope. After all, there are at least 20,000 to 30,000 aliens in that city. If you can kill a batch of them, you will definitely get a lot of honor points. Cao Xing counted and found that he had more than 30,000 honor points, including various masks. It is about 45,000. Kill a batch of aliens and then go to the trading channel. to buy a batch of masks, which should be enough to collect 100,000 honor points. Thinking of this, Cao Xing's mouth also hooked up. Muzu, get up. Let's follow the plan discussed yesterday. We have to hurry up. Dulan Lake City is thousands of kilometers away from their territory. Even if Cao Xing and others are amazing, it will take at least 5 or 6 hours to arrive at full speed. Moreover, according to yesterday's plan, they were going to advance in 2 teams. So they had to hurry up. Cao Xing sighed at this time. What a pity. It would be great if we could build a goblin airship. Let's see if we can get a blueprint of an advanced machinery factory this time. With the goblin airship, it will be much more convenient. The two got up quickly and began to wash. 3 minutes later, they came to the playground in the center of the territory. Cao Xing shouted, "Fighters, assemble." After hearing the voice, hundreds of figures suddenly came out. They lined up neatly and orderly according to yesterday's team. At this moment, hundreds of fighters looked at Cao Xing with fiery eyes. Cao Xing looked around and found that they were all eager to fight. In the corner, there was a figure standing alone. It was the beast-eared assassin summoned last night. She was not familiar with the people in this territory, so she couldn't find the organization. Cao Xing didn't say much and gave the order directly. All Ascalon warriors, wild boar warriors, and dragon blood fighters, all stand out. Crash. More than 200 figures all stood out. They all showed surprise and excitement on their faces. Because this means that their lord will take them out to fight. The soldiers who were not named were a little disappointed. Centaur Candle asked beside him, "Oh, strong lord, you won't take us centaurs with you?" Cao Xing shook his head. "This time we are going to carry out a special operation, so it is not appropriate to bring too many people." Not bringing centaurs was also considered. After all, although the demon disguise can hide the breath of everyone, some physical characteristics cannot be changed. For example, the lower body of the centaur. Therefore, it is better to bring some human soldiers. It is also more difficult to be seen through the disguise. Moreover, the force Cao Xing brought this time is already strong enough. Among them, the most powerful is naturally the Dragon Blood Fighter Legion. Among more than 30 people, there is a commander, 4 chiefs, 7 leaders, and most of the others are elites. Once this group of Dragon Blood fighters burst out, their terrifying strength is enough to scare the enemy. Cao Xing continued, "Cantle, although I didn't bring you this time, your mission is equally important. Now that the city wall has not been built, a group of people need to stay in the territory to defend it, and at the same time, the safety of those staff members must be guaranteed. And all archers, go to the training range to practice. I hope to see you learn new skills as soon as possible. Can you do it?" The Centaur Legion and those nightmare archers wiped away the disappointment on their faces and all shouted back, "Guarantee to complete the mission." Cao Xing smiled. "Lab, you warriors who went out with me can't relax either. This action may be dangerous. You must obey the command." Hearing this, the Wild Boar warriors and Ascalon warriors nodded one after another, including the group of Dragon Blood fighters. They said excitedly, "Lord, please rest assured that we will obey orders 100%. Cao Xing nodded slightly. Then, he continued to call the roll. Sarah, Assam, Andrew, Bron, Hilda, Isabel. It was the same dozen people from yesterday, including the witch Francesca, Bertie Sunstrider, and the Earth Mage Terran Rock Speaker. Victoria Santa Cruz was among them. There was also the Mammoth Dabe, the Frost Moose Zyadalan, Valaba, and the Goblin Mecha. Under normal circumstances, these big guys are not needed to appear. But once a large-scale battle is encountered, these big guys will play a big role. This time, the strongest combat power in the territory can be said to have been taken out by him. Of course, he still left many masters in the territory. For example, 2 leader-level mage wives, the Centaur Legion, and more than 30 Earth Mages. The total number of combatants is nearly 200. It is enough to deal with large-scale enemy attacks. Then, Cao Xing said, "Okay, let's disperse." Everyone dispersed in a swarm. Soon, only more than 200 warriors were left on the field. At this time, the newcomer Heli Fiang from last night came over. She stepped forward cautiously, her ears jumping up and down, looking very nervous. Seeing this beast-eared girl, Elisa and Tong Chachu showed surprise on their faces. They even subconsciously wanted to rush over and touch her cute little ears. However, when they thought of their lord who was still beside them, they gave up the idea. Heli Fiang came to Cao Xing barefoot and said, Are you going out? Cao Xing nodded. The beast-eared girl said, I want to go out with you too. You're right, my strength is indeed too weak, so I want to contribute to the territory as soon as possible and then learn assassination skills from this powerful assassin sister. Compared with the attitude of this new beast-eared girl last night, it can be said that she has ushered in a great change. In the competition last night, although she suffered a loss at the hands of Sarah, she was still unconvinced. After all, as a 4th level leader, she is considered a master anywhere. She was just unlucky. She came up and met the strongest existence in this territory. However, after a night, she had a clear understanding of the strength in this territory. Here, there are many beings stronger than her. Even in some ordinary soldiers of the same 4th level, they feel a strong sense of threat. This made Li Fiang wonder what kind of territory she had come to. Or was she sealed in the alien space for too long and had been out of touch with this world? Could it be that any of the current 4th level strongmen are so powerful? For a moment, a sense of frustration emerged in Li Fiang's heart, and at the same time, she completely put away her pride. At this time, Cao Xing did not immediately agree after hearing the request of this beast-eared girl. Instead, he fell into thinking. After all, they were not simply going out this time, but to do an important thing. He didn't trust this newcomer very much. So many things were not convenient to show. Even the status was not attached to her. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing was ready to refuse. Let her cultivate her loyalty in the territory for a while before talking. However, the beast-eared assassin seemed to know that Cao Xing didn't believe in her. She hurriedly said, please rest assured, I will definitely follow your orders. If you don't believe me, you can put this on me. After that, she took out something like a collar from her bosom. Cao Xing asked in confusion, what is this? The beast-eared girl said, this is the spiritual contract magic ring that controls our subhuman race. After putting it on my neck, you can control us. As long as you move your mind, you can tighten the collar, making it impossible for me to breathe, and making it impossible for me to use the power of the Dark Knight. Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes were strange. Why does this thing sound a bit perverted? Including Alice's eyes next to her, she looked a little strange. But she didn't show it, but looked at the beast-eared girl, then looked at Cao Xing, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Li Fiang saw that Cao Xing still didn't agree. She bit her lower lip lightly, as if she had made some kind of decision. Then she took the initiative to put the necklace around her neck. The next moment, the system prompt appeared. Territory member, Li Fiang is handing over the control of the spiritual contract magic ring to you. After accepting it, you will be able to control the magic ring and exert control over it. Cao Xing had a strange look on his face, but he still chose to accept it. The next moment, Cao Xing felt that he was connected to the magic ring. With a thought, he tried to control it. The collar on the neck of the beast-eared girl in front of him suddenly tightened. She showed a very uncomfortable expression. Her small canine teeth were exposed, and it became increasingly difficult to breathe. She made a soft panting sound like a cat. HMM. HMM. It embarrassed everyone around him. Cao Xing just tried it, and immediately took back the control of this thing. Li Fiang breathed a sigh of relief. Then she patted her flat chest and said, now, can you rest assured? If I don't obey, you can always use this to punish me. Cao Xing nodded speechlessly. I understand. Stay in the team. Others cast a status on her. Since this beast-eared assassin was so sensible that she even handed over this life-controlling thing to him, Cao Xing naturally had to show the demeanor of a lord. After hearing the order, everyone threw various skills at Li's head. Black Smoke Totem, Firepower Amplification, Snake Man Frenzy, Queen's Will. The aura of this beast-eared girl began to grow rapidly, and as the permanent status was added one by one, Li Fiang's dark green pupils kept widening. God of the Dark Knight, what is this? Oh my god. Because she was too shocked, she was a little incoherent. Cao Xing and Liu Muxue also threw ice healing, ice armor, courage blessing, and aurora blessing. In an instant, Healy's attack power, armor, recovery ability, and mobility directly soared a lot. She was completely stunned. A pair of furry ears kept trembling. Then he said almost dully, "So, that's where the powerful aura of those soldiers came from. Is this the magical power of this territory?" Ellison next to him said proudly, "No, this is the unique power of the Lord. Is it amazing?" Healy Fiang kept nodding and said, "Too amazing. To have such a powerful blessing, this is simply comparable to the power of the gods. Because you helped her improve her strength, the loyalty of territory member, Healy Fiang has been improved. Current loyalty." 78. The beast-eared girl knelt on one knee at this moment. "Thank you for the blessing of the Lord. Healy will serve you well in the future. You can ask me to do anything." Cao Xing nodded slightly. "Get up, go to the team and stand by. Everyone else, get ready." After the words fell, the more than 200 people on the field straightened their bodies. Cao Xing said directly, "Then, Boji, Lab, you lead your dragon blood fighters and other warriors to follow the team, and the goal is to go to the vicinity of Duelan Lake City. Remember not to get close immediately. I will give you a meeting place. Remember to wait for my news. Mr. Terran, you also follow them." The old mage Terran is old and his movement speed is not fast. Hearing this, the commander Boji and the wild boar warrior Lab said respectfully at the same time, "Yes, Lord." Then, Cao Xing said, "Then everyone else, follow me now. Go to Duelan Lake City at full speed." Moo. Dabe shook his trunk, stepped on his four hooves, and ran all the way, seeming to be happy to be able to go out. Next to it, there was Valaba, who had transformed into a leader, and Xiaolan, who was at the level of a 5th level leader, including Tong Chachu, who sat in the cockpit of the mecha, turned on the low altitude flight mode, and followed the team. It is worth mentioning that Cao Xing used the skill, Demon Slave Pretender, on the Earth Dragon mecha last night. Surprisingly, this camouflage can also be used on mechas. Now, this mecha has become a completely black mecha, with a layer of light black mist on it. It looks very ferocious and full of deterrence. However, under normal circumstances, Cao Xing is still not going to send the mecha out. After all, the characteristics of this thing are too obvious. Everyone rushed all the way. Seize the time to hurry on the road. It can be said that this will be the farthest place they have ever been. However, it is also that place that contains a lot of resources. Even as long as the action is successful, Cao Xing will get amazing benefits in one fell swoop. After running out 100 kilometers, Cao Xing pressed the communication device on his ear and said, "Sarah, Healy, you go ahead to explore the way. If you see humans on the road, remember to notify us in advance." This time, he plans to avoid the crowd as much as possible. Then wait until you are near Duelan Lake City, and then use camouflage collectively to minimize the risk of exposure. After hearing this, the two assassins disappeared instantly. This is the first task issued by Cao Xing, and Healy also wants to perform well. She raised the dagger and rushed forward. Everyone followed behind her. Boom. Boom. The huge mammoth ran with an amazing momentum. In addition, there was an equally huge frost moose next to it. From a distance, the wild beasts wandering on the snowfield did not dare to approach. Sarah and Healy were exploring the way ahead. They were also constantly sending back information. Then, based on the information from the two women, Cao Xing kept changing the route. Soon, a morning passed. They had advanced nearly 600 kilometers. And Cao Xing also took the time to check the chat channel. Many survivors had seen the mighty king's army in Duelan Lake City and took pictures of it. Roughly estimated, there were nearly 50,000 people. The survivors naturally saw that this group of troops was different from the last time. This army was fully armed and looked like it could crush all obstacles. Even the terrible army of the White Walkers could not stop it. For a time, many people were a little moved. At this time, Cao Xing had a trace of worry on his face and thought to himself, the king's army has arrived at Duelan Lake City. I don't know when they will launch an attack. If they launch an attack right away, it will be troublesome. Cao Xing's original intention was to use camouflage to enter the city and plunder during the truce. If the war started immediately, it would be too late. Of course, even after the war started, Cao Crossing still had a chance. The battle of tens of thousands of people was not as easy as Cao Crossing's battle against hundreds of people. It was normal for a war to last for 1 or 2 days, or even a week. In addition, this was a siege. In such a chaotic time, no one paid attention to the city, so he could sneak in and plunder without any worries. At this moment, Sarah's voice appeared. There is something going on ahead. I saw a group of migrating ice mammoths. Cao Crossing was stunned and then asked in confusion, a group of mammoths? According to the natives of this world, ice mammoths are a rare sacred creature. They are rare even in the entire snowstorm plain. So there are not many mammoths. He looked at the mount under his feet. Dabe, could your parents be among the mammoths? Thank you for the monthly votes cast by the book friends. Thank you for your support. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendations and subscriptions. Thanks to the book friend, Bankersi for the 3500 points reward. The author would like to thank you here. Chapter 325, The Natural Enemy of the Mammoth, A Fierce Battle. Dabe, are your parents among those mammoths? Moo. Dabe tilted his head and looked at Cao Crossing in confusion. It hadn't seen its parents for a long time, and it probably forgot about it. Although Cao Crossing was more interested in this group of mammoths, he had to hurry to duel in Lake City, so he didn't plan to delay here. At this time, Sarah's next sentence interrupted his thoughts. Lord, there seems to be something wrong with the group of mammoths. They seem to be afraid of something. This group of mammoths started to run away, as if something was chasing them. Hearing this, Cao Crossing also suddenly realized that something was wrong. Adult ice mammoths are powerful beings, each with a strength of level 5 or 6, or even stronger. And there are not many creatures that can make them feel scared and run away. Sarah, do you know what is chasing them? Sarah was silent for a moment, as if observing the situation. It's saber-toothed tigers. There are 5 powerful saber-toothed tigers chasing the elephants. Cao Crossing was shocked. Oh my goodness. It turned out to be this kind of creature. Saber-toothed tigers are the natural enemies of mammoths. Their huge upper canines are like two sharp daggers, which can easily pierce the thick skin of mammoths. And their bodies are also very explosive, and they can easily catch up with their prey. Even mammoths of the same level are no match for saber-toothed tigers. Facing this kind of creature, they can only run away. How strong are those saber-toothed tigers? Sarah replied, I'm afraid they are no less than level 6. Cao Crossing thought for a moment, not knowing whether he should take action. After all, those saber-toothed tigers were just hunting for survival. After a moment, he made a decision. Let's go. Follow me to see the situation. What if Dabe's parents are really in the elephant herd? After saying that, Cao Crossing led a dozen people and ran forward at full speed, rushing to where Sarah was. Over a hill. In the distance, a wide plain was seen in front. Before getting close, a loud rumbling sound came to my ears. A group of mammoths, as big as a hill, 5 or 6 meters tall, and even bigger than Dabe, ran forward at a high speed. The leader was a huge mammoth that was 8 meters tall, and looked like a walking building. Its tusks were as bright as crystals, and its rough skin was covered with many solidified scars, which looked full of majesty and ancient atmosphere. However, it was such a huge monster that a look of fear appeared in its eyes at this moment. Dozens of mammoths ran wildly, and the might of a tsunami came. In the herd, there were many small mammoths with a shoulder height of less than 1 meter. Moo. The huge mammoth leading the herd made a heavy call, and the herd sped up again. Cao Crossing and others standing on a high place also saw the figures of the group of pursuers. There were several with yellow-brown hair, about 2 meters tall at the shoulder, and 4 or 5 meters long. A huge creature with extremely well-proportioned muscles and powerful limbs while running. This is the saber-toothed tiger, a creature that has become extinct on the blue planet. However, the saber-toothed tigers in this world look much stronger than those on the blue planet. Their burst speed at this time is at least over 500 to 600 kilometers per hour. Every step they take leaves a big hole on the ground of the snowfield. The fastest saber-toothed tiger is also the strongest existence, and there is a faint threatening aura coming from it. Quickly glance at the attributes. Icefield saber-toothed tiger, race, beast, level 57, 6th order leader level creature, HP 337-52-31/358-23-19 attack power. 11-62-31-17-92 armor. 18-23-19-07 skills. Fatal assault. The saber-toothed tiger lowers its body, bursts out with astonishing speed in an instant, rushes towards the target like lightning, and causes 178% huge damage to the enemy. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Death pursuit. The saber-toothed tiger locks onto its prey and will not give up until it achieves its goal. It consumes 10,000 HP per second and increases its movement speed by 30%. It will automatically release when its HP drops to 50%. Tail swipe. Turn around quickly and use its powerful tail to violently knock away surrounding enemies and cause 158% damage. Afterwards, it gains a short speed bonus that lasts for 15 seconds. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Beast King Roar. Release a roar full of violent power. The sound waves spread out in all directions, causing 154% mental damage to enemies within the range, and stun them for 13 seconds. Cooling time 60 seconds. Saber-tooth Storm. Release the power of the saber teeth, forming a killing field in the 30-meter area around itself, causing continuous 112% penetration damage to all nearby enemies, and increasing the probability of self-control immunity by 70%. The effect lasts for 60 seconds. Cooling time 5 minutes. Talent. Behemoth. Talent. Predator. Lock the breath of prey and track it. Introduction. A powerful predator. Even in nature, it is at the top of the food chain. So strong? Cao Xing was shocked. The various skills of this saber-toothed tiger are all born for hunting and fighting. In addition to this 6th level leader level saber-toothed tiger, the other 4 saber-toothed tigers also have the strength of 5th and 6th level leaders. On the other hand, the mammoth group, although there are many of them, but the strongest one was the leading mammoth, also with the strength of a 6th order leader. Although there were a few other 5th and 6th order leader mammoths, they were no match for the saber-toothed tigers. Just like the soul-eating demon restrained the group of undead, the saber-toothed tiger also restrained the mammoth. The herd of elephants could only keep running away. At this moment, Dabe had attracted all the attention after seeing the fleeing herd of elephants below. When it noticed the 2 adult mammoths in the herd, Dabe seemed to sense something, and its eyes suddenly shrank. It raised its elephant hoof and stomped hard, as if it wanted to rush out immediately. But it knew that it had to listen to its master. Turning its head, it looked at Cao Xing with a look of help. Cao Xing saw Dabe's reaction and understood something. At this moment, one of the saber-toothed tigers suddenly exerted its strength. Ayo how! Its speed soared a lot. Then it pounced on one of the young mammoths. Moo! The mammoth was bitten on the heel, and it staggered and fell to the ground. Then, another saber-toothed tiger pounced over and started to bite the young mammoth madly. Seeing this, Cao Xing quickly ordered, "Serap, Heli, go and save the young mammoth. Others, follow me to drive away these saber-toothed tigers." After hearing the order, everyone started to act instantly. Swish! Irina took the lead and shot an arrow at the saber-toothed tiger leader from a distance of several kilometers. -80-74. The defense of this saber-toothed tiger leader is very amazing, and the distance is too far, so this arrow also weakened its power. But it still caused a good amount of damage. The saber-toothed tiger was suddenly attacked, and its running movement was instantly slowed down for a moment. Before it could find the attacker, Cao Xing and others had already rushed over. Boom. Boom. Dabe, who had become a 5th level leader, faced his natural enemy without showing any fear, and ran out directly. The group of mammoths soon saw this strange scene. A mammoth, with 2 humans sitting on its back, followed by a white bear and a moose. Behind them, there was a group of terrifying beings rushing towards them. Dozens of elephants had a look of confusion in their eyes. However, they also saw that the first target of this group of people to attack was the saber-toothed tiger behind them. The ice mammoths are a group of highly intelligent creatures. Seeing this scene, they knew that this group of humans came to help them. In an instant, they bypassed Cao Xing and others, and turned to the other side. And the group of saber-toothed tigers finally knew who their enemies were. The leading saber-toothed tiger opened its bloody mouth. In an instant, a roar from ancient times sounded. Roar. If an ordinary person heard this roar, it would probably be instantly shattered and die. The saber-toothed tiger's eyes turned red, and they rushed towards Cao Xing and the others. Like 3 yellow lightning bolts, they were so powerful. At this moment, Braum used a leap guard and jumped to the front of the team. Then he shouted, "The power of the ancestors, bless me." He turned into a giant. He raised his shield and rushed forward with big strides. He was going to confront this 6th level leader level saber-toothed tiger head on with the strength of a 5th level leader. The next moment, the saber-toothed tiger's huge teeth came into contact with the evil eye shield. Crack, crack. The holy shield on Braum's body shattered layer by layer. Then, an unimaginable force came. As a beast and a 6th level leader, this saber-toothed tiger has extremely terrifying power in its body. Before it was about to be knocked away, Braum shouted and then smashed the shield to the ground. In an instant, a glacial crack appeared. Crack, crack. The frost spread to the feet of the saber-toothed tiger leader, freezing it in place. Braum rolled on the spot and stabilized his body again. The other 2 chasing saber-toothed tigers stopped when they saw their leader was frozen. At the same time, Sarah and Heli appeared next to the fallen elephant. Their daggers passed by and cold light appeared. They kept leaving horrible blood marks on the saber-toothed tiger's brown fur, forcing them to give up their prey. The elephant was also out of danger. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the 6th level saber-toothed tiger that was frozen in place suddenly moved. Roar. A roar that resounded through the plains sounded. The control time of the glacier crack only controlled it for less than a second. It had already broken free from the frozen state. After the saber-toothed tiger escaped, it did not launch an attack immediately, but leaped and quickly opened up the distance. Gathered together with the other 2 saber-toothed tigers, they stared at each other with vigilance and seemed to know that Cao Xing and others were not easy to mess with. They kept making threatening growls, and their eyes were full of ferocity. Roar. The terrifying sound waves emitted by the 3 saber-toothed tigers became real and hit the eardrums of everyone. Cao Xing knew that, as long as they showed any signs of cowardice, these saber-toothed tigers would rush over. However, Dabe was not willing to be outdone. It raised its trunk and let out a dull roar. Moo. The powerful sound waves and the roar of the saber-toothed tigers cancelled each other out. Dabe grew up with Cao Xing, and in the past month, he also killed many terrible beings, so he was not afraid of these saber-toothed tigers at all, even if the other party was his natural enemy. At this moment, the 2 sides confronted each other. The herd of mammoths running wildly in the back also stopped, looking at the battlefield here with a worried look in their eyes. The saber-toothed tiger family is cruel by nature and basically will not give up after locking the prey. But now, Cao Xing interrupted their hunting, which aroused their hatred. Although the aura of Cao Xing and his group was strong, in essence, their life level was still level 5. Therefore, the saber-toothed tiger leader did not seem to want to give up. The next moment, it raised its head directly. From its pair of sharp teeth, a terrifying force suddenly burst out. Then, a lethal airflow began to rotate at high speed around the saber-toothed tiger. It was the leader level skill, Saber-Tooth Storm. Cao Xing quickly ordered, "Retreat. Keep your distance. Andrew, Assam, Sarah, Heli, each of you deal with a saber-toothed tiger. Others, come with me to deal with this leader level saber-toothed tiger." Since the opponent took the initiative to attack, Cao Xing would naturally not be polite. The battle started in an instant. In the state of Saber-Toothed Storm, this saber-toothed tiger is likely to be immune to the control state. So Cao Xing did not let anyone throw control skills at the first time. It was about to pounce, but Braum had already topped it. Although Braum was 17 levels lower than this saber-toothed tiger, he was not inferior at all. With his full armor and Cao Xing's ice armor, he was almost twice as powerful as the saber-toothed tiger. Bang! The huge teeth collided with the shield. Braum blocked the saber-toothed tiger's attack head on. Then, the saber-toothed storm surrounding its body continued to cause damage to Braum. Puff, puff. -5732, -6321, -5592, -4582. Damage numbers appeared one by one. Compared to the saber-toothed tiger's 10,000 attack power, this damage can only be said to be quite pitiful. Braum's armor was too high, and the 20% damage reduction of Frost Shield had reduced the enemy's damage to the lowest level. And in the blink of an eye, plus 5082, plus 5082 recovery numbers appeared above his head. So this is an amazing scene. A big guy with a naked upper body, head-on withstanding the attacks of Saber-toothed Storm and the 6th level Saber-toothed Tiger leader. Even its HP didn't drop. Of course, the others were not idle either. Various attacks fell madly on this saber-toothed tiger. Minus 7092, minus 11,543. Minus 6025, minus 5582, minus 7231. The last upgrade allowed all of Cao Xing's men, except Blot, to break through the 5th level, and their attack power increased dramatically. The HP of this saber-toothed tiger also dropped like water. In the blink of an eye, it dropped 3 million. At the same time, Cao Xing ordered Xiaolan, use the extreme cold breath. The frost moose next to it took a deep breath. The cold air within a radius of several hundred meters was sucked in by it. Then, it opened its mouth. Hooala! A terrifying cold air was exhaled. The saber-toothed tiger's back was covered with a thick layer of frost after just a little touch. It leaped and was about to avoid the attack. But Xiaolan's frost breath followed like a shadow. Crack, crack. This saber-toothed tiger had frostbite all over its body, and its movements became extremely stiff. As a 5th order leader level magical creature, Xiaolan, with the blessing of his state, was not inferior to this saber-toothed tiger in a single fight. Not to mention, so many people besieging him. All kinds of attacks from the crowd fell madly. Ice-breaking flying blades, holy light balls, blood poison spitting, black smoke storm, feast of cold wind. Although the saber-toothed tiger had a full 3 million HP, it still couldn't withstand this attack. The HP dropped down. In less than a minute, the saber-toothed tiger's HP dropped to 1.5 million. It was beaten by everyone and kept howling. The mammoths that were watching here from behind looked at this scene blankly. The natural enemy that was chasing him was beaten so badly by this group of humans. Even one of the mammoths stepped on it twice. This group of humans is so scary. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger continued to stimulate the strong vitality in its body and finally recovered from the deep frostbite. It must be said that Xiaolan's frost breath is really abnormal. When Cao Xing caught it, he suffered a little from this skill. Even though the probability of the saber-toothed tiger leader's control immunity has been greatly improved, it still can't withstand the terrifying cold air. Ayo how. The saber-toothed tiger leader kept roaring angrily. After fighting until now, it already knew that it was no match for this group of people. But it didn't panic. After all, the explosive power of the saber-toothed tiger is unparalleled. It believes that, if it wants to escape, this group of humans will definitely not let it stay. Looking at Cao Xing and others, the saber-toothed tiger leader's eyes showed resentment. And Cao Xing naturally noticed its eyes. Some animals are very vengeful by nature, which he knows. In his heart, he has made a decision. The saber-toothed tiger leader had a fierce battle with everyone, and his health dropped by 200,000 again. It pounced and slapped Braum away. Then it ran away without hesitation. The direction it attacked was Elisa's side. After all, she looked the weakest among the group. Little Elisa was only level 34 now, more than 20 levels lower than the saber-toothed tiger leader. With this level of difference, under normal circumstances, the saber-toothed tiger could kill the opponent with a slap. Even if Elisa had Cao Xing's various life-saving skills, she might not be able to stop it. Sure enough, the saber-toothed tiger pounced. Sure. The sharp claws swept across and shattered the holy shield on Elisa's body. The little girl looked at the saber-toothed tiger's huge slap and raised her longbow as if she wanted to resist. However, the power gap between the two sides was too big. Puff. Minus 10,112. Elisa was slapped away. The little girl shouted as she flew backwards. Lord, this saber-toothed tiger wants to escape. However, Cao Xing was already prepared. A huge hexagram array appeared, covering all 3 saber-toothed tigers. The saber-toothed tiger leader suddenly felt that his ability to move had greatly decreased. A panicked look appeared in his eyes. Before he could react, 3 icebergs also smashed down at the same time. Boom. Boom. Minus 18,765. Minus 19,634. Minus 27,534. 3 terrifying damage numbers appeared. The saber-toothed tiger leader was hit so hard that he saw stars. At the same time, Liu Muxue rushed over to block the gap on Alice's side, and the attacks of others also came like a storm. The saber-toothed tiger leader completely cut off the hope of escaping. Its blood volume dropped again like water. It was unilaterally ravaged by everyone. Soon, the saber-toothed tiger leader struggled to get up. Looking at the completely blocked encirclement around him, he seemed to realize that he was in great danger today. Including the other 2 leader-level saber-toothed tigers, their health has reached a critical point. But it still seems unwilling to give up, while frantically attacking, while looking for a chance to escape. And at this moment, the saber-toothed tiger leader suddenly changed direction and rushed over. The target was the 2 leader-level saber-toothed tigers. The huge tail swung on the companions. Bang, bang. After 2 fleshy sounds, the 2 saber-toothed tigers were thrown out directly by it. Cao Xing also saw its intention. It actually wanted to use this method to help its own kind escape from the encirclement. The price is that this saber-toothed tiger leader will have no chance to escape. However, the 2 saber-toothed tiger leaders did not leave immediately after escaping. They seemed to want to rush back to save their leader. Roar. The saber-toothed tiger leader let out a heavy roar, which stopped them instantly. The 2 saber-toothed tigers understood what the leader meant. Their eyes swept over Cao Xing and others, and a resentful look emerged. Then, they burst out with unprecedented speed, transformed into 2 brown lightnings, and fled behind them. However, Cao Xing had already seen the look in the eyes of the 2 saber-toothed tigers. It was obvious that these saber-toothed tigers had already held a grudge against them, and Cao Xing had already decided to kill all of these saber-toothed tigers and leave no future troubles. Thanks to book friend 20,240,825,228 Bay for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 201706082237305516 for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 202002051719239944 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to at this time Hualo2 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zinghaimichin for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Mood5 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Invisible Yang for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to From Dark to Dawn for 12 monthly tickets. Thanks to Benben Xing for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 2023072316293744 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 140,318,093,742,569 for 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 170,519,214,652's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Yakiaika's 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Xiaomengxin's 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 20210306093744972 quote S 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Fantasy Xiaoseo9's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Yalxin Ialga's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Moing Wuja's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 2,023,082,480 abs 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 20,240,506,113,728's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Kingja's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Yuking Lingbao Daozen's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 20,230,522,153 EA's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Crazy D Stone's 2 monthly tickets. Thank you book friends for your recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 326. The saber-toothed tiger is full of treasures, a gift from the leader of the elephant herd. Catch up with them. Upon hearing the order, Renus and Elisa rushed out instantly. As agile creatures, they burst out with speeds that were not inferior to those saber-toothed tigers. Especially Renus, as a 5th level leader level creature, with a 130% movement speed bonus, she turned into a white shadow. Soon she caught up with the two saber-toothed tiger leaders. Renus took out a strange launcher from her backpack. Pressed the button directly. Bang! A huge animal trap popped out and covered one of the saber-toothed tigers. Then she shot another arrow into the sky. Storm arrow rain fell, slowing down the movement speed of the other saber-toothed tiger. On the other side, Elisa's reaction was also very fast. After seeing this scene, she quickly pulled the bowstring and used the ice continuous shot skill to freeze the second saber-toothed tiger leader. All the escaping saber-toothed tigers were intercepted by them. The saber-toothed tiger leader, who was being besieged by everyone, saw this scene and a trace of anxiety appeared in his eyes. It roared continuously and attacked the crowd's encirclement frantically. Cao Xing ignored it and continued to order, attack with all your strength. Bang, bang, one attack after another fell. Now, the saber-toothed tiger leader has become a trapped beast. Even if it burst out with all its strength, it is difficult to break free from the fire suppression of Cao Xing and others. 2 minutes later, under the concentrated fire of everyone, its 3 million health points were reduced to less than 50,000. Seeing this, Cao Xing directly threw a ice-breaking flying blade at it. Bang, bang, minus 20,154, minus 19,842, minus 30,521. After 3 terrifying injuries, the life of the saber-toothed tiger leader was reduced to 0. With a wail, he fell down completely. Successfully killed saber-toothed tiger leader LV57, 6th order leader level creature, killed monsters above their level, gained experience points. 34,200 *3 combatants gained experience points. 17,100. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the other 4 saber-toothed tigers with the strength of 5th and 6th order leaders had also fallen into a state of residual health. Sarah and Healy each dealt with a saber-toothed tiger. One was dealing with a 6th order enemy, and the other was dealing with a 5th order enemy, both of which were fighting above their level. And with Cao Xing's series of buff skills, they were still crushing the enemies in front of them. The same was true for Renus and Elisa. The sharp daggers kept passing by with cold light. The sharp arrows seemed to be able to penetrate everything. The health of the 4 saber-toothed tigers dropped sharply. Cao Xing ordered, "Go and help them. Don't let these saber-toothed tigers run away." After hearing this, everyone rushed up. The next battle was naturally no suspense. With the addition of others, these saber-toothed tigers had no chance to resist. As the powerful saber-toothed tiger leaders fell one by one, their bodies were like small yellow hills, falling in the snow. System prompts appeared one after another. Your territory member, Sarah Blade Dance killed the saber-toothed tiger LV54, a 6th level boss level creature, and gained experience points. 21,600 combatants gained experience points. 10,800, your territory member, Heli Scarlet Shadow killed the saber-toothed tiger LV47, a 5th level boss level creature, and gained experience points. 14,100 your. After 4 prompts, a white light rose from Cao Xing and Liu Muxue at the same time. Your level has been upgraded, and the current level is 41. This upgrades attribute upgrades, strength plus 21, agility plus 23, spirit plus 36, constitution plus 25, health plus 2000. A powerful force surged in the body. Cao Xing felt that his physical fitness, including strength, reaction ability, and movement speed, had improved again. In addition, he also felt that his vitality had also increased. He nodded with satisfaction and said happily, "Not bad. After the 5th level, there are so many attributes that are improved for every level up." Liu Muxue also happily told Cao Xing that she had gained attribute improvements after the upgrade. As a 5th level Aurora Knight, she can now increase her health by 5,000 points after upgrading to level 1. After the 44% bonus of the Pale Tree, it is 7,700 health points. it is still quite terrifying. At the same time, Cao Xing cast his eyes on the snowfield in front of him. Looking at the saber-toothed tiger corpse on the snowfield in front of him, he was also moved. If these guys didn't show their revengeful mentality to Cao Xing, he really wouldn't kill them all. But since you want to retaliate, you can't stay. Throwing these thoughts away, Cao Xing's eyes gradually showed joy. After all, these are the corpses of 5 powerful beasts. Any one of them can bring him huge benefits. Especially the corpse of the leader level saber-toothed tiger, which is priceless. TSK, this is the first leader level beast I killed. I should be able to decompose a lot of good things, right? However, Cao Xing did not decompose it immediately, but asked people to collect the corpses of the 5 saber-toothed tigers first. Then he picked up the things they dropped. Obtained. Master level heart of power asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Expert level heart of power asterisk 4 right square bracket. Obtained. Saber-toothed tiger leader soul asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Saber-toothed tiger leader soul asterisk 3 right square bracket. Obtained. 5th level leader level swordsman recruitment. Scroll asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Master level element crystal asterisk 7 right square bracket. Obtained. Expert level element crystal asterisk 28. Obtained. Special chaos book asterisk 1 right square bracket. A master level heart of power was revealed, and there is also a 5th level leader level swordsman recruitment scroll. Cao Xing was delighted, and then he looked at the attributes. Master level heart of power, effective item. After use, a level 50 creature can be upgraded to a level 6 master level warrior, with a success rate of 60%. Note, after becoming a master level being, the level cap of 20 levels will be opened. After reaching level 60, you can continue to upgrade without using the heart of power, until you reach the level cap of 70. Seeing the system prompt, a look of realization appeared on his face. So that's how it is. As long as you break through level 50, you can continue to upgrade to level 70, right? In other words, the level of master level warrior is between level 50 and 70. Then it seems that the gap between masters is quite large. This is somewhat beyond Cao Xing's expectations. But this is a good thing for him. Because his divine warrior altar can allow his warriors to break through to level 6, that is, master level. In this way, it means that he can cultivate a group of level 70 beings. At that time, the scene of hundreds or even thousands of master level warriors in his territory fighting at the same time must be very shocking. Even a huge city like Duelan Lake City cannot stop the footsteps of so many master level masters. Thinking of this, Cao Xing smiled, and was full of expectations for the future development of the territory. He continued to check. Leader level soul of saber-toothed tiger, effective item. It can transform a leader level creature of level 6 or below into a leader level creature with a success rate of 45%, 65%. Special chaos book, effective item. It can randomly increase 54 dimensional attributes of a citizen and the maximum number of uses 10 times. This special chaos book is not bad. If the number of explosions is large enough, it can also add a lot of attributes. In addition, there is a level 5 swordsman recruitment scroll. However, since Cao Xing and his team are going to carry out a dangerous operation next, Cao Xing decided to wait until the operation is over and return to the territory before using this scroll. Next, it is the stage of distributing the spoils. He casually distributed the 2 expert level power hearts to Blot and Tong Chuchu. Now, there were only the 2 of them, and Little Wally who were 4th level creatures on the field. Blot and Tong Chuchu took it happily, and then began to break through. Cao Xing began to deal with the biggest gain of this battle. The bodies of those saber-toothed tigers. He first walked to the body of the full embed leader level saber-toothed tiger. The system prompt appeared. Found the body of the leader level Icefield saber-toothed tiger asterisk 4, do you want to decompose it? Yes. The next moment, 4 white lights enveloped the huge bodies of these saber-toothed tigers. As the white light continued to flash, these bodies gradually disappeared. What made Cao Xing sigh was that fortunately, after the system was updated, this decomposition function was not removed. Otherwise, if they wanted to collect the meat of these beasts, they would have to dissect them themselves. That would take more time and be a bit bloody. The system's decomposition speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, there was a lot of materials on the ground. As he looked, powerful material properties appeared in front of him one by one. Slightly worn nice saber-tooth tiger fur, purple, *4, powerful boss level saber-tooth tiger fur, with a trace of its owner's evil spirit still remaining on it, has good warmth retention and tough defense, and can be used to make 5th or 6th level purple leather armor. Fresh ice saber-tooth tiger meat, purple, *3312, saber-tooth tiger meat contains powerful strength. The first consumption can increase 30 points of strength. 1 tiger meat equals 5 food. Sharp saber-tooth, purple, *8, saber-tooth with extremely strong penetrating power and hard texture. It can be used to make 5th or 6th level props and weapons. The props made have a certain probability of quality being upgraded to gold. Ice saber-tooth tiger bone, purple, *1163, powerful tiger bone with extremely tough defense ability. It can be used to make 5th or 6th level purple armor or other props. As he looked at the decomposed materials one by one, Cao Xing's pupils continued to expand. Especially when seeing the effect of the saber teeth and tiger meat, it was even more shocking. Oh my god. This icefield saber-tooth tiger meat is so effective. It can directly increase 30 points of strength. It is worthy of being in the upper reaches of the food chain. You know, when most of the survivors have just broken through the 3rd level, their attributes are basically in the early 200s. This kind of powerful tiger meat, just eat a piece, directly increase the attribute by more than 1/10. It can be imagined that once it appears on the market, it will definitely cause a rush of various power professions. There are more than 3,000 pieces of tiger meat here. If it is sold, it can sell more than 30,000 copies. What an amazing wealth this is. It is self-evident. Thinking of this, Cao Xing looked at the corpse of the leader saber-toothed tiger next to him and became more excited. After all, even the leader level saber-toothed tiger meat has such a good effect. Isn't the leader level one stronger? He walked quickly to the side of the corpse. The system prompt appeared. Found the corpse of the leader level icefield saber-toothed tiger. Do you want to decompose it? Yes. The familiar white light appeared again, and the huge body of the saber-toothed tiger gradually disappeared. Soon, a large number of materials appeared on the spot. Cao Xing looked over. Slightly worn saber-toothed tiger leader fur, gold, *1. The fur of the leader level saber-toothed tiger has extremely tough defense, and it has a trace of the beast's wronged soul. It can be used to make a 6th level treasure leather armor. Fresh icefield saber-toothed tiger meat, gold, *1164. Saber-toothed tiger meat contains powerful strength. First consumption, strength plus 50, physical attack power plus 3%. Giant saber tooth, gold, *2. Extremely hard saber teeth contain the power of the saber-toothed tiger leader. After being made into a weapon, it has a high level penetration effect and a certain probability of having a saber-tooth storm special effect. Strong tiger bone, gold, *237. The bones of the leader level saber-toothed tiger are extremely tough and contain powerful strength. After being made into light armor, it can greatly increase strength and agility attributes. Leader saber-toothed tiger tendon, gold, *1. Steins with strong toughness are the main material for making golden long bows, and they have certain special effects. Tiger blood, gold, *211L. Tiger blood, which contains manic power, can increase strength and agility by 5% within 30 seconds after taking 200 milliliters. It is also a rare all-chemical material. Note, it needs to be collected in a container within 5 seconds, and the remaining time is 4 seconds. Seeing the last system prompt, Cao Xing did not hesitate for a second. He took out a large number of glass bottles directly from his backpack. He put all the 200 kilograms of tiger blood in it. Then, looking at the golden quality materials all over the ground, Cao Xing could hardly help laughing. Haha, it's so fierce. It's worthy of being a leader level beast. It actually decomposed so many powerful materials. It's simply full of treasures. And this time, tiger blood, and steins, were also produced. You know, when he decomposed the corpses of those leader level beasts before, these two materials were not produced. Their effects are also quite powerful, no wonder the decomposition system would deliberately separate them. Cao Xing collected all the materials on the ground. He was delighted to see the more than 1,000 pieces of golden tiger meat. Just as I expected, the tiger meat of the leader level has a terrifying effect. Not only can it increase so much strength, but it can also increase physical attack power by percentage. As long as you are a strength-based profession, you can't resist the temptation of this kind of beast meat. This thing is so valuable. Cao Xing was very satisfied. Even if he hadn't reached Duelan Lake City yet, the 5 saber-toothed tiger corpses alone were worth the trip. After he dealt with the saber-toothed tiger corpse, the group of ice mammoths gradually came over. Moo, the call sounded. There was a commotion in the herd. Then 2 tall mammoths rushed out of the herd and ran towards Dabe. Dabe turned around and saw the 2 familiar figures. He felt a familiar breath in his heart, as well as the throbbing from his blood. A complicated look suddenly appeared in his eyes. Then, Dabe also rushed over. The 3 mammoths stopped at a distance of about 20 meters. A complex look appeared in the eyes of the 6 elephants. Dabe was rescued by Cao Xing in the Great Rift Valley. It is estimated that its parents thought that Dabe was dead at that time. After more than a month, they did not expect to meet again. They did not even dare to go forward to confirm. Until a moment later, Dabe called out, "Woo!" The 2 mammoths finally confirmed that this was their child. They rushed out directly. The 3 mammoths leaned against each other closely and kept rubbing each other's bodies. The family reunited, and this scene made the people behind feel relieved. Liu Muxue, Elisa and other girls all had gentle smiles on their faces. At the same time, Dabe's family of 3 were there feeling the joy of reunion. The herd of elephants also came to Cao Xing. The huge monster, which was as big as a 3-story building, slowly stepped on its thick elephant hooves and walked towards him. Cao Xing glanced at its attributes. I found that this mammoth actually has a name. It's called Puffin. It's also a 6th order leader level creature with great strength. But in front of this group of humans, it didn't dare to have any arrogant attitude. Didn't you see that even such a powerful saber-toothed tiger was killed by them? At this moment, after coming to Cao Xing's side, the mammoth stretched out its trunk and waved it in the air. This seemed to be a gesture of gratitude between mammoths. Cao Xing understood what it meant, waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. It just happens that one of my companions is of the same tribe as you." The mammoth named Puffin nodded, and it could also understand Cao Xing's words. Then, it put its trunk into its mouth, as if it was taking something out. Giloo. Giloo. The sound of saliva surging sounded. The next moment, the mammoth rolled out a bundle of red grass with its trunk. There was also saliva and some unknown mucus mixed on it. Then it gently handed it to Cao Xing. Woo woo woo. The huge mammoth made a soft cry, as if it wanted him to accept the bundle of strange grass. Cao Xing looked at the pile of grass in front of him, and his mouth twitched. The ice mammoth is a herbivore, and sometimes it will store part of its food in a certain part of its body for emergency rations. Now, it took out its food to express its gratitude. Although I know that it is kind, but Cao Xing still finds it a little hard to accept. After all, the way this thing appeared is really a bit too disgusting. And when he glanced over, the discomfort in his heart disappeared instantly, and he turned into ecstasy. Dragon blood grass, gold, magic plant, quality, treasure, effect. Plants that have absorbed the blood of the dragon contain powerful vitality. After eating, it can increase the upper limit of life by 2000 points, and it can take effect once at most. A plant with powerful vitality, and also a precious alchemical material. Cao Xing admitted that he was still superficial. I thought it was just a pile of rotten grass. Unexpectedly, this is the dragon blood grass he has been looking for. It is also the main material for making the improved version of advanced life secret medicine. This mammoth actually wants to give him such a precious thing. And it looks like there are quite a lot of them. After Cao Xing confirmed that the other party wanted to give him these grasses, he took them without hesitation. Obtained. Dragon blood grass *651. More than 600 roots. which is equivalent to the main materials for more than 600 bottles of secret medicine. This is too cool. Cao Xing suppressed his excitement and nodded. Thank you, Popham. The mammoth seemed very happy to see him accept the gift. He raised his head and made a vicissitudes of life sound. Moo. The other mammoths raised their heads and imitated their leader's actions. It seemed to be thanking Cao Xing for saving them. At this moment, 2 consecutive system prompts appeared. Ding. Due to your rescue, the favorability of the Ice Mammoth clan towards you has been improved. The current favorability is friendly. Ding. Because you have killed too many saber-toothed tigers, the Coldwind saber-toothed tiger clan's favorability towards you has dropped. The current favorability is hostile. Note, in a hostile relationship, the Coldwind saber-toothed tiger clan will treat you as an enemy after seeing you and launch an attack. Thanks to book friends, Yeast1 for 4 monthly passes. Thanks to Xian Cheng Yansha and Xiao Cheng Yu for 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Zhao Mengshan for 4 monthly passes. And thanks to Reader 18021775070016471104 for 8 monthly passes. Monthly tickets. Thanks to Kingson Han Yan Lianjia for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Lucican for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Gemini Battleship for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 20170318134808118844 monthly tickets. Thanks to Ziobe 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Louis Dalima for 4 monthly passes. Thanks to Xiling Revelation for 2 monthly passes. Thanks to 100 Years of Time Yi Mengdi for 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Kaislen for 2 monthly passes. Thanks Daowen for his 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Fate Skies Edgy for his 4 monthly passes. Thanks to Nervous Frog for his 6 monthly passes. Thanks to Daddy Village People for his 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Book Friends 20,230,203,918 ED for his 2 monthly passes. Thanks to 2 monthly passes for the game. Aloe 508 is 10 monthly passes. Thanks to Eugene Jiangshenren for 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Big White Goose for 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Amber Dusk for 4 monthly passes. Thanks to I Love Eating Fruit 4 monthly passes. Thank you book friends for your recommendation votes and subscriptions. Thanks to the book friend, 100 Years of Time Yimandi for another reward of 5,000 points. Thank you very much for your support from book friends. Chapter 327 Arriving at the battlefield, the plan of the Church of Light. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment when he saw the 2 system prompts, but he soon understood the reason. This should be what he said before, the balance of nature. Although he saved the mammoth, he also offended the saber-toothed tiger clan, but he didn't regret it. Even if it happened again, he would still make the same choice. And with his strength, as long as there was no 7th level saber-toothed tiger, it would basically not pose any threat to him. The mammoth Poffin led the other elephants and turned around. The warmed abe over there seemed to know that it was time for him to leave. It stepped on its elephant hooves and distanced itself from the 2 mammoths. Moo Moo Dabe's parents reluctantly put their noses on it, as if they didn't want it to leave. Dabe shook his head and gradually let go of his parents' noses. It slowly turned around and walked towards Cao Xing. While walking, he looked back, as if saying goodbye to his parents and his clan. Mammoths are herd creatures. In this world, there are basically few strong people who can tame such creatures. At the same time, they are also arrogant. Basically, they will not yield to humans. However, they recognize the group of humans in front of them. They are also happy that their people have found such a good master. The mammoth Poffin walked over and comforted Dabe's parents. Woo. Dabe's parents uttered a sad syllable, and they were very reluctant to see Dabe leave. But they also knew that their child had grown up. It will have its own life in the future. Legendary life. After bidding farewell to the group of mammoths, everyone went straight to the place where Duelan Lake City was located. It's just that Dabe seemed a little taciturn along the way. After all, parting with family will always feel a little sad. Cao Xing and others did not disturb it and sat on Xiaolan's back, leaving it alone. At this time, Valiba walked over. Then he stretched out his bare paw and gently touched Dabe's body. Sizzle lightning flashed across. Dabe was instantly startled, and his eyes widened as he looked at the snow bear. It seemed that he didn't know why it suddenly did this. Wally didn't say anything, just raised his bare paw and stood up. Powerful lightning burst out from its body. Roar. Valiba let out a loud roar, and then ran forward. Dabe seemed to know that this was Valiba encouraging himself. Soon, it also raised its trunk, stepped on its elephant hooves, and ran all the way behind. Looking at the two running beasts, Elisa said happily, Dabe cheered up, little Wally is awesome. Seeing this, everyone smiled. As mentioned before, the bond between the people in Cao Crossing's territory will gradually deepen over time. The relationship will become better and better. Even these pets are the same. Dabe and Wally have become good friends after several battles. Cao Crossing smiled. Let's go. Let's speed up. In an instant, everyone's pace became faster. A group of powerful beings, moving at a high speed in the snowfield. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they had arrived near Duelan Lake City. On the system's own small map, there was a city in the distance, and there was a wide lake next to it. Hundreds of kilometers away, everyone could see the silhouette of the giant city. When it was about 30 kilometers away from Duelan Lake City, Cao Crossing did not approach immediately, but looked around, and found several small peaks nearby. Let's go to the top of the mountain, to observe the terrain first. Sarah, go find a place nearby where we can hide. Sarah nodded slightly, and disappeared directly on the spot. Under the leadership of Cao Crossing, the others quickly climbed to the top of a mountain. From here, you can have a panoramic view of the terrain around Duelan Lake City. The first thing that came into view was the giant city covered by the Golden Barrier. It stood like a silent giant, exuding an ancient and majestic atmosphere. From a distance, the outline of the giant city was particularly clear under the pale skyline. The tall city walls were made of huge ice blocks and solid rocks, flashing a faint cold light. Roughly estimated, the height of the city wall is 70 to 80 meters, and the thickness is nearly 20 meters. It is like an indestructible barrier, resisting the strong winds and blizzards from the polar regions. The gap between the city wall of Cao Crossing's territory and here is too big. And this is just a huge city. The city wall area of Yangshan, main city of the Ice Crystal Kingdom, is estimated to be even more exaggerated. On the city wall, there is a watchtower at intervals, and the burning torches on the top of the tower are swaying in the wind. And on the plain in front, there is a mass of black figures. That is the king's army. The most conspicuous is naturally the group of powerful knights wearing frost blue armor and riding war horses at the front of the team. And the tens of thousands of black armored soldiers in the back are equally impressive. Cao Crossing frowned slightly. The king's army has indeed arrived, but I don't know when they will launch an attack. For Cao Crossing, the best opportunity is to sneak in when the city is in chaos during the army's attack. Then they will plunder the place, which will minimize the risk of exposure. But from the current situation, they seem to have no intention of starting a war. What are they doing? Cao Crossing was puzzled. At the same time, Sarah's report came to his ears. At the foot of this mountain, there is an abandoned mine with a decent temperature inside. We can use it as a temporary shelter. Hearing this, Cao Crossing's doubts disappeared and turned into joy. Well done, Sarah, we'll be here soon. After saying this, he led a dozen of his masters and rushed all the way to the foot of the mountain. At this moment, in the army on the plain below, tens of thousands of soldiers stood in place, looking at the huge city in front of them, but not launching an attack, and they seemed a little anxious. After all, this time, they were well prepared, just to avenge their previous shame. They wanted to seize Duelan Lake City with the strongest attitude. However, without the general's order, all of them could only continue to wait in place. In the chariot in the center of the army, two generals sat face to face, seemingly discussing the next plan. The general named Crow asked directly, General Tashid, when will we launch the attack? The army arrived this morning. Now the surrounding kingdom of Yaolan and kingdom of Nakrad are watching us. The king is also waiting for our news. However, the general named Tashid said calmly, General Crow, don't worry. I'm sending people to investigate the specific situation in the city to see if the Church of Light has any hidden tricks. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle, right? Hearing this, General Crow on the opposite side asked again, hasn't it been confirmed that there are only the army of the White Walkers and 3 red-robed bishops in the city? With this little force, with the army we brought, and the Frost Blue Knights, it is enough to crush them head on. What else do you need to investigate? Last time, he dared to launch an attack with more than 20,000 people. This time, with preparation, the other side brought more than 40,000 heavy infantry, but they were still testing. This made Crow feel that Tashid was a little too cautious. Hearing the other side's questioning, General Tashid's face showed a little displeasure. But he did not get angry, but said, General Crow, my way of fighting is different from yours. I like to fight a war that I'm 100% sure of. In this way, the war-loss ratio can be minimized. Besides, the Church of Light is powerful and has been rooted in our Ice Crystal Kingdom for a long time. No one knows if they have any other backup plans. Does General Crow want to be caught off guard like last time and let the soldiers die? Hearing this, the general named Crow looked depressed. The last defeat had caused too much loss. If it weren't for the war in Duel and Lake City now, he would have been relieved of his rank as a general. Even execution would have been a possibility. The other party brought this up, which made him look a little unhappy. Tazza did not go too far, and spoke again. Okay, General Crow, wait a little longer. After the investigation is completed, I will take back Duel and Lake City with the force of thunder. Hearing this, General Crow sighed, but he could only leave here. After a moment, Tashid looked at Duel and Lake City, and a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. He thought to himself, alas. The Seed of Light asked me to delay the army's attack as much as possible, but I don't think it will be delayed for a few days. And after this time, I guess my identity can't be concealed anymore. At the same time, Cao Xing and others, led by Sarah, have come to the abandoned mine she mentioned. They asked the 2 strong men, Bron and Assam, to clear the rubble at the entrance of the mine, and they went straight in. As Sarah said, the temperature in the mine is -12, which is much warmer than outside. Lighting a torch or setting up a tent will make the temperature higher. Cao Xing praised, this place is not bad, and the space is also spacious. Let's use this as a temporary base. He first dialed the communication on Boja's side and told him the location of the abandoned mine. Then he looked at his other team members. Sarah, I have another task for you. The Dark Elf assassin emerged, then shook his head gently and said, it is my mission to serve the Lord. Please give me your orders. Hearing her firm answer, Cao Xing was also moved. Along the way, Sarah was responsible for reconnaissance, fighting, and exploration. She can be said to be omnipotent. And she worked hard and never said a word about the tasks issued by Cao Xing. She always completed them as quickly as possible. Cao Xing continued, I need you to go to the vicinity of Duel and Lake City now and explore the barrier to see if there are any weak points. If not, observe the guards in the city. If Cao Xing wants to sneak into the huge city, the barrier is a hurdle that Cao Xing must face. But through the last battle, everyone knows that the defense of the barrier is extremely strong. Even under the bombardment of those large siege equipment, it took so long to break. With Cao Xing's strength, it is unknown how long it will take if he attacks by force. And there is also the risk of being exposed. Therefore, Sarah's mission was very important, and it directly determined Cao Xing's subsequent action plan. Of course, it didn't matter if there was really no breakthrough. After all, Cao Xing still had a dark crystal ball that could open a portal. But this portal only existed for 60 seconds, so he had to find a way out by then. The dark elf nodded slightly and then disappeared on the spot. When Sarah left, Cao Xing continued, Healy. I'm here. A short figure jumped in front of Cao Xing flexibly. The body stood straight, a pair of animal ears trembled slightly, and all the attention was focused on listening. I have another mission here, a very important mission that requires strong exploration capabilities. Do you have the confidence to complete it? Hearing this, Healy was about to pat her chest and say that it was no problem. But she had been in this territory for a day, had seen too many strong people, and had learned to be humble. I will do my best to complete it. Cao Xing nodded slightly and then explained the content of the mission. Now, I need you to sneak into the army and get intelligence, preferably the specific time of the army's attack. For him, this time point is also very important. It directly determines when Cao Xing will act. When the beast-eared girl heard it, her eyes lit up. Get intelligence. I'm best at this. Back in the Raven King city, this Fiang sneaked into the mansions of those nobles every day and eavesdropped on their conversations. I even sneaked into the mansion of the city lord. Cao Xing smiled. Then go ahead. After the mission is completed, I can consider letting Sarah teach you assassination techniques. Hearing this, Healy was so excited that she trembled all over. She said excitedly, "Yes, Lord, I promise to complete the mission." After the words fell, the beast-eared girl was like a clever cat. In a few leaps, she left the mine. Cao Xing looked at the others and continued. Others go into the mine, clear enough space, and wait for the arrival of other warriors. Then some people go deep into the mine, explore every corner, and eliminate all possible dangers. After hearing this, everyone started to act. Time passed slowly. Soon, 4 hours had passed. Night had fallen. Bron and his companions also explored all parts of the abandoned mine. And in the depths of the mine, they found some dead bodies of miners. It seemed that they were crushed to death because the mine collapsed, and they had no time to retreat. Several vengeful spirits were bred among them, but they were easily solved by Bron and his companions. All the dangers in this mine were eliminated by them. The two assassins, Sarah and Hallie, were still exploring near Duelan Lake City. At the same time, Cao Xing heard dense footsteps coming from outside the mine. It was a large number of dragon blood fighters led by Boji, and wild boar warriors arrived. Among them was the old wizard Tyran. Hundreds of people all swarmed into the cave. Then they respectfully lined up and stood in front of Cao Xing. Boji, the shorter commander, respectfully stepped forward to report. Lord, all 250 combatants have arrived safely. There were no accidents on the way. Please give us the next instructions. Cao Xing nodded slightly. Very good. You should go to the cave and find a place to camp. You may have to stay here tonight. Yes, sir. After that, more than 200 soldiers entered the cave in an orderly manner. Cao Xing called the old wizard in a khaki robe. Mr. Terran. Hearing the voice, Terran turned around and said respectfully, Lord, please speak. I see that you have high-level control of Earth Element. Now I plan to use this mine as our shelter. I want to make the entrance as hidden as possible, so that others can't see it. Do you have any ideas? Hearing this, Terran thought for a moment, then nodded and said, Yes, Lord. I can mobilize the surrounding soil, change the structure of the entrance, block it, and make it exactly the same as the mountain outside. If other people want to go in and out, just tell me, and I will move the soil at the entrance. As for the oxygen problem, don't worry, I will open some hidden passages in other places to let fresh air circulate. Cao Xing also smiled and nodded. Very good, let's do it. As you say, Lord. Terran soon came to the entrance of the cave and began his spell casting. The old wizard raised his staff, and the soil near the entrance of the cave began to move. Hoo-la la. The soil kept rising. In an instant, the entire cave entrance was covered, and the soil outside began to dry up rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it became exactly the same as the surrounding soil. From the outside, this is just an ordinary mountain, and there is no sign of mine. This move of Tyran can be said to be quite good. Cao Xing nodded in admiration. After waiting for half an hour, Sarah's voice rang out. Lord, I'm back. But the entrance to the mine seems to have disappeared. Did I go to the wrong direction? Cao Xing smiled. The method Tyran used to hide the entrance was not an illusion, but a real change of terrain. So even people like them with true vision could not see it. Because this thing is real. Wait a minute, I'll let Tyran open the door. Soon, Tyran next to him raised his staff. Hoo-la la. The soil automatically separated, revealing a passage for two people to walk side by side. Sarah looked at the passage that suddenly appeared and got in with a strange look on her face. Then, the beast-eared girl Healy also returned to the cave. The two came to Cao Xing. Judging from their expressions, they all seemed to have discovered something during this exploration. Sarah, you go first. Sarah replied, according to your instructions, I have patrolled around this huge city. This barrier is all round, without any loopholes, and once the barrier is attacked, it will be detected by the hunters inside. The hunters standing on the watchtower will launch arrow attacks. I saw the king's army sent several waves of soldiers to test, but they were all beaten back. Cao Xing frowned. If there are no weaknesses, it will be a bit difficult. In this case, he can only use the dark crystal ball to enter the barrier. Sarah continued, although I didn't find the weak point of the barrier, I made another discovery. After nightfall, I lurked behind Duel in Lake City, and then I saw a group of people disguised as mercenaries approaching the barrier. And they directly entered the barrier. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly, and he asked, how did they get in? Sarah continued, I saw a white-robed priest walk out of the barrier unimpeded, and then he led the other cultists into the city. Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. I see, just as I expected, this barrier is not completely closed. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to trapping all the people in the city. This discovery is very important. This means that Cao Xing has the opportunity to sneak into the giant city and get out. Sarah, you did a good job. He praised, and then looked at the beast-eared girl next to him. Helly, tell me your intelligence. After hearing this, the beast-eared girl immediately reported, I also successfully sneaked into the army today, overheard a lot of news, and also knew why the king's army did not launch an attack. Oh, what is it? Helly said, I heard that it is because there are two voices in the army now. A general named Crow advocates launching an attack immediately, while the second general named Tazid said that it requires stability and first explores all the means of the Church of Light before launching an attack. But because Tazid was sent by the king later, the greatest command power is in his hands now, and the army must follow his orders. The specific time of the attack has not yet been determined. After hearing this, Cao Xing thought again for a moment. The war faction and the conservative faction? The second general sent by the king is too cautious. And at this moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. Wait a minute, what did you say, Tazid? Are you sure you didn't hear it wrong? Cao Xing asked in surprise. Healy nodded her little head quickly. It's definitely not wrong. This is what Ben Fiang found out personally. After hearing this, Cao Xing suddenly smiled. Interesting, it's him. Why didn't the Ice Crystal King send this guy? With him here, the king's army will probably be in trouble again. The list of black robe priests that Cao Xing collected last time recorded a general named Tazid with the highest position. And this did not make Cao Xing feel pressured. On the contrary, it also made him see a hint of decline in the Church of Light. After all, a person like Tazid is already a high-ranking figure in the kingdom. If it were Cao Xing, such an important chess piece would never be used easily. And now, they even sent Tazid out, which means that the Church of Light really doesn't have many people to use in the snowstorm plane. The king is not a fool. If something goes wrong in this battle, Tashid will be punished and investigated no matter what, and his identity will be exposed. In other words, the Church of Light has already abandoned this important chess piece for this operation. Cao Xing felt that he seemed to have grasped something. At present, it seems that Tashid does not want to do anything in the battle, but is trying to buy time for the Church of Light, right? But why are they delaying time? The more he thought about it, the more strange it seemed. But soon, Cao Xing put these thoughts behind him. No matter why they are delaying time, I have to act quickly now. The more the Church of Light wants to do something, the more I can't let them get what they want. Thanks to Book Friends, Bored Octopus for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Amber Dusk for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Book Friend 141,208,222,230,296 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Lee2 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Book Friend 202109190159316394 for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Maoshan Maowang for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Kang Ben Kang for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Wang Wenai Web for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Guan Qi for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Weird for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Book Friend 2020025171923994 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Ensis for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to 173 for 8 monthly tickets. Thanks to Banker Z for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Goddess Shao Siming L for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Shillik for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend. 202206130652374024 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, U Temple for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Ben Healy DAO for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks, Phillips for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend. 141,208,222,230,296 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Bougie for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Wonuanma for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Shallmaker for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, bookfriend 20211213011356662 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. Eugene Jiang Shanren for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, UUZHI Dan for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Zio Bay for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 328 Sneak into the huge city and start looting. Cao Xing turned around and said quickly, all warriors, come to me, I will cast camouflage on you. After that, except for those who had already cast camouflage once, the other warriors came to Cao Xing. Hundreds of people crowded in an area with a diameter of 50 meters. Cao Xing directly entered the demon transformation state and opened a secret book. Hoo-la la. As the skill was released, a strong dark breath gushed out, gradually covering all the warriors around him, turning into a group of beings wearing black armor. The skill, Demon Slave Camouflage, was successfully cast. Under the influence of the talent, Eternal Power, this skill has become a permanent state. Those Ascalon soldiers and wild boar warriors looked at their dark bodies in surprise. Oh, god of beasts. Wild boar warriors are going to become black pig warriors. Including those dragon blood fighters were also surprised, because they couldn't even feel the familiar blood power of their companions. Cao Xing's group camouflage was very effective. As long as they are not above level 20, they are almost invisible. After all the members released the camouflage technique, Cao Xing continued, you just wait for my news here. Be prepared for battle at any time. After hearing this, Liu Muxue also understood his plan. He quickly asked, Xing, are you going alone? Cao Xing nodded, yes, the army has not attacked yet, and I don't know how long they will delay. I will try to sneak into the city first to find out the strength of the other party, and then see if I can find out some information. Of course, I will search for something by the way. When Liu Muxue heard this, her face was a little worried. Including Elisa and Tongchachu, and others beside them, they were hesitant to speak. Seeing the expressions of these people, Cao Xing comforted them, don't worry. I have a stronger camouflage technique that can perfectly simulate the breath of those white-robed priests. Even if I'm exposed, it's okay. They can't deal with me. He still has many trump cards in his hand. In addition to the soldiers he brought this time, there is another chance to use the Book of the Dead of Ascalon. Then, there is another strongest trump card, Spirit Summoning Totem of the Dragon Speaker. If Cao Xing is really pushed to the limit, call this powerful being over, and then the entire Duelan Lake City will be flattened for you. Liu Muxue was still a little worried. She whispered, Xing, take a few people with you? We'll wait outside. If you encounter any danger inside, we can also help you, as soon as possible. Elisa next to her also said, yes, Lord, take us with you. We'll wait for you outside. Including Sarah, Assam and others, they all stepped forward. Cao Xing thought for a moment, and seemed to think that what Liu Muxue said made sense. Okay, then you follow me. All the warriors and pets stay in the mine and wait. After hearing this, everyone nodded. Then, Cao Xing quickly took the group of leader-level strongmen under his command, and left the cave. Not long after they left, the old wizard Tyran continued to use the earth element control to cover the cave entrance again. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, Cao Xing and his group walked on the thick ice field in the dark night. Soon, they arrived near Duelan Lake City. From a distance, Cao Xing also saw a large number of troops setting up tents on the plain, as if they were ready to spend the night. In addition, a small number of survivors were seen wandering around. Although the last time the survivors were almost wiped out, which left a shadow in their hearts. But among the survivors in District 17, there are naturally some brave people. They still want to seize the opportunity to fight on the battlefield of Duel in Lake City. However, because Cao Xing and others all put on shadow cloaks, so they can't see their identities, Cao Xing took Liu Muxue and deliberately made a big circle and directly away from the crowd. When they were about 3 kilometers away from the giant city, they stopped next to a pile of big rocks. Cao Xing said, "Okay, you wait here and wait for my news." Everyone nodded. Liu Muxue whispered, "Be careful." Cao Xing smiled, "Don't worry." After that, he quickly walked towards the giant city. Soon they arrived at the edge of the barrier. The location he chose was relatively remote, and there was no one stationed on the city wall. After all, the area of Duel in Lake City was too large, and the diameter of the light was nearly 10 kilometers. It would take more than an hour to walk from the east to the west of the city at the speed of an ordinary person. In addition, the Church of Light lost more than 3,000 people in the last siege. Later, Cao Xing slaughtered 2,000 people overnight. Therefore, they simply did not have enough manpower to monitor every corner of Duel in Lake City. However, for the Church of Light, with the barrier in place, they did not worry about others sneaking into the city. This gave Cao Xing an opportunity. He glanced over. The properties of the barrier appeared in front of him. Light barrier, level 6 armor. 10,000 durability. 928-4931/10.00000 attached special effect, level 6 transcendence rune, immune to attacks below level 6, attached special effect, light shelter, reduces damage. Received by 30% when attacked, attached special effect, light faith, after absorbing a large amount of faith power, the barrier durability can be quickly restored. Wow, a full 10 million durability, plus 10,000 points of armor. No wonder it took so long to break the barrier in the last siege. Isn't this thing a golden turtle shell? It's too damn hard. Cao Xing kept complaining. In addition, this barrier also has a special effect of absorbing faith power and quickly restoring durability, which increases its resistance to attack. Even if Cao Xing calls all his soldiers, it will take a lot of time to break it. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. According to Sarah, this barrier is not completely closed. A white-robed priest walked out freely from it and took the people outside. That is to say, this barrier will also allocate permissions according to the levels of these members, right? He decided to try first to see if he could enter as a white-robed priest from the outside world. If possible, he would find a way to change his identity after entering the city. So, Cao Xing quickly flipped through his memories in his mind. He randomly chose one of the white-robed priests he had killed before. Then he directly used demon disguise. Voila! His body changed. His figure, appearance, and even his aura were changing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a white-robed priest holding a staff and with a straight figure. It was the white-robed priest named Poka who had been killed in the cave camp before. At this moment, Cao Xing also held a staff in his hand, which could be said to be exactly the same. At the same time, the reminder of eternal power came. This means that he now has a new identity. Cao Xing is now level 41, which means that, as long as he doesn't encounter a powerful existence of level 61, his disguise will not be discovered. Thinking of this, he took out a white-robed priest mask from his backpack and put it on his face. Now, it can be said that they are completely consistent. Then with a tentative mentality, Cao Xing carefully took the first step. What is surprising is that one of his feet passed through the barrier without any hindrance, and then the whole person went directly into the interior. It really works, Cao Xing said excitedly. Looking at the mottled grey-white city wall in front, there was a look of surprise in his eyes. Haha, I didn't expect it to be so easy to get in. So good. Cao Xing looked at this huge city and felt that the resources of a city were waving to him. What conspiracy of the church, what tashid, were all thrown behind his mind. Plundering resources is the most important thing. Thinking of this, Cao Xing swaggered into Duel in Lake City. Of course, he certainly couldn't just climb over the wall to go in. After all, it would be too conspicuous. So he decided to enter directly from the main gate. Since it was already late at night, The huge gate of Duelan Lake City was tightly closed. As Cao Xing arrived, the cultists who were on night watch took a look at the situation below and said hurriedly, "A high priest has returned. Go and open the gate." The power of the Church of Light is huge, and there are many white-robed priests. In addition, everyone is wearing a mask, and these cultists will definitely not recognize which white-robed priest Cao Xing is pretending to be. But no matter which white-robed priest it is not something that ordinary members like them can offend. And the fact that the other party can walk in from outside the barrier has already proved his identity. Boom. The gate opened. Several members of the Church of Light bowed their heads respectfully. "Meet the High Priest." Cao Xing nodded slightly and then calmly stepped into this huge city. "You have entered the large special Duelan Lake City. Please note, this area was originally a neutral city of the Ice Crystal Kingdom. It has been occupied by the Church of Light. It is extremely dangerous. Please act with caution." Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing felt strange. Then he ignored it directly. For other people, this place is indeed extremely dangerous, equivalent to a den of dragons and tigers. But Cao Xing's camouflage is too strong. As long as he is not discovered, this place is like his happy hometown, and he can go straight in and out without any obstacles. At this moment, he stood on a large square inside. "Finally I got in. Now I will start the first step of the plan, plundering." His original purpose was to enter this huge city and plunder resources. Anyway, leaving it to the Church of Light would also be a boon to the enemy. As for getting information, it was just a byproduct. At the same time, Cao Xing began to look at the scene inside this huge city. The area he came in was called Eastern Square. As the name suggests, this is a very large square that can accommodate thousands of people gathering here. There is also a wide street in front, which seems to lead directly to the central city. There are many strangely shaped buildings in the city. Some buildings are shaped like huge crystal towers, with transparent and dazzling tower bodies. Some buildings are like huge ice sculptures. The walls of the palaces are carved with exquisite reliefs. In addition, Cao Xing also saw some tall mansions. Of course, the number of these buildings is not large, and they are all concentrated in the central city. The most common buildings in the entire giant city are still those 2 or 3-story residential buildings. They are neatly arranged on both sides of the street. There are also many shops below. There are all kinds of buildings, and you can't see the end at a glance. Cao Xing nodded secretly. Yes, this is what a civilized city should look like. When my territory develops in the future, there will also be so many buildings. Then, it is time to start looking for suitable targets and action plans. Cao Xing continued to think, those who can live in the city are either prominent or have a certain amount of wealth. So even in these ordinary residential houses, there must be a lot of good things to be found. But if I search one by one, it will be too slow. If I search alone, I can't finish it in days and nights. So, I have to choose some key areas to search. Those shops, taverns, or the mansions of some big men, etc., are all my patrons. Although in this way, Cao Xing will definitely miss a lot of resources. But there is no way. It is impossible to really rely on him to empty this huge city, right? There is not enough time. Thinking of this, Cao Xing did not delay for a moment, and walked straight to the street ahead. Late at night, there were still some cultists patrolling in the city. When they saw Cao Xing, they would stand in place and salute respectfully. After watching him leave, the cultists would leave. Cao Xing pretended to be calm and walked slowly in the city. Soon, he looked up and saw the first shop. It was written, Pavel Weapon Shop. Oh, it's actually a weapon shop. And to be able to open it in such a city thoroughfare, the owner of this shop must be very powerful. Cao Xing narrowed his eyes. He did not enter from the main entrance. Instead, when no one noticed him, he turned around and went directly into the alley next to it. Then he pushed open the window next to the shop and jumped in. After landing steadily, Cao Xing's eyes were filled with excitement. TSK, this feeling is really exciting, just like being a thief. No, I'm not a thief, I'm taking it openly. Looking around, he saw many weapon racks around him, on which were placed many weapons with cold surfaces and fine workmanship. At a glance, they were all green weapons of level 3 or 4, and each weapon was marked with a price. Kingdom Standard Longsword, green, price 3000 crowns. Kingdom Standard Long Spear, green, price 2500 crowns. Kingdom Standard Broadsword, green, price 2500 crowns. Kingdom. These green weapons are quite expensive. Cao Xing did not dislike them. Although they were only green weapons, there were so many of them. It just so happened that Yaskin had said before that he had already bought a shop in Melon City. These high quality weapons can be sold in the shop, which is also a considerable income. Cao Xing happily put them all into his backpack. Obtained. Kingdom Standard Longsword, green, right square bracket asterisk 17. Obtained. Kingdom Standard Broadsword, green, right square bracket asterisk 15. Obtained. Soon, he counted the harvest. Yes, there are more than 100 weapons in this weapon shop, with a value of nearly hundreds of thousands of crowns. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Please note, you stole weapons from the counter without permission. If the merchant finds out, the city guards will be called to hunt you down and expel you. Cao Xing rolled his eyes. The owner of this weapon shop has long been dead. I don't even know where his body is. Why did he call the guards to hunt me down? He ignored the prompt. He continued to go behind the counter and began to rummage through the boxes. As mentioned before, there may be many areas in the city that have been searched by the Church of Light. But Duelan Lake City is so big that there will definitely be some missed areas. And those luxurious buildings are all in the central city. So this weapon shop in the outer area has not been looted by the Church of Light. Clang, clang. Cao Xing fiddled with it for a while and then suddenly saw a square object falling from under the cabinet. Huh. What is this? He picked it up and took a look. Found an unknown iron box. Do you want to open it? He directly clicked yes. Opened successfully. Obtained. Coins asterisk 276219. Obtained. Card in a money shop receipt. 1 million. Asterisk 2 right square bracket. Cao Xing's eyes suddenly became clear. So that's it. This should be the shop owner's piggy bank. Yes, another 270,000 krona has been earned. This weapon shop is really powerful. But what is this money shop receipt? He took out the 2 paper receipts from his backpack. I don't know what material it is made of. There is a big number of 1 million printed on the yellow-brown receipt. There is also a sapphire-like mark in the upper left corner of the receipt, which seems to have a special magic fluctuation. Universal bill of CAD in a money shop. Face value 1 million. Holding this bill, you can go to the Ice Crystal Kingdom and exchange it for 1 million crowns in all CAD in a money shops. Note, the aura of the owner of Pavel's arms shop has been recorded on this bill. Except for him, no one can withdraw the deposit in it through formal channels. Cao Xing was slightly stunned. Oh, this thing can be used to withdraw money from money shops. Isn't it a check? There are actually 2 million crowns. I'm rich, haha. Although the money shop in Duelan Lake City may have closed down. But looking at the system notes above, this money shop seems to have branches in many cities in the Ice Crystal Kingdom. And this kind of bill is universal in all major money chambers. So Cao Xing can still take it to other cities to exchange. But there are some troublesome things. It turns out that the owner of the weapons shop can go there to exchange it. Cao Xing narrowed his eyes, but he was not worried. After all, rules are dead, but people are alive. And the system prompt only said that the money in it cannot be withdrawn through formal channels. This means that there are other irregular channels. Thinking of this, he had made up his mind. After searching the first floor, Cao Xing still did not leave. Because he saw the stairs leading to the second floor. Generally speaking, the first floor is the ordinary area, and the second floor is the VIP area. Presumably, there should be some surprises for me, right? Following the stairs all the way up, Cao Xing soon came to the second floor area. His eyes quickly swept around. This place is indeed different from the first floor. There are many decorations placed in the room, which looks much more gorgeous. Even the weapon rack is made of fine iron and has been polished. The various weapons placed on it are obviously of higher quality. Cao Xing saw a longsword with a slender body, a green light flashing all over, and an extremely sharp blade that reflects a cold light under the light. and next to it, there is a giant axe that is 1.5 meters long, huge and heavy, with a wide axe blade, showing a crystal clear blue color, like frozen ice. In addition, there are sets of armor, combat boots, and even helmets. They all look very well made. Just glanced at it casually. Lapis lazuli long sword, purple, price 180,000 crowns. Goshawk armor, purple, price 240,000 crowns. Obsidian knight boots, purple, price 120,000 crowns. Frost axe. Cao Xing was shocked. Wow, the second floor is full of purple quality equipment. There are at least more than 20 purple weapons here. If the price is based on this weapon shop, the value of these weapons is also 2 or 3 million crowns. This boss is really capable. This wave of harvest is not bad. Just as he was about to put away all these armors and weapons, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a shield hanging on the wall. This is a hexagonal shield. The whole body is silver white, and the shield is engraved with exquisite relief patterns, which depict holy angels and brave knights. And at the 6 corners of the shield, each is inlaid with a sparkling gem. Holy shield, gold, price 5 million crowns. In addition, there is a line of big words written below. The treasure of Pavel's arm shop. If you don't buy it, please don't touch it. The consequences will be at your own risk. Thanks to Bookfriend, Gush and CE for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 16,021,500,295,841 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 12,053,116,274,289 for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Yi 876 for 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to Cheyenne Long Xiao for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to 45 Degree Life for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Nanshan King Feng for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bookfriend 20,221,029,001,618 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zed Hyrie at Baby for 8 monthly tickets. Thanks to Yan Hoang 99 for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zaya Ochoan 135 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to DuDC for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Dadada White Goose for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to I Love to Eat Guagos for monthly tickets. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Even If It's Ugly, You Have to Look at It. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Everything Leave It to Fate. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from The Less the Shorter the Smoke. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Battle Power is No More Than 119. Thanks to 8 monthly tickets from The Other Shore Flower is No Longer Open. Thanks to 4 monthly tickets from Zaya Fengyu 520. Thanks to 4 monthly tickets from Bookfriend 20221218001201201660. Quote. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Bookfriend 201,902,071,310,450. Thanks to 6 monthly tickets from The Great Emperor Village. Thanks to 4 monthly tickets from Philips. Thanks to 10 monthly tickets from Bookfriend 20,230,522,188,509. Thanks to 2 monthly tickets from Mo Ranban Shenkyu IU. Thanks to the Bookfriends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks to the Bookfriend, Bankersi for the 5,000 points reward again. Thank you very much for the support of Bookfriends. Chapter 329. In-depth exploration and research on the female Night Devil. Cao Xing was delighted. So this is a treasure of the weapon shop. Not bad, but it belongs to me now. Haha. He walked forward and took the shield off. Clang. The heavy shield was held in his hand. He looked at the properties. Holy light large shield, gold, quality, rare, level, above level 40 equipment. 847893, attached special effect, spirit plus 300, constitution plus 300, health plus 10,000, agility minus 300, attached special effect. Advanced block, increases block probability by 40%, attached special effect. Holy light descends, activates the 2-winged angel phantom on the shield, granting a powerful blessing to all friendly units within a radius of 100 meters. The upper limit of health is increased by 20,000, and 20% of the health of friendly units can be instantly restored. The duration is 60 seconds. The cooling time is 30 minutes. Equipment introduction. This is the shield once used by the strongest knight Irina in the Ice Crystal Kingdom. In battle, he held up the shield, and all soldiers followed the guidance of the holy light and were invincible. Seeing the above attributes, Cao Xing's eyes gradually showed shock. Wow, the special effect of this shield is quite powerful. It directly increases the upper limit of health by 20,000 points. If this is attached to a first or second level soldier, the health will be multiplied several times. Although it is just a golden shield, this attribute is really terrifying. No wonder it has become the treasure of the town. Moreover, the special effect of this shield can also be amplified by eternal power. Cao Xing can use it to attach it to those goblins and polar people. With their terrifying recovery ability, they can't die, even if they want to. Thinking of this, Cao Xing put it into his backpack with satisfaction, and prepared to change it for Liu Muxue after going out. Then, he looted all the other weapons in the entire store. Obtained. Obsidian night boots. Purple. Obtained. Looking at the pile of equipment in the backpack, Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. All the weapons in this weapon shop, plus those bills, are worth at least more than 10 million crowns. It's worthy of being a big city. The first shop has given me a lot of gains. This also made him look forward to the next search even more. After confirming that there was nothing else in this shop, he returned along the same route and jumped out of the window. He walked out with a swagger and continued to wander around the city. Soon, he aimed at the second shop. It was written on it, Lizzle's Secret Medicine Store. It was still the same old rule. First enter the alley, and then jump in from the shutters next to it. When he stopped and took a look, he saw that all kinds of cabinets inside were overturned. Obviously, this shop has been searched once. Looking at the broken glass bottles and the dried secret medicine stains on the ground, Cao Xing sighed. What a waste. These secret medicines must be worth a lot of money. He shook his head. He didn't find anything here. He jumped out of the window and continued to look for his target in the city. I have to say, it's really exciting to plunder things under the enemy's nose. Cao Xing took a quick look along the way. He saw many shops that are rarely seen, such as saddlery shop, wood shop, spice shop, candle shop, etc. As the name says, these shops sell various professional props. Although they look inconspicuous, they actually contain people's daily necessities. Accumulated, the tax revenue created every month is very amazing. This is also a scene that a city with mature business should have. Cao Xing thought of his territory. Compared with Duolan Lake City, it can be described as miserable. Not only does it not have a wide variety of buildings, but it also does not have a complete business system. But he was not discouraged. After all, he has only been in this world for more than a month, and the current size of his territory is almost reaching the level of a small town. If he follows the progress of other survivors, it will be impossible to develop to the current level of Cao Xing's territory without 3 to 5 years. So, he just needs to continue to maintain this development speed. It won't be long before his territory will be as prosperous as Duolan Lake City, or even more prosperous. Of course, Cao Xing didn't let go of these seemingly inconspicuous shops. He went into each shop and plundered everything inside. He found some sundries that he couldn't use at the moment, such as saddles, horseshoes, spices, etc. All kinds of messy materials directly occupy 2 spaces of the backpack. Of course, just because they are not useful now doesn't mean they won't be useful later. If it doesn't work, Cao Xing can also sell them all at grocery stores in other cities, which is also a considerable income. After removing the sundries, there are those crowns. Cao Xing counted them. In these 7 or 8 shops, he obtained a total of coins asterisk 1.74 million. In addition, he obtained 9 Kadena money shop general receipts worth 4.8 million. Cao Xing said happily, although it is much less than the harvest from the weapon shop, it is not bad. After all, it took less than 20 minutes to go through several shops. He needs money now. After all, after the upgrade of the altar of the gods, the function of the warriors breaking through the 5th level from the 4th level was activated. This requires a huge amount of resources. At this time, Cao Xing came to an area that interested him. It looked like an ordinary alley. However, there was a faint magical fluctuation inside. Is it a special area of Duelan Lake City? With a bit of curiosity, Cao Xing followed the alley and walked inside. When he reached the end, a wall suddenly appeared in front of him. He seemed to have walked into a dead end. However, under Cao Xing's eye of true vision, he immediately discovered that the wall in front of him was fake. On the back of this wall, there was a hidden path. Interesting, it is indeed a hidden area. Even the Church of Light did not discover this place. Or did they discover it, but didn't care? Without hesitation, Cao Xing continued to move forward. A small house appeared at the end of the passage. There seemed to be a light inside. Cao Xing narrowed his eyes. Oh, is there someone alive inside? Keeping a cautious mindset, he came to the door and listened carefully. There was no sound coming from inside, nor did he sense the presence of any breath. After a pause, he simply pushed open the door. Creaky. The first thing that came into view was an ordinary house with tables, chairs, and benches scattered all over the floor. The only difference from an ordinary residential house was that he saw a corpse on the ground. Judging from the features, this should be a woman, but not quite the same as a normal woman. Her body was very tall, abnormally tall, and it felt like she was almost as tall as the half-giant Putana. However, compared to Putana's muscular body, her figure was even more enchanting. At this time, she was half lying on the ground, her clothes were disheveled, and at a glance you could see the snow-white thighs and the half-exposed round buttocks. However, Cao Xing did not have any other thoughts, because he saw that this woman had a pair of curved horns on her head, and her feet were not the legs of a normal woman, but a pair of goat hooves. My goodness, what kind of monster is this? Cao Xing glanced at it. Female night demon Melanie Kirkland. Note, a night demon hidden in Lake Duelan City. She usually attacks the opposite sex in the city. Many nobles in the city are investigating her identity. If you can capture her, you can go to the city guard to claim the reward. So that's it. This is a night demon disguised in the city, and she died in the massacre of the Church of Light. Night demons are different from demons. Night demons are considered low-level creatures. They cannot have the ability to regenerate like demons, and their combat effectiveness is also very weak. It is said that this creature often appears in the dark, carrying endless desires, and brings different opposite sex home every night. Then squeeze it hard. Cao Xing looked at the enchanting corpse on the ground and immediately stretched out his hand. He turned it over. In an instant, a standard Western female face, a slightly weird face, appeared in front of Cao Xing. Even though there was no life fluctuation, her lips were still as red as blood, revealing white and sharp teeth, which made people shudder. Cao Xing's eyes were on her neck, and he saw a bunch of keys on it. Then he pulled it off directly. Obtained. Key to the night demon's hut. Since there is a key, there should be a locked place, right? He continued to glance around. Sure enough, he found a small wooden door in the corner of the first floor. But now the door is closed, and there is a big lock on it. It seems that this key is used to open this door. Without hesitation, Cao Xing walked directly to the small wooden door. As the key was inserted, click, the big lock opened. Cao Xing pushed the door open directly. You have entered the hidden area, the night demon hut. It is indeed a hidden area. Cao Xing's mouth curled up into a smile. This world is full of opportunities and unknowns, and there are many places with puzzle element. If you explore carefully, you will find many places that are different from usual. For example, some basements hidden in the village, mysterious shops in a corner of the city, tree holes in the forest, etc. These places will encounter some difficulties when entering. Find clues, solve the puzzle, and you can enter. And each hidden area may have something special. This also made Cao Xing look forward to it. Looking over, he found that it looked like an ordinary room. A simple bed, a quilt and a pillow. A faint smell of perfume came from the room. Cao Xing began to rummage through the drawers. Obtained. Lace underwear asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Maid uniform asterisk 1 right square bracket. Obtained. Whip asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtained. Iron collar asterisk 5 right square bracket. Obtained. The corner of his mouth twitched. Damn, she is worthy of being a female night demon. She is really playing around. After tinkering with it, he didn't get anything useful. This also made him lose interest. At this moment, he saw a book on the bedside. He reached out and picked it up. Obtained book, In-depth exploration and research on female night demons. He took a look at the attributes. Book, In-depth exploration and research on female night demons. Book attributes. After reading, you can increase your spirit by 10 points and increase your mental resistance to female night demons by 5%. Reading time: 12 hours and 13 minutes. Click to read. Cao Xing clicked to read directly. After flipping through it, he roughly understood what kind of creature the female night demon was. This is a beast of desire that will lead people into an endless vortex of desire. Of course, the female night demon will not kill people, but will drain your strength. Those who are brave can try it. Cao Xing shook his head and thought to himself, is this all I can gain from this hidden area? It shouldn't be that bad, right? After another careful inspection, Cao Xing actually found some unexpected gains. Under the bed, he saw a secret compartment that looked like a drawer. He pulled it out directly. There were 2 glass bottles in the drawer, which contained a flowing pink liquid that exuded a misty atmosphere. Cao Xing picked up the potion. Obtained, female night devil's magic flame potion, orange, asterisk 2 right square bracket. Instantly, his pupils shrank. Wow. It's actually an epic quality potion, and there are 2 bottles. This is the first time he has obtained a secret potion of epic quality. With anticipation, he checked the properties. Female night devil's magic flame potion, orange, quality, epic, potion effect. After use, it can make any creature, beasts, humans, non-humans, enter a state of burning desire, and can be effective for targets below level 80. The effect will last for 12 hours. Note, the female night devil collected a large number of desires in the hearts of living beings, and refined a secret potion. Only 1 drop is enough to ignite an endless fire of desire in a person's heart. Seeing the properties of this thing, Cao Xing's mouth twitched. Oh my god, isn't this spring? This effect is outrageous. It can actually be effective on a level 80 being, and last for 12 hours. Who the hell can withstand this? Although he said so, Cao Xing still put it directly into his backpack. After all, it is an epic quality secret medicine. Maybe it will come in handy someday. So far, Cao Xing has almost searched out all the things in the night demon's hut, although no coins and other resources were obtained. But in general, the harvest is still very good. After all, the 2 bottles of secret medicine alone cannot be measured by money. Then, he turned around and left the secret room. When Cao Xing came to the door, he found that something was missing on the ground. The female night demon who was lying on the ground with half undressed just now disappeared out of thin air. The door at the entrance was wide open, as if some creature had escaped. Cao Xing narrowed his eyes. Oh, is this night demon resurrected? Or is it a zombie? At this time, Cao Xing remembered. The information displayed on the system just now did not say that the female night demon was dead, but only showed the other party's name. Interesting, a female night demon who can pretend to be dead. Cao Xing smiled. He had nothing to worry about, although the other party ran away. But the strength of the female night demon was not strong, otherwise she would not have hidden here. And Cao Xing was not worried that the other party would see his identity and expose it. After all, he maintained a disguised state throughout the whole process, and had been acting as a white-robed priest. What does the white-robed priest entering your house have to do with me, Cao? So, Cao Xing walked out swaggeringly. Then he continued to search those shops along the street. He obtained a lot of resources again. Among them were more than 700,000 krona, plus 3 million money bills. And so far, Cao Xing has been in the city for less than half an hour. The added income has exceeded 20 million. Haha, this is making money faster than a money printing machine. Moreover, because of his identity as a white-robed priest, those cultists would not stop him at all when they saw him. So he could go wherever he wanted almost unimpeded. But soon, Cao Xing restrained the smile on his face. He thought to himself, I still have to keep a low profile. After all, there are confirmed to be 3 red-robed bishops in this city. At present, I don't know the strength of these red-robed bishops. If they are 20 levels higher than me, they will be able to see through my disguise. Thinking of this, Cao Xing continued to look for other targets. He searched almost all the streets on the periphery. Soon, Cao Xing came to the second block. The first thing that caught his eye was a tall and luxurious building with 3 floors. The floor height is nearly 20 meters. This building is located in the center of the street and covers an area of at least 500 or 600 square meters. It is equivalent to a T-shaped entrance intersection. You can imagine how terrifying the flow of people here used to be. This is a very luxurious area, and those who can open a shop here must have extraordinary skills and background. There is a plaque on the building with 4 big characters written in vigorous fonts. Dream Tavern. Oh, so this is a tavern? It's worthy of being a big city. Even a tavern is built so luxuriously. It's really stylish. Cao Xing narrowed his eyes, his sights fixed on the tavern. He used the old method, entering the alley next to him first, and looking for the entrance. Soon, he found a window. He pushed the window open and jumped in. After landing steadily, he smelled a mixture of wine and blood. There was no light in the tavern, and it was very dim. Cao Xing took out a magic torch from his backpack. In an instant, the blue light dispelled the darkness around and illuminated the scene inside the tavern. It was just as expected. The space on the first floor is very large, and there are many areas set up in it. There is a stage area and an audience area. There are also VIP areas and ordinary areas. However, the tables and chairs inside have all been overturned, and the scene is in a mess. It can be seen that when the incident happened in Duelan Lake City, there were still many people having fun here. But before they could react, they were directly sacrificed. Looking at the empty tavern, Cao Xing smiled. Very good, now everything in this tavern belongs to me. As someone who often does this kind of thing, Cao Xing can be said to be full of experience. He went directly to the bar of the tavern and began to rummage through the drawers. After fiddling around, he pulled out a large pile of crowns and many room keys from the counter drawer. Obtained. Coins asterisk 72,318. Obtained. Fantasy Tavern room keys asterisk 24. He glanced at the wine cabinet behind him, which contained a lot of sealed wine. Cao Xing accepted everything and put them all into his backpack. Obtained. Crafted prickly pear red wine asterisk 2 right square bracket. Obtained. Fisherman's fruit red wine asterisk 6 right square bracket. Obtained. Spelt wheat beer asterisk 7 right square bracket. Obtained. A total of 36 bottles of wine were harvested, the value of which is unknown. Compared to such a large tavern, this little harvest would definitely not satisfy Cao. He thought to himself, generally speaking, taverns like this should have basements. The basement is where the most supplies are stored. After all, Cao Xing had picked up a lot of good things in the tavern in that village last time. He began to search inch by inch in the first floor area. The eye of true vision kept scanning, not missing any corner. Then the strange thing was that no matter how much he searched, he could not find any signs of the basement. He stepped on the floor and the sound was also heavy. Cao Xing had a puzzled look in his eyes. Does this tavern have no basement? Are there drinks shipped from somewhere else? It's not impossible. If there really is a hidden area like a basement, it would have been exposed long ago after Cao Xing's careful exploration. However, even if there is no basement, Cao Xing did not give up. After all, he still has 24 keys. Looking at the staircase leading to the second floor, he stepped directly in. After reaching the second floor, there are rooms on it. He came to the door of a random room, and there was a plaque hanging on it. Room 1 of the Dream Tavern. 1 hour / 3,500 crowns. Host, Sadie Romano. Weight, 52 kilograms. Age, 31 years old. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's mouth twitched. Damn, this price is really expensive. 3,500 crowns per hour. Obviously, this is a place for those drunkards or rich people to rest and have fun. Cao Xing directly took out the bunch of keys and found the number of room 1. Insert the key and push the door open. A simple room appeared in front of him, with a big red bed and some wooden furniture. Of course, there was no one there. Cao Xing began to search through the boxes and cabinets. Obtained. Coins asterisk 7321. Obtained. Women's underwear asterisk 5. Right square bracket. Obtained. Olive essential oil asterisk 2. Right square bracket. Obtained. All kinds of messy things. After searching one room, Cao Xing continued to the next one. Soon, all the rooms on the second floor of the tavern were searched by him. A total of 70,000 to 80,000 crowns were obtained. Cao Xing shook his head and said, "No, such a big tavern only has these few things. Too shabby. But fortunately, there is still a glimmer of hope. Because there is still a third floor that has not been searched." He stepped straight up the stairs and a corridor appeared in front of him again, with 12 rooms on both sides. Among them, there are 2 special rooms, which seem to be at the innermost part of the corridor. He glanced at the first room at the entrance. Room 13, Dream Tavern. 1 hour / 7,000 krona. Waiter, Saab Baron's weight. 48 kilograms age. 19 years old. The rooms on the third floor are more expensive, double the price. However, the waiters inside are also younger. Cao Xing shook his head and quickly searched the 10 rooms outside. There were still some coins and other messy things. Now, there were only 2 rooms left on the entire third floor that had not been explored. These were also the 2 most special rooms. Cao Xing went directly to the end of the corridor. The 2 rooms were almost opposite each other. The special thing was that one of them used an exquisitely carved wooden door, and the other one was an iron door. Room 23, Dream Tavern. 1 hour / 50,000 krona waiter. Weight. Age. It's 50,000 krona an hour. It's a rip-off. However, the Dream Tavern marked the prices according to the figures and looks of these women. Since he dared to charge 50,000 krona per hour, the identity of the person in the room must be very special. And there was no name or age marked on it, which also aroused Cao Xing's curiosity. Chapter 330, Hidden Space Grid, Make a Fortune. Cao Xing pushed the door open and walked out. A female corpse suddenly appeared in front of him. Cao Xing was stunned for a moment. Another female corpse? You know, the last time the Church of Light sacrificed, almost all the creatures in the city were sacrificed. And those who can keep the corpse are generally not ordinary beings. Cao Xing walked over and took a look. He found that the woman was extremely beautiful. The long silver hair was as soft as a waterfall, scattered on the ground in a mess. Under the delicate facial features, there was a sense of tranquility and peace. The most eye-catching thing was her pair of pointed ears drooping on the ground. Cao Xing glanced at it. Elf, Nerida's corpse. The corpse of a pure-blooded elf was caught by a slave trader for some reason, and came to the Dream Tavern after several twists and turns. Wow, it's actually the corpse of an elf. Cao Xing was shocked instantly. No wonder the price outside is so expensive. The Dream Tavern can even catch such a creature. It's really powerful. This time, the word corpse was noted behind the system. This means that this elf is really dead. Speaking of which, this is the first time Cao Xing has seen a pure-blooded elf in this world. The result is a corpse. Cao Xing also saw the system notes at the back. It turns out that this female elf was captured by those slave traders. Those stupid players said before that there might be female elves serving in taverns like this in big cities. It turns out to be true. Cao Xing couldn't help but sigh at the courage of these slave traders. After all, the elves are a sacred and powerful race. If it weren't for their low reproductive capacity, the most numerous race in this world would not be the human race. As a sacred race, they will never allow their own people to fall into such a place for those guys to vent and play with. Once discovered, they will chase these slave traders to the ends of the earth. Many chambers of commerce have been destroyed because of the revenge of the elves, and those captured slave traders have also been subjected to the most cruel execution. Skinning and cramping are light. Some more extreme elves will even directly massacre the city to warn the world. However, despite this, the value of the elves is too high. Any pure-blooded elf is worth at least several million crowns. At least. And such top quality goods have to be auctioned. Some nobles or rich people often wait for auctions for several years and prepare a lot of money just to buy an elf. So every elf slave will be sold at a very high price. This is why those slave traders are willing to take huge risks and attack those elves. If you catch one, you will get rich. Even the corpse of the elf can be worth a lot of money. Cao Xing certainly would not have such a beastly idea. Instead, he put her body in a hidden corner and casually cast a magic seal to prevent it from being harmed by those cultists. Just as he was about to leave the room, curiosity drove him to search the room. Sure enough, under one of the loose floors, Cao Xing found a secret compartment. After opening the secret compartment, he took out a small bag. There were 10,000 or 20,000 crowns in it, which seemed to be all the savings of this female elf. In addition, there was a letter. Obtained letter, Irina's letter to her sister. Cao Xing took a look at it, but found that the letter was written in a strange language, which he could not understand at all. It should be Elvish, right? Let Sarah take a look after we go back, and see if she can translate the contents of the letter. Cao Xing shook his head. He left the elf's room, and returned to the corridor. Now, there is only one room left to explore. At present, there is not much to gain in this tavern. Compared with the magnificent decoration and excellent geographical location, it is indeed a bit shabby to loot tens of thousands of crowns. Cao Xing thought to himself, I hope that the last room can give me some surprises. He walked straight to the end of the corridor. He came to the iron door, which had no plaque on it. Cao Xing pushed the door open. Creaky. It looked like another ordinary room inside. In addition to some wooden tables, chairs, and benches, there was a simple small wooden bed. Shaking his head, Cao Xing sighed. It seems that there is really nothing good in this tavern. But out of caution, he wanted to prevent anything from being missed. He decided to search thoroughly. However, Cao Xing spent 3 minutes searching almost every corner of the utility room, but found nothing. Just when he was about to give up, I've true vision suddenly found something wrong. In a corner of the room, there seemed to be an unusual fluctuation. It was not a magical fluctuation, but a more special fluctuation. Huh? Is there really something? Cao Xing leaned over to take a look. A system prompt appeared in front of him. Hidden space grid. 1 cubic meter. Current status. Closed. Note, a hidden space grid. There may be something inside. It's actually a hidden space grid. Space grid is a special hiding method for the natives of this world. Sometimes they get some important things, or accumulate some wealth, which is not safe to keep in the basement, and they can't carry it with them. So they hide these things in this space grid. Unexpectedly, I encountered one here. However, this space grid is closed, and it seems a bit troublesome to open it. And the system does not prompt how to open it. Cao Xing thought for a moment, and decided to try Vivian's hairpin. When he used it several times before, he had discovered the special features of this hairpin. It looked like it could pierce the barrier, but in fact, its specific function was to pierce the space. It would directly cause a hole in the barrier space, making it completely useless. This was the principle of the hairpin. As he took out the hairpin and poked it gently, it was easily pierced like a layer of foam. In front of him, a head-sized window appeared out of thin air. The state of this space grid also changed from closed to open. When Cao Xing looked through the window and saw what was inside, his pupils suddenly widened. Fuck. It turns out that all the good things in this tavern are hidden here. He saw that the 1 cubic space inside was filled with various things. There were a lot of crowns underneath, which looked like at least millions. On top of this pile of crowns, there were also many well-made jewelry, paper bills, etc. Cao Xing was as excited as if he had discovered the treasure of a giant dragon. Hahaha, I said that such a big tavern would have good stuff. Finally I found it. With excitement, Cao Xing reached out and took out all the crowns and bills inside. Get crowns asterisk 174 2361. Get money shop bills asterisk 17. Total 32.4 million. Get gold jewelry, hairpin, ring, necklace, asterisk 17 kilograms. Get advanced brewing workshop construction. Drawing, gold, asterisk 1 right square bracket. Get dream magic wine making recipe, gold, asterisk 1 right square bracket. Get dream magic wine, gold, asterisk 3 right square bracket. Get body sale contract asterisk 32. Get Doolan Lake City land deed asterisk 3 right square bracket. Get slave contract scroll asterisk 5 purple. Hahaha. So much money and bills. I'm rich. Cao Xing exclaimed. Not bad, not bad. It's only been less than an hour since I entered the city. The total income has exceeded 70 million crowns. This is an astonishing number. The biggest part of it, of course, was Cao Xing's gain from this space grid. Any survivor who got this money could go to Yangshan main city and live a rich life from then on. With an excited look, Cao Xing glanced at the newly acquired blueprint. Advanced Brewing Workshop Construction Blueprint. Gold. Blueprint description. You can upgrade the intermediate brewing workshop in the territory to advanced level. Increase production efficiency and brew more advanced wine armor. 800 durability. 7900 occupancy. 1753 square meters. Upgrade requirements. Intermediate brewing workshop. Wood asterisk 6000. Stone asterisk 3000. Iron asterisk 1000. Mithril asterisk 100. Advanced element. Crystal asterisk 50 maximum. Staff. 20 people. Note, brewing workshops with larger areas and more equipment can increase the prosperity of the territory. This blueprint is good. It happens that Qilin barley has been planted in my territory. After a batch of barley grows, you can try to brew some barley wine. I heard that this kind of wine is very valuable. Cao Xing nodded secretly. Of course, the brewing workshop in his territory is only elementary, and it needs to be upgraded to intermediate level before this blueprint can be used. He glanced at the other blueprint of the golden wine recipe. Recipe for making dream magic wine. Gold. Quality. Treasure. Effect. After drinking, it reduces mental resistance by 30%. Resistance affects the probability of mental control, makes the person enter a dream state, and enhances sensory experience, pain, taste, pleasure, emotions, etc. by 50%. The effect lasts for 6 hours. After the effect ends, the person will enter a 12-hour drunken state. Materials required for brewing. Advanced Brewing Workshop. Dream Magic Vine. Top quality sap asterisk 1, cold spirit water 200 milliliters. The recipe for the signature magic wine of the Dream Tavern. After drinking a bottle, you will never forget the wonderful feeling. Oh, this wine has such a terrifying effect. Cao Xing immediately thought of the 2 bottles of magic potion he had just obtained. The Night Demon's magic potion directly ignites desire, and this magic wine amplifies the senses. Oh my god, if the Night Demon's magic flame secret potion is used with this dream magic wine on a person, wouldn't it be like going to heaven? Thinking about it, Cao Xing felt a tremor all over his body. It's so scary. However, if this is used on an enemy, it will be different. It will definitely make him want to die. It just so happens that he has 3 bottles of Dream Magic Wine, Gold, in his hand. I hope that no unlucky person will be targeted by him. Cao Xing thought happily. Then he began to check another item. Slave Contract Scroll, Purple, Item Effect. This contract can be used on a creature below level 20, thereby controlling the life and death of the other party. Probability of success. 20%, 40%. Note, although the circulation of this scroll has been banned on the continent under the joint request of the elves, dwarves, giants and other major races, many slave merchants still have the method of making this scroll to control those disobedient slaves. Oh, this scroll is similar to the soul contract scroll. However, the soul contract scroll has a 100% success rate, and it can also force the other party's favorability to be full. Compared to that, the effect of this slave contract scroll is far worse. Cao Xing put it in his backpack to see if there is any chance to use it later. As for the final indentures and land deeds, there was no need to check them. They were all contracts for some women. Those land deeds were some land in Duelan Lake City, which had no use at present. A satisfied look appeared on his face again. The harvest of this tavern is really rich. Sure enough, this trip is right. As long as the kingdom's army does not launch an attack, I can continue to plunder until I empty this huge city. Thinking of this, Cao Xing's mouth was almost unable to close with a smile. However, just as he was about to leave the tavern, suddenly, a voice came from the street outside. The group of hunters shouted outside, "Bishop Sains is back. Go and open the city gate to welcome the bishop." Cao Xing was slightly stunned after hearing this. The bishop has returned? Are the previous bishops not in the city? When raiding those camps, Cao Xing accidentally heard two white-robed priests say that all members of the Church of Light who are above the white-robed priests seem to have gained some kind of strength improvement. The red-robed bishops he met before were at least level 5. In other words, the red-robed bishop in this city is definitely of the 6th level, or even above the 6th level. Such a strong man has extremely sharp perception abilities in all aspects. Cao Xing thought to himself, I'd better not risk going out. I'll just hide in the tavern. As long as the red-robed bishop doesn't get close to this block, he shouldn't find me. Thinking of this, he also tried his best to control his breathing and stood quietly in place. Soon, the sound of the city gate opening came from 2 blocks away. Then, dense footsteps sounded outside. It sounded like they were still walking towards the street where he was. Cao Xing was shocked for a moment. Damn, are they coming for me? I haven't searched enough. No, the red-robed bishop's perception ability shouldn't be so exaggerated. Could it be that he just passed by occasionally? Just as he was anxiously waiting, the dense footsteps on the street were getting closer and closer. Soon, the footsteps passed the tavern and went straight to the front. This also made Cao Xing gradually relieved. Fortunately, I wasn't discovered. These guys should have passed by here. However, as soon as the voice fell, the red-robed bishop outside seemed to sense something was wrong, and he turned back with his men. And he stopped directly at the door of the tavern. Cao Xing's hearing was amazing now, and he could hear the conversations of those people outside through the building. A cultist asked in confusion, "My lord bishop, what's wrong with you?" The red-robed bishop did not speak, but looked at the Dream Tavern. Then, a strong voice sounded. "Who is in the tavern? Come out." Hearing this, the cultists around were startled. They realized something in an instant. Is there someone inside? Who is it? Is it an assassin from the Ice Crystal Kingdom who sneaked into the city? Damn it. Get ready for battle. The next moment, everyone drew their weapons directly. Clang, clang. In an instant, the atmosphere outside became murderous. At this time, Cao Xing, who was hiding inside, looked depressed. Damn, these bishops are really strong in perception. They can find me. Am I going to be exposed so soon? In this short period of time, Cao Xing's brain turned quickly. Then he began to think about the strategy to deal with it. At this moment, the murderous voice of the red-robed bishop outside rang out again. "No matter who you are, I give you 5 seconds. If you don't come out in 5 seconds, I will raze this building to the ground. Don't think about running away. In Duelan Lake City, you will never escape from my palm." After he finished speaking, he began to count down. 5, 4. As the countdown began, other cultists walked over and surrounded the entire tavern. 3. When the countdown was about to reach 1. Creaky. The door of the tavern was pushed open. At this moment, at least a dozen cultists at the door raised their weapons and were ready to deal with the enemy at any time. However, what surprised them was that the person who walked out of the tavern was not an intruder. Instead, he was a hunter wearing a linen cotton coat, a shadow cloak, and a mask. His thin body kept shaking in the cold wind. He said tremblingly, "Master, master, master, bishop." At this moment, the red-robed bishop outside, including those hunters, all had puzzled looks in their eyes. It seemed that no one had expected that the person who came out would be an ordinary church member. The red-robed bishop also felt very strange. He frowned, but did not move. "Take off your mask." Hearing this, the thin hunter on the opposite side breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. According to the other party's order, he stretched out a pair of pale palms and tremblingly took off the mask on his face. Then a pale-skinned, but very young face of a boy of only 15 or 16 years old was revealed. At this moment, when the boy took off the mask, it seemed that the amplitude of the movement was too large. Accidentally, a lot of crowns jumped out of the pocket of his clothes and fell to the ground. Ding, ding-ling-ling. The sound of coins falling kept echoing. Everyone's eyes were instantly attracted by the crowns falling on the ground. And this young hunter, as if his secret was exposed, was so scared that his face turned pale and he stood still and dared not move. At this moment, the other cultists seemed to have understood something, and a playful smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. However, the red-robed bishop did not speak. but a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. He seemed to be recalling the appearance of this person in his mind. But as mentioned before, the power of the Church of Light is huge. In addition, they are a dark force. In order to ensure that there will not be a situation where all members are caught because of one person's exposure. Therefore, each red-robed bishop and even each black-robed priest is responsible for a different member. In addition, the situation has been chaotic recently, and there are many new people entering Duel in Lake City every day. Therefore, he can't remember who is the instructor in charge of this person. And Cao Xing is also betting that they can't remember the face of an ordinary member. The red-robed bishop thought for a moment and asked again, "What's your name?" Cao Xing replied tremblingly, My name is Mike." Without waiting for the other party to speak, Cao Xing continued, "My lord, your excellency the bishop, I won't dare to do it again. I have a seriously ill mother at home who urgently needs money for her treatment. I really have no other choice. I can only do this." After saying that, he took out an iron box from his arms, which was full of tens of thousands of krona. "My lord bishop, I didn't steal too much. These are all the things I took from the store." Seeing this, the red-robed bishop was silent for a moment. For a moment, the atmosphere froze instantly. Everyone was waiting for the red-robed bishop to speak, to see how he would deal with this rookie. After a moment, the red-robed bishop said, "The church has repeatedly ordered that the resources in this city must be transferred to the church headquarters for subsequent development. But you ignored the rules and privately stole the assets belonging to the church. According to the regulations, people like you who are unfaithful to the church will be severely punished." There was a hint of threat in his tone. Hearing this, the young man in front of him was so scared that he trembled all over. But secretly, he was ready to transform into a demon at any time, and was ready to explode. Including other hunters, there was a gloating expression on their faces at this moment. They seemed to have foreseen the fate of this kid. "Thanks, book friend 2023051311184631842 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend. 2022042420111247244 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend. 2023072709012161642 monthly tickets. Thanks, you will return for 8 monthly tickets. Thanks, day and night for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend. 20,240,724,411,613 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Oath Devil for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend. 20240919151025057 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend. 2021080508530954944 for monthly tickets. Thanks, Autumn Wind for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks, Amber Dusk for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Sun 2 monthly tickets from Guanggang. Thanks to book friend 20230507225256360 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zuan King Dashu for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Jinsha for 8 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 202206170859145 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 120,403,054,218,778 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Xinshang for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to King Jian for 6 monthly tickets. Thanks to Kinnan for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Muffin Pudding for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to I'm Really an Undercover for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 20,220,521,093,718 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Gaming 12,345 for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Tosaka Star for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to all the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 Be obedient and let me see how you develop. They seemed to have foreseen the fate of this kid. The atmosphere on the field gradually solidified, and Cao Xing was ready to run away. At this moment, the red-robed bishop changed the subject. But, considering your poor family, I will spare you this time. Hand over the things. Hearing this, the young hunter's eyes changed from the original panic to ecstasy. Then he took out an iron box in his arms, which was full of tens of thousands of crowns. The red-robed bishop waved his hand and took the iron box away. The cultists who were waiting to watch the show became confused. They thought that the bishop would execute this cultist who violated the church regulations on the spot. At the very least, he would be punished. But unexpectedly, the red-robed bishop actually let this person go. The bishop knew they were puzzled, turned around and said, "This is just a special case. The doctrine of our Church of Light is to save the world. Church members who are in trouble also need our rescue, including you. If your family encounters difficulties or other things, you can seek help from the church. But it is absolutely not allowed to take the church's property privately. I don't want to see this kind of thing again. If anyone is caught by me again, everything will be done according to the rules." Hearing this, all the hunters on the field suddenly showed a look of emotion in their eyes. They knelt down on their knees and said respectfully, "Bishop Sains, you are really a kind and compassionate adult. May the will of the God of Light protect you." Other hunters also said respectfully, "May the will of the God of Light protect you." Looking at the hunters kneeling before him, the red-robed bishop nodded slightly. He continued, "Okay, you continue to strengthen your patrols, and you don't have to follow me." After that, under the gaze of this group of cultists, he went straight to the central city, until his back completely disappeared. After leaving, the bishop sighed in his heart. The boy just now was so lucky. Under normal circumstances, members who violated the church regulations like this would be punished. Even if the death penalty can be avoided, the living punishment cannot be escaped. But today, under the gaze of so many people, saints couldn't be too harsh. After all, now is the time when the church needs people. So he wanted to take this opportunity to promote the church's benevolent side. But it seems that this wave of winning people's hearts seems to have a good effect. Thinking of this, the red-robed bishop also smiled. At this moment, the other cultists knelt on the ground and kept seeing off the red-robed bishop. Then they stood up one after another. Cao Xing was still scared and stood there in a daze. Are you kidding? It's impossible for him to kneel down. But speaking of it, he was just ready to burst out and then run away directly. But when he saw the attributes of this bishop, Cao Xing changed his mind. As expected, this red-robed bishop has the strength of a 6th order commander, and his skills are so powerful that they are terrifying. Even more terrifying than Francesca at her peak. Fortunately, this guy's not 20 levels higher than Cao Xing. So he directly cut off the idea of running away. After the red-robed bishop walked away, the church members also came back to their senses. Looking at the frightened Cao Xing, they said in a teasing tone, "You are so lucky, you made such a mistake, and the bishop didn't punish you." Yes, the bishop is really kind. If it were any other time, you might have been thrown into the glacier and frozen for a day and a night. That's right, last time I saw a member who violated the rules. He was stripped naked and hung on the city wall. In less than an hour or two, he was directly frozen into an ice sculpture. Cao Xing still looked frightened at this moment. After hearing this, he was even more frightened and trembling. At this time, a hunter with elite strength said, "Okay, you guys, shut up." This person seemed to have a certain prestige among the hunters. He looks young, and he is also filial. Many of us have families, so don't scare him anymore. After hearing this, the cultists all show tenderness in their eyes. Although they are crazy and can be called a group of desperate criminals. But as this person said, even these cultists have families. When they thought of their relatives at home, the faces of these cultists also showed complicated expressions. At this time, the hunter with elite strength continued, "This kid, I will lead you tonight. Do you have any opinions?" Hearing this, the sighs in the eyes of other cultists disappeared instantly. They seemed to have thought of something and turned to look at Cao Xing with a playful expression. A hunter nearby chuckled and said, "We have no objection to the person Captain Karen wants. That's right, it's his luck that he can follow Captain Karen. Boy, remember to perform well tonight. Amid the meaningful smiles of the crowd, the elite hunter came to Cao Xing and did not ask for his opinion. He said directly, "Come with me, I will arrange your work tonight." Cao Xing acted obedient and followed behind the elite hunter. Soon, they were away from the group of hunters and came to another street. As they walked, the elite hunter asked, "Little guy, how long have you been a member of the church?" Cao Xing replied in a low voice, "My lord, I have been a member of the church for less than half a month." Hearing this, the elite hunter chuckled again. "I guess so. Only those of you who have joined the church for a short time can do such a stupid thing." Cao Xing pretended to be guilty and lowered his head. The other party continued, "Little guy, did you just arrive in Duelan Lake City today?" "Yes, sir." "Then you are really unlucky. You just joined the church and you were transferred to participate in such a dangerous mission. I don't know how many believers in the entire Duelan Lake City will survive after this operation. Forget it, let's not talk about this." The elite hunter shook his head. "Tonight, your mission is to guard the granary. Is there a problem?" Cao Xing was stunned. "Ah, let me guard the granary? Are you sure? You know, the main purpose of his entering the city this time is to plunder resources. And what resources are he in urgent need of now? A lot of crowns. Food. Duelan Lake City is so big, he is worried about where to find the food storage point of the Church of Light. There was already ecstasy in his heart, but he didn't show it, but nodded and said, Okay, sir. Very good, follow me." Cao Xing still followed the elite captain carefully, but in fact he couldn't help but get excited. After all, that was the food for a huge city. How much reserves there were was unimaginable. They passed through 3 or 4 streets in a row and encountered several patrolling hunters on the road. When they saw each other, they would nod to each other. It seemed that this elite hunter captain was very popular among other hunters. As they walked, the other party suddenly changed the route. Cao Xing followed him because he was not familiar with the terrain in the city. Then he found that the road they were walking seemed to be getting more and more wrong. They had left the main street and came to a remote alley. However, Cao Xing did not make a sound, but continued to follow the other party. He just took a glance and found that this person was only at the 4th level elite level, and there was no need to worry at all. In front of a resident's door, the captain suddenly stopped. Then he pushed the door open with ease. "Come in with me." He seemed to have suddenly changed into a different person, and his tone was not to be refused. When Cao Xing entered the door, the captain turned around and closed the door. "Captain, what's wrong?" Cao Xing asked in a horrified manner. The other party did not speak, but looked at him with an interested look. After a moment, the captain said, "Tell me, how much did you steal?" Cao Xing was stunned. What? The captain's face straightened and turned to be extremely serious. "Don't think I don't know that there are more than tens of thousands of kroner in the shops in this city. You kid, you should have searched more than just that tavern, right? Hand over the things, I will protect you in the future." Hearing this, Cao Xing's eyes showed a sudden realization. It turned out that this guy was eyeing his gains. He pretended to hesitate for a while, and then with a painful face, he took out a bill from his pocket. It was written on it with a face value of 200,000. And when he saw this bill, the captain's pupils suddenly widened, and his eyes lit up. With a lightning speed, he snatched the bill from Cao Xing's hand. When the captain confirmed the face value on it, suddenly, even his breathing began to quicken. For these people, 200,000 kroner is an astonishingly huge sum of money. After the surprise, the captain continued to look at Cao Xing. Like a hungry wolf, he asked, "Are there any more?" "Hand them all over." Cao Xing trembled and said, That's all. Captain. I just took action not long ago, and you caught me. Really no more." Hearing this, the other party looked at Cao Xing again, as if to confirm whether he was lying. However, Cao's acting skills are not top notch, but it is still easy to deceive these guys. The other party did not find any flaws, so he stopped asking questions. Then he observed the 200,000 bill in his hand with joy. He couldn't help but sighed. Not bad, not bad. There are 200,000. Even if I give a little to that guy, I can get at least 150,000 krona. This money is enough for me to be happy for a long time. When Cao Xing heard this, his heart moved. Then, he asked cautiously, Sir, can't only people who deposit money in the card in a money shop withdraw the bills? The owner of this shop is dead, so this bill is useless, right? After hearing this, the other party looked at him with disdain, and then chuckled. Who told you it's useless? Do you think that the money of the dead can't be withdrawn? Cao Xing heard this, and pretended to be surprised and said, What do you mean, sir? The elite captain said proudly again, Since you are so sensible, I will tell you. The shopkeeper of the money shop in Melon City is also a member of our church. As long as he operates secretly, and disguises some documents, he can withdraw the money of the dead. Of course, this guy is very stingy. You have to give him some benefits. Hearing this, Cao Xing's face also showed a look of realization. He was worried about how to exchange these bills before. Isn't it here? At this moment, after getting this bill, the elite captain was in a good mood. He looked at Cao Xing's appearance, looking him up and down. His eyes were like seeing a new prey. Cao Xing felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze. He asked in confusion, Captain, do you have anything else to say? The other party had a faint smile on his lips. You kid, you are not very old. How come you look like a woman? Take off your clothes. Let me see how you have grown. Cao Xing. He was stunned in place, full of confusion, and said, what did you say? The elite captain snorted coldly. Don't you understand what people say? I told you to take off your clothes and let this captain check your body. At this moment, Cao Xing couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn, did he run into Nantong? Seeing that Cao Xing didn't move, the captain's tone became a little more serious. Be obedient. Let me see. Just follow this captain. I will protect you from behind. Whatever problems you encounter in the future, this captain will help you solve them. But if you don't listen, a threatening smile appeared on the other party's face. Cao Xing's eyes flashed cold, but he didn't show it. Well then. Hearing his promise, the captain's face was even happier, and a lustful look appeared in his eyes. However, at this moment, a magic wand suddenly appeared in Cao Xing's hand. Before the captain could react, Cao Xing raised his magic wand and smashed an ice-breaking flying blade. Bang, bang. Minus 18,291. Minus 18,523. Minus 18,322. 3 terrifying damage numbers appeared. The health of the hunter captain was instantly reduced to 0. At the last moment of his life, he turned around with difficulty, with a strong disbelief in his eyes. You. Who are you? As soon as he finished speaking, the guy fell down. You killed the hunter LV31, the 4th level elite creature. Experience value 3100. Honor points 12. After Cao Xing made the attack action, he automatically lifted the disguise state. But fortunately, he has the eternal power talent, which can be used without restrictions. He suddenly changed into the appearance of the guy on the ground. Damn it, you have to force me to do it. After killing this guy, Cao Xing still seemed to feel unsatisfied. He came to the guy's body and kicked it hard twice. Only then did he swallow the evil in his heart. However, although he killed this guy, Cao Xing was troubled about how to deal with this guy's body. After all, humanoid creatures cannot be decomposed. He can't carry the body out to destroy it now. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing made a decision. Who cares? Let's find a place to hide this guy's body first. Anyway, the temperature in this world is so low that the body can remain frozen for a long time without rotting. Plus, this place is so remote that few people should come near it. I can't stay in this city for long. By the time they find me, I guess I will have finished searching and run away. So he walked over and picked up the guy's body. Then he came to the 2nd floor of this residential house and hid him under a small wooden bed. Cao Xing used the disguise again. The white robe on his body turned into the uniform of a captain level hunter. After changing into the appearance of this guy, Cao Xing also picked up his weapon and mask. Now they are completely the same. Not bad, not bad. I was thinking about what identity to use to move around in the city. Now I have it. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction and prepared to leave the room. But before leaving, he spent 2 minutes to search the resident's house. Obtained. Crown asterisk 5623. Obtained. Silvering asterisk 2 right square bracket. After coming out of the room, Cao Xing walked out of the alley according to his previous memory. Next, we have to find the location of the granary. A hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. He returned to the original main road. It was here that the guy suddenly changed his route, going along this main street. Soon, a tall one-story building appeared in front of him. This building covers an area of about 2 to 3,000 square meters. The shape is square and solid, and it is made of simple bricks and stones. There are 2 large iron doors below. From a distance, 2 hunters were seen standing at the door. Cao Xing thought to himself, could this be the location of the granary? Without hesitation, he walked over. At this time, the 2 hunters on duty were also alert when they saw someone approaching. But after seeing the figure of the person coming, the seriousness on their faces disappeared instantly, and they became very happy. The 2 came up with a flattering look. Captain Carlo, you are here. Captain, how are you? Do you still need me to serve you in your room tonight? As they spoke, the 2 men put their hands on Cao Xing's shoulders. Cao Xing's mouth twitched, and he felt that he was about to get goosebumps all over his body. Obviously, these 2 people have a special relationship with Carlo. Cao Xing waved his hand and kept a distance from them. The bishop has ordered that patrols in the city should be strengthened. I'm here to inspect your work. The 2 looked at each other and quickly replied, Captain Carlo, please rest assured. With us here to guard, not even a fly has flown into the granary. Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly when he heard the latter sentence. It seems that he has found the right place. This is the location of the granary in Duelan Lake City. He nodded calmly. Well done, but we still need to confirm the situation inside to ensure that the grain is all there. Open the door of the granary now, and let me go in and take a look. The 2 cultists looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. After all, when the captain was patrolling before, he never said anything about checking the granary. But the 2 did not think much about it, but replied respectfully, okay, Captain. After that, the 2 cultists turned around and each took out a key. Unscrew the 2 large locks on the iron door. Then the 2 grabbed the door handle and pulled together. Boom. As the heavy door opened, waves of grain mixed with meat smelled on the front. When Cao Xing saw the scene inside, he narrowed his eyes and his hands began to tremble slightly. He suppressed his excitement and took a few deep breaths to calm down. The amount of food inside was beyond his imagination. There were thousands of bags of wheat and rice piled up in a mountain. In other words, tens of thousands of kilograms. And this is just a small part of it. In other places, Cao Xing also saw bags of grain piled higher, like a mountain. There were also piles of bacon next to it. The grain reserves in this granary, roughly estimated, must be at the level of 1 million kilograms. Cao Xing sighed in his heart. It really deserves to be the resources of a huge city. If all this food can be moved away, not only will the food supply for the territory be solved for a long time in the future, even the resources needed for the 4th level warriors to break through to the 5th level will be all settled. A greedy look appeared in his eyes. After taking a few deep breaths, Cao Xing regained his composure. Then he nodded. Yes, there is no problem with food. So much food can provide a lot of help for the development of our church. After hearing this, the 2 accompanying hunters also sighed. Yes, there are so many resources in Duelan Lake City. These few days, if the church hadn't transported a lot of food, the food reserves here would be even more terrifying. It's a pity that the king's army has arrived, and we don't have much time left. Once they start to attack the city, we can't continue to transfer resources. Cao Xing thought for a moment and asked, then do you know how to deal with these unmoved food later? Hearing this question, one of the hunters said, I heard from the believers who transported food that, if these resources were not transferred before the king's army attacked, they would all be burned. Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. This may also be one of the reasons why the General Tashid outside delayed the attack time. He is buying time for the Church of Light to transfer the supplies in the giant city. After all, the Church of Light is a rat in the dark. They are also short of resources. Whether it is a large amount of food or those coins, they are very important to the Church of Light. Thinking of this, Cao Xing suddenly realized something. The barrier of Duelan Lake City is closed, and only those above the level of White Robe Bishop can enter. But now, there are a large number of soldiers outside watching, so they can't swagger and transfer these resources under the noses of the kingdom's army. In other words, in addition to the barrier, there is likely to be a passage connected to the outside world in Duelan Lake City. Cao Xing felt that he had grasped something. This secret passage must be very important. He asked calmly, when is the next time to transfer food? The two looked at each other, and their expressions were a little puzzled again. Captain, didn't you arrange the personnel who transferred the food before? They were a little puzzled, and seemed to feel that something was wrong with the captain today. Cao Xing's heart moved, and he knew that he had let the cat out of the bag. He shook his head and said, now the personnel changes too frequently, and I have to bring a lot of new people, and arrange work for them, so I can't remember it clearly. The two hunters showed a look of realization in their eyes. I see, the captain has to take care of so many things by himself. It's really hard. Yes, the captain is so hard. I'll let you relax in a while, another hunter also quickly echoed, and I will serve you well. Cao Xing resisted the discomfort in his heart. Answer my question first. Hearing this, one of the hunters answered first. Captain, the next time the food is moved, should be around noon tomorrow. Cao Xing nodded, and then stopped asking. Looking at the mountain of food in front of him, he began to think about a question. That is, should he do it now, and move the food here? Or wait until tomorrow, when those guys come to move the food, follow them and find the passage to the outside world? Of these two options, the latter may have greater benefits, but it is more risky. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing decided to move the food in front of him first. Although the passage is very important, but the resources in hand are the most real. In any case, if he can empty all the food in this granary, he will have made a lot of money this time. After thinking for a while, Cao Xing had an idea in mind. So, he pointed at one of the cultists and said, you, go and close the door. I'll close it? Could it be the captain wants to stay here? At this time, the two seemed to understand something, and a shy look appeared on their faces. They also threw him a charming expression. Cao Xing felt goosebumps on his back again, but he still resisted the discomfort and chuckled. Go. The two walked over obediently. When the door was closed, they walked over with joy on their faces. Captain, it's okay now. Cao Xing also smiled. It's okay. It's okay. I'll kill you. After saying that, he raised his staff. 3 ice balls with amazing coldness were thrown out. Captain, what are you doing? Damn it, this person is not Captain Carlo. The two hunters' expressions changed wildly, and they were about to fight back. However, how could their reaction speed keep up with Cao Xing's attack speed? In addition, at such a close distance, it was even more unavoidable. Bang, bang, ice-breaking flying blade exploded again. Huge damage numbers exploded one after another. The health of the two hunters was reduced to 0, and they fell down limply. Successfully killed Hunter LV-34, 4th order ordinary creature, gained experience points. 132, gained honor points. For success. After dealing with the two hunters, Cao Xing casually picked up the bodies of the two, and found a corner to hide. Chapter 332, Looting the Granary, the Archmage's Magic Tower. After a while, Cao Xing clapped his hands, and returned to the granary. Very good, I'm the only one left here. Now, it's time to get down to business. The corners of his mouth curved up. Looking at the mountain of food in front of him, a strong sense of joy appeared in his eyes. Because, all these food will soon be his. But before that, there is another problem in front of Cao Xing. That is, there is too much food here, and his backpack only has 80 grids of space. He has looted various resources before, plus some props, which have occupied 20 grids of space. In other words, he only has 60 grids of space to carry. According to the calculation, that one grid of backpack can hold 4,000 kilograms of food. he can only carry 240,000 kilograms of food at most. There is definitely no way to transport all this food out at once. Cao Xing sighed. It's a bit troublesome. There is too much food, which is also a kind of distress. If other survivors heard his troubles, they would probably curse Cao Xing to death behind his back. After all, now, although everyone is not as short of food as when they first entered this world, but they are also tightening their belts to live. As the population in the major territories increases, the problem of food every day will be difficult for many people. Even those legions ranked at the top are the same. At this stage, before everyone's territory is cultivated, it is impossible to be self-sufficient by farming. So either go out to hunt, or go to nearby villages and towns to purchase. But that requires various resources. So it is impossible to go to the camps of the Church of Light like him when there is a shortage of food, and almost treat them as his own warehouse. At this moment, Cao Xing thought for a moment, and quickly found a solution. He first called Liu Muxue. The other party chose to answer the call almost instantly. Xing, how are you doing over there? Is there any accident? Liu Muxue's concerned voice came to my ears. Cao Xing chuckled and said, don't worry, I'm fine here. And there is a lot of harvest. Hearing the reply, Liu Muxue gradually felt relieved. She said softly, yeah, I'm glad you're fine. Cao Xing continued to ask, Muxue, how many space backpacks do you have? The other party thought for a moment, then replied, I only brought 6, all with 40 slots. These space backpacks were all acquired by Cao Xing in the previous transactions. Now everyone knows the importance of space backpacks. But the output rate of this thing is extremely low. Among the natives, this thing is also a very precious thing. Even among the nobles, few people can own it. After all, it involves space, and it is extremely difficult to make. Moreover, the space backpacks used by the natives do not have such a large capacity as this. Just like the hidden space grid, the size of the backpack determines how much stuff can be put in. Cao Xing and his team have the system's built-in backpack stacking function, which can almost use one backpack as a dozen backpacks. But even so, not everyone can have this kind of prop. Especially those backpacks with more than 20 slots are extremely rare, and there are only 2 in the entire trading market. Cao Xing's 6 40-slot backpacks also cost him a lot of resources. He thought to himself, Muxue's backpack has 240 grids of space, which can hold a total of 960,000 kilograms of food. At my own 60 grids of space, which is completely enough. As long as we come a few more times, we can transport all the food here. Thinking of this, excitement gradually emerged in his eyes. Sure enough, it's still a big city like this. The resources come quickly. He thought about how he worked hard the previous night and flattened so many camps, only to plunder more than 70,000 kilograms of food. And now, just come in and turn around for almost 2 hours, and there are millions of kilograms of food harvested. This efficiency is really too fast. And according to the 2 cultists on the ground, there was more food in this granary 2 days ago, but most of it was transported away by the Church of Light. When Cao Xing thought of this, he felt heartbroken. Originally, all these foods were his own. If only he could come earlier. But he thought about it, but he also knew that now was the best time. If he came here 2 days ago, he would not have obtained this powerful camouflage skill, and he could not even get in. The number of hunters in the city will be many times more than it is now. He shook his head and put aside the thoughts in his mind. Cao Xing asked Liu Muxue and the others to continue waiting for him outside. Then he began his search journey. He walked over and put the piles of food into his backpack. Get peeled wheat, 40 kilograms, asterisk 177 bags. Get rice, 40 kilograms, asterisk 194 bags. Get air-dried bacon, asterisk 724 kilograms. Get. As the system prompts continued to sound, the mountain of food in front of him was constantly decreasing. In just less than 5 minutes, the remaining 60 grids in the backpack were all filled. This also means that Cao Xing's backpack has a full 240,000 kilograms of food. And the food in this granary is already empty. Cao Xing exclaimed, not bad. The backpack's transfer function is really convenient. Now, it's time to go out and transfer these grains out. He also seized the time and quickly left the granary. Then, taking advantage of the night, he disguised himself as a white-robed priest and came to the outside of the city without any obstacles. Then, he went straight out of the barrier. After confirming that no one noticed his whereabouts, Cao Xing quickly walked towards where Liu Muxue and others were. A few kilometers away, Liu Muxue and others were still waiting behind the pile of stones. Seeing a white-robed priest coming straight, everyone was not sure whether it was Cao Xing, so they did not act rashly. They were all calm, with some vigilance in their eyes. After Cao Xing came over and confirmed that there was no one around, he quickly changed back to his original appearance. When everyone saw the familiar figure, they all smiled with joy on their faces. Elisa took the lead and said, "Lord, welcome back." Assam also prayed solemnly, "Lord, may the goddess of luck protect you." Facing the concerned greetings of everyone, Cao Xing smiled. There was no time to reminisce with them, and he said directly, "Muxue, distribute all the 6 backpacks in your hand first. Because of the props such as space backpacks, each person can only equip one. Under normal circumstances, if it is an empty space backpack with nothing in it, it can be put into other space backpacks. But if there is something in it, it cannot be stuffed into other space backpacks." Liu Muxue also knew that Cao Xing was in a hurry and started to act quickly. She assigned a space backpack to Tongchachu, Sarah, Assam and others. Then, Cao Xing began to transfer all the food in the backpack to their backpacks at a rapid speed. Hoo-la la. The huge amount of food gradually piled up into a small mountain in front of everyone. Since the things in the space backpack cannot be directly transferred to another backpack, they need to be taken out first and then taken away by another person. Liu Muxue also took the lead and put all the food into the backpack. Watching Cao Xing perform magic tricks, constantly changing out an astonishing amount of food, everyone's eyes gradually showed joy and excitement. However, when Liu Muxue stuffed a whole backpack, after seeing that Cao Xing was still taking out a lot of food, they gradually changed from excitement to shock. Bron touched his big bald head and said blankly, "Ancestors, how much food did the Lord rob?" "Searched. So much food, it feels like it's enough for us to eat for a year." Andrew next to him put his palms together and said devoutly, "The will of the god of nature protects the Lord. Thank you for the gift of nature." Including other people, they were also very surprised. After all, the amount of food that Cao Xing brought out was too terrifying, and the value was also astonishing. "Axing, so much?" Liu Muxue asked softly. Cao Xing smiled and nodded. "Well, there's more. There's still a lot in there. I have to hurry up and make a fortune before it's exposed." After hearing this, Liu Muxue also nodded excitedly. "Yeah. Be careful." Xiao Chachu clenched his fist and encouraged, "Come on, big brother." "Okay." After speaking, Cao Xing quickly turned around and walked towards Duelan Lake City. Looking at the huge city in front of him, Cao Xing was also very excited. For him, this is simply a gold mountain. Now he just needs to hurry up and move as much as possible, and then he can make his territory's foundation increase a lot. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speed up his pace. Soon, Cao Xing went straight through the barrier, but this time, he didn't enter from the main gate. After all, it was already late at night. A white-robed priest going in and out of Duelan Lake City would definitely attract the attention of others. Carefully came to the foot of the city wall, and after confirming that there was no one on it, Cao Xing took out the catapult hook. Swish! The hook hit the wall and took him over quickly. Soon, he came to the vicinity of the granary again. Then he did the same thing and filled his backpack with the food inside. He turned back and left Duelan Lake City again, transferring the food to the backpacks of Liu Muxue and others. Although such frequent appearances will increase the risk of exposure, but compared with the benefits of this time, it's all worth it. It took about an hour for Cao Xing's action to finally come to an end. Time. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and this huge granary was searched by Cao Xing. Just as he expected, this wave directly harvested nearly 1 million grains. Converted into units, it is 5 million food. It can be said that they came to Duelan Lake City from a long distance this time. Just these gains have made a lot of money. At this moment, Cao Xing almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Damn, this wave is really cool. His own divine warrior altar. A 4th level breakthrough to the 5th level requires 5,000 units of food, which is 1,000 kilograms. If there are more than 200, at least more than 200,000 kilograms of food. This time, the problem was completely solved. Very good. Now we just need more crowns and other resources. I hope there are other surprises in this city. Thinking of this, Cao Xing gave Liu Muxue and others a few words. Then he continued to jump into Duelan Lake City. Since it was already late at night, the whole city seemed very quiet. Cao Xing was standing on a street at this time, thinking to himself, tomorrow, the Church of Light will find out that the granary has been lost. That means I only have one night left. Then don't search the periphery for the rest of the time. Go directly to the central city and try to maximize the benefits. After all, that is the most luxurious area in the whole city. So Cao Xing came to an empty corner and changed into the captain's appearance again. A moment later, a hunter captain holding a long sword and wearing a mask on his face came out from the corner. Duelan Lake City is very large. It takes at least an hour to walk from the outer city to the central city at a normal speed. It is already late at night, and Cao Xing must not burst out and rush over, otherwise he will be noticed by the red-robed bishop inside. He also tried to maintain a normal speed. It took about 20 minutes to arrive at the central city. The buildings here are indeed more luxurious. The neat streets aligned with buildings of different shapes on both sides. Various mansions, attics, and some entertainment venues. Each building occupies a large area, and there are various lights, stone ribbons, exquisite reliefs and other decorations on it. This is a place where only the rich can afford to spend their leisure time. However, looking at the empty streets, Cao Xing once again had a new question in his mind. That is, where did the White Walker army go? From the last live broadcast, everyone knows that the Church of Light has hidden a large number of White Walker armies in Duelan Lake City. However, Cao Xing has been wandering around Duelan Lake City for so long, but he still hasn't found any trace of the White Walker army. Even the 3 red-robed bishops are nowhere to be seen at this time. Strange. But soon, his eyes were attracted by a gorgeously decorated shop in front of him. It was written on it, Gold Shop of Jadiso. It's actually a gold shop. It can be opened in such a location, and the area is so large, there should be a lot of gold inside, right? Cao Xing's heart moved, and he threw the question of the White Walker army behind his mind. A look of expectation appeared on his face. He quickly circled around the gold shop and found the window to enter. After landing steadily, the situation inside was disappointing. The gold shop was in chaos, with all kinds of counters overturned and scattered all over the floor. The same was true for the second and third floors. Cao Xing searched for a while and only found a silver ring in the corner. He thought to himself, it seems that this gold shop has been looted. With a look of regret, Cao Xing returned to the street outside. Then he quickly searched several shops. The situation was similar. They had all been searched by these cultists. Cao Xing did not get anything valuable in them. So, the shops in the central district have been searched by them? After thinking about it, this was normal. After all, the Church of Light was not stupid. They must know that the central city was the place with the most resources. So as soon as they captured the giant city, they searched it all and concentrated the resources together. Maybe they had already moved them out. Looking at the time, it was already 2:30 in the middle of the night. Cao Xing set a time for himself to leave Duelan Lake City before 6 o'clock in the morning. In other words, he still had 3.5 hours. At present, there are no resources left in the central city. I have to make use of the remaining 3.5 hours. Let's go back to the outer city to search first. After all, the benefits in the outer city are also quite good. In the past 2 hours of looting, he has obtained millions of crowns and bills worth tens of millions. If he can maintain this efficiency, he will have a lot of gains in the second half of the night. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a strange building in front of him. It looks like a tower. It is nearly 30 meters high and has 7 floors. The tower body seems to be made of a dark purple stone, and the walls are engraved with ancient and mysterious runes and patterns. These runes and patterns flashed a faint light from time to time, forming a circle of blue magic shield. Wow, so luxurious. This thing doesn't look like a wizard tower. With a puzzled look, Cao Xing approached. Then, the information of this building appeared in front of him. Magic Tower of Grand Mage Gennady, Special Area. Magic Tower of Grand Mage. Cao Xing didn't know who Gennady was, but he noticed his title. You know, any Grand Mage has some strength above level 6. In addition, he was also a mage, so he immediately became curious about this magic tower. He went directly to the bronze gate under the magic tower. The blue shield in front of him seemed to have lost its effect and did not block Cao Xing. Then, he pushed the door open. Boom. With the heavy sound of the door opening, a breath of magic suddenly rushed in front of him. After Cao Xing entered, a system prompt appeared. You have entered a special area, Magic Tower of Grand Mage Gennady. Attention. Gennady is the guardian of Duelan Lake City, and one of the 2 major guards of the city lord. His magic tower is a private area. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. Once discovered, you will be expelled. Seeing the system prompt, Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. So that's it. Is this great wizard the city lord's guard? No wonder he can live in such a place, and a magic tower was built for him. He quickly glanced at the scene in front of him. A look of disappointment appeared. As expected, everything inside had been searched. Such an important area, the Church of Light would definitely not let it go easily. Looking at the messy tables, chairs, benches, and papers scattered on the ground, Cao Xing picked up one and took a look and found that it was some magic notes. However, the content of the notes was rather messy. It seemed that the Great Wizard had recorded it casually, which was of little help to him. Cao Xing continued to search and looked around. At this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Huh, they didn't take these things away. On the wall next to him, he saw rows of wooden bookshelves. There were a lot of books on them. It was roughly estimated that there were at least more than 100 books. Looking over, the names of the books appeared one by one. Not as evil as you think. On the origin of magic, 33 days imprisoned by a female night demon. On the taste of female vampires and female night demons. Cao Xing's mouth twitched. This great wizard's scope of knowledge is quite wide. He also accepted all the books and put all the more than 100 books into his backpack. Not bad, not bad. The library in my territory is about to be built, and these books can be taken back to supplement the library. After searching the books here, he continued to search carefully inside. But it was obvious that the Church of Light had looted very cleanly. Cao Xing only picked up a few low-level scrolls in the corner and some stones with weak magic power. Obtained. Second order Windblade magic scroll obtained. Third order Windblade / magic scroll obtained. Magic crystal, green. Oh. Magic scroll, what is this? Cao Xing glanced at the attributes. Second order Windblade magic scroll, effective item. After injecting a small amount of magic power, you can directly release a second order Windblade, causing 112% tearing damage to a single enemy. Third order Windblade / magic scroll, effective item. After injecting a small amount of magic power, you can directly release a third order spell, Windblade / causing 137% wind attribute damage to the 3 enemies in front. Note, mages at the archmage level can imprint their own spells on a blank magic scroll and only need a small amount of magic power to cast. Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. So that's how it is. This kind of magic scroll is quite useful. It can actually directly use spells from other professions. And the most important thing is that this thing has no cooling time. If I have enough magic scrolls in my hand, I can release them all at once and kill the enemy with skills. Of course, this is a big price. After all, it's easy to imagine that making a magic scroll is not that simple, and only mages at the level of a great mage can make it, which is already frighteningly high. Therefore, this kind of scroll must be very precious. Cao Xing thought to himself, it seems that this great mage is a wind mage. Speaking of which, there is no wind mage in my territory. A few more small black stones appeared in his hand, containing relatively weak magic power. He looked at the attributes. Magic crystal, green, effect. Crystal containing weak magic power. When the mage is in the meditation state, he can absorb magic power from it, increase 1000 experience points, and increase magic affinity slightly. Number of uses per day. 10. Note, a precious crystal that can allow mage apprentices to increase their magic power. It is rarely found. A small amount of crystal is contained in some veins full of magic power. Oh. These magic crystals can not only increase experience points, but also increase affinity. For those mage apprentices and junior mages, this stuff is a good thing. As mentioned before, the natives of this world cannot quickly upgrade by killing enemies before joining the Lord. With this crystal, they have a way to become stronger faster. Coupled with the assistance of the Mage's Tower, a junior mage can be upgraded to an intermediate mage, or even a senior mage in a short period of time. Of course, this will burn a lot of money, which is equivalent to the Krypton gold flow among the natives. Cao Xing nodded in satisfaction. Although it has been searched, the first floor still yielded quite a lot. As expected of a great wizard, even a little bit of soup and water is of astonishing value. Soon, he continued to the second floor to explore. The situation on the second floor was similar to that on the first floor. There were messy cabinets all over the floor, and everything had been searched. This was basically the case on the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth floors. But through Cao Xing's careful investigation, he still got some good stuff. Get 5 second level Windblade magic scrolls. Get 3 third level Windblade / magic scrolls. Get 2 third level Windkai magic scrolls. Get 32 magic crystals, green. Get 15 magic crystals, blue. He took a look at the properties of the 2 new items. Level 3 Wind Sprint Magic Scroll effect. After injecting a small amount of magic power, you can release Wind Sprint on yourself or your allies, increasing your movement speed by 20% in the next 30 seconds. Magic Crystal, blue, effect. A crystal with some magic power. In the meditation state, you can extract magic power from it, increase 3000 experience points, and increase magic affinity. Number of uses per day. 10. Oh. This Wind Sprint is pretty good. It can actually directly increase your movement speed by 20%. I just don't know if the skills released by this magic scroll can be blessed by the power of eternity. Cao Xing decided to try it right away. He took out a scroll with a faint breath of wind from his backpack. According to the above method, he injected a trace of magic power. After a moment, the scroll in his hand burst out with an invisible strong wind. The strong wind fell on Cao Xing's legs, making him feel that his whole body became lighter. Successfully use the level 3 wind speed magic scroll, and the movement speed increased by 20% within 30 seconds. Under the influence of the talent, Eternal Power, the spell has become permanent. Haha. It really works. Cao Xing was very excited. After all, the 20% movement speed bonus is no joke. Now that Hilda and Victoria are not around, I can't benefit from their aura effects, which is equivalent to losing 50% of the speed bonus, and now it is almost made up. P.S. The aura itself is permanent, and is not affected by the eternal power. Otherwise, it will cause a conflict in the setting. This is the setting before. The author is not suppressing the protagonist. Although, at present, his movement buffers, Queen's Will, plus, Black Mist Totem, plus, Wind Speed, which has a total of 120% speed bonus. At this speed, even the assassin of the same leader level will find it difficult to catch up with him. Not bad, not bad. This way, I have increased my survivability a lot. Cao Xing smiled. Then, he went directly to the top floor of the tower. This seems to be where the Great Wizard often stays. There are many of his daily necessities, such as wooden barrels, wooden beds, wooden basins, etc. There is also a magic circle on the ground, which is surrounded by magic crystals. However, those precious magic crystals have been taken away. Damn, these bastards have looted so thoroughly. One day, I will find your lair, and take all these resources back. Cao Xing said hatefully, and continued to scan the surroundings unwillingly. At this moment, he seemed to accidentally glimpse a grey-white treasure chest. It was used as a storage box, and placed casually in the corner of the tower, covered with dust. Oh. Is it a silver treasure chest? With a little curiosity, Cao Xing walked forward, and the system prompt appeared. Found an unlocked Haoyu treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Cao Xing. Damn. This is actually a Haoyu treasure chest. Thanks, book friend 201906151112346333 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Autumn Wind for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Yan Wen's King's Uxin for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend 604 set. For 6 monthly tickets. Thanks, Zwiggle for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend 2017112917410265 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Shire Shanbaju for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Cui Sheng for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Who Knows Me Who I'm for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks, Saint Axie for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend 201708310823362667 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend 20210316161227486. Quote S 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Hero Rages 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Briss's 8 monthly tickets. Thanks to Ways 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to John Washing's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Aurelio 508 is 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to S2 monthly tickets. Thanks to S2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 201906151112346333. Quote S4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Laziness's 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Next Door Leoling Tao's 10 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 202205210937188814. Quote S2 monthly tickets. Thank you book friends for your recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 333. The Background of the Great Wizard. 3 epic props. Damn. This is actually a Haoyu treasure chest. Since the natives of this world cannot open treasure chests, even if they see these treasure chests in the wild, they are useless. At most, they will take them back to their residences like this great wizard, and put them as decorations. The Church of Light also ignored this treasure chest. This is a bargain for Cao Xing. And this is also the second Haoyu treasure chest he has encountered in the wild. Cao Xing is very excited about what can be opened inside. He clicked yes without hesitation. Open successfully. Obtained. Ice Tornado Storm Skill Book. Orange. *1. Obtained. Advanced Element Arrow Tower Construction Drawing. Gold. *1. Obtained. Eternal Gold Ingot *27. Obtained. Mithril *65. Obtained. Magic Pattern Stone *23. Obtained. Large Resource Pack *6. Obtained. Expert Element Crystal *17. At this moment, Cao Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. What did he see? An orange skill book. It looks like he is using it himself. The last time I got an orange skill was because of the reward given by the commander for the first kill. I didn't expect that I would get a copy now. Relax. He looked at the attributes. Ice Tornado Storm, orange. Frost Mage exclusive skill book. Skill effect. Generate a magic circle covering 100 meters. Summon 2 powerful ice dragons. The ice dragons rotate in place for 3 seconds, making the enemy unable to move, and causing 12 attack power *154% ice attribute. Damage to them. Cooling time. 3 minutes. What a large range. What a terrible attack coefficient. It doesn't look as large as the 500 meter range of Soul Withering. But the damage of Ice Tornado Storm is much stronger than Soul Withering. This skill can rotate for 3 seconds with a full 12 stage group attack damage. It can be said to be the group attack skill with the highest damage coefficient that Cao Xing has ever obtained. Not bad, not bad. This trip is really worth it. With a satisfied look, Cao Xing clapped his hands and directly studied this skill book. In an instant, a lot of memories flooded into his mind. It was not until 3 or 4 minutes later that Cao Xing completely digested these memories. In addition, there was a blueprint of the Arrow Tower. Cao Xing also unfolded it and took a look at the properties. Advanced Element Arrow Tower Blueprint. Gold. Blueprint effect. You can upgrade the intermediate element arrow tower in the territory to an advanced element arrow tower. Attack power. 1893-1982. 30% chance of adding 660 elemental damage. Attack interval. 1.5 seconds/1 time. Maximum range. 2000 meters armor. 500 points durability. 15,500/15,500. Site area. 47 square meters. Building height. 28 meters. Material required for construction. Lodz Mansion level 5. Intermediate element arrow tower. Wood asterisk 4000. Stone asterisk 2000. Iron asterisk 600. Mithril asterisk 20. Advanced element crystal asterisk 5. Right square bracket. It's okay. Compared with the intermediate arrow tower, the attack power has increased by almost 3 or 4 times, and the cost performance is still very high. Of course, the resources required for this upgrade are a bit outrageous. Putting it into the backpack, the harvest in this Haoyu treasure chest was emptied. This magic tower doesn't seem to have much harvest, but out of caution, Cao Xing still confirmed it again. And this time, he really found some extraordinary places. He felt a familiar wave under a lamp. He took a closer look. Hidden space grid. 4 cubic meters. Current status. Closed. Note, a hidden space grid. There may be something inside. Oh, another space grid? And it looks like it hasn't been searched yet. With a happy look, Cao Xing took out Vivian's hairpin from his backpack and poked it directly. Pop. A sound like a bubble bursting came. In front of Cao Xing, a space window appeared out of thin air again. When he looked through the window and saw what was inside, he felt his breathing quicken again. There was a full 4 cubic meters of space inside, with a large number of magic crystals and magic scrolls. There were also some props that exuded a powerful aura and looked very precious. Cao Xing was shocked. Oh my god, there are so many things hidden in here. The background of the Great Wizard is so terrifying. Great, this place has never been searched. He reached in without hesitation and took out everything inside. Obtained. Magic crystal. Blue. Asterisk 3523. Obtained. Magic crystal. Purple. Asterisk 1117. Obtained. Magic crystal. Gold. Asterisk 252. Obtained. Blank magic scroll asterisk 54. Obtained. 4th level wind wing spell scroll asterisk 4 obtained. 5th level eye of the storm spell scroll asterisk 3 obtained. 6th level shield of the wind god spell scroll asterisk 2 obtained. 6th level wind beacon spell scroll asterisk 2 obtained. Jenida's dead soul bag orange asterisk 1 obtained. Jenida's spell manual orange obtained. Moon crown orb fragment orange asterisk 1. As things were taken out one by one, his breathing became more and more rapid. At the end, he exclaimed in amazement. Wow, this is too outrageous. Not to mention so many magic crystals and spell scrolls. There are actually 3 orange props. What's even more outrageous is that there is a fragment of the moon crown orb among them. At this moment, Cao Xing admitted that he was directly shocked. He never thought that he could get so many things in this magic tower. He is really worthy of the background of a great wizard. This is too terrifying. Of course, Cao Xing also knew that this was because the great wizard was the guard of the city lord and had a lot of resources in his hands. If it were an ordinary great wizard, he would definitely not be as rich as him. So this time, he was considered to have picked up a treasure. With excitement, he began to check one by one. Magic crystal. Purple. Effective item. In the meditation state, spend 1 hour to absorb the magic power contained in it. Increase 10,000 experience points and improve magic affinity. Daily use times. 5. Magic crystal. Gold. Effective item. In the meditation state, spend 12 hours to absorb the magic power contained in it. Increase 100,000 experience points and a large amount of magic affinity. Increase spell damage by 1%, up to 50%. Daily use times. 1. Awesome. Cao Xing could only sigh at this moment. This kind of golden magic crystal is really too scary for a mage. One can increase 100,000 experience points and 1% spell damage. If there are enough, with the help of the mage tower, there is no need to come out to fight at all. Just keep absorbing this kind of magic crystal in the tower and you will become stronger. Cao Xing continued to check. Level 5, Level 6 Blank Magic Scroll, Item Effect, Level 6 Archmage Level Existence, can be branded with Level 5, Level 6 Magic. Level 4 Wind Wing Spell Scroll, Item Effect, activate a certain amount of magic power, activate the spell in the scroll, make yourself or friendly units grow a pair of wind wings, increase flight speed by 20%, last for 10 minutes. Level 5 Eye the Storm Spell Scroll, Item Effect, release a large amount of magic power, create an Eye the Storm in front, forcibly suck in all enemies within a 200 meter range, and cause multiple stages of attack power * 37% wind attribute damage to them, lasting 5 seconds. Level 6 Wind God's Blessing Spell Scroll, Item Effect, activate a large amount of magic power, make yourself or friendly units add a layer of Wind God Shield. The shield durability is fixed at 20,000. After the shield is broken, cause 188% blast damage to enemies within a 50 meter range. Note, this skill is a spell created by the Archmage Gennady. 6th level Wind Beacon Spell Scroll, Item Effect, use some magic power to add a layer of wind beacon to the target unit, sense the opponent's position, last for 3 hours, and the maximum sensing distance is 3000 kilometers. Note, this skill is a spell created by the Archmage Gennady. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. These magic scrolls are really worthy of being the magic imprinted by the Archmage. The effects are more outrageous than one another. The effect of the Eye of the Storm is similar to that of the primitive cube. However, while gathering monsters, it also takes into account the effect of damage. Another 6th level spell, Wind Beacon, has an effect that is almost equivalent to Hunting Mark, but it lasts a little longer. What Cao Xing is most concerned about are the other 2 auxiliary skills, Wind Wings and Wind God's Blessing. Cao Xing thought, this Wind Wings can be used on friendly units, giving them the ability to fly and increasing their movement speed. Then this friendly unit should also include Dabe, Xiaolan, and the Earth Dragon Mecha, right? It has just been confirmed that the spells of this scroll can also be blessed by the eternal power. Then can I release the Wind Wings scroll to Xiaolan, making it a flying moose, and then release the skill Extreme Cold Breath in the air? Cao Xing's pupils shrank. Obviously, his idea is feasible. In this way, Xiaolan becomes a flying frost moose, and its lethality on the battlefield will increase dramatically. As for the other 2 6th level shield scrolls, Cao Xing used one on himself without any hesitation. With the injection of a large amount of magic power, he felt that his spirit was instantly drained. A strong feeling of dizziness came. At the critical moment, he directly drank a drop of the best sap, replenishing a lot of spirit and avoiding the consequences of fainting. Cao Xing exclaimed, that was a close call. Damn it, there's no note on it. Using this kind of spell scroll also risks passing out due to mental drain. He let out a long sigh and sighed again. It seems that, even if there is a 6th tier spell scroll, it cannot be used casually. It requires a large amount of magic power. If a wizard below the 4th tier uses this kind of scroll, his spirit will probably be drained instantly, causing the scroll to fail. At the same time, the scroll in front of him seemed to have finally absorbed enough magic power, and a vast and heavy breath of wind emerged from it. Then, this group of wind breath appeared directly beside Cao Xing, forming an invisible wind shield. It will only appear when attacked. The system prompt appears. Successfully activated the 6th level Wind God's Blessing magic scroll. You have obtained the shield effect, which lasts for 60 seconds. Affected by the talent, Eternal Power, this skill has become permanent. Note, in the permanent state, after the shield is shattered, it will be regenerated after 120 seconds. Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. This is equivalent to directly increasing his upper limit of life by 20,000 points. And after being broken, it will cause an extremely high coefficient of group attack damage. This skill is really good. If it can be added to all the subjects, maybe a new school can be evolved. The shield explosion school. Just stand in the middle of the enemy. If you dare to blow up my shield, I dare to blow you up. And the wind wings spell is also very powerful. When combined with the eternal power, it can give all my subjects the ability to fly. It's a pity that the great wizard Gennady is dead. Otherwise I could have thought of a way to fully master these two skills. Cao Xing felt a little regretful. After all, Wind God's Blessing was a spell created by the great wizard Gennady. With his death, this skill was equivalent to being lost. In his hand, a dark green book appeared again. It contained strong magical fluctuations, and a few large words were engraved in gold. Gennady's Magic Handbook, Orange, Quality, Epic, Item Effect. It records some of the cultivation experience of the great wizard Gennady, including some advanced spells he has comprehended. Through continuous practice, you can learn the spells of this great wizard. Learnable spells, multiple wind blades, wind blade sweeping, flying wings, wind chains, eye of the storm, advanced spells, Wind God's Blessing, master spell, learning requirements, magic affinity, wind element control magician, learning time. Unknown note, depending on the wizard's talent and efforts, the time required to learn the various skills recorded in it varies. If you fall into a bottleneck, finding a highly accomplished mentor to answer will be twice the result with half the effort. After seeing the effect, Cao Xing was stunned again. There are actually 6 skills in this spell manual. Among them, 4 are enhanced wind magic, 1 high level magic, and 1 master level magic. It can be said that any wind mage who gets this manual will regard it as a treasure. If he can learn all of them, he will be able to become a new wind mage. And the most important thing is that the 2 magical skills that Cao Xing wants, Wind Wings and Blessing of the God of Wind, are actually in it. Cao Xing said in surprise, ha ha ha. I just said that the skills of the great mage Gennady were going to be lost, but I didn't expect that he actually recorded them in this magic manual. Great. He put the magic manual into his backpack, as if it were a treasure. At the same time, he secretly set a goal. Later, he would find a way to lure a wind mage back and let him learn the skills in it as soon as possible. Then, another thing appeared in Cao Xing's hand. It looked like a black sack, and it contained a strange spatial fluctuation. Gennady's undead bag, orange, special item, quality, epic, item effect. You can put some undead units that have lost their ability to resist, or friendly undead, all those without life characteristics are undead units, into the undead bag, and move them with you. Storage space. 1000 grids. Each grid can only accommodate 1 unit with a height of no more than 2 meters and a volume of no more than 2 cubic meters. Every meter exceeding will occupy an additional grid of space. Note, Gennady spent all his assets to ask a great necromancer to make a undead bag for him. Wow. A undead bag with a full 1000 grids of space. Cao Xing was instantly shocked. This was the first time he encountered something that could hold a type of soldier. If this thing is used well, the effect will not be worse than legendary equipment. Although it was mentioned above that it can only hold inanimate units. But except for the undead, those mechas and robots are all inanimate units, and there is a lot of room for operation. And there is something that makes Cao Xing even more curious. Are those undead units considered undead units? If the undead are also counted, then can I discuss with Duke Palatine later and let him take his undead army into the undead bag for a while? With my friendship with Palatine, he shouldn't refuse, right? Cao Xing smiled and then happily put it into his backpack. Although the previous gains were already amazing enough, but this time there is another important gain. It is a fragment of a gem. Crown Orb Fragment. Looking at the properties, Cao Xing thought to himself, sure enough, the properties are similar to the gem I got last time. Each of them increases spell strength by 20%. Only when all are collected can the full power of this legendary orb be unleashed. Cao Xing had no expectations for the task of collecting 12 orb fragments. Unexpectedly, he got the second one here. It can be said to be a coincidence. Cao Xing also smiled. This harvest is really good. If the materials in front are used for the development of the territory in the future, then what is obtained from the space grid of this great wizard now can greatly enhance the combat power of the territory and enhance Cao Xing's own survival ability. Cao Xing also seems more confident about the next search, after confirming again that there is nothing missing. With excitement, Cao Xing left the magic tower of the great wizard. The streets were empty in the middle of the night, and the cold wind blew. Cao Xing stood in front of the magic tower at this time, looking at the surrounding scene. At the same time, he began to think about the next plan. According to the previous idea, he originally wanted to return to the outer city to search. But he just saw a building in the center of Duelan Lake City through the window on the top floor of the Great Wizard's magic tower. There stands a gorgeous mansion. It occupies a very large area, almost comparable to Cao Xing's entire territory. There are 3 big characters engraved on the plaque at the door of the mansion. City Lord's Mansion. Obviously, there is the most important building in the entire Duelan Lake City. Speaking of which, as the lord of a city, the lord of Duelan Lake City is also a nobleman with the title of Earl. The territory under his jurisdiction is not only Duelan Lake City, but also a large number of villages and towns around it. It is more than 10 times larger than the territory of a baron. Over the years, these villages and towns under his jurisdiction can also generate a lot of tax revenue for him. In addition, a prosperous Duelan Lake City brings an astonishing income almost every day. His mansion must contain a lot of resources. The most important thing is that the resources plundered by the Church of Light in the central city may also be concentrated in the City Lord's mansion. Moreover, Cao Xing also faintly felt that there was some strange atmosphere in the City Lord's mansion. This trip into the city, in addition to plundering resources, is to see what these guys are doing in the city. And so far, I have been in the city for so long, except for a red-robed bishop who just came back, I haven't seen any important people. Where did those people go? Obviously, the answer is obvious. There must be something wrong inside the City Lord's mansion. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go and take a look. Cao Xing walked along the central street. The closer he got to the City Lord's mansion, the more cultists patrolled. Cao Xing even saw the figures of several white-robed priests. His heart moved slightly, but he still approached gradually without showing any expression. The patrolling cultists did not react after seeing Cao Xing disguised as a team leader. They just asked him what he was doing here in the middle of the night, and Cao Xing made up an excuse to get away. After all, the commander level disguise is not so easy to see through. So he was almost unimpeded and came to the vicinity of the City Lord's mansion. However, the gate was closed at this time. There was still a team of cultists guarding the door, and they looked like strangers were not allowed to approach. After thinking for a moment, Cao Xing did not approach, and he decided to enter from another place. After all, the area of the City Lord's mansion is still very large. With the current manpower of the Church of Light, it is definitely impossible to defend it from all directions. Cao Xing moved forward along the wall of the City Lord's mansion. Soon he came to the back of the City Lord's mansion, a more remote area. Cao Xing squatted in the corner of the wall like a thief, always paying attention to the movements around him and listening to the movements inside. Across the wall, Cao Xing felt a strong evil breath. In addition, there were a lot of footsteps. There are still so many people in the City Lord's mansion in the middle of the night. Cao Xing decided to sneak in and take a look. He climbed over the wall carefully and then jumped down directly. He landed in a bush. You have entered a special area, City Lord's mansion. Please note, this area has been occupied by the Church of Light. The danger level is extremely deadly. Please be careful. Fatal danger. Cao Xing's heart moved slightly, which made him more curious. After confirming that there was no one around, Cao Xing walked out of the bush and slowly walked forward. When he stepped through a door and saw the scene inside, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because he saw that there were a large number of pale figures standing in the City Lord's mansion at this moment. Chapter 334 The Four Bishops and the Secret of the City Lord's Mansion. They are tall, with slender and powerful limbs, holding ice crystal swords, and covered with pale frost. These are all aliens. Cao Xing was surprised and said, "Good guy, it turns out that these aliens are hidden in the City Lord's mansion." I said, "Why I can't find them? How insidious." if someone who doesn't know about this suddenly comes to attack the city lord's mansion. After finally dealing with the guards outside, I came in and found that there are so many aliens inside. That would be a lot of fun. These aliens are all in a state of aimless wandering at the moment, but they are extremely sensitive to the smell. It seems that they notice Cao Xing standing behind the door, and a pair of cold and evil eyes turned around to look at him. Among them, Cao Xing even sensed a few eyes that brought him a strong crisis. But he did not dodge, but let the eyes of these aliens stare at him, ready to explode at any time. However, the group of aliens just glanced at him and resumed their aimless wandering. And Cao Xing was relieved. Very good, the commander level camouflage is still as powerful as ever. Just as I thought, this group of White Walkers should not attack the group of cultists. Taking this opportunity, Cao Xing quickly glanced at the attributes of these White Walkers. This cursed evil creature is only known to be very powerful and terrifying, but how powerful it is still unknown. Now, their true colors can be revealed. White Walker, race, unknown level. 45, 5th order boss creature, HP. 341723/341723, Legion bonus, attack power. 51255373, Legion bonus, armor. 9831012, magic ice armor plus 500, skills, ice corruption claws, attack the enemy with claws filled with corruption. Each attack has a layer of corruption effect, and each layer loses 745 HP per second. Ice corruption sword, after hitting the target, it will be frozen, including plants, buildings, etc. Magic ice armor, armor plus 500, and reduce the damage taken by itself by 20%. Frost shock, raise the long sword, and send a powerful shock wave forward, causing 189% high frost damage to enemies in a straight line, and slowing them down for 5 seconds. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Legion skill, corpse explosion. After HP drops to 0, it will explode on the spot, causing 176% ice explosion damage to enemies within 2050 meters around it, and forming a corrupted ice field. All enemies passing through will be affected by one layer of corrupted ice. Talent, evil body, increases frost resistance by 50%. Bond, White Walker Legion, 10,000 people activated. Attack power increased by 50%. Movement speed increased by 50%. HP increased by 50%. Additional activation of skill corpse explosion. Introduction. They are evil ghosts from the ice prison, and they contain extremely strong resentment. White Walker leader, race, unknown level. 56, 6th order leader level creature, HP. 3218920/3218920, Legion bonus, attack power. 1225412339, Legion bonus, armor. 1363-1374, extra plus 1000, skills, ice corruption claw, ice corruption sword, 10,000 ice armor, frost shock, same attributes as above, fearful gaze. The White Walker leader stares at the enemy with cold eyes, making it unable to move, and reducing ice attribute resistance by 30%. Duration 10 seconds. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Legion skill, corpse explosion. Talent, evil body, increases 50% of freezing resistance. Bond, White Walker Legion, 10,000 people activated. After reading these long attributes of the White Walkers, Cao Xing's pupils shrank instantly. So this is the skill of the White Walkers. It's really terrifying. Not to mention so many powerful skills. There is also a 10,000 man Legion bond. If monsters of this level charge together, they will be invincible. Before, Cao Xing thought that with the power in his territory, if all of them were mobilized, he should be able to attack a 20,000 man White Walker Legion. But now after seeing the specific attributes, it feels a bit shaky. Moreover, all the aliens here are from level 4 to 6, among which level 5 aliens are the most numerous, accounting for more than half. Although Cao Xing has only seen some of the aliens in the Lord's mansion now, he always feels that there are more aliens than the number he saw in the last live broadcast. A rough estimate is that there are at least more than 30,000 aliens. I didn't expect that the Church of Light has accumulated such a terrifying force. In this way, it seems that the king's army can't win for sure. Cao Xing began to think seriously about the situation at hand again. The City Lord's mansion is definitely an important place for the Church of Light. There are not only a large number of cultists patrolling outside, but also alien armies inside. More importantly, the 3 red-robed bishops are probably inside. Should I disguise myself as an alien and go in to take a look? Cao Xing was shocked by his crazy idea. After all, the forces described above are already quite terrifying. Even if the king's army is now attacking in a large scale, it can't be defeated in a short time. Therefore, this is a real dragon's den and tiger's lair. If Cao Xing is discovered after breaking in, he will fall into an unprecedented crisis. However, curiosity drove him to go in and find out what was going on. Cao Xing gritted his teeth secretly. Damn it. Let's go in and take a look. No venture, no gain. I want to see what the Church of Light is doing in the City Lord's mansion. At worst, I'll summon the Dragon Speaker to kill all these guys. If I can't beat them, at least I can run away. Thinking of this, Cao Xing quickly changed his body shape. As the camouflage technique was activated, his body was rapidly rising, and a layer of pale white armor gradually covered his body, and a transparent ice sword appeared in his hand. A white ghost that was no different from the creatures inside suddenly appeared. Cao Xing staggered and walked out carefully. He gradually came behind a white ghost. The closer he got, the more he could feel the evil and cold breath emanating from the other party. Ha ha. These white ghosts emitted cold air. One of the white ghosts turned his head and looked at Cao Xing. After staying on him for a moment, he looked at the front with a dull look. Cao Xing felt a little happy. He moved boldly among the White Walkers. At this moment, a level 6 leader White Walker suddenly looked at him. This White Walker leader was even taller. The most important thing was that the pupils of other White Walkers were pale white, but its eyes were pitch black. Cao Xing remembered that the White Walker leader had a skill called Fearful Gaze. At this moment, being stared at by this guy always gave him a creepy feeling. After a breath of cold air came out of the mouth of the White Walker leader, he seemed to be confirming something. But Cao Xing pretended not to see it and moved forward on his own. After the White Walker leader stared at Cao Xing for a while and found nothing unusual, he moved his eyes to other directions. Very good. Even the White Walker leader didn't recognize my identity. Thinking of this, Cao Xing moved more confidently and boldly. He passed by the White Walkers one by one, and the distance between his shoulders was less than 1 centimeter. At this time, he was already in the middle of a large number of White Walkers. Once exposed, he will face violent attacks. This requires a strong psychological quality. But fortunately, it took a few minutes for Cao Xing to pass through the army of White Walkers without any danger. He came to the City Lord's mansion. Here, the number of White Walkers suddenly decreased a lot. Compared with the White Walker army that was almost surrounded by the periphery, there were only a few wandering White Walkers inside. In addition, many buildings appeared in front of Cao Xing. There were barracks, canteens, kitchens, etc. Now it is officially infiltrated. Next, it is to find a suitable target and find out the secrets of these guys. Cao Xing, disguised as a White Walker, wandered aimlessly in the City Lord's mansion. Because the White Walkers are in a wandering state and will not be fixed in one place, they will also move back and forth. So he wandered in the City Lord's mansion, which did not seem abrupt. Crack, crack. The White Walker exuded an amazing coldness, and every step he took was like a piece of ice moving. Since Cao Xing's disguise was 100% simulated, even the footsteps were exactly the same. As he walked, Cao Xing seemed to have come to the central area of the City Lord's mansion. In front of him, there was a tall one-story building. From time to time, a sacred light burst out from inside. Inside, Cao Xing also felt several powerful auras, one of which he was quite familiar with. It was the red-robed bishop he had just met in the tavern. Cao Xing carefully sensed it. The doubt in his eyes became stronger. Logically speaking, strong men like them would not casually leak their auras when they were not in combat. but the people inside did not know what they were doing, as if they were fighting for something, and their powerful power was constantly leaking out. And more importantly, in addition to the 3 red-robed bishops, Cao Xing also sensed 2 more terrifying and extremely powerful existences. He was instantly shocked. Good guy, according to the previous intelligence, aren't there only 3 red-robed bishops in Duelan Lake City? Why are there 2 more strong men inside? Did the Church of Light transfer people here again? Cao Xing felt vaguely that this might be the biggest secret hidden by the Church of Light in the City Lord's mansion. Although he knew that there was a high probability of exposure if he approached, he was too curious now. Cao Xing was also skilled and bold, so he immediately strode closer. Then, he came directly to the outside of this huge 1-story building. Cao Xing remained alert. As long as the people inside made any abnormal movements, he would run away. However, the 5 beings inside seemed to be in a strange state. They did not notice Cao Xing's approach. Or even if they noticed it, they could not be distracted. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then he carefully came to the front door. Of course, he would definitely not push the door open and go in directly, which would be almost like seeking death. Instead, he observed the scene inside through the small gap at the door. At this moment, a wide hall appeared in Cao Xing's field of vision. There were 5 powerful figures in it. 4 bishops in the robes of the Church of Light were divided into 4 corners. Surrounded one of the strong men with naked upper body in the middle. The aura of this strong man was as fierce as a mad lion with his eyes closed, and his sturdy muscles kept rising and falling with his deep breaths again and again. Above his head, there was a glowing book floating. Hoo-la la. The book was turning pages quickly, and wisps of sacred and vast light continued to fall from it, landing on the head of the strong man in the middle. The other 4 bishops seemed to be doing their best at this moment, injecting all their strength into the book. Who is this person? Are these 4 bishops dealing with him now? Cao Xing's eyes quickly stopped on these 5 strong men. He wanted to use the system's function to determine the other party's identity. He first looked at the bishop in the yellow robe. Archbishop. Level. Attributes. Skills. Talent. Fuck. A bunch of question marks. In other words, this one's level is at least 60 or above, which means he is a 7th level creature. Cao Xing's pupils shrank suddenly, and a sense of crisis appeared in his heart. Although he suspected before that there might be a 7th level creature in Duelan Lake City, but seeing it with his own eyes now, he was still shocked. The most important thing was that his disguise could only deceive beings whose levels were no higher than 20 levels. In other words, as long as the other party discovered Cao Xing, there was a high probability that he would be able to see through his identity. Cao Xing had even taken out the dragon spirit totem from his backpack and was ready to call for help. However, he also noticed that the state of the archbishop seemed to be a little wrong. He seemed to be concentrating all his strength on the glowing book above his head and ignored the situation outside. The same was true for the other 3 bishops. Cao Xing glanced at the attributes of the 3 red-robed bishops again. He found that their levels were between 55 and 60. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, at least these 3 guys are all 6th level masters. Finally, his eyes stayed on the one who was surrounded by them in the center area, naked from the waist up, with a terrifyingly strong aura. Lord of Duelan Lake City? Level. Attributes. Skills. Talent. Cao Xing's pupils shrank again. There were a lot of question marks again, and this person was the mayor of Duelan Lake City. Damn. It turns out that the mayor of Duelan Lake City is not dead. He was captured alive by the Church of Light. Are these 3 bishops and the archbishop suppressing him? Or do they want to do something? Cao Xing observed for a while. He found that the mark of half a sun gradually appeared on the back of the mayor of Duelan Lake City. As the 4 bishops continued to inject power into the book, the glowing book on his head was quickly flipped. A ray of power like the light of dawn fell into the body of the mayor. It also made the sun symbol on his back clearer. Cao Xing's eyes showed a look of realization. He understood what the 4 bishops were doing here. Interesting. Are they trying to tame the mayor of the city into a member of the Church of Light? After all, the mayor's strength is still very terrifying. At least a 7th level existence. It is far beyond the 3 red-robed bishops, and only the archbishop can compete with it. If Cao Xing could control such a powerful force, He would not give it up easily. It seems that this is also the reason why the Tashid outside wants to delay time. On the one hand, it is to buy time for the 4 bishops to tame the city lord. On the other hand, it is to transfer the materials in the city. Another good news is that the 4 bishops are now trying their best to suppress the city lord, so they did not notice Cao Xing's approach. This also made him gradually relieved. Cao Xing did not make a sound, but retreated silently. He came back to the area behind the city lord's mansion and began to think quietly. Obviously, he already knew all the secrets of the Church of Light. But knowing this, what should he do? If the army attacks now, maybe they can still save the city lord. With the powerful strength of the city lord, there is a high probability that the Church of Light can be severely damaged. However, there are this group of cult people on the army side who are delaying time. So at present, the advantage is completely on the side of the Church of Light. Cao Xing wandered in the city lord's mansion while thinking. As he walked, he seemed to walk deeper into the city lord's mansion. There are fewer white walkers here. Next to it is the courtyard and back garden area, and there are several strange buildings in front. At this moment, Cao Xing saw a group of cultists walking past him, and each of them carried a big bag on their shoulders. Those big bags were full of various resources, crowns, food, and some rare minerals. Then, they put all these bags on several carriages next to them. The various supplies on the carriages were almost full. At this moment, Cao Xing's eyes lit up instantly. He seemed to understand what these people were doing. These guys are moving the supplies in the city lord's mansion overnight. Where are they moving them to? Cao Xing saw that they entered a seemingly inconspicuous room next to them. Those supplies were moved out of it. At this time, one of the cultists leaned on the carriage panting. After moving a trip, God of Light, I'm exhausted. Yeah. We have been working all day, and I feel like my body is about to fall apart. No, when can I take a break? Complaining voices rang out one after another. A black-robed priest who was in charge of supervision nearby glanced at them and said, "Okay, stop complaining. I know you've worked hard, but you all know that the church is short of manpower now. The Seed of Light is transferring people from various places to assist us, and someone will come to take over at dawn. Everyone, work hard. We can rest after this trip." Hearing this, the other cultists also smiled. Great. Thank you, Master Priest. Brothers, work harder and try to finish this trip as soon as possible. For a moment, this group of tired cultists became energetic again. Cao Xing was watching from the side at this time and saw the group of cultists constantly entering and exiting the room, carrying bags of goods to the carriages. Until 7 or 8 carriages were all full. The black-robed priest nodded with satisfaction. Okay, this trip has been loaded enough. Let's set off now. Hearing this, Cao Xing also perked up. Obviously, these cultists were going to transfer this batch of supplies next. It was definitely not possible to leave the city openly. So the place they were going to next should be the passage connecting to the outside world that Cao Xing had speculated before. Cao Xing narrowed his eyes. This trip to the city lord's mansion was indeed the right one. P.S. Tomorrow the plot of Duel in Lake City will usher in a key turning point. Thanks to Shuai 141,228,222,230,296 for his 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Crossing Luo for his 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Xiaoyao Yufeng. Feng for Shiming for his 4 monthly passes. Thanks to Yes Tang for his 4 monthly passes. Thanks to Shuai 202002251719239994, 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Standard Belly for 6 monthly passes. Thanks to Boating Scholar for 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Lang Yuchen for 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Cao Xing for 6 monthly passes. Thanks to Book Friends 201709071828381998, 6 monthly tickets. Thank you to Book Friend 201709190159316394 4 monthly tickets. Thank you to Cannot Afford Meat Floss for 4 monthly tickets. Thank you to Zio Ziali for 4 monthly tickets. Thank you to Book Friend 202072918394097542 monthly tickets. Thank you, Kaoan, 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Doubting Wang for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Shuiao. 20230530115416224246 monthly tickets. Thanks to Zui Hori for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Shuiao. 201808042310317024 monthly passes. Thanks to I'm So Happy's 2 monthly passes. Thanks to The Wind and Rainer for his 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Bookfriend 150,426,012,001,319 for his 4 monthly passes. Thanks to Bookfriend. 202003251456519999 for his 4 monthly passes. Thanks to It's Rare 2 monthly passes. Thanks to Zaya 2 monthly passes from EAR. Thanks to 20 monthly passes for unlimited key training. Thank you book friends for your recommendation votes and subscriptions. Chapter 335 Picking Up a Bargain. Getting Rich Again. Cao Xing remained calm and continued to follow the group of the Church of Light. Rumble, rumble. The wheels of the carriage rolled over the brick floor of the City Lord's mansion and moved deeper. The City Lord's mansion was very large. As an earl, he also built his own mansion with great fanfare. 7 or 8 carriages passed through the warehouse and the courtyard area and moved forward for about 500 or 600 meters. Cao Xing, disguised as a white walker, followed behind, which seemed a bit abrupt. At this time, the cultist on one of the carriages seemed to notice the scene behind him. He looked at his companion next to him and asked in confusion, "Do you think this white walker is a bit strange? It seems to have been following us for a long time." Hearing this, the other cultists looked back, but they found that the white walker was just looking ahead with empty eyes and wandering aimlessly beside. Another cultist chuckled and said, "Verta, I think you have been working for too long and have hallucinations. These ugly monsters all look the same. How can you tell who is who?" Haha, that's right. If you don't believe me, go ask it now. Why it followed us. Others also laughed. The black-robed priest said, "Don't discuss this kind of creature casually. They are very evil and powerful. Once they go crazy, all of us will be easily torn to pieces." He seemed to be very afraid of this creature, and the other cultists also stopped laughing. Everyone knows how terrifying the White Walkers are. If the Church of Light hadn't used a special method to control them, these monsters would freeze and crush everything in the world. The black-robed priest continued, "Hurry up and complete the task." Yes. After that, the entire convoy continued to rush on. At this time, Cao Xing gradually breathed a sigh of relief. It's a close call. I almost got discovered because I followed too closely. Fortunately, they are more afraid of the White Walkers and dare not come to confirm. There is really a risk of being exposed. This also reminded him. Cao Xing gradually distanced himself from them and then followed them slowly. There was no road ahead, and it seemed that they had reached the end of the City Lord's mansion. Strange, why are they still going into the City Lord's mansion? At this moment, the group of hunters drove the carriage and crashed into a wall, never to be seen again. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing was also a little surprised. Oh, is it another illusion scene? He came to the wall and heard the sound of the carriage turning from inside. He waited for 2 or 3 minutes until the sound went away. He also tried to crash into it directly. The wall in front of him suddenly became like an illusion, without any obstacles. Cao Xing passed through it unimpeded. Then, he saw the scene inside this hidden area. This is an open space, surrounded by many rockery, which surrounded this area. In the central area, there is a hole that is 3 or 4 meters wide, which seems to lead to the underground. The carriages have entered the passage, and Cao Xing has understood something. So that's how it is. The passage to Duelan Lake City and the outside world is in the City Lord's mansion. Where does this passage lead to? He immediately decided to follow in and take a look. As soon as he entered the passage, his vision went dark. The environment inside was very dim, and there was no lighting equipment. Fortunately, his physical fitness has been greatly improved, and he can still see clearly even in such a place with poor visibility. Cao Xing kept a certain distance and followed the ruts on the ground. He walked for nearly half an hour. He had followed for almost 15 kilometers, but still hadn't reached the end of the passage. My goodness, this passage is too long, isn't it? How long will it take to dig it out? Cao Xing's eyes showed shock, and he began to observe the situation inside the passage. He found that there were different construction traces on the walls of this passage. The further he went, the drier the soil became. It looked like it was dug from the outside to the inside. In other words, the Church of Light had thought of this day a long time ago. So they started construction on this passage a long time ago. Otherwise, the construction of such a long passage would be terrifyingly difficult. Sure enough, the Church of Light has been planning for Duel in Lake City for a long time. Cao Xing sighed with emotion. Finally, almost half an hour passed. In other words, he walked 30 kilometers in the passage. Finally, a ray of light appeared at the entrance of the cave in front. At this moment, Cao Xing was very excited. Finally, we are almost there. He stuck to the wall and approached the entrance carefully. Soon he saw the scene outside. Their current location seemed to be in a mountain near Duel in Lake City. There were mountains and cliffs everywhere around. Under normal circumstances, even those hunters who went into the mountains would not come to such a place. Cao Xing sighed secretly. This location is really hidden. I guess no one thought that there was a passage in this mountain that could lead directly to the interior of Duel in Lake City. At the same time, he also saw the figures of the cultists. 7 or 8 carriages were all parked in an open space in front, as if waiting for something. At this time, the leading black-robed priest whistled. Whoa, the crisp whistle echoed in the valley. After a moment, Cao Xing saw several shadows passing through the sky. Then they fell straight towards the area where they were. Whoosh whoosh, their huge wings flapped, stirring up a strong wind. Cao Xing saw the appearance of those creatures clearly. It was a group of giant eagles with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters. The grey feathers showed a deep pink color, blending with the surrounding night, but there was no sense of majesty that was frightening. The round head, big, and bright eyes, like 2 warm brown gems. There was no sharp edge in the eyes, only lazy sleepiness. And there was a bald spot on the head, with a thick meatball on it, which looked soft. Compared with the ferocious and majestic appearance of other giant eagles, this kind of giant eagle seemed a little silly. Oh, what kind of eagle is this? With a curious look, Cao Xing glanced at their attributes. Humpback giant eagle, level 41, 5th tier elite creature, HP 1535-26/1535-26, attack power 27-31-28-32 armor 56-35-88, skills, giant carrying. Humpback giant eagle has great endurance and strength. It can grab cargo that exceeds 150% of its own strength limit and transport it over long distances. Cargo stability. In bad weather, humpback giant eagle will change its flying posture and wing flapping frequency to adapt to different wind directions and air currents. Even in strong storms or turbulence, the cargo will not fall or be damaged easily. Talent, Behemoth. HP increased by 50%. Note, a giant eagle that can easily carry a large amount of cargo and fly steadily in the sky, but it is relatively difficult to tame and has a huge appetite. Interesting. Is this the transportation tool of the Church of Light? It's amazing that even this kind of creature can be tamed and used to transport cargo. It's quite powerful. Cao Xing also saw their skills. This kind of pack eagle can be said to be a natural transporter. If he can get a few of them back to the territory, it will be very helpful to him. At the same time, the black-robed priest blew the whistle again, as if urging these giant eagles to work. However, even though he blew until his face turned red, these giant eagles still stood lazily in the same place. The black-robed priest seemed to feel very embarrassed. He went directly to the side of a giant eagle and said angrily, "The church has raised you for so long, isn't it for you to work? Get moving." However, the group of giant eagles ignored him and stood lazily aside. The black-robed priest was furious and grabbed the reins on the neck of a giant eagle, as if he wanted to drag it away by force. However, this creature is very strong. He flapped his wings directly, raising a strong airflow, and the black-robed priest flew out. Plop. The black-robed priest flew dozens of meters away and fell heavily on the ground. After getting up, he was even more angry. Cao Xing, who saw this scene from behind, almost couldn't help laughing. These giant eagles with humps are just a bunch of lazy people. I don't know what methods these believers have to make them obedient. At this time, a believer next to him said cautiously, "Priest, Master Priest, do these giant eagles want to eat again? If you don't feed them, they seem unwilling to work." After hearing this, the black-robed priest said angrily, "These damn gluttons, let them work all night, and they have eaten thousands of kilograms of our meat, and they are still not satisfied. Who of you has brought meat? Feed them some." Hearing this, the instructors looked at each other and shook their heads. They are just a group of ordinary members. How can they have extra food on them? It's better to feed themselves to these giant eagles. Seeing this scene, the black-robed priest also showed a thoughtful look in his eyes. Then, he stared at one of the old horses pulling goods. In an instant, the black-robed priest turned into a black shadow and pounced down. Whoa! After a scream, the poor horse died on the spot. The meat on its body was quickly swallowed by the 7 or 8 humpback eagles. After eating and drinking, they flew up lazily, under the nervous gaze of the black-robed priest next to them. The humpback eagles stretched out their claws, grabbed the cart on the carriage, and then flapped their wings and flew up. Seeing this scene, Cao Xing, who was watching nearby, said happily, "These giant eagles are really interesting. They are willing to work, only when they are fed. Although so, their efficiency is still very high." The heavy cargo on the cart was firmly grasped in their hands, very stable. Just when the giant eagle was about to fly to a height of 300 meters, Cao Xing's heart moved, and he took out a magic scroll from his backpack. The next moment, an invisible breath of wind hit one of the giant eagles. However, this humpback giant eagle did not seem to feel anything. It just glanced at the group of hunters below casually and continued to fly into the sky. In front of Cao Xing, a system prompt also appeared. Successfully use the wind beacon magic scroll, marking the target location, lasting for 3 hours. Since this mark is not a buff state, it cannot be blessed by eternal power. Cao Xing was not sure whether he could find their destination through this. This was just a casual attempt. If he could find the next base of the Church of Light, it would be better. If he couldn't find it, it would not be a loss. At the same time, when all the giant eagles disappeared into the sky with the goods, the black-robed priest said, "Okay, let's find a place to rest for a while. At dawn tomorrow, we will continue to transport the remaining resources in the warehouse." At this moment, the group of hunters were relieved after hearing this. They sighed. "Finally, we can rest for a while. Yeah, I feel like I can fall asleep while standing now." Soon, they all got into the carriage. At this moment, Cao Xing heard the group of hunters say they wanted to rest, and after hearing that there were still remaining resources in the warehouse, he turned around almost without hesitation and ran into the passage. Cao Xing knew that this was his chance. We must search for more resources before we are exposed. A black shadow was running at high speed in the passage. Under the state of Queen's Will, plus Wind Spell, plus Black Mist Totem, Cao Xing ran so fast that an invisible whirlwind appeared under his feet. He turned into a running lightning. However, even in the process of running, Cao Xing maintained the disguise of the white-robed priest to prevent any unexpected situation. It took less than 10 minutes. He ran through this 30-kilometer passage and returned to the City Lord's mansion. "You have entered the special area, City Lord's mansion." Then, he continued to maintain the appearance of the white-robed priest and passed through the wall. As soon as he came out, he saw a large number of white walkers wandering aimlessly. Cao Xing's mouth curled up a smile. "Very good. I have also found the resource point in the City Lord's mansion. I hope the things inside will not disappoint me." Just as he was about to go to the warehouse area, Cao Xing suddenly noticed that the white walkers around seemed to be agitated. They all raised their weapons, exuding a certain evil aura, staring at a certain place with murderous intent. In the central area of the City Lord's mansion, that is, where the 4 bishops and the City Lord are, a terrifying power fluctuation is constantly emitting. It is this aura that makes the aliens feel a strong threat. Then, Cao Xing heard a roar like a tiger. Roar. You damn cultists. You want me to submit to you. Dream. Boom. A terrifying aura broke out. The other party seemed to be struggling frantically. Even the ground began to shake slightly. Cao Xing's eyes shrank. This should be the voice of the city lord. This guy, is he still conscious? Is he trying to get rid of the suppression of the 4 bishops? Logically speaking, it should be a good thing for the city lord to get out of trouble now. But for Cao Xing, if the city lord suddenly exploded and escaped, no one will be able to contain the 4 bishops. The archbishop among them will most likely see through Cao Xing's disguise. Damn, city lord, you can't run out now. I haven't finished searching the resources in the city lord's mansion yet. Cao Xing waited nervously, not sure if it was a response to his prayer. The city lord's voice gradually fell silent again. Obviously, it should have been suppressed by the 4 bishops again. Cao Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Very good, it seems that I'm safe for the time being. Now we must hurry up and find the resources inside. He ignored the restless white walkers. Instead, he quickly came to the back of the courtyard according to the route he just remembered. Then he saw a 1-story building, made of stone and wood, which was wide and tall. It was where the group of cultists had just come out. With an expectant look, Cao Xing quickly came to the gate, which seemed to have a magic seal on it. He also broke it casually. Then, he pushed hard. Creaky. The door opened. When Cao Xing saw what was inside, the expectation in his eyes gradually turned into ecstasy. Fuck. There are so many things left. It's fucking outrageous. In this large warehouse, Cao Xing saw piles of mithril, eternal gold ingots, and krona. These precious metals were piled up in large boxes and sacks on the ground, filling up a corner of the room. In addition, he saw dozens of large boxes in another corner, which were filled with a large number of magic crystals, goblin bombs and other things. Ha ha ha. I'm rich. Cao Xing walked over with an excited smile on his face. He first put the pile of precious ores and crowns in the corner into his backpack. Obtained. Crowns asterisk 7.84 million. Obtained. Refined iron asterisk 102324. Obtained. Mithril asterisk 37,322. Obtained. Eternal gold ingot asterisk 5,941. Obtained. Magic pattern stone asterisk 4321. Obtained. Advanced magic crystal asterisk 2155. Obtained. Expert magic crystal asterisk 114. As system prompts continued to appear. At this moment, Cao Xing looked at the vast amount of precious ores in his backpack, and the excitement in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. Ha ha ha. 100,000 refined iron. Tens of thousands of mithril, and thousands of eternal gold ingots and magic pattern stones. Damn, how much is this worth? The value of these things is currently inestimable. It far exceeds what he had earned in the city before. It can be said that these ores alone can make his wealth skyrocket dozens of times. However, this is not all in the warehouse. In another corner, Cao Xing also saw boxes of bombs and magic crystals. He walked up quickly and put them all into his backpack. Obtained. Goblin fragmentation bombs asterisk 515. Obtained. Goblin fire bombs asterisk 505. Obtained. Goblin frost bombs asterisk 373. Obtained. Naris artillery shells asterisk 452. Obtained. Large crossbows asterisk 1154. Obtained. Magic crystals, green, asterisk 1632. Obtained. Magic crystals, gold, asterisk 65. Obtained. There are so many goblin bombs. When I meet the enemy, I will just throw them all down. I can kill these guys with a pile of them. Cao Xing was very excited. Then, he started searching the entire warehouse without stopping. He did not even let go of some scattered resources in the corners. It took about 10 minutes. Cao Xing directly put all the resources in the warehouse into his backpack. Looking at the empty warehouse, Cao Xing nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. I finally found the largest amount of resources in the city. This time, the harvest is beyond imagination. Tonight's search can be said to be a real wave of fat. Although I don't know how many resources the Church of Light has transported away, but the share that fell into his hands has reached a very terrifying number. Even the mithril used by the warriors to break through the 5th level has all been taken. It can be said that in the future Cao Xing will not need to worry about these resources. At this moment, Cao Xing glanced at the time. It is now 5 o'clock in the morning. According to the estimate, those teachers will not take action until dawn. That is to say, I still have some time to search again. Cao Xing knew that there must be other things in the city lord's mansion. And now, the 4 bishops are trying their best to suppress the city lord. This was a great opportunity for him. He quickly left the warehouse and began to search the huge city lord's mansion. Time. Half an hour passed quickly. What disappointed Cao Xing was that, apart from the warehouse, there were really no resources in other places. Obviously, the Church of Light had already transferred most of the materials in the city lord's mansion. But it was enough. People should know how to be content. When they become stronger in the future, they can find the lair of the Church of Light and take back these resources. It will be the same, right? At this time, the distant sky was already pale. It's almost dawn. I should go out too. Just as Cao Xing was about to retreat, a strong aura erupted again in the center of the city lord's mansion. Boom. Get out of here. A bunch of rats in the gutter. Don't think of making this city lord surrender. Cao Xing's heart moved. This city lord is crazy again. It seems that it will take some time for the Church of Light to make him completely surrender. Just right. I'll run away first. And at this moment, a strong vibration appeared in the center of the city lord's mansion again. Then, there was a violent explosion. Boom. It was as if some terrifying creature had broken free from the cage. A deep voice sounded. Damn it. The city lord has broken free from our control. Keep suppressing him. Want to catch me? A bunch of trash. Die. Bang. Bang. Instantly, there was a terrifying battle inside. Even Cao Xing felt waves of shaking under his feet. The fighting power of these strong men is quite amazing. Huh? Fighting? Cao Xing quickly retreated to the periphery and then took a look at the direction where the battle came from. 4 figures rushed out in an instant. I saw a man with a body like a wild bull and a naked upper body, clenching his fists and staring at his enemy. The other 3 red-robed bishops locked each other firmly. The 4 seemed to be in a state of confrontation at the moment. The city lord of Duelan Lake City's chest rose and fell violently, as if he was seizing the time to recover his strength. One of the red-robed bishops holding 2 daggers said in a deep voice, "City lord, give up. Joining our Church of Light is your only choice. Can't you see? The Ice Crystal King is old. He is no longer able to rule such a huge kingdom. Even if we don't take action, the Ice Crystal Kingdom will eventually be invaded by other kingdoms. Thanks. Book friend 201701251048592344 2 monthly tickets. Thanks. 6 monthly tickets from Duoming Zindao. Thanks. 8 monthly tickets from Su 482,899. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from ALUO 580. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Pakilan 20. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Donghae Diokakarp. Thanks. 6 monthly tickets from Jinsha. Thanks. 4 monthly tickets from Xiao Yaolin. Thanks. 4 monthly tickets from NUO Xiaomao. Thanks. 2 monthly tickets from Chengshao Shusheng. Thanks. Book friend 2017012830569574 6 monthly tickets. Thanks. 4 monthly tickets from book friend 20,240,712,284 DD. Thanks. 4 monthly tickets from book friend 2022042420111247. Thanks. Azure's 10 monthly tickets for the ringtone. Thanks to Shilak for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Itayat for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Chuxin Bio for 12 monthly tickets. Thanks to ALUO 584 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to bookfriend 2,024,061,578 DA for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to the 6 monthly tickets of Irina's about to stop. Thanks to bookfriend 202,310,150,556,689 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to bookfriend 2023012416484134842 monthly tickets, thanks to Bookfriend. 20170831082336267 for 2 monthly tickets, thanks to Aingjink for 2 monthly tickets, thanks to Shangwan Yuju for 6 monthly tickets, thanks to Zhao Zhali for 4 monthly tickets, thanks to Chengs Hao Shushan for 2 monthly tickets, thanks to the book friends for their recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Chapter 336. A sudden change occurred in the city lord's mansion, and the archbishop was terrified. The strong city lord said disdainfully, "Although the king is old, it is not for you shady guys to judge. It is better to let the ice crystal kingdom fall into your hands than to let it be completely destroyed." On the other side, the red-robed bishop with a bow and arrow on his back said in a bad tone, "City lord, don't be ungrateful. We have given you many opportunities. If you continue to be so stubborn, you will be punished by the church." A sneer appeared in the eyes of the city lord. "I would like to know how you are going to punish me. Die." The city lord has a bad temper. He almost fights. As soon as he says it, the faces of the 3 bishops changed, as if they didn't expect him to dare to kill them. The city lord is a 7th level strong man. The power he burst out instantly left 2 large pits nearly 1 meter deep on the spot. At his level, every move he made was a destructive attack. The 3 red-robed bishops felt a terrifying pressure come together. As soon as the words fell, they fought at the same time. In an instant, the 4 strong men fought together. Boom. Boom. The city lord kept swinging his fists, and each punch brought a terrible gust of wind. A series of terrible power fluctuations erupted. Among them, there were also arrows from a bishop, and the tearing sword energy of another bishop. The power fluctuations that erupted when these strong men fought directly formed a vacuum zone in the surrounding area of hundreds of meters. Even the surrounding White Walkers were directly blown away. Cao Xing, who was watching the battle from a distance, was secretly shocked. Damn, these master level strongmen are really more terrifying than each other. It seems that from expert to master, it is also an extremely powerful transformation. This also gave Cao Xing a hint of hope, because among his subordinates, there are many 5th level experts, and there is no master level strongman yet. This kind of power is really fascinating. Boom. Boom. The power of the city lord of Duelan Lake City is extremely terrifying, at least 1 level higher than these red-robed bishops. Even if 3 people besiege 1 person, they still have the upper hand. One of the red-robed bishops holding 2 daggers touched behind the city lord like a black shadow. Just as he was about to chop down with the dagger in his hand, he noticed it in an instant, and was knocked away by a punch. Bang! The red-robed bishop smashed on a rockery in the distance, causing it to explode. He struggled to get up, and said in disbelief, "Ahem. Ahem. This guy has such terrifying power. He doesn't even have a weapon. Why is he so powerful?" And at this moment, the archbishop also rushed out of the room. Just now, he seemed to have suffered some kind of backlash, and had not spoken. Now that he has recovered, he flew directly into the air, and opened the holy book. Hoo-la la. The holy book began to turn pages quickly. Then the bishop's steady voice sounded. "Things that turn to ashes in the flames can never be restored. We have entrusted our souls to the eternal fire, and we can never give up our faith. Please remember that once the eternal fire is lit, it cannot be extinguished. It will only slowly die down after it devours everything and turns it to ashes. Humans cannot escape from the light. We can only treat each other with respect and let the flames enter our hearts." Sizzle it was, as if the sound of a flame was ignited. At this moment, a white flame suddenly burned on the strong body of the city lord. And in an instant, the flames burned fiercely, turning him into a fireman. Roar. This kind of flame is extremely terrifying, and in an instant, the city lord let out a beast-like cry of pain. Just as Cao Xing was watching all this with a look of surprise on his face, suddenly, he felt an extremely strong high temperature around his body. The white flames directly ignited his whole body. "You have been illuminated by the holy book of light, and ignited by the fire of light. The camouflage effect is invalid. All attributes are reduced by 30%, and 1% of your health is lost every second until you die." Cao Xing's pupils shrank suddenly. he found that his disguised body of a White Walker was torn apart, revealing his true appearance. Not only that, a terrifying burning sensation came over him, and he couldn't help but gasp. Fuck, reduced attributes, loss of health until death. What the hell is this? Cao Xing didn't expect that he would be affected from such a far distance. And except for him and the city lord, no one else on the field, including those White Walkers, had a burning flame. This shows that his camouflage power was seen through by this strange book. In an instant, Cao Xing's thoughts began to turn quickly, looking for ways to save himself. He had already taken out the Dragon Speaker's summoning totem. Once he was discovered, he would shake people without hesitation. However, the next moment, Cao Xing suddenly emitted an endless and vast dark aura. His body quickly turned back to the appearance of a White Walker. It's the power of disguise. The talent, Eternal Power, has been activated, and the disguise effect has become permanent. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. The power in the Holy Book of Light can see through and remove the disguise of some creatures. But my disguise has been blessed by the Eternal Power, so it is not within this range. Cao Xing's eyes showed a strong joy, and he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Because the talent, Eternal Power, is so overbearing. It exists forever. If it is said to exist forever, you made my disguise effect invalid, so where can I put my SSS level talent? After Cao Xing turned back into a White Walker, the flames on his body went out directly. Because he is now a member of the Church of Light, he will naturally not be attacked by the flames. The Archbishop flew in the air and continued to chant the terrible spell. It seemed that he noticed something was wrong and glanced at the area where Cao Xing was. However, before he could react, the mayor of Duelan Lake City shouted, "It's this damn flame again. Don't think of making me surrender this time. The glory of the kingdom shines on me, holy blood protection." In an instant, the skin of the mayor turned blood red, like a boiled shrimp, and the power in his body began to boil, and the already terrifying aura surged by more than 50% again. Cao Xing even felt a sense of oppression from the life level on the mayor. And in the sky, the Archbishop frowned slightly when he saw the mayor in this state. Holy blood protection? It's really powerful, but how long can you hold on? As the holy book in his hand kept turning pages, white light fell from the sky. However, the mayor at this moment seemed to be in a peculiar state, which even allowed him to resist the impact of this white light. Come together and suppress him again. After hearing this, the three red-robed bishops all rushed over. The mayor roared, "Get out." He punched forward and blasted a sonic boom out of thin air. Before the three bishops approached, they flew backwards at the same time. Not only that, after the city lord blasted away the three bishops, he turned around and rushed to the periphery of the battlefield without any delay. Seeing this scene, the archbishop shouted, "Want to leave?" In an instant, a vast white light descended on the city lord's head. However, the city lord did not seem to want to escape. His target was a white ghost leader who was watching the battle next to him. With the might of a tiger, he pounced on this terrifying white ghost leader. After enduring the opponent's sword, the city lord's eyes were cold. He pressed the head of the white ghost leader with his left hand, and directly took away the ice crystal sword in his hand with his right hand. Then kicked the white ghost leader away hundreds of meters. Boom. A set of actions in one go. When the four bishops reacted, the city lord already had a new weapon at this time. Shishi. Shishi. White flames were still burning on his body, and the ice crystal sword in his hand and the flames on his body offset each other. The city lord of Duelan Lake City, holding the long sword, seemed to have changed into a different person. From the original violent and fierce, become sharp and unstoppable. Seeing this scene, the archbishop flying in the air exclaimed, "It is worthy of being the Icefield Tiger." This combat awareness is at the top level even among the master level strongmen. The city lord seemed to be disdainful of the enemy's praise. He raised the ice crystal sword without hesitation and slashed it fiercely. Kingdom sword outwined breaking slash. Swish. In an instant, a terrifying sword energy swept down with a destructive force. Everything along the way was turned into powder. Cao Xing even felt a sense of oppression that was about to reach the realm of the dragon speaker under this sword. Even if the three archbishops joined forces, they could not stop this sword at all and were directly chopped away hundreds of meters. Not only that, after slashing the 3 people, the sword energy still carried boundless power and flew into the air. His target was the Archbishop. The terrifying sound of the wind came in his face, and the Archbishop's face changed wildly. He just wanted to dodge, but the speed of the sword was too fast. Puff. Minus 176,321. The sword energy directly hit the Archbishop's body, causing him to suffer severe injuries instantly. He fell down, as if he had lost all his strength. Then, the remaining sword energy swept across hundreds of meters. A nearly 1,000-meter long crack was directly cut in the entire City Lord's mansion. The power of a sword is so terrifying. As a strong man of at least level 7, the Archbishop's reaction was also very fast. The moment he landed, the holy book in his hand emitted a dazzling light and poured into his body. Plus 238,314. A large recovery number appeared, which directly healed his injuries quickly. Then, he took out a staff, and the light element on his body surged. The bishop was holding the holy book in his left hand and the staff in his right hand. As he raised his hand, a holy light ball with a diameter of more than 50 meters fell like a missile. Boom. The instantaneous burst of light made everyone lose their vision. The violent explosion blew a large pit more than 10 meters deep in that area. Cao Xing, who was watching the battle from a distance and was too frightened to move, was even more shocked after seeing this scene. Damn, these guys are so powerful that one is more terrifying than the other. According to the level classification of this world, the 6th and 7th levels are both master level, and the 8th level is a hero level. They said before that a powerful 8th level hero has the combat power to destroy a huge city. Now it seems to be true. This also made Cao Xing look forward to it even more. Looking forward to the day when he and his men have master level combat power, or even hero level combat power. Of course, there are differences between the 8th level and the 8th level. The gap between ordinary creatures and commander level creatures is no less than the gap between the 5th and 7th levels. So this shows that it is the best choice to try to improve potential at a low level. After breaking through to a high level later, you will also become a strong one. After the explosion dissipated, the City Lord injured the attack of the big light ball, and it can be seen that he suffered a lot of heavy damage. There were bursts of black smoke on his body, but he still stood there, his fierce eyes swept around. At this moment, the City Lord seemed to have made a decision. He rushed behind him, as if he wanted to escape from the City Lord's mansion. After the Archbishop entered the combat state, he also exerted the strength of a 7th level strongman. City Lord, you can't escape. Glorious chapter, Holy Chain Imprisonment. The next moment, a glowing chain burst out from the holy book and attacked at the speed of thunder. Then it directly wrapped around the City Lord's chest and tied his arms together. No matter how frantically he struggled, he couldn't break free from the shackles of the chain. Damn it. Get out of my way. The City Lord used the strength of his lower arm to swing the ice crystal sword in his hand and chop the chain. Ding. Ding ding. It was obviously a chain made of light element, but at this moment it made a sound like metal collision. The Archbishop still gave the order calmly. Saints, Bella, Angron, go and suppress him. In an instant, the 3 red-robed bishops rushed up together. One of the red-robed bishops drew his bow and an arrow carrying light shot out. Another red-robed bishop held a long sword and attacked from different directions with the bishop holding 2 daggers next to him. Various attacks suddenly attacked the City Lord. At the moment, when the 3 bishops were about to attack, the City Lord roared and actually briefly stretched the chain. He swung the ice crystal sword in his hand and swept it across. Swish. A terrifying gust of wind came. The 3 bishops were forced to retreat again. However, the chain tightened again, fixing him firmly in place. The holy book was really terrifying, and even a strong man of the City Lord's level could not break free. In the air, the Archbishop was also constantly releasing various terrifying magics. He launched a round of bombing on the City Lord. The City Lord's state at this time was also a little strange. His skin was blood red, and various smoke kept coming out of his body. Like Bertie Sunchaser, he could not feel pain. And there was no more damage number on his head. In our words, it was like opening the bloodlock. While resisting the siege of the 4 bishops, the City Lord quickly observed the situation around him. His eyes locked onto the air again. He seemed to know that the archbishop was the key. Only by defeating him could he have a chance to escape. The city lord suddenly took a deep breath. His body began to swell rapidly like an inflated balloon. In the four surprised eyes, the chain that bound him actually cracked. The archbishop's eyes were bewildered. How is this possible? You can actually break free from the shackles of the holy chain. Crack, crack. With the sound of shattering, the glowing chain completely shattered. And the city lord also pounced on the enemy like a vicious tiger. Seeing the other party rushing over, the archbishop did not panic. A strong holy light suddenly burst out from him, as if he wanted to push the city lord away directly to keep a distance. However, the city lord was in an explosive state at this time, and his body was burning with blood and energy. He actually rushed directly to the archbishop with the strong holy light. At the moment, when the two sides were about to come into contact, finally, a trace of panic appeared in the archbishop's eyes. At the last moment, he only had time to put on a layer of golden shield for himself. Then, the Lord of Duelan Lake City slashed out with the strongest sword. At this moment, it was like an invisible strong wind sweeping through. All the houses, buildings, and rockery within a radius of 500 meters were shaken into powder. Boom. The explosion-like movement rose in the Lord's mansion. Even the army far outside Duelan Lake City could feel this strong breath fluctuation. Whoa. Wait, what? The warhorse under the knight's feet was in commotion. Tens of thousands of kingdom soldiers, as well as the survivors next to them, all looked at the direction of the city with a blank face. The general named Crow quickly found Tashid. General Tashid, did you sense it? Something seems to have happened in Duelan Lake City. This is a great opportunity for us to attack. I suggest launching an attack right now, catching them off guard, and then taking Duelan Lake City in one fell swoop. It must be said that these generals have sufficient battlefield experience. They can seize the opportunity to attack in one fell swoop. However, Tashid was also at a loss. He had no idea what was happening in the city. This was completely different from the plan. But in any case, he must not let the king's army launch an attack before the Seed of Light gave the order. He pretended to be calm and comforted. General Crow, stay calm. We don't know what happened inside yet. What if that group of cultists did it on purpose to lure us over? Then wouldn't we fall into their trap? Hearing this, Crow was stunned. He asked with a puzzled look on his face, General Tashid, are you serious? Tashid also knew that the reason just now was completely untenable. That group of cultists, who were eager to delay some time, took the initiative to lure them over? But he could only pretend to be calm and said, of course I'm serious. General Crow, don't worry. Anyway, the cultists are all in Duelan Lake City. We have fully controlled the surroundings. They are trapped now and can't escape. But Crow looked at him deeply and didn't continue to speak. At the same time, in Duelan Lake City, after the city lord slashed the sword, he blasted the archbishop's light shield. The terrifying power exploded. Both of them flew backwards for hundreds of meters. Including the archbishop, the holy book in his hand, lost connection during the backward flight, and fell to the ground. The archbishop quickly got up and said angrily, damn it. Lord Oren, I have given you many chances, don't challenge my bottom line again and again. The city lord also stood up on the spot with a carp. He held the ice crystal sword again, his eyes full of disdain and said, what if you challenge the bottom line? Unless you kill me today, don't think of making me surrender. There was already a cruel look in the eyes of the city lord. He knew that he was besieged by the four great bishops. Surrounded by tens of thousands of aliens, there was no chance of escape. In addition, his rampage seemed to be coming to an end. But as mentioned before, he would rather die on the spot than become a lackey of the Church of Light. The archbishop snorted coldly, Lord, whether you are willing to surrender or not is not up to you. Under the power of the Holy Scripture, you can't resist. Go. In an instant, the four archbishops began to besiege the lord of the city again. And the lord of the city had reached the last moment of madness. He ignored the attacks of the other red-robed bishops and rushed straight to the archbishop, as if he wanted to bite off a piece of his flesh before he died. Even the archbishop was moved by the fierceness of the city lord. The five strong men fought again. However, at this moment, what no one noticed was that a white walker suddenly approached their battlefield and step by step approached one of the ruins. On the ground in front, there was a holy book that was emitting light and was flipping through quickly. Cao Xing tried his best to control his breathing. Tell yourself to stay calm, stay calm. At the same time, pay attention to the movements around. At this moment, the city lord suddenly shouted, "Kingdom sword out sealed blade." In an instant, a lethal sword energy burst out horizontally from the long sword in his hand. It was at this moment, Cao Xing picked up the holy book. In an instant, the white flame ignited his arm like a maggot on the tarsal bone. A strong burning sensation came. But soon, it was extinguished by Cao Xing's disguise power. Without any hesitation, he stuffed it into his backpack. The system prompt appeared. Obtained. Holy Book of Light Glorious Chapter. Legend. At this moment, Cao Xing's pupils shrank suddenly. His brain was working at a high speed in an extremely short time. In an instant, Cao Xing made a decision. Run. He entered the advanced demon transformation state on the spot and then directly activated demon flight. Then he threw himself a wind wing magic scroll. Successfully user, 4th level wind wing magic scroll, has gained the ability to fly and increased the movement speed by 30%. Under the influence of the power of eternal talent, this skill has become a permanent state. Hooala. 4 wings suddenly appeared behind Cao Xing. One pair of black and one pair of invisible wind wings took him directly into the sky. Then, like a low-flying swallow, it instantly flew hundreds of meters. And at this moment, when the Holy Book of Light Glorious Chapter was put into Cao Xing's backpack, the flames burning on the city lord disappeared. The 5 people who were fighting fiercely all had puzzled looks in their eyes at the same time. Then, they saw a black shadow flying towards the outside of Duelan Lake City at a terrifying speed. The 4 bishops seemed to realize something. There was panic in their eyes at the same time. Damn it. That guy stole the holy scripture. Chase him. Thanks, book friend 2023061923424710442 monthly tickets. Thanks, Sadaru Liu Mang for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend. 160,229,185,908,202 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Xiao Shanboju for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Yiki for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Mlanan M for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Momo Ruchen for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, Midnight Time for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks, book friend 1,607,140,006,290 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 2020120519153701244 monthly tickets. Thanks to book friend 20240105194849472 for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Jan Washan for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to I Want to Kill People and Set Fires for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to Atat for 4 monthly tickets. Thanks to Bayri Emu for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to I'm Really an Undercover for 2 monthly tickets. Thanks to The Direction of the Fate of the 10 monthly tickets. Thanks to the book friends for the recommendation tickets and subscriptions. Thanks to the book friend Jinsha for the 500 points of reward again. Thanks for the support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.